Chapter 1723. The mayor enters the city with those words, his head lolled to one side and he breathed his last. Wu Guangzhou was stunned. He had no roots here, even less influence among the military. He had maintained everything through silver alone, which was why he had always worried about unstable morale and spent lavishly. Yet they had still fallen into chaos. He knew the gentry must have instigated this. Those shameless men would sell out their monarch and their fathers to preserve their own lives and property. Since the soldiers had mutinied, the city could no longer be held. Yet he set aside the thought of suicide. He would die on the battlefield and repay the emperor's grace. Drawing his Japanese saber, he shouted, "Everyone with me! Today we give our lives for the country." The handful of trusted servants beside him had followed him all the way from Shanxi. As one, they drew their blades and charged out behind him. The defending militiamen and soldiers were already rushing toward the county Yamen. The small squad of officers and soldiers guarding the entrance collapsed without resistance. Only a few of his servants fought back. They were cut down in moments, their bodies falling on the main hall steps. Wu Guangzhou, leading his remaining servants, hadn't even cleared the second hall when he met the mutineers in close combat. Though a scholar, his swordsmanship was excellent, honed through considerable combat experience in Shanxi. Without panic, he cut down one soldier with a single stroke and smoothly drove his blade into another militiaman's belly. The surging mutineers, seeing his ferocity, hesitated to advance. He pushed them back down the steps, but they were too many. Soon they surrounded master and servants alike. In moments all his men were dead or wounded. Wu Guangzhou himself had taken several wounds and was drenched in blood. He refused to surrender and would not take his own life. He fought on. Then several mutineers thrust at him with long spears. He was stabbed multiple times. Blood poured from him. Knowing he was finished, he used his saber to prop himself up, knelt facing north and rasped, "Your Majesty, your servant dies for you in loyalty." Before he could finish, a spear pierced through his back and into his heart. He toppled forward into a pool of his own blood. An hour later, Shiziki received a messenger's report. Zinin had fallen. The magistrate is dead. This detail was specifically mentioned because, according to the Guangdong occupation guidelines, all local Ming officials who were captured, whether surrendered or seized, were to be registered and sent with their families and servants to Hong Kong for centralized detention. The Military Control Commission required a detailed accounting. Officials should be confirmed alive or their bodies recovered. Those whose whereabouts were unknown had to be registered and reported. Did our people suffer any casualties? Report, Chief, none. Well done. Shiziki drew a blue circle marked occupied over Zinin County on his map. Looking at the progress, less than 12 hours had elapsed since the operation began. Wherever the Fubo army went, they encountered almost no resistance. The few sporadic incidents were completely unorganized, mostly just a handful of people fighting spontaneously. The only organized resistance had been at Zinin County. It seemed pacification by proclamation was essentially a foregone conclusion. For the scholars and commoners of Guangzhou and the surrounding counties, this was an unforgettable day. The Australians had come from the sea, silently and without bloodshed, seizing the largest city in southern China. By full daylight, the city gates were manned by hair-shorn soldiers in blue-gray short uniforms carrying muskets. Squads of soldiers in gray patrolled the streets. The entire city was quiet and orderly. Many shops had opened their doors. The commoners were both shocked and fascinated. Just like that overnight, Guangzhou had changed masters. Fortunately, the new masters were not strangers. In recent years, the Australians had become a semi-public presence in Guangzhou. Even those with no business or labor dealings with them had bought Australian goods, various kinds of Australian paper, Australian matches, Australian cloth, hair-shorn socks. These small items had long become part of daily life. In the past, they had been merchants who traveled armed. Now they had openly become the rulers here. No one knew how the Australians would govern this great city. Rumors about their governance in Lingao County had spread here to some extent, though many dismissed them as exotic tales from overseas. Others who knew the actual situation were curious to see if Australian methods could work in Guangzhou. After all, the population of a single street here exceeded that of all Lingao County. As Lü Yizhong had told the northward expedition team members before entering the city, this was a major examination for the Senate. Previously, they had only governed semi-agricultural small county towns. Even Guangzhou, the prefectural capital, was negligible by mainland standards. Guangzhou was not merely the largest city in Lingnan, it was the premier metropolis of China in this era. Lin Baiguang estimated the resident population at no fewer than 500,000. Governing a city of 500,000 was no easy task even in the 21st century. If before they had been painting on blank canvas, now they had to repaint one already smeared with a kaleidoscope of strange and brilliant colors, erasing the flaws while preserving what was precious. The difficulty was immense. These problems now circled through the mind of Lü Yizhong as his sedan chair bore him into the city. He had originally wanted to ride a service carriage to display the Senate's dignity. A red flag carriage had been shipped to Wielding Post Station for this purpose, but Lin Baiguang had pointed out that carriages couldn't travel through the city. Apart from a few main thoroughfares, the streets were too narrow. More problematically, the bridges in the city weren't designed for wheeled vehicles. They were all steep arch bridges with densely packed steps. Guangzhou Station had once tried to promote rickshaws within the city, but ultimately abandoned the idea because of the bridge problem. Though Lü Yizhong didn't mind walking, his subordinates objected on two grounds. First, it would complicate security. Second, for the dignified chairman of the Guangzhou Military Control Commission and mayor of Guangzhou to walk into the city would diminish the Senate's prestige. Given these concerns, the small two-man chairs at the sedan shops near the Great South Gate wouldn't suffice. Fortunately, an official sedan was available at Wielding Post Station. The postmaster, who had formally surrendered, hurried to prepare it, summoning 4 bearers and rounding up all the various ceremonial functionaries, spirits and demons alike, who lived scattered around the post station outside the Great South Gate. Quickly. Clear the way for the Australian master. When Lü Yizhong emerged, the full ceremonial procession was already arranged. The clearing gong, the silence and make way signs, various flags and ritual implements all were in place and imposing. The personnel stood in official attire waiting. Seeing him, the postmaster rushed over and knelt. "Your Excellency, the procession is ready. Please mount the sedan." Lü Yizhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The ceremonial pomp of feudal officialdom was certainly impressive. He instructed, "There's no need for all these people, just prepare one sedan." The postmaster, obsequious since his surrender, was insistent on this point. "Your Excellency's words are mistaken. The Great Song has recovered Guangzhou, and Your Excellency is an imperial envoy. It is utterly unacceptable to present yourself too simply. Otherwise, the scholars and commoners will lose respect for the Great Song. In my humble opinion, even this ceremonial display is too modest to manifest our Great Song's majesty properly." Lü Yizhong noticed the naturalized citizen cadres and soldiers around him nodding in agreement. He felt moved. He said, "These elaborate items and flags are all based on the Ming ritual system. How can I use them?" This was a fair point. The postmaster considered, then said, "Since that is so, the clearing procession should still be used. Otherwise, the commoners might unknowingly give offense to the procession." Lü Yizhong couldn't refuse further, so he mounted the sedan and set off. The gong striker didn't know what rank Lü Yizhong held as a Great Song official and didn't dare strike at random. He asked a naturalized citizen cadre, "What rank is Master Liu?" The cadre replied, "Chief Liu is a senator supremely noble. What rank could there be?" The gong striker reasoned that this meant above all ranks, generally, a duke or marquis. More courtesy was always safer, so he struck the gong 13 times. Amid the gong's proclamation of all officials, military, civilian, and others make way. Lü Yizhong's entourage marched majestically toward the city. Behind the clearing gong and the silence and make-way signs, the Morning Star flag fluttered in the wind. 30 guards carrying rifles with fixed bayonets flanked an 8-man sedan, behind which someone held aloft his senator's eagle flag. Following the flag were more than 10 naturalized citizen cadres, and at the rear marched another 20 fully armed guards. Lü Yizhong's destination was the Guangzhou prefectural Yamen. This office was his primary concern. As Guangzhou mayor, the archives and experienced clerks of the prefecture and its 2 subordinate counties, Panjiexin and Nanhai, held immeasurable value. Much essential information had to be obtained from them, so when formulating the occupation plan, he had specifically requested that the National Army entering Guangzhou secure these locations first. Lü Yizhong's procession passed slowly through the main streets and alleys. Spectators packed the route like walls. The Guangzhou citizens, recovered from the morning's shock of the city's fall, knew that the Guangzhou prefect of the Australians was coming. Everyone wanted to see the bearing of this new prefect lord. The National Army had to deploy along the route to maintain order. Even the runners from the Yamens of the 1 prefecture and 2 counties came to offer their attentive services, rushing to clear the way and shout commands. The splendor was endless. Lü Yizhong sat upright in the sedan, watching this scene, his heart stirring with emotion. As the saying goes, a great man should live like this. This was probably what it meant. He had been a PhD student, needed and exploited by his advisor, and now he had become a local grandee sitting in the seat of a high official. How could ordinary people experience such feelings? Amid the monotonous gong sounds, they arrived at the Guangzhou prefectural Yamen. He dismounted before the spirit wall. Lü Yizhong stepped out and stomped his slightly numb legs. Before him, the spirit wall was concave in shape, 5 meters high and more than 20 meters wide, built of gray brick. The bricks bore the inscriptions Guangzhou Prefectural City and Guangzhou Prefecture. Opposite, on the great 8 characters wall at the gate, gray brick walls on both sides, each had 4 stone tablets inlaid. He couldn't read the inscriptions from here. Even before entering the Yamen, just this entrance already felt imposing. Chapter 1724. The prefect's Yamen. Kneeling at the very front was Wei Bifu, the former vice-prefect of Guangzhou. Seeing the hair-shorn superior step down from the sedan, he hastened to announce loudly, "Wei Bifu and the civil and military surrendered persons of Guangzhou pay respects to Lord Liu." Only then did Lü Yizhong notice the large crowd before the spirit wall. Several dozen people knelt prostrate on the ground, not daring even to breathe loudly. He felt his official addiction swelling. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Who are those kneeling?" Wei Bifu responded eagerly, "Your guilty servant Wei Bifu leads the civil and military surrendered persons of 1 prefecture and 2 counties to wait upon your excellency here." Lü Yizhong observed that Wei Bifu was white-haired with a completely white beard. A man of such advanced age, still striving to present a servile manner, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Fame and fortune truly wore people down," he said. "You may all rise and speak." Wei Bifu took the lead, trembling as he stood. The group of surrendered persons behind him rose as well, each bowing respectfully with lowered heads, not daring to look up. The vice-prefect was the assistant official of the prefect, generally responsible for specific areas of administration. In a prefecture, it was already a considerable position. However, the fact that the highest-ranking official to surrender in Guangzhou Prefecture was merely a vice-prefect left Lü Yizhong somewhat disappointed. Though the External Intelligence Bureau had warned that few local officials would surrender, he had still hoped the Guangzhou prefect himself might submit. "Where is the prefect?" Wei Bifu's body trembled slightly. "Reporting to your excellency, old Master Dong stubbornly resisted the heavenly army and has already committed suicide by poison in the rear quarters." This prefect Dong had been in office for less than half a year. Receiving an appointment to Guangzhou had been a plum assignment under both Ming and Qing. No one expected it would become a death sentence. There are quite a few officials in Guangzhou Prefecture. How is it that only you few are here? Reporting to your excellency, many were incorrigible. Some committed suicide resisting the heavenly army, others abandoned their posts and are of unknown whereabouts. Lü Yizhong nodded. Let us go in and have a look. When Zhu Yuanzhang had ruled, he established the national standards for construction of government offices at all levels. So, yamens of prefectures and counties throughout the realm were built according to a uniform format. In his previous travels, Lü Yizhong had visited the Hangtong County Yamen and the Nanyang Prefectural Yamen. After arriving in this era, he had toured the county and prefectural yamens on Hainan Island. Apart from differences in size and architectural refinement, the basic design was always the same. But this was his first time receiving a prefectural yamen as a victor. The feeling was entirely different. Wei Bifu hastened to say, "Allow this humble official to lead the way for your excellency." With Wei Bifu leading, they passed the spirit wall to find a memorial archway inscribed proclaiming and publicizing memorial. On the left and right stood the clarification pavilion and the commendation pavilion. After entering the main gate, there was an interior screen wall, the so-called Zio wall. Circling around it into the courtyard, they came to the second gate, the ceremonial gate. Two courtyards flanked it. The east side held the guest reception hall, the west the judiciary office, along with a land god temple. Lü Yizhong saw 5 or 6 corpses lying before the judiciary office and started. What happened here? Reporting to your excellency, the heavenly army released all prisoners from the prefectural prison and killed several jailers. Wei Bifu said apprehensively. The prisoners. Lü Yizhong sensed something was wrong. There was no such directive in the takeover plan. The heavenly army has released them all. Lü Yizhong's expression darkened. He muttered under his breath, "Nonsense." Though Wei Bifu didn't catch his words, he saw the sudden displeasure on his face. Not knowing what had touched a nerve, he grew fearful and bowed even lower. Lü Yizhong had no patience for empty talk. He called over a naturalized citizen cadre beside him. "Go to the security command immediately and convey my order. Anyone seen on the streets wearing prisoners' clothing or barely clothed, suspected of escaping from prison, is to be arrested without exception." "Yes, Chief." Whenever there was a rebellion, every captured city would release all prisoners to demonstrate contempt for the old authority, proclaim benevolent governance, and expand their own forces. But for the Senate, the situation was different. Even if many prisoners had been unjustly imprisoned, locked up for trivial offenses, plenty were genuine criminals, bandits, robbers, murderers, petty thieves. Besides, the Guangzhou prefectural prison differed from the county jails of Xian and Nanhai. Its inmates came from over a dozen counties throughout Guangzhou prefecture. Releasing these people directly into society, without money to return home, without food or clothing, would immediately create an unstable element in public security. When formulating the entry plan, Lü Yizhong had specifically instructed that the policy for taking over the prefectural and county prisons was to accept as is, temporarily not process. Yet someone had still made a mess of it. He asked, "Which unit was responsible for the takeover here? Get the commanding officer to see me." Wei Bifu saw his unfriendly expression and stepped back. Then the fake hair-shorn officer who had first entered the prefectural yamen jogged over, stood at attention before the chief, and raised his hand to his forehead, the military salute of the hair-shorn bandits. He announced loudly, "Platoon leader of 1st Platoon, Battle Line 4th Company, 4th Infantry Battalion, 2nd Lieutenant Wu Baliu. Was it you who smashed open the prefectural prison, killed the jailers, and released the prisoners?" "Yes," Wu Baliu said loudly. "That place was simply unfit for humans, a living hell. The prisoners' hands and feet were clamped in racks and had rotted until maggots grew. I saw several corpses wrapped in reed mats in the back, all bleeding from their orifices. The prisoners said the jailers had secretly murdered them for bribes over the past few days. I was furious. Is there no justice? So I killed the jailers and released all the prisoners." He still seemed rather pleased with himself, as if he had enforced justice on heaven's behalf. "You fool!" Lü Yizhong bellowed. Seeing the other man's astonished eyes, he realized he had overreacted. Softening his tone, he said, "The jailers who abused and tortured prisoners to death deserve punishment, but they deserve lawful punishment. The prisoners may include the wrongly accused and those who suffered injustice, but they need to be distinguished case by case. That is the work of the national police and the courts, not your job." He took a breath. "That prison held both good and bad people. You released everyone at once. Where do victims of robbery and murder go to seek justice now? Who told you everyone in prison is innocent?" Wu Baoyu scratched his head, chagrined. "I didn't think it through. How many prisoners did you release?" "I didn't count," he stammered. "When we opened the prison doors, a flood of people rushed out. Only about a dozen are left now, those with wounds from punishment and the sick. Chief, did I make a mistake?" Lü Yizhong said, "Your mistake will be handled by the army. Return to your unit now and await the National Army takeover." He turned to Wei Bifu. "Let us continue." Wei Bifu felt slight relief and didn't dare offer any more opportunistic flattery. He simply led the way. Passing through the ceremonial gate, they saw a pavilion in the middle of the courtyard walkway, named the Admonition Stone Pavilion. This too was a format established by Zhu Yuanzhang. Lü Yizhong knew that on the stone facing the main hall was carved, "Your salary and your emolument are the grease and marrow of the people. The common folk are easily abused, but heaven is not easily deceived." The outer side bore 3 characters: "Justice begets clarity." The east and west sides of the main hall courtyard were lined with clerk offices. The documents office on the east, managing the dispatch and receipt of documents, and the archives office on the west, managing the examination of files from the 6 departments. Behind the main hall was what Lü Yizhong most cared about, the shelf archive, which had been sealed with wax seals and was guarded by soldiers. All other areas were similarly secured. Lü Yizhong asked a few questions and learned that the prefectural treasury, had also been sealed and was under guard. The 2 locations in the prefectural Yamen he cared about most had no problems, so he was relieved. Behind the main hall was the second hall, used for hearing ordinary cases. Passing through, they arrived at the flower hall. This was already the residential portion of the government office. The flower hall was where the chief official held public and private banquets and received guests. Some cases unsuitable for public hearing were also conducted here. Its arrangement was more domestic, lacking the solemnity of the main and second halls. At the moment, however, the chairs in the flower hall were in disarray, a complete mess. Several corpses lay on the ground, covered with white cloth. Naturalized citizen clerk stood guard beside them. "This is old Master Dong and his family's bodies. We are waiting for your excellency's inspection," Wei Bifu hastened to say. Lü Yizhong nodded. The coroner, who had been waiting at the side, lifted the white cloth and said ingratiatingly, "Your excellency, please see. It is indeed death by poison." The deceased prefect was middle-aged, not portly, somewhat haggard in fact. He probably didn't come from a wealthy family. Lü Yizhong recalled that Lin Beiguang had told him old Master Dong had been quite close to the Guangzhou station, accepting gifts and stipends from Yu without hesitation, turning a blind eye to the Senate's affairs in Guangzhou. He had assumed someone like old Master Dong would surrender. He hadn't expected such decisive suicide. "Master Dong's attendant is waiting in the corridor." "Would you like to call him in for questioning?" Wei Bifu asked. "Yes." Wei Bifu waved toward the bottom of the flower hall steps. A middle-aged man rushed in from the corridor, first kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Lü Yizhong. "Greetings to the great lord. Stand up." Lü Yizhong gestured. "You are Master Dong's attendant." "Yes, this slave is Dong Qing." "Do you recognize the corpses here?" Yes, they were all prepared for burial by this slave and this slave's woman personally. Dongqing wore a mournful expression. Master Dong, Madame Dong's personal maid, and Master Dong's nephew, they all committed suicide by poison. Lü Yizhong sighed and waved his hand. "Find coffins and have them encoffined as soon as possible." "Yes, "Thank you for your Excellency's grace." Dongqing knelt again and kowtowed loudly several times. Lü Yizhong asked, "Is there anyone else in his family?" Before Dongqing could answer, Wei Bifu spoke up. "There is also a concubine and a young lady, plus a few maids and servants. They are all being held in the rear quarters. This humble official had someone watch over them and forbade them from committing suicide, awaiting your Excellency's decision." Oh, Lü Yizhong was somewhat surprised. He had participated in pacification campaigns before and broken through many strongholds of landlords and powerful families. After every stronghold fell, for fear of humiliation, not only the master's family members but even maids and servants would commit suicide. So every time a stronghold was taken, special squads had to be dispatched to intercept and counsel them. Chapter 1725. The surrendered persons. This time, before entering the city, he had estimated that if officials refused to surrender and committed suicide, their family members would probably follow in death. In this era, there was no such thing as preferential treatment for prisoners or kindness toward women and children. Once defeated and captured, men were beheaded and women sent to brothels as a matter of course, unless the victor chose to show mercy, which was rare indeed. That some of Prefect Dong's female relatives were still alive was quite remarkable. He couldn't help but ask, what happened? They were originally going to die honorably, but for some reason they hesitated. By the time they prepared to hang themselves, the heavenly army had already arrived, so they were saved. Wei Bifu paused. This humble official believes their resolve to die was not firm. That is understandable. Even ants cling to life. Yes. Wei Bifu lowered his head. Does your Excellency wish to call them for questioning? No need. Lü Yizhong shook his head. Just lead the way. Beside the flower hall was a side courtyard, the residence of the personal secretaries. Wei Bifu reported that the secretaries' whereabouts were currently unknown. They had probably gone into hiding. Behind the flower hall lay the prefect's daily living quarters, resembling an ordinary wealthy household. The rear courtyard had a small garden, modestly adorned with springs and ornamental stones for rest and relaxation. Lü Yizhong observed that furniture in the hall was in disarray, with various clothes and valuables strewn across the floor. A red sandalwood tea tray lay upturned on the ground, several cups smashed to pieces. He could imagine the fear, chaos, and despair this family had experienced before Prefect Dong's death by poison. He felt quite moved. Wei Bifu carefully accompanied Lord Liu on the inspection. He noticed the Fubo army soldiers who had rushed in early that morning standing guard at various doorways and steps, each ramrod straight with eyes fixed forward. Even with all manner of valuables and gold pearls scattered on the ground before them, they remained unmoved. He marveled inwardly. If this had been anyone else's army, the rear quarters would have become a battlefield of looting, and not even a teacup would remain. However, those collecting the valuables were a different group of fake Hershorn. They worked in teams of 3. One carried a small wooden box and bag for transporting valuables. One held a ledger and a dip pen, with an ink bottle hanging from his neck, solely responsible for registration and recording, and another picked up items, holding each one aloft and announcing it. One gilt silver stepshake inlaid with kingfisher feathers. One half-worn blue patterned satin vest. One piece of broken KO silver, weight unknown. One string of copper coins, over 100, not counted. These announcements rose one after another throughout the halls, with special personnel overseeing everything. Wei Bifu thought to himself. The old saying was that the hair-shorn bandits were meticulous as hair, treating every coin as if their lives depended on it. Seeing it firsthand, it was indeed true, but he didn't dare show this thought. He simply kept his head bowed and back stooped, awaiting instructions. At that moment, a naturalized citizen worker jogged over, stood before Lü Yizhong and bowed. "Chief." Lü Yizhong recognized them as members of the Planning Institute's special search team. Just the prefect's private property in the Yamen was probably considerable. They would make a good profit again. He smiled. No need for formalities. How long have you been here? Have you finished inventorying the treasury? 3 hours, the cadre replied crisply. Most of the front areas have been searched. The treasury will be inventoried tomorrow. The rear quarters are today's focus and require careful examination. Good haul. The cadre looked slightly embarrassed. Honestly, the haul is meager. Whether in the secretary's residence or here, we haven't found large sums of silver. There are quite a few valuables, though. We're preparing to dig for hidden caches next. Do you have any leads? Yes. Though many of Prefect Dong's family members have fled, we've captured his steward and personal attendant. Once we've interrogated them all, we'll find it, and if not, we have our own methods. We definitely won't let silver grow mold underground. Good, hurry up. Clean up the house so guests can come. I'm waiting to use this place. Yes, Chief, we'll be as quick as possible. Lü Yizhong gave a general survey of the prefectural Yamen. Seeing the numerous buildings and spacious architecture, far superior to the conditions at Wielding Post Station, he decided to temporarily establish the Guangzhou municipal government here. According to the plan, the Senate intended to build a Guangzhou new city on Henan Island, with the administrative center located in the new city area. But their main work for now still had to be conducted in the old city. Rather than traveling in and out of the city every time he dealt with affairs, it would be more convenient to base his office here. He had considered the Guangdong Provincial Administration Commission Yamen, but on second thought, he should leave that for Commissioner Wen's Guangdong Greater Region headquarters. Besides, as Guangzhou mayor, he still had the Nanhai and Panyu County Yamens available. And Guangzhou being a provincial capital, Yamens and government offices lined both sides of Chengxuan Street like trees. The city also had many large temples. There were plenty of transitional options, no need to rush for buildings. He immediately decided to establish the Guangzhou Military Control Commission in the Guangzhou Prefectural Yamen. He then instructed that the surviving surrendered officials and their families in the Yamen should relocate as soon as possible to vacate the buildings. According to the takeover plan, the surrendered persons in the city, along with their families and property, would all be resettled at the Guangdong Imperial Examination Hall on Dashi Street at the foot of Yuexiu Mountain. The examination hall was vast, with numerous buildings, enough to accommodate surrendered and captured Ming officials. More important officials and their families would be sent to Guangzhou Temple for screening. Surrendered generals and soldiers would all be sent to Hong Kong Island for reorganization. Lü Yizhong surveyed the scene and saw that the flower hall was mostly tidied up. He then ordered that the surrendered persons of the one prefecture and 2 counties of Guangzhou be received there. Led by Guangzhou Vice Prefect Wei Bifu, below him stood county assistants, registrars, constables, educational directors, fishery commissioners, patrolmen, various ranked and unranked officials, along with the clerks and foremen of the 3 classes and 6 departments at the prefectural and county levels. They stood densely packed in the courtyard, yet not a single cough was heard. Lü Yizhong instructed Wei Bifu to call the roll. The surrendered persons came up one by one to pay their respects. Lü Yizhong asked a few questions and dismissed each in turn. This was not merely a display of authority. He was actually gauging the surrendered persons' situations to assess their potential usefulness. What disappointed him somewhat was that not only had the prefect committed suicide, but even the magistrates of Nanhai and Panyu counties had taken their own lives. Almost all who surrendered were assistant officials. Assistant officials carried far less influence. The great Ming might not enjoy popular support, but official support for the Ming was undeniably real. If the External Intelligence Bureau could have secured a few senior local officials surrender this time, it would have been invaluable for future pacification by proclamation. After all, senior officials served as weather vanes. However, the disposition of officials in other yamens fell outside Lü Yizhong's jurisdiction. His calculations could only concern the territory of Guangzhou Prefecture. If only some proper chief officials from the other prefectures and counties under Guangzhou Prefecture could turn toward the light. Looking at the present situation, Wei Bifu was quite a character. Though his actual ability was unknown, his enthusiasm for leading the way was undeniable. He could temporarily be called upon to assist with affairs. After receiving the surrendered persons, Wei Bifu came forward again. To welcome the imperial envoy, we humble officials have prepared gifts to express our humble intentions. We humbly beseech the Senate and Lord Liu to accept them. The surrendered persons presented 10,000 taels of silver, along with many precious items, aloe incense, jade belts, pure gold jewelry, jade pots, and other treasures. A rough estimate suggested they were worth several tens of thousands of taels more. The gifts were divided into two portions, the larger one presented to the Senate, the smaller, naturally, intended for Lü Yizhong personally. Lü Yizhong said, "The items presented by Wei Bifu and the others demonstrate your loyal hearts. The portion for the Senate I will accept. As for the personal gifts to me, I will take none of them. Take them all back." Wei Bifu and the other surrendered persons hurried to kneel, repeatedly begging, "If your excellency accepts nothing, we humble officials are truly uneasy. We humbly beseech you to kindly accept a portion." Lü Yizhong, seeing their words were sincere and earnest, instructed his secretary to accept one jade pot. All the rest was returned. He then delivered a few words of admonition, nothing more than telling them to not carry burdens, study diligently, accept reform, and strive to serve the Senate and the people as soon as possible. After the lecture, he dismissed the surrendered persons, keeping only Wei Bifu and several veteran clerks from the original Guangzhou Prefecture and the Nanhai and Panyu County Yamens. He inquired about local conditions in Guangzhou. Lü Yizhong had the Planning Institute personnel inventory and record all valuables in detail. Even the jade pot he had accepted was turned over to public funds. Observing this, several surrendered persons marveled privately. They said the Australians were greedy, counting every penny, yet their senators were each as pure as water. What a strange way of thinking. He then chatted casually with the surrendered persons about Guangzhou's basic situation. What he cared about most was population. Population represented not only labor but also a consumer market. Guangzhou was nothing like Qiangshan. Even now, Qiangshan's urban population hadn't exceeded 40,000. Guangzhou was one of the great cities of the 17th century. Simply feeding the non-agricultural population was a major undertaking. Especially since Guangdong was not yet fully occupied, the grain supply from Guangxi would also be cut off for a considerable period. Understanding exactly how many non-agricultural residents there were, and what the self-sufficiency rate was for grain, firewood, cloth, and other daily necessities, would enable the organization of effective trade supply channels and prevent crises caused by insufficient supply. However, the feedback he received was unsatisfactory. The population statistics available were still the yellow register figures stored in the prefectural and county yamens. Lü Yizhong had already experienced the accuracy of yellow register figures back in Qiangshan. According to the yellow register and estimates from the household department clerks, Nanhai County had 38,000 households, Panyu County slightly fewer. Guangzhou City had a total of approximately 60,000 households, a population of around 200,000. The true figures were probably somewhat higher. The population of the entire Guangzhou Prefecture was probably between 500,000 and 600,000. Lü Yizhong's mind began to wander. Though the yellow register listed detailed household categories, military households, craftsman households, service households, and so on, in reality, these classifications had become meaningless by the late Ming. Military households didn't necessarily serve as soldiers. Craftsman households weren't necessarily craftsmen. Deriving non-agricultural population figures from these would require considerable imagination. "We still need to conduct a population census," Lü Yizhong murmured, making a note in his notebook. After talking for a while, when conversation lulled, his naturalized citizen secretary, Guo, walked in and said softly, "Chief, the young lady of the Dong family wants to see you." Chapter 1726, Lü Yizhong, I won't see her. Liu Xiang assumed she was probably just coming to beg for mercy and clemency. He had no time for such trivial matters now. Tell her that we will properly encoffin her family's bodies. Have them settle at the examination hall first. When the time is right, we will naturally let them return to their hometown. He spoke a few more words with the surrendered persons and offered reassurances. He also instructed the clerks and runners of each department to come for roll call and continue working as usual. After dismissing them, he turned to Wei Bifu. "Old brother, you have turned from darkness to light, and our Senate will naturally not treat you unfairly. I now appoint you as advisor to the Guangzhou Military Control Commission. Come to work tomorrow only. I must trouble old brother and your family to stay at Guangzhou Temple for a few days first." Wei Bifu hastened to stand and said, "Your Excellency's words are too kind. This humble official will definitely serve the great song with all my strength, working tirelessly as a dog or horse for your Excellency." "Very well, very well. You needn't use this, Your Excellency and humble official, routine any longer." "Yes, yes, I respectfully follow your esteemed command." Wei Bifu withdrew with utmost deference. Liu Xiang was left alone in the private office. Just as he was about to go out to check whether the moving team had arrived, his new personal secretary, Guo Zier, walked in. Guo Zier was a younger cousin of Guo Linger from a collateral branch of the family. Her family had been taken into Hainan together with Guo Linger's family years ago. Guo Linger had entered the maid school, while Guo Zier, being too young, had entered meadow school. Her grades had been mediocre, hovering near the bottom. After graduating from lower elementary the previous year, she had become a clerk at some agency. Then her cousin became pregnant and gave birth. Watching the female clerks eye Liu Xiang one by one, Guo Linger, determined to secure her position, noticed that her little sister had grown up gracefully and received a new-style education. An idea formed. In battle you need your father and brothers. In the boudoir you need sisterly solidarity. Taking advantage of her contributions from bearing a daughter, when Liu Xiang's ear was soft but another part hard, she whispered pillow talk for months until she successfully maneuvered her little sister into Liu Xiang's bed. Of course, this was registered at the administrative office under the title of personal secretary. Her name was changed to Guo Zier, and her age written as 16, though she was actually only 15. Afraid of complications, Guo Linger had substituted nominal age for actual age. Liu Xiang, though somewhat aware later, simply accepted the situation. Compared to her elder sister, Guo Zier was far more lively. After all, she had received a new-style education from childhood. "Chief," Guo Zier said. Having only recently become a personal secretary, she was still somewhat shy around her master. "A lord from the Ming country has come to visit. This is his card." Liu Xiang thought that if this were an ordinary great Ming gentleman rushing to curry favor, there would be no need to meet him immediately. But taking the card and examining it, he saw the visitor was Lü Yizhong. This former secretary to Wang Zund, captured during the Chengmai campaign, had been sent back to Guangzhou after his surrender to serve as a personal secretary to Guo Yi. He was considered a leading party figure of long standing. Liu Xiang had already spoken with the External Intelligence Bureau, which managed him, about transferring him to the new Guangzhou Military Control Commission team. Since he was sensible enough to come visiting, he should naturally be received. Show him in immediately. Since the Pearl River campaign, Lü Yizhong had been stationed in Guangzhou, nominally as Guo Yi's scribe, but actually serving as a communication channel between Guo Yi and the city's gentry and officialdom. Though despised by scholars and gentry, with the Australians backing him, all officials and gentry humored him and dared not give offense. Only a few hot-headed young scholars had publicly insulted him and even threatened to beat him. After these young men all inexplicably committed suicide by drowning or hanging, no one mentioned Lü Yizhong's past anymore. He moved among the gentry and officialdom with increasing ease, handling things Guo you couldn't say or do himself. He became quite a significant figure at the Guangzhou station and throughout the entire city, accumulating considerable wealth. As the Senate's momentum grew, Lü Yizhong no longer felt ashamed of his betrayal and collaboration. He even considered himself blessed by misfortune. Yet now he felt both joy and anxiety. Joy that the Senate's king army had landed, competing for the Central Plains seemed imminent. He himself would be a veteran minister who had followed the dragon northward. Anxiety because Guo had unexpectedly not been appointed as the new Guangzhou prefect, but reassigned to Lingao for other important duties. In Lü Yizhong's eyes as a veteran bureaucratic insider, this signaled that shopkeeper Guo was falling from favor. Connecting this to the fact that the Senate's chairman Wen had suddenly become Guangdong commissioner, while a senator surnamed Wang had become chairman, Lü Yizhong naturally concluded that Chancellor Wen must have fallen and been sent out as a regional governor. Guo's sudden dismissal at this juncture was obviously because he was Chancellor Wen's man, and Lü Yizhong himself was naturally shopkeeper Guo's man. This could be quite bad. A new day brings new ministers, as the saying went. With Guo removed from office, the new chief would naturally appoint his own team. A week earlier, Lü Yizhong had received notice that a large group of northward expedition cadres would be coming to Guangzhou. This made him anxious. Compared to the subordinates the chiefs cultivated themselves, a surrendered person like him was already at a disadvantage, let alone being one of Guo's people. He was simply designated for the cold bench. And if shopkeeper Guo were further investigated for some fabricated charge after returning, and he himself labeled an accomplice and thrown into the imperial prison of the Great Song, that would be very bad indeed. So he had started early seeking connections and finding a new backer. The newly appointed prefect of the Great Song's Guangzhou was naturally the most suitable candidate. A few days ago, he had received notice that the Military Control Commission had indeed confirmed his transfer for service there. Lü Yizhong was overjoyed. Today, hearing that Chief Liu had entered the city, he hadn't waited for a summons but came visiting on his own initiative. He had originally wondered whether he should shave his head and change his clothes before visiting. Now that Guangzhou had been recovered, Guo Yi and his colleagues had all shaved their heads and adopted new attire. As a guest minister of the Senate, he should probably make a gesture, but he reasoned that since he hadn't been specifically notified to shave his head and change clothes, it wouldn't be proper to act on his own initiative. Besides, he didn't know how Chief Liu intended to employ him, so it was better to present himself as he was. Lü Yizhong entered and paid his respects. Liu Xiang knew about this man. Though employed by the Senate, he didn't truly count as a proper naturalized citizen. He was a gray figure in the Senate's personnel system, of the same nature as Sun Kecheng, the chief manager of the Kiwei Escort Agency, a highly useful assistant for the Senate in interfacing with traditional society. For such people, the Senate's policy was fully employ but don't fully trust. So Liu Xiang was very polite to him, speaking a few reassuring words, telling him to work in peace without concerns. He also mentioned that Guo's departure from office was for other important duties, hinting that he needn't worry about his future. Lü Yizhong felt somewhat relieved and couldn't help but feel grateful. He proceeded to declare how he was wholeheartedly loyal to the Senate and willing to dedicate himself completely to the Senate's great cause. He expressed his willingness to be a vanguard and running dog for Liu Xiang, serving him with all his might. With those words, he produced a sandalwood box from his bosom and said in a slightly mysterious, lowered voice, "This is a small gift from this humble official to the chief, just a token of esteem." Liu Xiang waved his hand. "You know our rules. Why do this? I understand your situation. Rest assured." Lü Yizhong smiled broadly. This humble official understands the Senate's disciplines and would never dare give offense. This is nothing valuable, just a small curiosity. Though unusual, it's not worth much. Liu Xiang's curiosity was piqued. Taking the box and opening it, he saw a pair of silver spheres no larger than walnuts. They were intricately carved with openwork patterns. Shaking them gently produced a faint tinkling sound. Though made of silver, they felt very light, at most a few kyan of silver. They were indeed not valuable items, he just didn't know their purpose. These are called Burmese bells. Reportedly, they originated in Burma. This pair was made by an old, established shop in Guangzhou. The bell tongues inside are made of the finest pearls. They are exquisitely crafted, a wonderful item for the boudoir. Liu Xiang had been puzzled about their purpose. Now with this explanation he understood. They were Ming Dynasty intimate accessories. He was both amused and exasperated and could only say, "Much obliged, much obliged." Lü Yizhong saw his expression was indifferent and knew he still didn't appreciate the wonderful uses of these objects. He continued, "For bedroom pleasures, this item has the remarkable effect of helping to conceive a son." He lowered his head. This humble official has heard that the chief's knee remains empty. May the chief soon have a son to continue the ancestral line. Thank you for your kind words. Liu Xiang put the box aside. He didn't particularly care about this gift, nor was he especially concerned about having a son, but he quite enjoyed Lü Yizhong's flattery. Even knowing clearly that it was shameless bootlicking, it still felt remarkably good. "Old Lü," he said, his words now carrying 3 parts more intimacy, "there's no need for these games. Let's discuss business first. If I were a Ming prefect coming here to take office, what should I do to make this prefecture enjoy favorable weather, abundant harvests, and prosperous people?" Hearing this, Lü Yizhong knew his advice was being solicited. He immediately gathered his thoughts and said, "The easiest thing in the world is being an official, and the hardest thing is also being an official. It all depends on the official's intentions and fortune. If one wants simplicity, just employ 2 capable personal secretaries for legal and financial affairs, maintain good relations with the clerks of the 3 classes and 6 departments, stay harmonious with the gentry, and show some conscience in legal cases. After 3 years in office, one can retire smoothly with at least a middling evaluation, and pocket a few tens of thousands of taels besides. What if one wants to accomplish something? Then it depends on the official's skill and ability." Lü Yizhong had himself been a prefect and had experienced all the nuances of the position. He spoke clearly and cogently. A local official may be called Lord of 100 Li, with power to ruin families and destroy clans, but he remains an outsider, a powerful dragon far from home. Accomplishing anything is genuinely difficult. Building bridges and roads, constructing irrigation, reforming abuses. These are all worthy deeds, yet whenever one benefit is raised, something else is harmed. Some gain advantage while others lose. The difficulties are truly unspeakable. Only a strong-willed official with real skill can maintain control. But no matter how capable you are, certain people simply cannot be offended. Matters involving them require the utmost caution. Oh. Who are they? First, the clerks. They are most treacherous, yet local administration is entirely in their hands. If they act slyly and cunningly, at the very least they can embarrass you. At worst, you'll be dismissed, removed from office, or even lose your life. None of that is uncommon. So no matter how capable a local official is, he must humor them, at minimum, ensuring they don't deceive him. Second is the gentry, isn't it? The chief speaks truly. Lü Yizhong nodded. As the saying goes, in governance don't offend the great families. All gentry have connections in the province and at court, and they also wield great influence locally. To govern a prefecture or county peacefully, one cannot afford to offend them. To accomplish anything, one needs to be on even better terms with them. Local officials actually had very limited funds and grain at their disposal. Accomplishing anything practical invariably required generous donations from local gentry. Even if they didn't donate, at least they shouldn't obstruct, and that alone wasn't easy. There were certainly gentry devoted to public welfare, but there were also plenty of bad gentry who exploited their status to harm the locality. Seeing Lü Yizhong listening attentively, Lü Yizhong recounted many things he had witnessed and heard while serving as an official and personal secretary. The various machinations and profound intricacies left Lü Yizhong amazed. The art of being an official was truly deep. Fortunately, he was an official of the Senate. Had he been a lone time traveler thrust into the great Ming bureaucracy, he probably couldn't have handled it at all. Lü Yizhong said, "The chief is implementing the Senate's new policies and naturally has plans for sweeping away the old and establishing the new. This humble official's shallow views are probably useless." Lü Yizhong smiled. "You speak wrongly. Without your explanations, how would I know who the tigers in this Guangzhou prefecture are?" He thought for a moment. "But there are priorities. We've just entered the city, and there's so much to begin from scratch. I don't know where to start." Lü Yizhong smiled ingratiatingly. The chief surely has strategies in mind already, but in this humble official's view, governance depends most on the art of clerk administration. Only when the clerks are properly managed can you command as easily as using your own arm. Right now, with the Heavenly Army having just recovered Guangzhou, carrying the prestige of victorious campaigns, the gentry families all have homes and businesses and won't openly oppose the Heavenly Army at this juncture. The chief's governance at this time will surely find them accepting whatever comes. But these clerks, having controlled the locality for years and relying on their family-transmitted secrets, consider manipulating the government their specialty. The chief must be on guard against them. These words contained private motives. Lü Yizhong was himself a jurin who had served as prefect. He harbored a natural aversion to the clerk class, seeming docile but actually insidious, sometimes even biting back. Toward his gentry peers, he naturally felt protective. Lü Yizhong considered this sensible. The gentry held great influence, but at this stage they wouldn't openly oppose the Senate. It was the clerks, the people who directly handled grassroots affairs and faced the commoners, who concerned him. His work in Guangzhou required their assistance, and if mismanaged, it would damage not only the Senate's interests but also the new government's credibility in Guangzhou. But he didn't want to discuss the handling of clerks too deeply in front of Lü Yizhong. He asked, "I wonder, in this Guangzhou city, which families are the prominent great families?" Chapter 1727. The prominent families of Guangzhou. This was a substantive question, and Lü Yizhong treated it seriously. After a moment's thought, he said, "The foremost gentry family in Guangzhou would have to be the family of Chen Jiexin." Lü Yizhong reviewed the materials in his memory, but he couldn't recall any gentry by that name. He asked, "Who is this person?" "Speaking of him, he is quite famous," Lü Yizhong said. "The Tanhua of the Jivai examination year under Wanli, former Right Vice Minister of Rights, lecturer before the Emperor," Lü Yizhong said. "Could you mean Chen Zizhuang?" Lü Yizhong nodded. "Indeed, it is Mr. Qiutao. His courtesy name is Jiesheng." Lü Yizhong vaguely recalled that the materials had mentioned Chen Zizhuang being imprisoned in the imperial prison by Changzhen for offending the emperor. Had he been released? He asked. "I remember he was imprisoned for displeasing the Ming emperor." "He returned last year," Lü Yizhong said. "Someone pleaded on his behalf, and it said the Empress Dowager also interceded for him. In April last year, he redeemed his sentence and returned home. However, he still carries the status of guilty official and rarely shows his face in the city, residing permanently in his villa on Baiyun Mountain." Lü Yizhong had originally known only that Chen Zizhuang was one of the 3 loyalists of Lingnan. He hadn't realized he was also the foremost gentry of Guangzhou city. Reflecting further, no one in the city could match his examination honors. He had been stripped of his post and reduced to commoner status for refusing to compromise with Wei Zhongxian. The year before last, he had been flogged at court and imprisoned for speaking frankly. He was simply a model of the late Ming scholar official. His status and appeal among the gentry could well be imagined. This man had participated in the anti-Qing resistance after the Ming's fall, fighting repeatedly despite repeated defeats. Eventually captured, he refused to surrender and was executed by the Manchu Qing with cruel torture. Before dying, he had even shouted, "Sawing a person requires a wooden board." His character was extremely unyielding. He would probably not be easy to deal with. Who comes next? That would be the Liang family. This family has deep connections with the Senate. Lü Yizhong knew he was speaking of Liang Kunhu's family. The earliest gentry they had connected with in Guangzhou was Liang Kunhu. Later, when establishing the charity hall and recruiting refugees in Guangzhou, the Liang family had contributed greatly, and interactions were quite close. Only after the Chiangmai campaign did the relationship between the two sides gradually cool. Nevertheless, the Liang family had always been directors of the charity hall, and they still exchanged courtesies for celebrations and condolences. In short, proper etiquette was maintained, though Liang Kunhu himself rarely visited Gu's residence anymore. You mean Liang Kunhu's family? Yes. His grandfather was the late Minister of Revenue Liang Renpu, and his father Liang Wendao served 2 terms as prefect. The Liang family has a tradition of scholarship and propriety, with imperial honors in every generation. The family possesses extensive land and property and is extremely particular about their clothing and utensils. They can be called a family of great wealth and nobility. Lü Yizhong spoke with enthusiasm. In terms of the elegance of gardens and pavilions, the beauty of concubines, the sumptuousness of food and drink, and the refinement of clothing and utensils, no second family in Guangzhou city can compare. He then mentioned several other famous gentry families in the city. Liu Xiang summarized their common characteristics. The leading figures among these gentry had imperial honors spanning several generations, at minimum a juren, usually a jinchi, and had held positions in both central and local government. By intervening in local administration and organizing charities, they wielded great influence over both gentry and commoners. Their families possessed vast wealth and held the status of both great landlords and major merchants. Their clans were enormous, with numerous offspring. Liu Xiang thought to himself, "This is a combination of gentry power, clan power, and discursive power." The gentry the Senate had encountered in Hainan mostly had insignificant examination honors and held minor offices. Even when there were a few gentry like Wang Honghui and Dingen, who were jinchi and had held high positions, because of Hainan's poor economic conditions and small population, their family power was often limited. Wang Honghui had risen to Minister of Rights in Nanjing, and his son had served as a prefect. Yet the Wang family had only managed to train 50 or 60 village militia in Longmei village. Even opposing the Senate, they couldn't have made much of a disturbance. Compared to them, the gentry in Guangzhou were like giants. Suppressing and eliminating them would be no easy task. Seeing his solemn expression, Lü Yizhong knew the Australians despised, even resented, gentry controlling localities. So he hastened to say, "The gentry and major households are people with homes and property." Even if they failed to recognize what was important in the past and were somewhat arrogant, as long as the chief shows them a clear path forward, demonstrates power and cherishes them with virtue, they will naturally bend like grass in the wind. Liu Xiang nodded. "So how should this be done?" "First, they must be put at ease," Lü Yizhong said. "I wonder, has the chief issued an order summoning the gentry of this city?" "Not yet." Liu Xiang had considered this, but felt it wasn't urgent enough to delegate to his subordinates. This matter should be handled quickly. Although the heavenly army entered the city without incident and the city is peaceful, it remains a change of dynasty. The gentry must be uneasy. We must calm their hearts quickly. As long as the gentry are at ease and not in turmoil, the common people won't be in turmoil either. It also cuts off many people's thoughts. Liu Xiang was puzzled. "What do you mean by cuts off thoughts?" "Every great clan has restless scions as well as those with foolish loyalty who simply won't understand. Now that the heavenly army has descended suddenly, people's hearts are anxious. They don't know what actions the Senate will take. In their suspicion and fear, they become vulnerable to incitement. If the chief puts their hearts at ease, even if there are a few restless individuals, the patriarchs will suppress them. How many are truly willing to gamble their lives and property on being loyal and unyielding? At that point, if any jumping clowns remain, the chief won't even need to investigate. People within their own clans will come forward to report them. Lü Yizhong smiled. Good, good. Mr. Lü is indeed a talent. Lü Yizhong hastened to demur. The chief praises me too much. However, how can we put their hearts at ease? Lü Yizhong had clearly thought this through. The gentry all hold academic degrees from the Ming state and have served in its offices. Suddenly changing to a new dynasty, they are inevitably apprehensive. In my humble opinion, the Senate might proclaim to the world that the great song recognizes all academic degrees from the Ming state. This will not only calm the hearts of the gentry, but also win the hearts of scholars throughout the realm. Lü Yizhong nodded slightly. This was indeed a powerful move. The Manchus had used the same tactic when they entered the pass. It could be called a masterstroke for winning over scholars. He hadn't thought of this in his original plan. Once such a policy was announced, it would inevitably reduce resistance to the Senate's pacification by proclamation in Guangzhou. However, the Senate disdained, even harbored hostility toward traditional intellectuals. Would proposing such a policy get him labeled a capitulationist? He hesitated. Lü Yizhong was perceptive. Seeing Lü Yizhong's silence, he gave a few dry laughs. This is merely a humble opinion of this lowly official, just a humble opinion. While Lü Yizhong and Lü Yizhong were talking, Guo Zier made her way to the rear quarters. The two female family members of Prefect Dong, who had contemplated suicide, were still there. Luggage and belongings had already been piled at the courtyard gate, with several National Army soldiers standing guard. Prefect Dong's servants and family members were still detained here, not yet transferred to Guangzhou Temple. The Planning Institute's special search team still needed to extract clues about hidden silver from them. Guo Zier greeted the guards and entered the courtyard. The main room was already empty. Standing at the door of the west wing, she called out, "Concubine Jiang, Concubine Jiang." The door curtain lifted, and a woman emerged. She was only in her early 30s with a plump figure and cloud-like hair, an oval face without makeup, graceful and charming, her allure undiminished. But she had suffered disaster. Her hair was disheveled, her face sallow. She came out hesitantly, lowered her head, and stood. "Miss Guo, did you call for me? Please come inside to talk." Guo Zier stepped in. The east wing had 3 rooms, one bright, 2 dark, the center for living, the sides for sleeping. Coming from a poor family, Guo Zier knew little about the ways of great households. But she understood that the east wing faced west, scorched by sun in summer, exposed to northwest winds in winter, the coldest in winter, hottest in summer. Concubine Jiang and her daughter living here revealed their status in the Dong household. The room's furnishings were simple, but the arrangement was neat and elegant, showing considerable care. Concubine Jiang invited her to sit. Guo Zier said, "No need. I'm just here to relay a message. The chief said he won't see you. He wants you to be at ease." She repeated Lü Yizhong's words and offered a few words of comfort. "Although your master is gone, you and your daughter still have to live. Don't take your own lives lightly. The Senate always gives everyone a way out. If you mother and daughter have difficulties, I will naturally report them on your behalf." The woman seemed somewhat disappointed and responded quietly. Suddenly, the curtain was flung aside, and a young girl emerged from within. She was only 15 or 16, wearing a lotus-colored vest with sky-blue borders and a narrow-sleeved long jacket. She curtsied generously to Guo Zier. "Blessings to you, miss. This servant knows the Australian master is busy and has no time for us. It's just that this servant has important military intelligence to report. If the Australian master learns of it, there will be great benefits." Guo Zier felt troubled hearing this. She didn't know what these great benefits might be, but she understood the weight of important military intelligence. If this girl had nothing important to say, wouldn't the chief blame her? Ordinarily, she shouldn't have taken on this matter. but seeing the pitiful state of mother and daughter, and recognizing concubine Jiang's accent as being from her own hometown, her heart had softened and she had agreed. She hesitated. "Miss Dong, can you tell me a little about this intelligence? The chief is very busy." "If it's nothing important," Miss Dong said, "go tell your master. I don't seek this meeting for revenge, nor to beg favors. I know the whereabouts of many high-ranking officials hiding in this Guangzhou prefecture. As long as he's willing to see me, he will certainly earn a great merit before the emperor of the great song." This startled Guo Zier somewhat. This girl's father had just committed suicide for the great Ming. Not only had her status as an official's daughter vanished, but her future was uncertain. Officials dying in office, their families stranded in foreign lands, suffering poverty and illness, even falling into brothels, such fates were common enough. The mother and daughter could now be said to bear both national hatred and family grievance concentrated in their persons. For such a girl to suddenly propose helping the Australians capture local, high officials, hiding among the populace, Guo Zier couldn't wrap her head around it. She didn't know how to respond. Yet the report sent just earlier had mentioned that several provincial officials of the Great Ming in Guangzhou City were unaccounted for, whereabouts unknown. They were being searched for. Chapter 1728. Surging waves. If she could truly provide leads, it would indeed be a great merit for the chief. Yet the matter was too incredible, and Guo Zier couldn't help but feel suspicious. She remembered that during training, the senator teaching the safety classes had warned them to be wary of natives using various pretexts to approach the chiefs, waiting for opportunities to assassinate them. Seemingly reading Guo Zier's thoughts, the young lady of the Dong family said, "Don't be afraid, miss. This servant is not the sort to risk her life as an assassin. If I were willing to die, I would have hanged myself already. Since I didn't want to die then, I certainly won't die now. If you're still worried, you may send a few capable maids to search this servant thoroughly." Guo Zier thought to herself that this woman talked big. She didn't seem like an ordinary official's daughter, so she said, "Miss Dong, the chief is occupied with a conversation at the moment. I will report to him when he is free." The young girl curtsied again. "Thank you, miss. You have a bodhisattva's heart. This servant is called Dong Mingdang. You may simply call me Mingdang from now on." Lü Yizhong talked with Lü Yizhong for over an hour before the latter departed, satisfied. Regardless of whether the Senate would adopt his suggestions, their attitude toward him was clearly one of reliance. Under the rule of the Senate of the Great Song, his future would not be too bleak. Liu Xiang felt far more conflicted. The gentry and traditional intellectuals were a critical issue they had to confront. Though the Senate granted almost complete authority in local administrative leadership, whether to him or Wen Daisy, this didn't mean he could act entirely according to his own ideas. If something went wrong, it would truly be a case of the higher you climb, the harder you fall. After seeing Lü Yizhong off, Liu Xiang's head felt muddled, so he stepped out for a walk. The courtyard was already bustling with activity. National Army soldiers were cleaning up. Piles of rubbish and garbage were being cleared from various places. Planning Institute staff were checking and registering useless furniture and furnishings one by one, moving them to the treasury for temporary storage. Sanitation personnel carried large buckets of disinfectant. Naturalized citizen employees tore open packaging paper and hung wooden signs, black characters on white backgrounds, at the door of each room. Others were carrying in office furniture, desks, chairs, and bunk beds. The once solemn, almost suffocating prefectural Yamen now hummed like a beehive, brimming with vitality and life. Directing this organized chaos was Wang Sangu, Chief of General Affairs for the city office. He wore a naturalized citizen uniform so knew it looked blue. He was already over 60. In the 17th century, this could be considered a long life. After emigrating from Beidu village, he had changed his name, from Gu meaning dog to Gu meaning surname. He was assigned odd jobs in the general office, born a slave harboring deep grievances, a lifelong bachelor with no children and no ties. exactly the sort of person the general office considered reliable. After years of working in general affairs, Wang Sangu had always been single-minded and diligent. Compared to his days as a slave to the Lin family in Beidou village, the general office was paradise. He had no other ambitions. The general office was his home. The more he worked, the more energetic he became, the younger he felt. Originally illiterate, he had even passed the Class C diploma examination. This Guangdong strategy required a large number of cadres. Though Wang Sangu was getting on in years, he was still promoted to deputy chief of the General Affairs section in the Guangzhou municipal government, specifically responsible for general affairs. At this moment, he beamed with joy, shouting and waving his hands. Seeing Lü Yizhong emerge, he hurried over. "Chief, I've been waiting for you." Lü Yizhong was puzzled. "What for?" "Hanging the sign," Wang Sangu said happily. "Our great Song Senate has recovered Guangzhou. There must be proper ceremony when hanging up this sign." Lü Yizhong thought, an unveiling ceremony. Just as the thought formed, Wang Sangu and the others surrounded him and guided him toward the great 8 characters wall of the prefectural Yamen. Many people had already gathered outside the Yamen gate. National Army soldiers and naturalized citizen cadres all wore beaming expressions. Beyond the cordon, Guangzhou citizens gathered like clouds. The fear induced by the overnight regime change had dissipated under the calm, peaceful takeover. Now they were eager to see what these long-renowned Australians and hair-shorn bandits actually looked like. Speaking of live Australians in the city, everyone only knew that shopkeeper Guo was one. But shopkeeper Guo looked no different from the wealthy merchants and major households of the great Ming. When Guangzhou was besieged, bold citizens had sneaked up the city walls to observe the great Song Navy below, seeing only soldiers in gray and blue uniforms. Not a single actual, real hair-shorn had been spotted. Now seeing a man surrounded by people emerge from the main gate, probably a real hair-shorn, the crowd studied him. He was only in his 30s, dark-skinned with a capable physique. He wore just a thick short jacket with front buttons. The style was no different from the surrounding fake hair-shorn, though the material was stiffer. The crowd couldn't help but feel disappointed. This great Song's uniform was really quite shabby. How could Lü Yizhong know the thoughts churning in the onlookers' minds? Wang Sangu asked him to say a few words. Lü Yizhong hadn't prepared anything, but someone dragged over a packing crate for him to stand on. He surveyed the people before the gate and said loudly, "Comrades, citizens of Guangzhou, today marks the establishment of our Senate's Guangzhou Special City Military Control Commission. From this day forward, Guangzhou, this city renowned for 1,000 years, has returned to the hands of my great Song and my Senate. We will work together to rebuild a prosperous, hygienic, and civilized new Guangzhou here, using this as the foundation to rebuild the divine land." As his voice fell, Wang Sangu lit a string of 10,000-count firecrackers. Amid the crackling, 2 naturalized citizens hung the wooden sign reading, "Guangzhou Special City Municipal Government," black characters on a white background, at the main gate. The naturalized citizens and National Army soldiers applauded together. Those naturalized citizens from Lingao were especially overcome with emotion. Wang Sangu was so delighted he could scarcely find words. He remembered that he had drifted alone all his life. No wife, no children, a solitary person. Only in his twilight years had he been taken in by the Senate and finally experienced what it meant to be treated as human. Now, watching the senator stand before the Guangzhou prefectural Yamen and hang up the sign, he burst into tears of excitement and raised his arms, shouting, "Long live the Senate!" Following his cry, naturalized citizens and soldiers shouted together, "Long live the Senate!" Countless rifles with fixed bayonets rose high like a forest of steel. The shouts of "Long live" rolled out from the center of Guangzhou like a tide, wave after wave, beating against the entire city. In a residence elsewhere in the city, the roars, like mountains calling and seas answering, drifted faintly through the walls. Several men who had been feasting paused with wine cups suspended, listening intently to the blurred tumult. The courtyard fell still, dead quiet. The cheers and shouts took a long time to fade into the air. A young man in his 30s sighed deeply. I never expected this day to come. Gathering all the iron of the 9 provinces cannot forge such a colossal mistake. His voice was anguished. Those beside him couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Another man offered consolation. Young Master Liang needn't blame himself. For the hair-shorn bandits to reach this day, from the lords at court down to the officials in Guangzhou, I fear no one can escape blame. The one who had spoken of iron of the 9 provinces was Liang Kunhu. This young Juran from an aristocratic family had no interest in officialdom. Under the pretext of caring for his elderly parents, he traveled about all year, living a low-key, secretive, and luxurious life. Liang Kunhu said, "That may be true, but when the hair-shorn bandits first came to Guangzhou, I should never have been beguiled by them and actually become their accomplice. Otherwise, how could they have gained a foothold in Guangzhou? How could they have recruited so many refugees from this city to form an army?" The man consoling him was Lin Zongxiu. He said, "Young Master Liang, the hair-shorn bandits had that old traitor Gaozhu guiding them, and Gaozhu had eunuch Yang as a backer. Even if you had seen through their true nature, what use would it have been? The world is full of people who forget righteousness for profit." Liang Kunhu remained silent, silently draining the wine in his cup. It didn't taste like the 100-flower spring of Ram City. It tasted like a cup of bitter gall. Huang Bingkun, who sat nearby, couldn't help but interject. The hair-shorn bandits are not only masters at deceiving the world and stealing fame, they're also skilled at confusing hearts and playing with the common people as if they were toys. I fear it won't be long before Guangzhou becomes like Lingao, no longer the king's land of the great Ming. Liang Kunhu said, "The hair-shorn bandits have only entered Guangzhou city. I don't know about the other prefectures and counties." Lin Zongxiu shook his head. "How many troops can the prefectures and counties muster? The hair-shorn bandits entered through the Great East Gate, and the mobile training camp outside the city showed no reaction whatsoever. Presumably, everyone understood what he left unsaid. The previous night, not a single cannon shot had been heard throughout all of Guangzhou, nor a single battle cry. When they woke, the flag on the city wall had already changed. Needless to say, the officers and soldiers had already surrendered. Not a single man among them. Liang Kunhu shook his head in anguish. The hair-shorn bandits have been operating in Guangzhou for years. The Great World is built just outside the Great East Gate, less than half an hour from the East Pass district. The terror from their Pearl River invasion still lingers. The officers and soldiers fear their sharp ships and cannons as if they were tigers." Lin Zongxiu sighed. Even if the soldiers dared to fight, how many volleys could they withstand? Liang Kunhu fell into silence again. He realized Lin Zongxiu was right. The fighting will of the officers and soldiers wouldn't have changed the outcome of Guangzhou's fall. In fact, the Pearl River battle had already revealed it. Guangzhou was simply a ripe fruit. The hair-shorn bandits could pluck it whenever they wished. "I wonder if Viceroy Xing has noticed anything," Huang Bingkun said. "We should try to notify him to prepare. Viceroy Xing prefers pacification above all else. Asking him to organize the army and prepare for war, I think it will be difficult." Liang Kunhu looked worried. Jiaqing is a strategic pass for the 2 provinces, with dangerous terrain. It holds the geographical advantage of the little 3 gorges. If preparations can be made early, the hair-shorn bandits may not be able to break through. If Jiaqing is not lost, western Guangdong can be preserved, and there will still be room to retrieve the situation later. Lin Zongxiu spoke with fervor. Eastern Guangdong still has the troops of the Nanao Vice-General available. When soldiers are strong and provisions sufficient, they can coordinate from east and west to pincer the hair-shorn bandits. Though I lack talent, I am willing to go to Jiaqing to warn Viceroy Xing." Huang Bingkun declared resolutely. There was no point in him staying here. If he had to continue compromising under hair-shorn rule, he might as well have stayed in Lingao. Why had he even come? Chapter 1729. Secret Plot. Liang Kunhu nodded. It is rare for Second Master Huang to harbor such loyal and patriotic sentiments. However, sending a warning requires only a messenger. Young Master Huang possesses great talent and understands the hair-shorn bandit's situation. You are a rare asset for the court. I have more important matters that require your abilities. Huang Bingkun hastened to say, as long as it benefits the country and the people, I am at young Master Liang's command. The tide in Guangzhou has turned against us. The hair-shorn bandits' morale is high and unstoppable. The government troops have neither combat power nor fighting spirit. The only resource available now is the hearts of the people. Liang Kunhu spoke in a low voice. But the hair-shorn bandits are habitually skilled at confusing people with empty words. The commoners are bewitched as if drunk or dreaming. Even if a sage were reborn, he couldn't explain the truth to them. Huang Bingkun felt that whenever the hearts of the people were discussed, the hair-shorn bandits always emerged victorious. Heh, that is not so, Liang Kunhu countered. The hair-shorn bandits have just landed and their foothold is not yet secure. This is precisely the time to mobilize the righteous army. A hint of excitement crept into his voice. This place is unlike Guangzhou. Here the king's influence has long held sway. There are many gentry and scholars. As long as we explain the great principles and leaders step forward, we need not worry. The righteous army will rise like bees. Liang Kunhu's plan was to have Huang Bingkun travel to the more remote county towns in the Pearl River Delta to mobilize the righteous army. He estimated that the Australians couldn't have many troops. The officials in various counties were either paralyzed by fear of the enemy or simply following the prevailing wind. In the short term, they would inevitably opt for pacification by proclamation. Since the hair-shorn bandits lacked sufficient forces, they couldn't disperse their strength to garrison every county. Therefore, the counties would either have no garrison at all or only token forces. They were all playing the empty fort strategy. I heard young Master Huang say that every time the hair-shorn bandits occupy a place, they recruit fake hair-shorn to respectfully transform it, Liang Kunhu said. The hair-shorn bandits have achieved everything they have today entirely by relying on ignorant, unruly people who defect and serve as their vanguard. We cannot give them that opportunity. They had to seize the time before the hair-shorn bandits could recruit fake hair-shorn on a large scale, sending people out to organize and mobilize local gentry and powerful families. These men typically recruited village militia, and once gathered, could raise thousands of men instantly. As long as they eliminated the magistrates and small garrisons dispatched by the hair-shorn bandits, the momentum of the righteous army would surge dramatically. The commoners in each county would no longer dare to be incited by the bandits. From one county to several, then from several to all corners, it would spread like wildfire across the prairie. At that point, the hair-shorn bandits will have only a few thousand troops, struggling desperately on all fronts. At most, they'll simply be trapped inside Guangzhou City. Trade severed, food and supplies insufficient. What use will their sharp ships and cannons be then? Once the imperial army arrives, they will inevitably flee back to Guangzhou. Huang Bingkun found the plan viable. Though the hair-shorn bandits' army excelled at fighting, their numbers were pitifully small, certainly insufficient to control territory as vast as Guangdong. If a situation of the entire province raising the righteous army together could truly be created, the hair-shorn bandits would have no time to slowly cultivate their own power base. This plan is excellent, but Huang Bingkun hesitated. I am an outsider. When I arrive in these counties, how can I gain the gentry's trust? How can I persuade them to take up arms? You needn't worry about that, Liang Kunhu said. I have suitable people locally. They simply lack familiarity with the hair-shorn bandit situation and need you, their military counselor, to assist. Huang Bingkun felt a surge of excitement. Though he was only a Ziyukai, he had fought many battles alongside his father in the past, against bandits, against pirates, and in armed feuds with neighboring villages over water sources. His courage remained intact. Living submissively under the hair-shorn bandits' pressure all these years, He had long harbored a belly full of fire. Hearing that he would lead the righteous army into battle, he couldn't help but feel heroic. He stood, clasped his hands, and declared, "I dare not spare my body and will certainly not disgrace the mission." Liang Kun, who nodded with an appreciative expression, raised his wine cup and said, "Second Master Huang, I toast you." Lin Zengxiu hurriedly added, "I toast you as well." But in his heart he breathed a sigh of relief. The three drained their cups in one gulp. Huang Bingkun said, "There is one more matter I would ask young Master Liang to consider. Speak freely. We are raising the righteous army for the country and the people, but we still require the court's imprimatur to rally support." Second Master Huang needn't worry about this. I will send someone to handle it. Among the lords at court there have long been those who saw through the wolfish ambitions of the hair-shorn bandits. Among the local gentry of Guangzhou there are also high-minded scholars who hold the bandits in contempt. "Good," Huang Bingkun declared. "This matter should be done urgently, not delayed. Please make the arrangements, young master. I will depart tomorrow. Don't be hasty." Liang Kun, who cautioned, "Though the four gates of Guangzhou do not currently prohibit pedestrians, inspection is very strict. Since you must carry my letter, it would be disastrous if it were discovered. Wait a few days for the gate restrictions to ease, and I will send a special person to see you off. Don't return to your lodgings these few days. Rest here instead. I will send someone to your quarters to handle matters, bringing your servant boy and luggage together. They will accompany you when the time comes. He is not my household servant, but a gift from a friend in Guangzhou. He hasn't received much grace from me. My mission involves the dangers of war. If he accompanies me, he may not exert his utmost effort and might become a burden instead. Please dismiss him on my behalf, young Master Liang. He can return to his original master's household or seek his living independently." "That won't do. Handling it that way might reveal your whereabouts. I think he should simply remain at my residence." Liang Kun, who said, "I will send capable servants to accompany you." "Many thanks, young Master Liang." The three discussed matters at length, talking through countermeasures now that the hair-shorn bandits had entered the city. Liang Kun, who sent someone to escort Huang Bingkun to the guest quarters to rest. Then he conferred privately with Lin Zengxiu. "The hair-shorn bandits will certainly summon the city's gentry in the next few days. The others don't matter, but Mr. Qiutao concerns me most." Chen Zizhuang was the foremost gentry of Guangzhou City and enjoyed an immense reputation. His attitude would influence many others. Lin Zengxiu said, puzzled, "Young master worries too much, surely. Though Mr. Qiutao offended the emperor, right and wrong, loyalty and treachery, these can still be distinguished clearly." Liang Kun, who said, "That is not my concern. How would I dare doubt Mr. Qiutao's moral convictions? It's only that he too has a family. If he harbors any thought of dealing with the bandits perfunctorily, circling around them evasively, the hair-shorn bandits will have achieved their goal." Lin Zengxiu considered this. Chen Zizhuang wouldn't necessarily commit suicide for the country merely because Guangzhou had fallen. When the hair-shorn bandits came to invite him to a meeting, he would likely at most plead illness and refuse, shutting his doors to guests. He couldn't openly defy the bandits, and the hair-shorn bandits could exploit even that. In that case, we need to ask him to lie low for a while. Liang Kun, who said, "The immediate plan is to notify him quickly to hide." "I must trouble you with this." Lin Zengxiu was startled, "but I have no prior acquaintance with him. Given Chen Zizhuang's status and position, a merchant's son with insignificant examination credentials like Lin Zengxiu couldn't possibly gain access to him." "Why would you need prior acquaintance?" Young Master Liang laughed. "Your family runs a restaurant. Simply go to him under the pretext of delivering a banquet. I have a letter here. He will certainly see you then." He lowered his voice. "This matter is of great importance. I dare not entrust the letter to others. I can only ask you to make the trip personally." Since he put it that way, Lin Zengxiu could only say, "I will go tomorrow." Liang Kun, who nodded, then asked, "Of those people in your Yuyuan society, how many are reliable and how many are not?" The Yuyuan society was a mixed bag. Though most members held the attitude of using barbarian skills to control barbarians, There was no lack of spiritually hair-shorn who admired hair-shorn studies and prostrated themselves before the Australians. This question made it difficult for Lin Zengxiu to answer. He thought for a moment. Except for a few individuals, most are still reliable. The hair-shorn bandits are now openly rebels. No matter how confused someone might be, would they really serve thieves with their own bodies? Young Master Liang shook his head. They are reliable now, but in a few days that may change. Serving thieves with one's body, acknowledging a thief as father, these are common occurrences throughout history. Even in the roving bandits' armies, there are many from the robed class. He picked up a piece of roast duck, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. The society is full of scholars. The hair-shorn bandits have just entered the city and everything awaits doing. What they lack is talent. Lin Zengxiu shivered. You mean the hair-shorn bandits will lure them with false positions? That is certain. Liang Kunhu sneered. Don't be deceived because they haven't held imperial examinations in Guangzhou for years and only ran schools. That was because Guangzhou didn't have enough scholars. Now that they're in Guangzhou, they will inevitably recruit scholars under the guise of holding examinations to gather talent. When that happens, how can children from poor families resist? Ordinary scholars are one thing, but everyone in your society is versed in hair-shorn studies. Once they accept false positions, the harm will be severe. Lin Zengxiu considered this and realized it was indeed true. He said urgently, "Then what should we do?" Young Master Liang produced a leather document case from a drawer, extracting several DeLong bank drafts and a list. These are DeLong drafts. Your family runs a restaurant, so large withdrawals won't attract attention. Distribute them one by one according to this list. Consider it a subsidy from the society. Naturally, you must also offer a few hints. Don't let the desire for fame and fortune cloud their judgment. They might end up with the heart to take but no life to enjoy. Liang Kunhu spoke grimly. I understand, Lin Zengxiu said solemnly. Liang Kunhu pressed his hand to his forehead. These days, people's hearts are no longer what they were. Without silver, one cannot take a step forward. Even loyalty must be maintained with silver. He sighed endlessly as he spoke. Lin Zengxiu remained silent. Suddenly, young Master Liang asked, What about Wu Ming? Lin Zengxiu was startled. Him. He is very interested in hair-shorn studies and quite clever. I've heard he has dealings with the hair-shorn bandits at the Great World. Liang Kunhu was silent for a long moment, then said, Let me think further. That person is probably unreliable, Lin Zengxiu said. He has always been disrespectful toward the court and careless in speech. This is understandable. He prides himself on being smarter than ordinary people and writes brilliant essays, yet he repeatedly fails the examinations. To this day, he hasn't even obtained the status of a supplementary student. Liang Kunhu sighed. Haven't you heard that essays have their own fate? He cannot see through this point, so naturally he harbors resentment. I originally intended to help him in this examination session, but heaven did not grant my wish, Lin Zengxiu said. That is also his lack of fortune. Whether he has fortune or not aside, he cannot be employed at this moment. What a pity, Liang Kunhu felt it was a waste. If he had helped Wu Ming enter the academy this time, publicly, the man would have obtained court honors. Privately, he would have been in Liang's debt. He naturally wouldn't be seduced by the hair-shorn bandits. This person is proficient in hair-shorn studies and clever. He could have been a great asset to us. Chapter 1730. Dong Mingdang. He might not necessarily be unusable, Lin Zengxiu said. Now that the court is in trouble, if he steps forward, the court will naturally grant him a future. Liang Kunhu nodded but said nothing more, seemingly pondering something. Lin Zengxiu waited respectfully for him to speak. On the surface, the Lin and Liang families appeared to share only a merchant-client relationship, but secretly they were deeply connected. The major financial backer behind the restaurant the Lin family operated was the Liang family. Theirs was a case of possessing the reality of master and servant without the name. After a long while, Liang Kunhu said, Let's discuss this matter later. For now, keep trying to win him over. Doesn't he have dealings with the hair-shorn bandits? You can learn more about their activities through him. I understand. From now on, simply conduct business and live your life as usual. If anything arises, I will send someone to find you. If you need to see me, go to visit Spring Courtyard and ask Yuyuan to relay a message. I will make arrangements." Young Master Liang said, "I intend to live in seclusion for a while." "Is Miss Yuyuan reliable?" Lin Zengxiu was somewhat worried. Liang Kunhu replied, "Her entire family, young and old, is in the palm of my hand." Just as he spoke, a figure suddenly flashed across the wall. Lin Zengxiu, already harboring a guilty conscience, couldn't help but cry out, "Who's there?" "It is the servant girl Suyu." With the voice came a tall, slender maid, carrying a jade-green plate piled with various fruits. Liang Kunhu said, "Don't worry. Those who have sought refuge with me in this generation can only serve in the outer courtyard. The inner courtyard employs old people who have received grace for several generations. Those permitted to enter here are loyal servants who can be entrusted with life and death. Words from outside do not enter, and words from inside do not go out." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu knelt and kowtowed. "Thank you, young master." Liang Kunhu made a slight gesture, and the maid withdrew. Lin Zengxiu praised, "Brother Liang indeed manages his household well." After saying it, he realized the remark was oddly inappropriate. Managing the household was, after all, a woman's duty. Using it to praise a Juran master living at home carried a hint of mockery. Liang Kunhu took no offense. He said calmly, family and state are actually one body. As the saying goes, if one cannot sweep a room, how can one sweep the world? If one cannot even manage one's own household, how can one serve court and country? I govern my household with military discipline. Controlling subordinates requires only two principles. First, strictness. Regardless of whether you are a new person or an old hand, favored or disgraced, if you make a mistake, you will be punished by family law. Second, benevolence. Those serving in my residence receive monthly wages and rations 2 or 3 times higher than servants elsewhere. Everyone's family is amply provided for. The old are cared for, the young educated. Servants who fall ill receive doctors. Those who pass away are given coffins and graves. Governing the household thus, there is no worry that everyone won't serve willingly and work themselves to the bone." Lin Zengxiu said, half flattering, half genuinely admiring, "Young master has great talent." Liang Kunhu smiled slightly, "You may go." After seeing Lin Zengxiu off, his personal page boy came over and whispered a few words in his ear. Liang Kunhu nodded. "It is not suitable for me to come forward in this matter. Tell Master Mai to speak with him." The Guangzhou Prefectural Yamen, now the Guangzhou Special City Municipal Government, was brightly lit. The staff of the municipal government worked intensely. A gas lamp brought from the old time-space hung in Lü Yizhong's office, illuminating the entire room brilliantly. The large red sandalwood table serving as his desk was piled with documents. Lü Yizhong had been frantically busy these past few days, arranging takeover matters, establishing various operations, sorting through asset documents, reviewing endless paperwork, meeting endless people. Rising at the 5th watch and sleeping at midnight every day, his face had shrunk a size. Hearing the 2nd watch struck on the drum tower outside. At present, Guangzhou City had not yet established a new timekeeping system and still employed the system of morning bells and evening drums, firing a cannon at noon and striking the watches at night. Simultaneously, a strict curfew had been promulgated to prevent sabotage under cover of darkness. Streetlights and large clocks, 2 necessities of modern cities, were non-existent in Guangzhou. Lü Yizhong set down the red and blue pencil in his hand. Rising to stretch, he had just finished reading Lin Baiguang's implementation plan for public security rectification in Guangzhou. As the former host of the Guangzhou City Operation Department, Lin Baiguang knew the city's basic situation intimately. Therefore, after entering the city, he had been appointed director of the Guangzhou Comprehensive Governance Office, a department managing nearly everything from city appearance and sanitation to public security. In this report and its thick appendix, Lü Yizhong saw numerous problems listed as urgently needing solution, all-encompassing, really. These were also issues the citizens had reacted strongly to, matters concerning their vital interests, traffic problems, sanitation problems, public security problems. The big city diseases of the 21st century all appeared in similar forms in 17th century Guangzhou. And the original government agencies of one prefecture and 2 counties had been profoundly negligent in city management, or could even be said to have let things drift. Many problems had persisted for decades, even centuries. Being a mayor is really not easy, Lü Yizhong said, patting his dizzy head. He decided to meet with Lin Baiguang tomorrow to discuss selecting a few livelihood issues that were relatively simple to address yet capable of producing sensational results. On one hand, this would demonstrate the new municipal government's efficiency. On the other, it would give the Guangzhou citizens an impression of a new atmosphere in the new dynasty. Guo Zier walked in. "Chief, supper is ready. Will you eat now?" "Bring it in." Lü Yizhong felt his stomach was indeed empty. "I'll read documents a while longer after eating, then rest." While eating the white porridge Guo Zier brought, he suddenly remembered something. "Has that dong Mingdang gone to sleep yet? If not, have her come see me." He had been spinning like a top these past few days and hadn't found time to see her. Finishing work a bit early today, he recalled the matter. To be honest, he didn't much care about the hidden Ming officials. Dong Mingdang wanted to report. Though inspection confirmed that several provincial-level officials were indeed missing, neither confirmed alive nor found dead. Lü Yizhong wasn't particularly concerned about whether they could be caught. First, they were of little use anymore. Second, he believed that with the Senate's security apparatus, as long as they remained within the city, they would be dragged out sooner or later. The upcoming household registration check would be enough to expose them. But this young woman's persistence in trying every means to see him had piqued his curiosity. Now he scrutinized Dong Mingdang, who had been brought before him. He watched her enter openly, first kowtowing to him, then rising to stand before him. Though her gaze was slightly lowered, she lacked the coyness of small women in this era who would bow their heads nearly 90 degrees when encountering a strange man. She wasn't in mourning. Her clothes were plain-colored but exquisitely made and beautiful, and her hair was neatly combed. Where was the appearance of someone whose father had just died? Lü Yizhong was surprised. He asked, "You are Dong Mingdang?" "This servant is." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, her answer crisp and neat. This gave Lü Yizhong a slight favorable impression. He looked carefully. Dong Mingdang wasn't tall, but her figure was well-proportioned. She had a clean oval face, wore no makeup, and possessed about 60 or 70% beauty. "I heard you want to report the whereabouts of officials in the city," Lü Yizhong asked slowly. "Now that you've seen me, tell me everything in full detail." Dong Mingdang said, "Actually, this servant doesn't know the whereabouts of any hidden officials." Lü Yizhong was stunned. Guo Zier wore an expression of disbelief. No one had yet dared to deceive a chief so blatantly. The fate of many who deceived the chiefs was either death or being slowly tortured to death in minds worse than death. This girl had such nerve. She suddenly felt a sour distension in her lower abdomen, a feeling of being unable to hold her bladder, deeply regretting her meddling to report on this girl's behalf. Though Guo Zier had been a student at Meadow School for a few years and trained in the maid training class for several months, she still couldn't help falling to her knees with a thump. "This servant deserves to die. Get up, this is none of your business." Lü Yizhong barked, then turned to Dong Mingdang. "Since you don't know, why did you say you did? This is a military matter, not to be joked about." If this servant hadn't claimed to have important military intelligence, how could your excellency possibly have seen a little woman like me? Dong Mingdang kept her head lowered as she spoke respectfully. Lü Yizhong nodded. "You have seen me now. If you have something important to say, say it. If it concerns your father's funeral arrangements, you needn't worry. We will handle everything properly. As for you mother and daughter, you needn't worry either. Many thanks for your excellency's benevolence. This servant didn't seek to see your excellency for that purpose, but rather out of a wish to serve the great song, Dong Mingdang said with deference. Lü Yizhong hesitated momentarily, wanting to tell her to say that again, but then thought better of it. Truth be told, over the years he had seen quite a few men and women actively seeking to defect to the Senate, but a situation like Dong Mingdang's was a first. Miss Dong, you bear national hatred and family grievance against my great Song Senate. Now you propose to serve us. How can we believe you? Dong Mingdang nodded. Your Excellency speaks truly. It is unreasonable both emotionally and logically. Even if it were genuine, you probably wouldn't dare employ such a heartless person. However, Master Dong was not my father. It turned out Dong Mingdang was a child from her mother's previous marriage. Her birth family had been small landlords in some county in Shandong. When Master Dong was serving as magistrate in Henan, he had coveted her mother's beauty and colluded with bandits to murder her father's entire family. He had snatched her mother away as a concubine. She had been young at the time and, being a girl, was permitted to accompany her mother, only at concubine Jiang's bitter pleading, counted as Master Dong's adopted daughter. Lü Yizhong found this somewhat hard to believe. The background was too extraordinary. He couldn't help but ponder. Dong Mingdang said, "This servant knows your excellency naturally won't take my word for it, and my mother's testimony probably counts for nothing either. However, most of the Dong household servants are still here. His personal attendant, Dong Tou, who aided the tyrant in his oppression, is still alive. You may send someone to interrogate him and ask whether what this servant says is false." Lü Yizhong said, "Regardless of whether what you've said is true or false, serving the Senate requires going through proper procedures. It cannot be decided by my word alone." He thought for a moment. "I am not being dismissive. My Senate operates differently from the great Ming. Everything has rules and regulations. No single person's word is law. If you truly intend to join the great song, in a few days my Senate will recruit worthy talents in Guangzhou, regardless of gender. As long as you pass the review, you will become a naturalized citizen." Chapter 17:31. Roll call. Dong Mingdang lowered her head. "Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. I only ask that you issue a document permitting my mother and me to remain in Guangzhou. The Senate has established a policy for the families of Ming officials," Lü Yizhong replied. "Those who wish to return home will receive travel expenses. Those who prefer to stay may do so. After the review concludes, you'll be free to go wherever you please." "Your Excellency's grace is boundless." Dong Mingdang hesitated before continuing. "It's only that my mother and I are now orphans and widows, without livelihood or anyone to look after us. I beg Your Excellency to show additional mercy. Please return a few servants along with our personal property. Any servants willing to follow you may do so freely. We won't make difficulties. As for your private savings, they must be audited first. In principle, anything within acceptable limits can be returned." Dong Mingdang knelt and kowtowed deeply. "Your Excellency's kindness is beyond measure." When Guo Zier emerged from the office and saw Dong Mingdang's still composed expression, she couldn't help but complain. "You really caused me trouble today." Dong Mingdang took her arm and smiled. "It was all my rashness, elder sister. I troubled you terribly." As she spoke, she pressed a handkerchief bundle into Guo Zier's palm. "Thanks to your help," she whispered. "I will never forget it. A small trinket, just a token of my gratitude." Guo Zier recoiled as if burned. "No, no, don't get me in trouble." Thinking Guo Zier found the gift inadequate, Dong Mingdang lifted a corner of the handkerchief. Inside lay a gold hair ornament with an emerald begonia pendant, worth at least 200 or 300 taels of silver. Yet Guo Zier still refused. Afraid of attracting attention with further back and forth, Dong Mingdang tucked the bundle away. "Elder sister is too polite. You leave me truly uneasy. Don't mention it." Though Guo Zier could recognize the jewelry's luxury and was tempted, she dared not accept it. Thinking of the young woman's pitiful circumstances, sympathy welled up in her. "My hometown was originally in Shandong too, same as your mother's. Helping a little is only natural," she sighed. I didn't expect your life to be so miserable. Now that you're mother and daughter without a man to support the household, the days ahead won't be easy. Keep it for living expenses. I'll still need elder sister's care in the future." Dong Mingdang curtsied again before departing. Back in her room, Dong Mingdang summarized her meeting with Lü Yizhong to her mother, then added, "Lord Liu has permitted us to take away a few servants. I've been thinking, we mother and daughter have only one personal attendant and one maid between us. Even taking both, 4 women cannot support a household." Concubine Jiang nodded silently. She was not old, barely past 30, and possessed a graceful beauty that surpassed even her daughters. Yet she had never been favored in the Dong household. She had borne no sons, and her dull, unengaging personality meant Master Dong rarely visited her chambers. Without favor came diminished treatment. While other women had an attendant and 2 maids, concubine Jiang had only 1 maid. Though they could take their servants, without a man in the family, 2 women living alone would inevitably attract unwanted attention. For a widow without husband's family or natal relatives to offer protection, harassment and worse were constant threats. Some predators made their living kidnapping unprotected widows to sell. "I've been observing Dong Xiang, who served in the master's study," Dong Mingdang said thoughtfully. "He's clever and rare for a man genuinely dutiful. He's never married. Lanner is already 20. Why not match them? The couple can manage external affairs while we preside over the household. Neither is local, and in these chaotic times they won't be thinking of returning home." "That seems appropriate, Danger," concubine Jiang agreed. "But if we stay in Guangzhou, how will we make a living?" Worry creased her brow. Master Dong's hometown was obviously out of the question. Concubine Jiang's own relatives hadn't been contacted in years. With the endless disasters in the north, they might not even be alive. As a low-ranking concubine, she had no income beyond her monthly allowance. She had a little saved, some jewelry and antiques, but sitting idle while consuming one's savings was no long-term plan. Dong Mingdang spoke with quiet confidence. "Mother, Guangzhou is a prosperous place with silver everywhere for those willing to work. The Australians act with great method and will surely achieve greatness. Following behind them, we'll have plenty of opportunities. Please don't worry about our livelihood. I have plans." Concubine Jiang had never been one for decisive opinions. Seeing her daughter speak so logically and having no better ideas herself, she agreed. Early the next morning, Dong Mingdang packed her luggage and prepared to leave for Guangzhou Temple. Having delayed several days on pretense, she arrived after the other household members and servants had already departed. The Planning Institute search team, having already recovered Prefect Dong's hidden silver, had left only a handful of people to catalog worthless household items. Between this and Guo Zier's presence, the inspection of the Dong mother and daughter's belongings was perfunctory. Dong Mingdang did her best to humor Guo Zier, and knowing she wouldn't accept expensive gifts, presented her with a Sichuan fan from her own collection. This time, Guo Zier accepted. Lü Yizhong, naturally, had no energy to pay attention to the friendship developing between his secretary and Dong Mingdang. He had far too much on his hands. At that moment, he was receiving the clerks and runners of the 3 classes and 6 departments of Guangzhou Prefecture in the main hall. Today was their first day to answer roll call at the new Guangzhou municipal government. The Senate's basic principle for the takeover was to temporarily preserve the old state machinery. While they had built a clean and relatively efficient administrative system on Hainan Island and trained many cadres, these were far from sufficient for a city of Guangzhou's size. Lü Yizhong's immediate priority was ensuring the 1 prefecture, and 2 counties' clerk and runner teams worked stably, maintaining urban order and basic functions. Clerks and runners occupied the lowest rungs of society, yet they handled most administrative affairs in ancient cities. Their familiarity with the city far exceeded ordinary citizens. Despite their notoriously harmful practices, Lü Yizhong couldn't simply sweep them out. He had to utilize them. To this end, he and Lin Beiguang had established basic principles for handling the clerk system in several pre-entry meetings. Strike at typical examples, educate and retain the majority. Retained personnel would be treated with position without power, fully utilized, then gradually eliminated over 3 to 5 years. Active elements would be converted into formal naturalized citizen cadres. Since the Tang and Song dynasties, clerks had been infamous as treacherous and evil and cunning. Whether an official was clean or corrupt, opposing the clerks meant he couldn't serve peacefully, much less achieve anything. Though Lin Beiguang supported the preserve the old machinery policy, he remained deeply wary of this group. The clerk's greatest weapon for coercing officials, the old system, with its precedents and regulations, no longer applied under the new administration. Yet their familiarity with bureaucratic operations still gave them power to do harm. Even the Senate's own cadres could fall into their traps through carelessness. Mistakes can be corrected, Lin Beiguang had reminded Lü Yizhong, but once popular support is lost, it's nearly impossible to retrieve. Pay special attention not to be used by them, doing bad things with good intentions. History is full of such examples. In the end, the ones being cursed will be the Senate and you. Lü Yizhong intended to fully utilize their capabilities without letting them trap him. I've considered this, he had replied. First, we establish authority. A new official needs 3 fires, and I think the first should burn right here in this Yamen. Looking at the materials you've given me, there's plenty to work with. We start by eliminating the chief evils. Pick a few from the 3 classes and 6 departments who have committed notorious crimes and aroused public anger, then hang them from lampposts. The rest will understand. Don't underestimate them. The harm of clerks has lasted 1,000 years, from Tang and Song through the Republic. Every era's incorruptible officials and wise monarchs have been helpless against them. I've investigated. Many clerk families have passed down the trade for generations, some since the Song dynasty. It's hereditary craft. You must be not just careful, but meticulous. Now Lü Yizhong sat in his office with eyes closed, resting. On his desk lay case files, black materials all. Today, relying on these, he would begin his killing spree. Though this contradicted the Senate's advocacy of rule of law, he was currently director of the Guangzhou Military Control Commission. According to the backdoor opened by the Law Society, military control meant martial law. As director, he also served as Grand Judge of the Guangzhou Military Court, effectively speaking the law himself. A doorkeeper on duty ran over, panting and covered in sweat. "Your Excellency, it's 9 o'clock. Shall we ascend?" "Ascend." Lü Yizhong checked his watch and stood abruptly. "Tell the gatekeepers to fire the cannon. Guard personnel to posts fully armed." He checked his reflection carefully, his hair, his new navy blue Sun Yat-sen suit. The general office tailors could finally produce decent ones. Smoothing out wrinkles, he walked out slowly toward the rear of the main hall. Gu Zier and 2 armed guards followed close behind. The doorkeeper had arrived ahead and stood bowing at the side door. The main hall was already solemn and murderous, packed with people. Along the public desk, 24 National Army soldiers and 24 National Army Japanese squad soldiers lined up in 2 columns extending to the door of the rear hall. The regular soldiers grounded their rifles with gleaming bayonets. The Japanese squad wore bright red surcoats bearing iron fist crests, dual swords at their waists, standing erect and unblinking. More than 10 scribes in neat robes and boots stood on the west side of the hall pillars. On the east side stood the foremen of the 3 classes and their runners, distinguished by their clothing, awaiting orders. A chair had been set to the left of the public desk, where Wei Bifu, counselor of the Guangzhou municipal government, was seated. On the right sat Lü Yizhong, the newly appointed secretary of the External Liaison Department. Seeing such a formation, the clerks and runners felt their unease deepen. New officials always came with fires to set, let alone during a change of dynasty. How would this Australian Lord Liu set his? Some, knowing their sins were great, felt terror building. Yet this ancestral rice bowl couldn't be abandoned. It represented not merely livelihood and enrichment, but survival itself. At the dawn of a new dynasty, failing to integrate into the system and losing its protective umbrella meant that accumulated enemies, old and new, would erupt at once. Families would be ruined, lives lost. The main hall and courtyard were black with people, yet the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Then came the sound of a curtain lifting. Chief Liu was emerging. 3 cannon shots thundered. Bam, bam, bam. The doorkeeper shouted at the top of his lungs. By the order of the Great Song Senate, Guangzhou Prefect Lü Yizhong ascends the hall. He had devised this title himself after consulting Gu's ear. At his shout, the clerks and runners, all trained in courtroom protocols, responded in unison with "oo" to display hall prestige. Like marionettes, they stepped back in perfect synchrony. Liu Xiang's footsteps clattered from the east rear side door as he proceeded directly to the public desk and stood at his seat. "Peace to your excellency." Hundreds of people inside and outside the court knelt as one. The sound shook the hall, making it hum. "Everyone please rise." Liu Xiang's expression remained impassive. Even so, a collective sigh of relief passed through the room. Wei Bifu and Lü Yizhong cupped their hands upward and sat with hands on knees. The rest stood solemnly, hands at their sides, occasionally stealing glances at the public seat. Liu Xiang also sat, looking at the black crowd standing from below the desk all the way to beyond the main gate. Liu Xiang felt puzzled. According to data from the City Operation Department and the roster from the Shelf Archive, the prefectural Yamen should have fewer than 100 authorized clerks. Adding salaried runners brought it to just over 300. Though he knew from the materials that every Yamen had numerous temporary workers without payroll or wages, there shouldn't be this many. He frowned. Roll call. The roll call proceeded quickly. Over 300 names in total. When finished, 25 people were absent, 8 had taken long leave, only 17 were absent without explanation. "Expel those absent," Liu Xiang ordered. Seeing many people still uncalled, he turned to Wei Bifu. "There are still many whose names haven't been called." "They're all unregistered public service workers," Wei Bifu explained. "Those on the register receive 3 taels and 6 mace in annual wages. Those not registered only serve. They take no money." Liu Xiang nodded. 3 taels and 6 mace annually, a pittance. As for the many runners serving without pay, how they survived required no explanation. Runner work was essentially unpaid labor. From the system designer's perspective, not paying runners, or paying only token wages, seemed reasonable enough, since it was meant to be public service. This crude system had endured over 1,000 years, and no dynasty ever acknowledged its fundamental unfairness. Officials complained about slippery clerks without ever considering reform at the source. "How many unregistered workers are there?" Liu Xiang asked. "This," Wei Bifu said with difficulty, "this humble official is not certain, probably 15 or 1600. End of this chapter. Chapter 1732, Take down 15 or 1600. Liu Xiang was stunned. This modest prefectural Yamen harbored over 1,000 runners, and that didn't even include the 2 counties of Nanhai and Panyu. Adding them together, Guangzhou City had at least 3,000 clerks and runners. By modern standards, 3,000 officials for a city of several 100,000 would constitute a streamlined organization, a light burden on the populace. The problem was that in classical China's hierarchy, officials were valued far above clerks. Though everyone ate imperial grain, actual officials consumed the vast majority, leaving not even dregs for the clerks. Whether it was the 7 taels and 2 mace annually for authorized 6 departments' clerks, or the 3 taels and 6 mace for establishment runners, or the mere 6 due of rice monthly for the lowest ranks, none of it was enough to live on, and the overwhelming majority received nothing at all. So these 3,000+ souls had to feed themselves by other means. Since they couldn't serve the public on empty stomachs, and since they embodied government power at the grassroots level, it was only natural they would exploit their positions. The old regime had tacitly permitted this for centuries. One could easily imagine the devastation these 3,000 public servants inflicted on the people and the city's economy. Lü Yizhong surveyed the black crowd below. Without gun barrels in hand and a ready-made cadre team to rely on, any outsider official sent here would be lucky not to be sold by these clerks, sold and left thanking them for the privilege. He scanned the courtyard slowly for more than a minute. Silence hung heavy, broken only by wind-rustling leaves. Finally, he spoke. "Since you have all forsaken darkness for light and pledged loyalty to the Senate, I have words for you. Remember them well." The crowd chanted in unison. "Please instruct us, Your Excellency." "I understand that serving here is not easy," Lü Yizhong said. "The wages the great Ming provides cannot support a family, and most of you don't even receive those meager wages. As for the officials, they regard you as slaves and lowly servants. All the administrative affairs said to be handled by the official lords are actually done by your hands." The crowd's expressions shifted subtly. Historically, when officials took office, there was always a speech, strictly prohibiting corruption, expressing determination to serve the country and people, admonishing clerks to serve with sincerity and not practice fraud. Empty words no one took seriously. But this Lord Liu sang a different tune. Upon reflection, his words acknowledged their work and understood their difficulties. The clerks muttered to themselves. What was this Lord Liu really after? Lü Yizhong's tone changed. "Naturally, there have never been saints who serve the public on empty stomachs, and neither are you. I have heard of the great prophets involved in being clerks. These are things of the past. My Senate is magnanimous and benevolent, punishing the chief evils but not investigating the worst. As long as there is no great public anger, past matters will not be pursued." A stir rippled through the crowd. Though these words were a reassurance pill, they were also a death warrant. The quick-witted understood immediately. This Australian lord intended to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, using human heads to deter the clerks while winning public goodwill. Several faces went instantly pale. Lü Yizhong was satisfied with the effect. He already had an arrest list prepared by the City Operation Department, more than 100 names. Of the top 10, only 4 had appeared for roll call. Their noses were sharp indeed. "Meng Dynasty," he suddenly shouted. The entire courtyard went silent. Ming Dynasty was a fast-class runner. Though he held regular status, he was nobody of consequence. Ming Dynasty trembled from head to toe. By no measure could he be considered a chief evil. Could Lord Liu want to use him as the chicken? Though terrified, he dared not fail to answer. Supporting his shaking legs, he stepped out and walked to the eaves, crossed his hands in salute, and said, "This lowly one is here. Can you read?" "This lowly one can read." Lü Yizhong threw down a piece of paper. "Read." Meng Dynasty picked it up with trembling hands and unfolded it. A list 20 or 30 names densely written. Some he knew, some were strangers. Among those he recognized were fast-class and soap-class runners, both regulars and unregistered white members. Unable to guess the pattern, he dared not delay and read aloud. "Wu Duoju, Zhao Xian, AI Fan." Those whose names were called came trembling one by one to stand beneath the eaves and pay respects. Lü Yizhong waved his hand. "No need for respects. Stand aside." When finished, including Ming Dynasty himself, 30 people lined up under the steps. Their hearts hammered, their bodies shook like sieves. None were important figures, fitting targets for chicken. Lü Yizhong nodded and addressed Ming Dynasty. "I hereby appoint you captain of the detective brigade of the Guangzhou Special City Police Bureau. These men are your subordinates." Ming Dynasty had closed his eyes awaiting death. Now, hearing Lord Liu issue an on-the-spot appointment as captain, regardless of how important the rank was, at least his life was safe. Warmth flooded through him like hot wine on a winter's coldest day. He dropped to his knees with a thump, voice trembling. "Many, many thanks for your Excellency's favor." He kowtowed 3 times with audible force. The remaining 29 came to their senses, realized they were now in the Emperor's favor, and knelt to kowtow in unison. "All right, our Senate doesn't encourage kowtowing and greeting." Lü Yizhong waved his hand. Since you are now the captain of the detective brigade, catching rebels is your duty. I have a list here. Catch people by name. Mr. Lü read. Yes. Meng was now brimming with energy and turned to stand beneath the eaves. Lü Yizhong hurried forward and took the list. He had already guessed Liu Xiang intended to make arrests in court, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Using these men required first demonstrating power. He quickly unfolded the list, drew a deep breath to gather himself, eager to make a good impression on Chief Liu. Zhen, Hao, Ren. Unexpectedly, Lü Yizhong stammered on the first name. His shock nearly froze him mid-sentence. The clerks assembled began murmuring. Zhen Haoran was the clerk of the household department of Guangzhou Prefecture. Though merely a small authorized scribe, he was one of the most powerful people in Guangzhou City. As head of the household department scribes, the tax guidelines for all of Guangzhou Prefecture rested in his hands. Every magistrate across 15 counties and one prefecture, down to the lowliest grain runner, watched his every breath. Though the prefect lord could assume airs of Your Excellency in public, in private he remained polite to Zhen Haoran. Local gentry dared not slight him too openly. A 2-finger-wide slip of paper from him carried more weight than a magistrate's order. Lü Yizhong had never expected the first arrest would target this standing prefect. He had served long enough in officialdom to encounter many obstinate, incorruptible ministers unafraid of power. But truly no one dared confront the clerks directly, especially a household scribe controlling financial and grain tax authority. When encountering a clean and capable official, such a man would at most temporarily restrain himself. The official would likewise quit while ahead, never pushing to the end. Zhen Haoran hadn't come to the Yamen to work for a long time, preferring to direct his disciples and grand disciples from home or tea houses. He was certain even these hair-shorn thieves would need him, so he hadn't bothered attending roll call at all. Ming was also startled. In the eyes of these clerks, Grand Master Zhen was a figure in the clouds. The scribes of the 6 departments were officials, a level above runners like himself, let alone the head of the most important department. But Grand Master Zhen was absent. Meng quickly reported, Your Excellency, Zhen Haoran has not arrived. Please grant a warrant and fire token. This lowly one will arrest him now. Go quickly. Meng dared not delay and immediately took several brothers with him. Meanwhile, Lü Yizhong read the second name, Bai Wusu. Another commotion swept through the crowd. If Zhen Haoran was the standing prefect, Bai Wusu was the sitting Tai Sui, head of the fast class of Guangzhou Prefecture. This position didn't even count as a clerk. He was a genuine runner, but his power rivaled Zhen Haoran's. Beneath him swarmed countless unregistered enforcers. Every petty criminal in the city answered to his greeting, and any immortal from outside looking to operate in this one prefecture, and 2 counties couldn't think of opening for business without paying sufficient tribute first. As for ordinary people, they were treated as grass. Lin Baiguang had collected extensive materials on him, though materials hardly described what was common knowledge throughout Guangzhou. He had more than a dozen lives on his hands. Though no one knew the exact size of his fortune, estimates put his annual customary silver at several thousand taels. His family property surely exceeded 100,000. Zhao Xian and AI Fan were both fast-class runners or white members. Hearing that head Bai was to be arrested, they were all shaken. Normally, they didn't even have opportunities to speak with Bai Wusu. He rarely came to the Yamen, always working through his disciples and grand disciples. During festivals and birthdays, everyone would go together to kowtow and present gifts. If head Bai spoke a few words and showed a smile, it was considered great honor. Now that the superior official had ordered his arrest, they couldn't disobey. Pulling chains in hand, they approached Bai Wusu. Zhao Xian bowed with a forced smile. Master Bai, only official business, please bear with us. Bai Wusu had come in person today for roll call. Unlike Zhen Haoran, he had no secret family learning to rely on, so he had been particularly unctuous. Hearing Lü Yizhong wanted him arrested for interrogation, panic flashed across his face, but his accumulated prestige remained. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Xian and the others hesitated to use force. Bai Wusu forced himself calm, cupped his hands toward the dais and sneered. "What has this lowly one done to offend your excellency? Though I am no saint, I have kept peace in Guangzhou all these years. Even petty thieves dare not cause trouble. Please reconsider, your excellency." End of this chapter. Chapter 1733. Killing to establish authority. Lü Yizhong's voice cut like ice. "The peace of Guangzhou is guarded by my senate. You, a city fox and social rat, scum of the public gate, dare claim you keep the peace. Go tell that to the king of hell and the people you've killed. Take him down. Since ancient times, clerks and runners have been ruthless and fickle by nature." Hearing Lü Yizhong's words, Zhao Xian hesitated no longer and immediately shouted, "Master Bai, sorry about this." He threw the chain over Bai Wusu's head, locked it, and dragged him from the hall. Bai Wusu struggled with all his might, watching his disciples and grand-disciples either keep silent as winter cicadas or stand frozen like wooden chickens. Not a single one rose to defend him. He caught the eye of a Japanese samurai in a bright red surcoat, grinning at him with a mouthful of uneven teeth, as if mocking him. A chill rose from his spine and spread throughout his body. He saw himself being dragged ever closer to the public desk. When this rash young man shouted, "Drag him down and behead him," no one in Guangzhou City would dare plead for him. The realization hit like awakening from a dream. Without the great Ming, he was nothing. In an instant, shaking like a sieve, he dropped to his knees with a thump. Cold sweat and tears streamed down his face as words tumbled out. "I beg your excellency to look at," he said "look at" several times before realizing he had no friendship with Lord Liu to invoke. His mind raced. "Look at the sake of this lowly one serving shopkeeper Gu in the past. Raise your noble hand high. This lowly one had eyes but no pupils and offended your excellency's tiger prestige. I deserve to die 10,000 times." Another stir rippled through the clerks. Bai Wusu, usually tyrannical, sinister, ruthless, treating murder for money as routine, was now bound in chains, kneeling on the ground, begging for his life with tears and snot streaming. The contrast was staggering. Lü Yizhong smiled coldly. "Shopkeeper Guo doesn't need your concern." His voice turned stern. "Take him down." Several detective brigade runners, their fear dispelled by his pathetic display, pounced like wolves and tigers. They bound Bai Wusu firmly with rope and stuffed a hemp gag into his mouth. He was pressed down under the eaves to await disposal. Lü Yizhong watched with pounding heart, understanding that Lü Yizhong was killing the monkey to scare the chickens. This was the only way to rectify such cunning clerks. Gathering himself, he read out the names one by one: Zhu Huifei, Zhai Shiny, Zhang Dejin, Gao Chenfeng. With each name Lü Yizhong chanted, the detective brigade arrested by name, pulling them from the queue, binding them with rope, gagging them with hemp. They knelt in dense rows under the corridor eaves. The atmosphere in the Yamen solidified. These 1,000+ runners normally shouted and bossed people around, acting like petty tyrants. None had ever witnessed such a display. Seeing people pulled from the queue one by one and bound, everyone felt their calves cramp and blood drain from their faces. Some simply fainted from terror. More than 100 people were on the list. Most were caught. For those who hadn't appeared for roll call, the detective brigade sent teams to find them. Reports came in one after another, some caught, some not. Lü Yizhong didn't inquire about details, only ordered those still at large to be listed for red warrants. At this point, several detective team members returned. Wu Duojiu led a team to arrest the fast-class runner Bu Delu, a man of many crimes who had colluded with bandits outside the city in countless kidnappings, accumulating vast wealth. Knowing his guilt was severe, he hadn't dared attend roll call. Wu Duojiu approached and reported, "Your Excellency, Bu Delu is not at home. His family says he went out last night and hasn't returned. His whereabouts are unknown." Lü Yizhong nodded. I actually know his whereabouts." At these words, Wu Duojuo and his men all trembled. 2 National Army soldiers pushed Bu Delu, bound tightly, out from behind. Wu Duojuo and the others went pale with fright, collapsed to the ground, and kowtowed frantically. "Come, search!" At Liu Xiang's order, several bailiffs hurried over and pinned them down. In moments, several DeLong banknotes were found on Wu Duojuo and another runner named Lu Rui, totaling a full 500 taels. Liu Xiang examined them, nodded, and sighed. "I've long heard of clerks' wealth, shocking to hear, astonishing to see. Now I understand how the saying goes, fishing for money even in a pot of oil." He addressed the Count Wang Wu and Lu below. "I originally thought you two had committed little evil in your usual duties and still retained some conscience. It seems I lacked the eyes to judge people. Mr. Lü Yizhong knew lives were about to be taken to establish authority. He hurried up and responded, 'This lowly official is here. What crimes have Wu Duojuo and the others committed according to the counterinsurgency law?' Replying to the chief, accepting bribes and privately releasing wanted criminals, a capital crime. Wu Duojuo and Lu Rui accepted bribes to secure release. The 2 who accompanied them were unaware of this and are exempted from punishment. Where is the executioner?" His sudden shout made the surrounding bailiffs' hearts skip. They responded in unison, almost as conditioned reflex. "Summon the executioner." The Yamen executioners stepped forward. They naturally had their own customary fees in daily life, but the words "great evil" didn't apply to them. Considering themselves technical personnel, they had assumed they'd be fine. Now, hearing Lord Liu wanted to carry out an execution, they gathered their focus and answered the summons. "Push Wu Duojuo and Lu Rui out to be beheaded. Execute on the spot." "Yes." The executioners responded in unison, pulled Wu and Lu from the ground, bound them in an instant, and pushed them out. These 2 had been detective team members newly promoted by the Senate mere moments ago, now transformed into condemned prisoners. Wu, Lu, and the others cried to heaven and earth, begging repeatedly, "Shouldn't have been blinded by silver. Beg your excellency for a chance to reform." Liu Xiang was unmoved. "I already gave the opportunity." In the atmosphere of extreme terror, he spoke slowly, "Execute." 3 cannon shots sounded outside. After a while, an executioner entered holding 2 human heads on a tray. He half knelt at the bottom of the steps and raised them. "Your Excellency, please verify the execution." Liu Xiang glanced at the dripping bloody heads. Nausea washed over him. Looking away to regulate his breathing and calm his nerves, he saw the clerks and runners below were all deathly pale. "Slowly," he said. "Hang them outside the gate as a warning." Watching the heads carried out, Liu Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. "Since you have all pledged loyalty to the Great Song and the Senate, you must work diligently and harbor no selfish thoughts. Otherwise, Wu and Lu are your examples." The clerks below, dazed by this cascade of events, had been scared witless. Their 3 souls and 7 spirits scattered, numb to all sensation. When a soft question came, they trembled together like autumn grass struck by sudden wind. In a palpitation and shudder, those in front dropped to their knees with a thump, muttering indistinctly. Seeing them kneel, those behind followed suit, until a black mass of people were all prostrate. Liu Xiang saw this round of arrests and executions had achieved its desired effect. He announced that all arrested persons would be imprisoned pending interrogation. The Planning Institute still wanted to extract value from them. And as for the others, from today forward they were subordinates of the Australians. "Tomorrow the great army enters the city. Perform your duties wholeheartedly. Let me see who is most eager to please." Liu Xiang smiled. "Promotions will follow in due course." Below, 100 voices echoed as one. "Thank you, Your Excellency." After roll call ended, Liu Xiang instructed that notices be posted throughout the city, ordering any runners and clerks who hadn't reported to do so within 3 days. Those failing to report would be considered in hiding, and once caught, treated as enemy spies. Those who came forward registered on the spot. First, they filled out former personnel registration forms, then had their photos taken for the files. This registration used cameras newly developed by the Ministry of Science and Technology. Because magnesium powder was difficult to process, several photography lights had been specially equipped to ensure photo quality. After photographing and registration, they were asked to write self-statements. Those who were illiterate had others write for them, ensuring everyone had a documented file. After filing was complete, their intentions were solicited. Those unwilling to continue serving signed and fingerprinted pre-printed letters of resignation from service on the spot, then received certificates to become commoners. Since runner status carried tax exemption benefits, quite a few people had purchased white member status without actually serving. Most of this group now resigned. Those willing to continue serving, whether regulars or white members, first recited an oath of allegiance to the Senate, then had their heads shaved. After shaving, they were assigned to various departments according to their previous duties. 3 classes personnel were received by the city and county police bureaus. They weren't given police ranks but uniformly incorporated into the detective brigade as auxiliary security personnel. Household department clerks, grain runners, river office ambassadors, and tax collectors were mostly assigned to the tax department. Those who truly didn't fit anywhere were first assigned to the Comprehensive Governance Office for general use. According to Lü Yizhong's policy, all positions in the new Guangzhou municipal government were filled by naturalized citizen cadres from the northbound detachment, with important posts also held by naturalized citizen cadres. Surrendered personnel served only as auxiliaries. They uniformly wore old Great Ming public uniforms but switched to brownish-yellow copper basin hats, pressed from mixed paper pulp, and wore blue armbands on their arms with department names written in Song typeface. On their chests and backs, like soldiers, a large character assist was printed in Song typeface. Lü Yizhong required all personnel, whether formal cadres or auxiliary personnel, to be issued work IDs with photos and fingerprints. Having addressed the old personnel's whereabouts, the next step was establishing new institutions. Though the Senate had accepted the clerks of old Guangzhou's 1 prefecture and 2 counties, they had no intention of following the prefectural and county Yamen's organizational structure. That system was too simple and wholly unsuited to the Senate's governing needs. The newly established Guangzhou municipal government was located in the Great Ming Guangzhou Prefectural Yamen, with 2 districts beneath it, Nanhai District and Panjiexin District. Administrative divisions remained roughly the same. Given the startup phase, the institutional setup under the municipal government was deliberately simple. Only the municipal government office, police bureau, tax bureau, civil affairs bureau, and a comprehensive governance office handling miscellaneous matters. The district governments of Nanhai and Panjiexin were structured similarly. End of this chapter. Chapter 1734. Chengxuan Street. The institutional framework had been arranged before entering the city, the key cadres already selected. After Lü Yizhong distributed the indigenous personnel to their positions, the organizational structure was essentially complete. Outside, the clamor of registration and head shaving continued. Lü Yizhong couldn't manage all of that, so he hurried to his office, where Lin Baiguang was already waiting. The Great Army is about to enter the city. This is a bit rushed. It all depends on you. Lü Yizhong dispensed with ceremony and got straight to the point. The 4th Battalion and National Army units responsible for occupying Guangzhou had entered when the city first opened. Now the main force of the South China Army participating in the Guangdong strategy was about to march through. From a purely military standpoint, these troops had no need to enter the city, but the senators all agreed on the opportunity to publicize our martial prowess, letting the natives fully appreciate the Fubo Army's military might and thoroughly deter potential resistance. So it was decided that the Great Army would pass through the city under full arms. This really isn't easy to handle. Lin Baiguang spread out his map of Guangzhou, the product of years of painstaking work by the City Operation Department. However, as a secret agency, they had no authority to send surveyors openly into every building, so the details lacked precision. Still, It roughly depicted the main street network and building groups to scale. Though it's not a formal military parade, it amounts to the same thing. Lin Beiguang traced a finger along the map. From what I know, the most suitable route is to enter from the Great South Gate, proceed north along Chengxuan Street, pass through Xiongmendi, and exit from the Great North Gate or Small North Gate, crossing the entire city. Chengxuan Street was Beijing Road in modern times. Throughout all dynasties, Beijing Road had served as Guangzhou City's north-south central axis, holding crucial traffic significance. Government offices, academies, and temples lined both sides, and it was also a major commercial district. An armed parade here would achieve maximum impact. The key is that this street is wide enough and stone-paved. Lin Beiguang pointed at the map. You've seen Guangzhou's streets. Lü Yizhong nodded. Narrow, uneven surfaces, mostly mudstone mixed roads. Mudstone mixed is considered good. Most are plain dirt with no stones at all. Lin Beiguang shook his head, but the difficulty doesn't lie there. Where then? Lü Yizhong was puzzled. I can't explain it clearly here. Better if we go see for ourselves. Lin Beiguang smiled slightly. I think you should do more on-site work to understand the challenges of governing a big city. I accept that suggestion. Lü Yizhong nodded. There's another matter. Could you temporarily serve as director of the Guangzhou Municipal Police Bureau? That isn't appropriate, is it? The National Police and our Civil Affairs Department are separate systems. Besides, Ran Yao still has his own people. He hasn't proposed a candidate yet because he's balancing internal politics. Let's wait for the formal appointment. You can hold it concurrently for now. I'll issue an appointment letter later. You can hand over when the permanent director arrives. There's a great deal of police work to handle, and the sooner the better. Besides, how can you, the director of the Comprehensive Governance Office, function without a gun barrel? Lü Yizhong shook his head. Though I'm director of the Military Control Commission, managing the army on horseback and the people off horseback, commanding both military and police, you have too many urgent matters to come for reports and applications every time. Don't you have the detective brigade you just incorporated? Lin Beiguang smiled. Those people are quite useful. Lü Yizhong and Lin Beiguang departed City Hall. They neither called for a carriage nor took a sedan chair, bringing more than 10 guards instead. Lin Beiguang also summoned a works department scribe and several copying clerks and detective team members. Together, they headed for Chengxuan Street. Chengxuan Street wasn't far from the prefectural Yamen. Historically, this had always been Guangzhou's political and cultural center. Numerous government offices, academies, and temples stood here, so the surrounding houses and streets were relatively neat and impressive. Yet the streets and alleys were mostly twisting and winding, the paths narrow and crooked. The road surfaces were worse. Sewerage facilities were virtually non-existent. Domestic sewage flowed everywhere, and standing water after rainfall took ages to dry. Lü Yizhong thought gratefully of Lin Beiguang's reminder to wear high-top oilcloth boots. Otherwise, walking here would have been misery. This is considered good by local standards, Lin Beiguang observed. Being close to government offices and the main commercial area, residents are relatively wealthier, and the roads are at least mudstone mixed. If you venture into the poorer alleys, the mud never dries. I originally thought Guangzhou would be better than Lingao and Qiangshan. It seems about the same. Lü Yizhong laughed bitterly. With sanitary conditions like these, summer epidemics are inevitable. Ancient societies had no concept of urban planning and management. As they walked, they encountered gates at every alley entrance. The street gates varied wildly in style. Some were proper gate towers, others merely door openings cut through walls with fence doors installed. The simplest were just bamboo barricades, blocking alley entrances at night and pushed aside during the day. Street gates are a crucial element of Guangzhou's public security, Lin Beiguang explained. After dark, the gates are locked, which significantly limits nighttime criminal activity. In an era without streetlights, this is the most effective urban security measure, equivalent to the curfew we've implemented. Exactly. Night travel was also prohibited here before. Runners patrolled the streets every evening. Anyone caught walking at night would be interrogated. If you seemed suspicious, you'd face 20 strokes from the jail warden lord and a night in jail, released only on bail the next day. Of course, if you were gentry or had money for a timely bribe, you'd be spared the physical pain. Truly corrupt, Lü Yizhong muttered. Corrupt as it is, it serves a function. Lin Baiguang sighed. They're very familiar with the city's criminal gangs and beggar gangs. If you want to handle public security properly, you have to rely on them, at least for now. Lü Yizhong noticed small gray brick houses of similar appearance beside every street gate. Though mostly dilapidated with incomplete doors and windows, they used gray cylindrical tiles reserved for official buildings. He was curious and started toward one when a copying clerk beside him spoke up. "Your Excellency, that's the official house where the street watchman lives. It's very filthy inside." Filthy indeed. Not to mention urine stains covering the walls. Several urine buckets stood against the wall, emitting an overpowering stench. Above the buckets, a large notice was pasted on the wall. The very message to Guangzhou citizens he had instructed the Comprehensive Governance Office to post throughout the city yesterday. Unexpectedly posted here. Lü Yizhong smiled bitterly, though admittedly, people coming to pee would definitely see it. "Street watchman." "Yes, Your Excellency." Seeing his confusion, Lin Baiguang explained that the so-called street watchman was responsible for opening and closing the street gates and striking the watch at night, generally performed by beggars. They also handled unclaimed corpses found on the road. Public security relying on beggars, truly ridiculous. Lü Yizhong shook his head. He now understood these houses were the era's equivalent of modern-day police boxes. Though 21st century police boxes might not always have officers present, at least they had security guards. Here they used beggars. How much is he paid monthly? How much is given is a matter for the street to decide. The Yamen doesn't concern itself, the scribe said cautiously. Lü Yizhong was nearly moved to tears by this absurd approach to urban management. A detective team member, thinking Lü Yizhong wanted to see the watchman, walked to the door, kicked open the reed curtain serving as a makeshift door, and shouted, "Come out! The prefect lord wants to see you." A man in a patched uniform emerged and dropped to his knees before Lü Yizhong. "This lowly one kowtows to Your Excellency." Lü Yizhong observed that his appearance was fairly clean, just his clothes were patches upon patches. "Get up and speak." "Yes, Your Excellency." "You strike the watch here. How much money and rice does the street give you monthly?" The watchman dared not look up, keeping his head lowered. "Replying to Your Excellency, no money or rice." "Without money or rice, how do you survive?" "Rely on the kindness of neighbors, giving leftover rice and porridge. Can still get by." Lü Yizhong suddenly turned to the scribe. "The street doesn't give the watchman money and rice." The scribe's name was Jidi, because he was considered to have a conscience, treating common people without extortion, never making difficulties when paid to handle matters. He had a good reputation and thus escaped the purge. Hearing Lü Yizhong's question, he dared not delay. "Actually, there is." "Embezzled by whom?" "The money and grain are all handed over to the big bones everywhere." The big bones he mentioned were beggar chiefs. Lü Yizhong nodded, understanding. Beggars had their own gangs, but watchmen were an important security force in ancient cities. Their nighttime watch striking served not only to mark time but also to deter and disturb criminals. They could be organized and utilized now. The group walked onto Chengxuan Street. The street was indeed grand, by visual estimate over 9 meters wide, quite broad for Guangzhou. Most importantly, the road surface was completely paved with green stone slabs, though the slabs were cracked or missing in various places with water pooled in many spots. The average road width is about 9.2 meters. Our people measured it, Lin Baiguang noted. That's 2-lane road width. A proper military parade won't work, but marching in columns of 6 is no problem. Gun carriages and baggage carts can run too. That's why I invited you to come see for yourself. It's not what you think. Lin Baiguang smiled. Materials are often unreliable. Chengxuan Street was one of Guangzhou's most lively and prosperous main roads and commercial streets, lined with numerous shops. Though many remained shuttered out of safety concerns, the city having just changed hands, and most stall vendors hadn't set up, quite a few merchants were still open for business. The group's appearance immediately caused a commotion. People recognized from their attire that these must be high Australian officials. Those better informed already knew this was the Australian prefect. With a whoosh, everyone scattered to both sides of the street. Assistants who had been shouting vigorously fell silent. The somewhat lively street became suddenly deserted. End of this chapter. Chapter 1735. Illegal construction, quite a majestic impression. Lü Yizhong laughed, deeply aware of the gulf between officials and common people. This wasn't something that could change overnight. So he didn't rush to make close-to-the-people gestures, supporting an old lady and asking emotionally, "How old are you?" Or grabbing a vegetable-selling farmer and inquiring with expectation, "How is your income this year?" Instead, he walked casually along the street. Seeing the comprehensive governance office's notices posted on the walls, with quite a few people gathered beneath them reading, he felt satisfied. Our voice must spread openly and uprightly, the farther the better. Guided by Lin Baiguang, Lü Yizhong proceeded along the main street. Commerce flourished here, with shops lining virtually every stretch. Walking on, he soon understood why Lin Baiguang had insisted he come see in person. The illegal construction and disorderly building in this 17th century rivaled anything in the 21st. Except for the government offices on both sides, hardly an inch of street remained unoccupied by shops or vendor sheds. The road, supposedly over 9 meters wide, was at least half consumed. At the most extreme points, the middle barely allowed a sedan chair to pass. Tattered reed mats, haphazard bamboo poles, scraps of brick and tile. These structures assembled from junk made the entire Chengxuan Street resemble a decrepit junk market, and in truth, junk markets in another time-space were neater than this. He noticed many sheds had been built by the shops on both sides. Initially meant for shade, they had gradually become extensions of the shops themselves. Some had set up workshops in these sheds. Restaurants and tea stands had simply placed tables and chairs in them for customers. A few had completed the transformation from shed to house entirely, building proper dwellings on the road and treating the encroachment as fait accompli. The road surface clearly hadn't been repaired in ages, or repairs had been slipshod at best. He observed at least 2 types of paving. One used green bricks standing on their sides, spliced into a herringbone pattern. Though incomplete, the original craftsmanship was visible, fine and exquisite, with the surface sloping from high center to low sides for drainage. The other type used green stone slabs, laid quite roughly. Currently, regardless of paving type, damage was severe. Bricks were missing, slabs cracked. Whether due to absent drainage ditches or silted ones, runoff on both sides was clearly poor. Sewage dumped by shops flowed freely across the street. The sheds on either side had adapted variously. Some were raised on bamboo poles, others simply infilled with sand and soil. Combined with sewage and garbage heaped everywhere, an indescribable stench permeated the entire street. Lü Yizhong frowned. How many years since this road was last repaired? Ju hastened to answer. It's repaired once every 2 or 3 years. Every repair came when high officials like the left and right administration commissioners of Guangzhou took office. The one prefecture and 2 counties would routinely fix the road surface, first, to give the newly arrived lord a good impression. Second, if the sedan bearers stepped in a pothole and twisted their ankles, the local officials couldn't explain themselves. But repair was simple indeed, just leveling and tamping the uneven surfaces with a mixture of sand, soil, and crushed stones, similar to yellow earth paving the road. Such repairs might fool people temporarily, but before long the old appearance returned. Why not repair with bricks or green stone slabs like when the road was built? Ju smiled apologetically. Replying to your excellency, mainly because there's no money. The last major repair of Chengxuan Street was in the 42nd year of Jiajing, when the green stone slabs were used. He continued, "You don't know, Your Excellency, but repairing bridges and mending roads depends on gentry and merchants. In these unsettled times, who has spare money? Major road repairs cost no small sum, at least tens of thousands of taels of silver." Lü Yizhong recalled Yu Shui's lecture on Ming Dynasty fiscal policy, and understood this was true. Local Ming finances were extremely weak. Public facilities relied primarily on private fundraising and self-management. The government at best served as initiator and supervisor. Otherwise, so many stories of repairing bridges, mending roads, and doing good deeds wouldn't have been passed down through the ages. Truly the height of local autonomy, Lü Yizhong thought. He asked again, "Does Chengxuan Street have drainage ditches?" "Yes," Jidi answered without hesitation. "Where?" "Your Excellency, please look." Jidi led the group to a spot on the roadside not occupied by sheds. Lü Yizhong saw a section of exposed open ditch, fully more than a meter wide. Though filthy, the brick-built walls were visible. It was filled with silt and assorted garbage, nearly overflowing. Sewage flowed sluggishly through, emitting a disgusting stench. Originally, there was an open ditch on each side here. Rainwater and sewage from each household poured into them, then discharged into the Six Veins Canal. Now you can see the state of things. The illegal structures and sheds occupying the road had essentially covered the open ditches with wooden boards or stone slabs, then built on top. The original open ditches had become hidden ditches, sewers in name only. Sewers might seem more hygienic than open ditches. The problem was that the illegal buildings on both sides had completely sealed the channels. Even if the government wanted to dredge them and clear the silt, it couldn't be done. With the ditches not dredged for years, they silted up long ago. These days aren't so bad since there isn't much rain. But when the return south days come in a few days, the humid season with plenty of rain, the ditches will overflow. That's when it's truly stinking to high heaven. Jidi shook his head. Why not dredge the ditches? Is it also because of no money? Replying to Your Excellency, dredging doesn't cost much. Just calling peasants from the surrounding countryside to do the work is enough. Wages aren't even particularly necessary, letting them haul away the dredged muck for fertilizer suffices. But as you can see, Jidi gestured at the sheds. How can ditches be dredged like this? Shops cover the ditches to build sheds. The extra space is certainly welcome, but with sewage flowing everywhere, they're suffering from their own creation. Lü Yizhong was genuinely puzzled. Your Excellency, it's true, they've brought this suffering on themselves. But now that things have reached this state, who would tear down their own shed to let the government dredge? Besides, tearing down one or two is useless. The sheds on both sides of this main street would all have to come down. There are several hundred merchants here with different minds, so the matter has been discussed many times but never accomplished. These sheds have no land deeds or house deeds in the first place, Lü Yizhong said. Merchants have encroached on government road land. Why doesn't the government tear them down? Lin Baiguang smiled. That question answers itself. Tearing down illegal structures has always been extraordinarily difficult. The interests involved are too great. Jia smiled apologetically. Master Lin is right. Which of these shopkeepers isn't backed by powerful connections? Some don't even put the magistrates of Nanhai and Panyu in their eyes, nor even the prefect himself. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's income is like killing their parents. When pushed, they'll do anything. Years ago, a prefect who wanted to tear down these sheds. When the shopkeepers' bribes and connections failed, they spent money to bribe the Guangzhou temple people, getting several thousand beggars to swarm the prefectural Yamen entrance, defecating and urinating everywhere, singing lotus flower drop beggar songs, pretending to be crazy and cursing in the streets. After several days of chaos, they forced Master Hu to withdraw his order. Beggars that powerful. The Yamen has torture instruments in prisons. Arrest everyone who makes trouble, execute a few in standing cages. Can't that cure them? Beggars have nothing to lose. Their rotten lives are already precarious. You can't frighten them. Jia shook his head. Besides, how big is the prison? How many can it hold? The Yamen doesn't provide food, so they'd have to be released anyway. If things escalate and opponents find a handle, the four-word verdict, inciting civil unrest, will immediately ruin the master's career. Truly formidable. Lin Beiguang laughed. Even the most prominent gentry and great households in Guangzhou, when holding weddings or funerals, if they don't pay Bai Chen to the beggars in exchange for a scarlet post to paste on the door, I guarantee they'll make such a scene the affair can't be conducted. Even if it escalates to a formal petition, at most a few scapegoats go to court. Beat them or kill them as you please. They have plenty of lives to spare. It seems the mayor of Guangzhou is really not an easy job. Lü Yizhong touched his forehead. Guangzhou Prefecture was just a small place after all, it can't compare. He turned to ask Lin Beiguang, how much do you understand about this lower society? Not much. The social dynamics here are dozens of times more complex than Hainan Island. Lin Beiguang sighed. Our city operation department has few people and limited strength. We mostly took the middle and upper class route, learning little about society's bottom. However, Q escort agency should know something. Old manager's son submitted a card to me wanting to meet you. I'll see him tonight. We need people like them now. Don't have too high hopes. The escort agency deals with all kinds from the 3 religions and 9 streams, but they only deal with them. They don't collude with them. They may not know all the inner workings. You're presenting me with difficulties. Lü Yizhong smiled wryly. Not at all, Lin Beiguang said. The 3 religions and 9 streams inside and outside Guangzhou City still hold considerable fear of us, thanks to the special reconnaissance team back then. I don't think tearing down illegal structures will be that difficult. We've just entered the city, and demolishing the illegal structures on Chengxuan Street is tantamount to declaring our determination to rid the old and establish the new. Precisely. Not only that. We also need to accomplish some practical things to show we're different from the corrupt, declining Great Ming. Lü Yizhong's expression grew serious. My first impression after entering the city was that the streets are dirty and chaotic, with sewage flowing everywhere. We should mobilize troops and agency personnel for a comprehensive general cleaning, clear the garbage in the city and dredge Guangzhou's sewage system. These are concrete things that benefit the common people. End of this chapter. Chapter 1736. Big threshold. Back at City Hall, Lü Yizhong and Lin Beiguang began arranging the demolition of structures on Chengxuan Street. Starting demolition immediately would be punishment without prior warning. We have to issue a notice giving a deadline for self-demolition, Lin Beiguang said. Then give them 24 hours. Deadline is tomorrow for demolition. After that, we go in and tear them down. Lü Yizhong examined the latest troop movement schedule. The South China Army's logistics troops were still assembling on Hong Kong Island. Ziyazhu told me the troops need to act quickly and can't spend excessive time on a parade. So it's been decided that only the battalions and Army direct units landing later will participate in the entry ceremony. Troops already landed won't enter the city but will deploy rapidly to their respective positions. This eases our pressure somewhat, Lin Beiguang observed. If all troops remained in Guangzhou's outskirts, arranging logistics would be quite complicated. Let's handle the urgent matters first. Lü Yizhong counted on his fingers. First, allocate houses, assign offices and housing to various agencies. This is urgent. President Wen's provincial committee organs. The regional organs haven't entered the city yet, and the South China Army headquarters also needs quarters. All of this falls under our Guangzhou Military Control Commission, and it must be done as soon as possible. Guangzhou's new urban area was planned for Hainan Island, but this wasn't the time for large-scale construction. First, the relocated ministries and agencies needed somewhere to stay. I've already inspected the various Yamen inside and outside Guangzhou City, Lin Beiguang said. There are enough buildings, but many are badly damaged and all need repair. The workload for clearing garbage and cleaning is substantial as well. He opened his map. My rough arrangement is as follows. Besides the Guangzhou municipal government clearly occupying the Guangzhou prefectural Yamen, and the two district governments occupying the Panyu and Nanhai County Yamens, Lin Beiguang's arrangement was Guangdong regional organs at the Guangdong Provincial Administration Commissioner's Yamen, National Army Guangdong Command at the Guangzhou Guard Yamen, Court and Procuratorate at the Surveillance Commissioner's Yamen, Municipal Police Bureau at the Lingnan Circuit Yamen, Monopoly Bureau and Tax Bureau at the Salt Tax Office, Propaganda Department at the Education Intendant Yamen, Political Security Bureau at the Censorate Guangdong, Inspecting Censor Yamen. The advantage of this layout was that all agencies would be adjacent to Chengxuan Street, making coordination convenient. Lü Yizhong nodded. I'll have people arrange this. There are actually many empty official buildings, just somewhat dilapidated. Cleaning is each agency's own business. House repairs can be contracted to carpentry shops in the city first. Jidi has been in Guangzhou for years. There should be plenty of carpentry shops they deal with. Second thing, the census. Properly speaking, this is the key task. Lü Yizhong smiled wryly. But we don't have police stations yet. The household department has yellow registers, but the data inside is certainly problematic. Most critically, there are no house numbers in this city. We can do these two things together, Lin Beiguang suggested. First, locate the tithing heads of various areas. They're intimately familiar with their sections. Have them lead the way to check and register households one by one, incidentally verifying house numbers and street signs. As for police stations, we don't even have a police bureau yet, so that can be postponed. First, establish the 3 police bureaus and manage the broad aspects, then proceed gradually. Though Lin Beiguang had expressed reluctance to serve as police chief, he had his own ideas about urban security. Setting up police stations wasn't urgent. First, they lacked sufficient naturalized citizen police officers. Second, police station locations and jurisdiction sizes required a scientific basis. Establishing them without detailed population data might prove inappropriate. Police work mainly involves only 2 points: maintaining order and checking households, Lin Beiguang said. Other matters can be deferred temporarily. The Incorporated Detective Brigade, led by naturalized citizen police officers, will patrol daily. Patrol locations must cover all residential areas, ensuring security at minimum within the city walls and various gate suburbs. Create enough sense of safety for residents. After Lin Beiguang left, Lü Yizhong called for Zhang Yunmi and handed her a note. Student little Zhang, draft a notice for self-demolition within a time limit immediately. The content should center on these 3 main points. Zhang Yunmi's current title was Secretary General of the Guangzhou Municipal Government, in practice, Lü Yizhong's secretary. When notifying Lü Yizhong of this appointment, Zia Ozishan had specifically reminded him, pay attention to appearances, don't get any ideas. Zhang Yunmi examined the note in her hand. Shouldn't a notice like this be written by Lü Yizhong? I can only write colloquial prose. This is for the masses to read. There's no need for archaic classical Chinese. Besides, we need to let the masses grow accustomed to our writing style. Zhang Yunmi nodded and departed to draft the document. Lin Beiguang returned to his office, where the main staff of the original Guangzhou City Operation Department awaited. These were the backbone he had personally selected and trained. Through these 20-some people, he controlled approximately 200 City Operation Department staff, as well as hundreds of peripheral eyes and ears. Everyone sit down. Lin Beiguang surveyed the group, men and women still maintaining their great Ming attire. They had made indelible contributions to the occupation of Guangzhou, but whether they could adapt to work under the new system remained uncertain. Most had been recruited locally in Guangzhou. Only a few naturalized citizens had been sent from Lingao. Though all had trained in Lingao, years of work in Guangzhou had made their language, behavior, and mentality quite different from Qiangya detachment cadres. He worried about this. He didn't want a repeat of the anti-localism turmoil caused by conflicts between southbound cadres and local cadres. Now that the Great Army has entered the city by orders from above, the Guangzhou station will be revoked after completing the transfer of affairs, and our city operation department will be disbanded forthwith. Seeing the slightly fearful faces, Lin Beiguang continued, "Everyone's work achievements are plain to see. Everyone contributed greatly to the bloodless opening of Guangzhou. The Senate recognizes this. As for future work arrangements, most people will transfer with me to work at the Comprehensive Governance Office. Those originally responsible for intelligence will report to General Affairs Section 9 of the National Police System. The new director will arrive in a few days. You'll report to him then." Old Bai, the man called Old Bai hastily stood. "Chief." Old Bai's full name was Bai Defan. Originally a white member of the soap class, he had been a small shopkeeper who, unable to bear the extortion of ruffians and runners, had used connections and money to acquire runner status. He was honest, belonging to the category of clerks with a conscience, so the city operation department had spotted and recruited him early. He was their main intelligence agent within the soap class. Don't expose your people's identities. Chief Liu has now reorganized you into the detective brigade. You'll continue working in that capacity, reporting internal developments at any time. Contact location remains unchanged. Lin Beiguang didn't intend for these intelligence personnel, originally distributed across various industries, to surface. He arranged for them to remain undercover. According to the Security Joint Conference resolution, the original Guangzhou City Operation Department's intelligence personnel and their eyes and ears would be received by General Affairs Section 9 of the National Police, the National Police Department corresponding to the Political Security Bureau. Their reception would facilitate intelligence sharing between both sides. Lin Beiguang then began arranging demolition matters. Hearing that the sheds on Chengxuan Street were to be demolished, Bai Defan couldn't help but start. "Chief, this won't be easy." "What's so difficult? Just some big thresholds," Lin Beiguang smiled. "It's a change of dynasty now. These big thresholds are busy looking after themselves. Where do they have time to look after others?" No, there's another reason here." Bai Defan hesitated. "The chief must know Wenlin Academy." "I know it. A major academy with many properties, accomplished in educating people." Lin Beiguang nodded. "Though they have high reputation among the gentry, they're scholars after all. Can't they understand simple reasoning? Those are the headmaster and scholars in the academy. They only care about sitting around discussing the Tao. The academy's properties are managed by someone else. This person is not to be trifled with." "Oh, tell me more." Lin Beiguang's interest sharpened. The Guangzhou station had had little contact with Wenlin Academy, so they hadn't investigated its background. Bai Defan explained. "The current manager of the academy is called Mo Rongson. His father was originally a minor official in the capital who took a eunuch as his godfather. After retiring and returning home, he used the eunuch's power to drive away the academy directors and seized control himself. Because of the eunuch's backing, father and son have controlled academy affairs for decades, embezzling countless properties. The rented fields, sand fields, oyster ponds, and fish ponds under the academy's name alone amount to several thousand mu, yet the silver handed over annually to the academy is a mere 100 taels." Lin Beiguang thought, "So there's such a major player here." In his years in Guangzhou, he had only known Wenlin Academy was famous and wealthy. He hadn't expected such a story behind it. He asked. "His father was a godson to a eunuch, but that eunuch must have died long ago. Can no one touch them?" Bai Defan said. "Both generations of father and son hold academic degrees. His father was a jurin. He himself purchased a giant student degree. He still counts as a member of the robed class. The Mo family excels at flattery and smooth dealing, not only cultivating friendships with gentry but also drawing in the city's scholars, constantly distributing small favors. Most importantly, the Mo family has powerful backing to rely on." "What backing?" "The Guandai temple people." Lin Beiguang nodded. No wonder Bai Defan said it would be difficult. Yet it was truly unexpected that Wenlin Academy would collude with the beggar gang. Mo Rongson married his youngest son to the daughter of the Guandai temple head, making them relatives by marriage, so no one dares touch his power in the academy. Hearing this, Lin Baiguang could scarcely believe his ears. The manager of a dignified academy had actually become relatives by marriage with a beggar chief. Too bizarre, but on second thought it also made sense. In this era, the power and wealth of a beggar chief in a major city far exceeded those of ordinary great households. End of this chapter. Chapter 1737. Tuan Tou beggar gangs in major cities wielded considerable power in classical Chinese urban society and served as a crucial link in the government's so-called socialized management. The leaders of beggar gangs during the Ming and Qing dynasties were thus considered semi-official figures, often possessing tokens, symbolizing government authorization. These leaders held absolute power over the lives and deaths of beggars beneath them. They enjoyed offerings from their subordinates, lived luxuriously, not merely eating and dressing well with servants and maids at their beck and call, but frequently possessing multiple wives and concubines. Their lifestyles were indistinguishable from wealthy merchants. Wenlin Academy owns quite a few shops on Chengxuan Street, all prime locations earning a fortune daily. If you tear down those sheds, Mo Rongson will definitely seek help from the Guandai temple people, Bai Defan warned. The chief must prepare early. To understand more about the situation, Lin Baiguang summoned a retained old clerk from the fast class named Gao Changjiu after Bai Defan departed. The fast class's main duty was arresting. Local public security was entirely their responsibility, so they possessed the clearest grasp of the city's various city foxes and social rats. Gao Changjiu didn't come from a fast class family. He had apprenticed under an old runner since childhood and endured half a life as a white member before finally becoming a regular. He was intimately familiar with Guangzhou's social conditions and public sentiments, especially the lower strata of society. Gao Changjiu was already in his 50s, old age by 17th century standards. Having difficulty producing offspring, he only fathered a son after 40. Because he believed in karma, he didn't dare commit excessive evil in daily dealings, placing him in the category of those who could be won over. Lin Baiguang asked him about the detailed inner workings of the Guandai temple people. Gao Changjiu held nothing back, relating everything he knew. The leader of the Guandai temple people was named Gao Tianqi, he explained. His family had held the hereditary position of General Tuan Tou of the Guandai temple people for generations. According to Gao Tianqi, his ancestors followed Emperor Hongwu in campaigns east and west, coming to Guangzhou during the conquests. When Emperor Hongwu ascended the throne, since his ancestors were originally beggars themselves, they received this reward. The tale dates back so far that no one investigates whether it's true. However, Gao Tianqi always boasts that his family possesses the certificate granted by the imperial court for the General Tuan Tou of Guangzhou, along with the imperially sealed stick bestowed from above. Lin Baiguang nodded. This wasn't unusual. Leaders of organized beggar gangs always attributed their sex origin to some emperor, not entirely fabricated. The government had indeed granted them certain powers historically. As for whether the emperor's own words were involved, that was casual embellishment. Though called the Guandai temple people, the general leader was actually not based at the Guandai temple. Gao Changjiu explained that Gao Tianqi's Duku Den was located in Jinhua Temple outside Ziguan. As for the subordinate leaders, they lived in various broken temples and ruined shrines inside and outside the city, each with their own territory and clear boundaries. Beggars from each den couldn't cross boundaries to beg. Foreign beggars had to register at the Guandai temple before begging, otherwise they'd be beaten and driven away at best, or tied to a stone and sunk in the Pearl River at worst. How many beggars are registered at the Guandai Temple in Guangzhou City? Lin Beiguang asked. Gao Changjiu shifted nervously and licked his lips. Approximately close to 10,000. Jidi has operated charity halls in Guangzhou for years. Those willing to make a living could have gone to Lingao. Why are the beggars unwilling to go? Why prefer begging in Guangzhou? Gao Changjiu smiled. Chief, those registered at the Guandai Temple are either old, weak, or disabled, afraid that going to the charity hall would require work they couldn't perform, preferring to beg and drag out a feeble existence. Or they're those with skills. What skills? Begging has many varieties. The most common, either begging along the street or sitting on the ground. These have no skills. Those with skills possess techniques passed down from masters. Some create theatrical pairings, old beggars with child beggars, supposedly grandfather and grandson in distress. Some feature female beggars holding dead infants or corpses obtained who knows where, with a female beggar or child beggar kneeling beside claiming to sell themselves to bury their relative. All rehearsed routines. That's one school. Then there are those who stick rotten meat on themselves pretending disability, or those genuinely disabled. That's another school. Then those smashing bricks on their foreheads, piercing nails through their faces. Lin Beiguang understood. The so-called skilled ones were essentially professional beggars, and their begging was mostly scamming. He asked, what else? The last kind, actually strong and healthy people with no skills. But they're lazy and work-averse. Besides normal begging, they serve as attendants for ceremonial procession shops. After a wedding or funeral, not only do they get a full stomach, but they can earn enough money to get by. Another occupation is acting as hired muscle in rural armed fights. Guangzhou's clan power was extremely strong, and armed conflicts were commonplace, even near the provincial capital. Clan villages with weaker forces, wanting to avoid defeat in these fights, often hired strong, healthy beggars through the Guandai temple dens as borrowed muscle. Since beggars mostly had no families, there were no complications if they died in fights, and compensation was meager. So whenever armed conflict arose, business opened for them. Whenever there's a rural armed fight, the big bones are happiest. They not only take a cut of the hiring fee. If someone they sent is beaten to death, the employer must pay compensation, and that money goes into their pockets. Furthermore, whenever armed fights result in deaths, by custom someone must be found to surrender and pay with their life. This is another exclusive business of the Guandai Temple. Either by persuasion or force, they get a few old and weak ones from the beggar ranks to take the fall, collecting yet another life-buying payment. What else? As for other businesses, they're innumerable. Guarding charity graveyards and cremation grounds, watching streets and striking the watch, acting as undertakers to collect ownerless corpses, wailing and crying when wealthy households hold funerals. These count as legitimate businesses. Speaking of illegitimate ones, the ghost market outside Ziguan selling various stolen goods and even grave-robbed burial objects. Without the Guandai Temple people's backing, the market couldn't exist at all. Foreign pickpockets, thieves, child abductors, anyone wanting to do business, inside and outside the city must come to the Guandai Temple to burn incense and seek protection. Lin Beiguang had been in Guangzhou a long time and was not without contact with the Guandai Temple people, but this was the first time he'd learned such detailed information. He realized he had underestimated them. Now it was clear the Guandai Temple people were a festering sore on Guangzhou, one that required treatment and quickly. So, the Guandai Temple people are all content to be beggars. Can't say all. Except for those with skills, most people still want regular meals. After all, in this line of work, you never know if there's a next meal after this one, never know when you'll drop dead on the street. Gao Changjiu sighed. No matter how majestic the Guandai Temple people seem, no matter how much money they make, how much can ordinary beggars get, they have to pay tribute to the big bones daily. The beggars have a saying, take off shoes to earn for wearing clogs to eat, wear clogs to earn for wearing shoes to eat, wear shoes to earn for wearing boots to eat. The pittance they beg is given as tribute to the big bones. The big bones pay tribute to the Tuan Tou. The Tuan Tou pays tribute to the Yamen. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. Lin Beiguang looked at Gao Changjiu and asked abruptly, "Old Gao, I've heard you and Gao Tianqi are sworn brothers." Gao Changjiu started and hurriedly defended himself. This lowly one indeed has close dealings with Gao Tianqi, but mostly for official Yamen business. To win me over, because this lowly one is also surnamed Gao, he claimed he wanted to join clans and recognize us as brothers of the same surname. He just said it casually, and this lowly one just agreed carelessly. Actually, this lowly one's ancestral home is Nangsheng, while his is Huainan. "All right, you don't need to defend yourself." Lin Beiguang interrupted him. "You and he are not the same kind of people. I'm very clear on this." "Yes, thank you for Master's clear judgment." Sweat dripped from Gao Changjiu's forehead. He had heard from people in the soap class that the 100+ clerks and runners arrested these past days were being tortured and interrogated day and night in the prefecture and county prisons, forced to confess their crimes, especially to reveal the whereabouts of hidden private wealth. The torture experts in the soap class were all working in shifts. Word was that the torture was extremely cruel inside, and those arrested only sought a quick death. Recently, because of secret reports or filed complaints at the Yamen, more than a dozen clerks and runners who had already been registered for retention were arrested again. He had no blood debts on his hands and didn't dare do things against conscience in ordinary times, so he should be fine. If he were arrested because of this inexplicable brotherhood, wouldn't that be unjust? "You may go for now. Later I'll send someone to take a statement. Explain to me clearly everyone and everything you know about the Guangdai Temple people, every person, every matter, important or unimportant, one by one. The clearer and more comprehensibly you speak, the greater your merit." Yes, this lowly one understands." Gao Changjiu's back was soaked by now. The chief's meaning was clear. They were going to move against Gao Tianqi. Lin Beiguang sat alone behind his desk, thinking for a long time. Though Bai Defan had warned that the Guangdai Temple people might cause trouble, and though the information Gao Changjiu had just provided showed this was a formidable force, he believed they wouldn't jump out proactively at present. Though they claimed to fear nothing in heaven or earth, they still feared strong power. At this moment of change of dynasty, they wouldn't be so blind as to expose themselves voluntarily. But their remaining passive didn't mean the shop owners wouldn't use other means to resist. After all, the shop owners were common people, law-abiding citizens. They couldn't simply be handled with shouts of "kill and beat." Lin Beiguang had engaged in demolishing illegal structures when he was a county office director in another time-space, and had dealt with mass incidents during demolitions. The lesson he'd learned was, have sufficient preparation before acting. When implementing, move fast, have enough manpower and equipment. Should a sudden incident occur, immediately control the situation with more people against fewer, to prevent the crowd from being incited. Though he had a team of naturalized citizen cadres, few in number but quite capable, and a detective brigade with numerous people eager to prove their loyalty, enough to complete this operation, he decided tomorrow's demolition should still use the National Army as backbone. They would appear with live ammunition to suppress the various evil winds in this city. End of this chapter. Chapter 1738. Around the first watch, silence had already fallen over Guangzhou City. Since the Australian army had entered, the night curfew, which had grown somewhat lax, was tightened once more. Notices posted everywhere by the Australian Yamen explicitly stipulated that after the beating of the watch, no one was permitted to walk the streets without a road pass. As soon as the sun set, the detective brigade, led by several Australian police, patrolled everywhere, urging street watchmen to close the street gates. Residents and shops along the main streets also received orders from their tithing heads to hang lanterns outside their doors after dark. The lights glowed dimly, swaying beneath the eaves. In their feeble illumination, large printed notices for reassuring the populace could be seen posted at each intersection. Gallows, structures the citizens of Guangzhou had never seen before, now stood at major road intersections, several corpses hanging from them and swaying slowly in the weak lantern light. Paper signs dangled around their necks, inscribed with crimes like robber and thief. Criminals caught hadn't even survived the night. For the citizens of Guangzhou, these days were uneasy ones. Yet since entering the city, the Fubo army had maintained strict discipline and committed no crimes against the people, leaving a deep impression. By the second day after the city's fall, markets had largely recovered. Nevertheless, following the traditional wisdom of minimizing exposure during turbulent times, every household extinguished its lights and retired as soon as the watch was beaten. In this silent, dark night, only a single lamp still burned in a side courtyard deep within a West City residence. Bamboo curtains covered the windows and doors tightly, revealing only a sliver of dim light. But inside the hall, illumination blazed. A middle-aged man reclined on a purple sandalwood couch, clearly wealthy. Being at home in the inner residence, he dressed casually. A Taoist robe of Western cloth, mesh gauze on his head, purple silk-bordered Chengxuan straw sandals on his feet. Leaning against a large Nanjing satin bolster, he held a Xiangfei bamboo pipe with hand jade mouthpiece, smoking in silence. Blue-white smoke drifted ethereally, much like his thoughts, swaying, not knowing where to go. Two maids attended him, one standing behind, one kneeling before, gently massaging his legs and shoulders. Yet this seemed to bring him no comfort. On the Japanese lacquer table before him sat various exquisite snacks, all untouched. The pre-Qingming Hangzhou tea in his cup, costing several taels per ounce, had gone completely cold. A man dressed like a private advisor sat diagonally opposite, watching him with something like fear. Never before had he seen his employer so utterly at a loss. On the table between them lay a notice. The paper and ink were still fresh, clearly not posted long. The vulgar song typeface indicated its origin, the Australians who had recently entered the city. Master, the night grows late. Tomorrow. The advisor probably felt too much time had passed and couldn't help breaking the silence. The middle-aged man addressed as Master was none other than Mo Rongson, the manager of Wielding Academy. The notice had been brought by Jidi, the academy's accounting advisor. Though Jidi bore the title of accounting advisor for Wielding Academy, he was in fact Mo Rongson's private man. Mo Rongson rarely went to the academy himself. All property revenue and expenditure was handled by this advisor Shi. Naturally, besides Master Mo, he was the one most concerned about Wielding Academy's income and expenditure. Not only did he receive an annual salary of 120 taels, but various false accounts and kickbacks netted him 500 or 600 taels more. A very large sum. Today, the shopkeepers of more than 10 shops on Chengxuan Street who rented Wielding Academy storefronts had come to find him, bringing this notice. The Australians had posted orders everywhere demanding demolition of sheds on Chengxuan Street within 12 hours. Calling them sheds, what these families had built were no longer mere sheds. They were practically houses. Beyond the considerable construction costs, demolition would drastically shrink their shop space. Besides inconveniencing business, many tools and goods would need other storage. The shopkeepers had no ideas, so they came to the landlord seeking solutions. Jidi naturally had no ideas either. In the past, when difficulties arose, he could take his employer's card to the county or prefecture Yamen, chat with the clerks or advisors, spend some silver and solve the problem. Now that the officials had changed, the procedures he knew were all obsolete. He didn't even know where the Yamen door opened. In panic, he had come to Mo Rongson for guidance. What can we do? Nothing. Mo Rongson puffed out a mouthful of smoke, set his dry pipe aside, and turned to rise. The maid beside him hurried to support his arm, using all her strength to help him up. Mo Rongson picked up the cold tea and took a large gulp, then sighed. The Australians have just entered the city, and this official Liu is new to office. You want to block what they're determined to do. That's seeking death. Go tell them those who want to hang themselves can go tomorrow. I'm not serving as their cushion. Chastity gave 2 dry laughs. Master is right, but Wenlin Academy has quite a few shops on Chengxuan Street. If the sheds are all demolished, the losses won't be small. If there's any way to mediate, they're willing to spend money on it. They're willing, I am not. Mo Rongxin's voice turned cold. The hair thieves are anxious for someone to jump out and serve as a cushion so they can kill someone to establish authority. Whoever wants that glory can go claim it. Chastity wasn't reconciled to let this opportunity for kickbacks slip away and continued probing. Master, should we discuss this matter with Master Gao of Guangdai Temple? This was the most powerful trump card in Mo Rongxin's hand. In several major crises, he had relied on the Guangdai Temple people to step forward and settle matters. Though this had earned him the ugly name of beggar's in-law, the benefits had been considerable. You think it's easy, Mo Rongxin snapped. The hair thieves aren't fools. Once the Guangdai Temple people get involved, they'll immediately suspect we're playing tricks. If they can't deal with the Guangdai Temple people, isn't it child's play to deal with us? So, Chastity was disappointed, seeing that this sum of gratitude money couldn't be obtained. Go tell the shopkeepers, don't blindly seek connections. Just honestly demolish it themselves. At least they can recover some materials. If those black-hearted runners start tomorrow, guaranteed not even a brick will remain. It's getting late, rest here tonight and leave early tomorrow morning. Go. Seeing the employer's dismissal, Chastity had to stand to take his leave. Mo Rongxin suddenly thought of something. How is the academy recently? These days since the hair thieves entered the city, the headmaster and students haven't come to the academy. The students living there are quiet. Watch the head cook closely. Don't let him just know how to skim and pocket for himself, making the academy's meals like pig feed. Starting tomorrow, meals must have meat every day, not just boiled bones and chicken carcasses to count as meat, but whole chickens, ducks, and fish. And rice must be sufficient. Do you understand? Yes, yes, Chastity was startled. He also had a share in the deducted food expenses. Don't lose the big for the small. Are those sour scholars easy to deal with? Messing around like this, they've long been full of complaints. Mo Rongxin fanned himself calmly, deciding to properly enlighten him today. Now that the Australians rule, we must guard against them seizing any opportunity to cause trouble. When that happens, I won't know anything, Chastity hurriedly said. Your student understands. I'll arrange it when I return tomorrow. In another courtyard of the same residence, Mo Rongxin's 5th daughter-in-law, Gao Huichun, sat alone in her room doing embroidery. She was a young woman in her 20s, married into the Mo family for 5 years. Before dinner, her maid had come to report that the 5th master had business tonight and would rest in the outer study, asking her not to wait up. Though she had shown no expression at the time, she was deeply unhappy. She knew her husband was resting in a maid's room again. Officials and wealthy men all kept several concubines. Even her father, the beggar chief commanding the beggars, had several concubines. He not only had more than 10 women around him, but also frequently visited flower boats seeking pleasure, often not returning all night. When she was betrothed to the Mo family, though pleased to be marrying into a scholarly family, she had felt some displeasure upon learning her future husband already had a Tongfang maid. At the beginning of the marriage, they had been quite affectionate. But as time passed, especially after she failed to produce an heir, her husband's affection gradually waned. The days he spent in her room grew fewer and fewer. Had her father-in-law not forced his son to visit her chambers every few days, fearing damage to the relationship between the two families if the young couple fell out, it would be considered good if he came 2 or 3 days a month. Not returning tonight, she understood in her heart what it meant. He was using business as an excuse to spend a spring night with his recently seduced maid. In this so-called scholarly family, her father-in-law Mo Rongxin was himself greedy and lustful, keeping 4 or 5 13-year-old maids around him year-round for pleasure. His sons proved no better, each with swarms of wives and concubines, still visiting brothels and flower boats. Though her husband was only the fifth son, born of a concubine and lacking status in the family, he too had acquired several maids for his room. As the legitimate wife, she refused to reveal pettiness about such matters before the maids were brought close. Yet a different kind of pain lingered in her heart, impossible to shake. It's truly bitter to be a woman, she thought. Such things happen before one grows old and beauty fades. Neither conversing with the maids nor listening to the blind girls singing lessened the ache. The watch had already been beaten outside. She set down her embroidery, listening to the desolate sound of the watch clapper, thinking of her own circumstances, then of all she had witnessed in this great family over 5 years. Truly a mixture of all flavors. Her eyes stung uncontrollably, she nearly shed tears, but she dared not sigh aloud. She even swallowed her sobbing, lest the maids nearby hear and create more trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 1739. The Mo family. After lying down, she unexpectedly couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Though she felt no affection for this husband, since she had married him, she was a person of the Mo family in life and a ghost of the Mo family in death. Even if she had dissatisfaction, she could only swallow it like tears and endure. She fell asleep in a daze very late that night, but as soon as the sky began to lighten, Gao Huichun woke. There was homework to be done in the morning for a great household, nothing more than supervising water and fire, serving in-laws and husband. Even in a family with servants and maids, this was the daily duty of a daughter-in-law, especially the morning and evening greetings, which were the top priority. The Mo family had not originally been considered a great household. Before Mo Rongxin's father passed the provincial examination, they had been ordinary citizens, making their living by peddling. Only after the old master passed the provincial examination did they rise up, considered a gentry family in any decent sense. Though Mo Rongxin himself never even passed the Ziyukai examination, buying a giant student degree had barely maintained his dignity. In the eyes of the proper gentry in Guangzhou, however, his family counted only as counterfeit goods. Those who most despised them called the Mo family the Broken Boot Party. Someone had even coined a slogan for them: "Father acted as a eunuch's son, son acts as a beggar's father-in-law." But the Mo family had controlled Wenlin Academy for decades, had money in hand, and both father and son excelled at social dealings, so they hadn't been publicly expelled from gentry ranks. Still, the first-class gentry of Guangzhou never associated with them. When academy matters required attention, they spoke only to the headmaster. Perhaps because they were looked down upon by proper gentry, the Mo family emphasized etiquette and propriety above all, desperately trying to prove themselves a family of poetry and books. When Gao Huichun first married in, she had suffered greatly for this set of etiquette, ridiculed by sisters-in-law, teased by her father-in-law's concubines, even mocked behind her back by favored maids who called her beggar miss. After enduring these few years, Gao Huichun had finally become flawless in etiquette. She rose early, finished washing and dressing, and went to her father-in-law's main room to pay morning respects as usual. Accompanied by a maid, she entered the courtyard and saw that the partition doors of the main room stood already open. She was slightly surprised, for all Mo Rongxin's stress on etiquette. In practice he indulged nightly in sensuality and pleasure, retiring around the third watch. Naturally, he couldn't rise early, and sometimes he didn't come home at all after carousing outside. So the Mo family had devised a workaround. The younger generation didn't enter the main room to pay respects but kowtowed under the corridor, which counted as attendance. Unexpectedly, her father-in-law had already risen today. She saw him seated in the center, being served breakfast by the third concubine, though his face didn't look well, somewhat pale. Gao Huichun went in and kowtowed. Mo Rongxin nodded. "Rise." Ordinarily, the next sentence would be, "You may leave." Yet Mo Rongxin didn't say this, and Gao Huichun didn't dare withdraw on her own. She had to stand with hands at her sides, awaiting orders. After a long silence, she heard her father-in-law ask, "Huichun, is your father in good health recently?" This surprised her again. It wasn't a holiday or formal occasion. Why did her father-in-law suddenly care about her father's health? In truth, she had no way of knowing whether Gao Tianqi was in good health. Gao Huichun rarely returned to her natal home, only once or twice a year. Moreover, Gao Tianqi paid her little attention. After returning beyond the customary kowtow, father and daughter had nothing to say to each other. Except for learning a little about her father's affairs during conversations with her mother, they might as well have been strangers, but she couldn't fail to answer. She hurried to say, "Many thanks to the master for asking. My father's health is still peaceful. You haven't returned home for a visit in a long time." Mo Rongson put down his spoon and took the Australian small towel handed by the third concubine to wipe his mouth. "Go back for a visit for a few days tomorrow, and bring some gifts along." Now Gao Huichun was even more confused. It wasn't a holiday. Why suddenly send her home to visit her parents? Since it was her father-in-law's intention, strictly speaking, she couldn't ask why. Besides, returning home for a trip would be pleasant enough. At least she could talk intimately with her mother. She thanked him immediately and withdrew. Not long after returning to her room, the housekeeper came leading servants carrying loads of gifts. Normally, when a daughter-in-law returned home, the accompanying gifts were just water gifts, roast meats, wind-dried geese, various pastries, at most some silk and satin fabric. But this time, not only were the water gifts as usual, but there were also many precious items: Suzhou and Hangzhou silks, foreign goods including 2 caddies of Liaodong ginseng. Gao Huichun glanced over the lot and estimated the value at over 500 taels of silver, no longer a merely heavy gift. These are all gifts the master graciously provides for the 5th young mistress's visit. The housekeeper's face was full of flattery. Also a handwritten letter from the master. Please trouble the 5th young mistress to deliver it to the master-in-law for his perusal. Gao Huichun already understood that her father-in-law must have something important to ask of her father. But in the past, her father-in-law had mostly gone to discuss matters secretly with her father himself. Why suddenly use her visit as a pretense this time? With the hair thieves having recently entered the city, could it be related to that? She had countless question marks in her heart. On the surface, she remained calm. "I understand. Much obliged to the 5th young mistress." The housekeeper smiled with unprecedented warmth. Since she had married over, she had never seen the housekeeper smile so warmly at her. Usually it was a smile without warmth. He paid another respect. "The master has instructed. Starting this month, your monthly allowance will increase by 1 tael of silver, and the food money from the public account will also increase by 5 mace for you." Gao Huichun stood up. "Thank the master for me." The housekeeper added that the master had noted there were too few people serving in the 5th master's room and would allocate more servant women. He also said that the courtyard where the couple lived needed repair, and another courtyard had been allocated. She should move over in a few days. The new courtyard was not only larger but in a much better location. This sudden solicitude made her uneasy. In the past, when she had needed even a rough servant woman for her room, she had waited endlessly. In the end, she'd had to give the housekeeper benefits before anyone was assigned. Her sudden rise in status within the Mo family made her secretly suspicious. Could the master Mo wanted to ask her father be truly significant? Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling worried. Lin Baiguang stood on the time-reporting platform commonly known as Double Gate Tower. First built in the Song Dynasty, this pavilion was 10 zhang and 4 kai long, 4 zhang and 4 kai deep, 3 zhang and 2 kai high. The upper portion was a tower, the lower portion 2 side-by-side large gates, hence double gates. In the Song Dynasty, Guangzhou casting craftsman Xian Yunxing and others had made the time-reporting device bronze clepsydra to cover the tower. During the day, time plates were hung. At night, the watch was beaten. It had become a key time-reporting system for Guangzhou. Now, the Chengxuan Street Demolition Command Post was established on the Double Gate Tower. Several blood-red banners hung from it, inscribed in bucket-sized Song typeface. Illegal structures will be demolished. Violent resistance against the law leads to a dead end. Illegal buildings are not protected by law. Throughout the Double Gate Tower, murderous-looking detective brigade members were everywhere. They held pry bars, iron shovels, and large baskets, rubbing their fists and palms, every one of them eager to perform well before the new masters. Beyond them stood fully armed National Army soldiers. Early that morning, National Army soldiers had suddenly deployed, completely blocking both ends of Chengxuan Street and all intersecting roads, strictly prohibiting people and vehicles from entering or leaving. Surrounded by his entourage, Lin Beiguang ascended the Double Gate Tower. He leaned against the railing and surveyed the street below. The sheds squeezing the road to a thin line looked little different from yesterday's view atop the tower. He raised his binoculars to peer into the distance. Faintly, some spots had been cleared, but most remained untouched. A naturalized citizen cadre ran over to report. "Report to Chief, all preparations are complete," Lin Beiguang asked. "How is the propaganda effect?" "Only very few shop owners demolished on their own," the cadre said awkwardly. "Many were very polite and promised to self-demolish, but there's been no movement until now." Lin Beiguang nodded. This was within expectations. So-called convincing people with reason had to be backed by strength. He turned to address the group of naturalized citizen cadres, high and low, following behind him. "Comrades, this is our first battle to transform old Guangzhou and benefit its people. We must fight it well. Not only must we smoothly demolish these illegal structures and restore a clear, clean Chengxuan Street for everyone, but we must also let the people of Guangzhou understand our determination and demonstrate that we are a civilized, progressive new regime with the mission of benefiting citizens. Therefore, during the entire demolition process, everyone must follow the 3 disciplines we announced at the meeting. Do not destroy shopkeepers' tools and goods. Do not privately take building materials and goods. Do not accept money from shop owners for any reason. Even drinking water is forbidden." "Yes," the cadres responded in unison. "As for you," Lin Beiguang turned to look at the dozen or so squadron leaders and team leaders of the detective brigade. "The discipline is the same." He spoke slowly. "I know you've always had your bastard rules, and operations like this are good opportunities for profit and kickbacks. I advise you all to be sensible and stop fishing for money in this oil pot. Anyone who dares take a single tile or half a brick without authorization, pack up your bedding and go join your head bailiffs." The lowly ones dare not. Hearing they would be sent to join the head bailiffs, the detective brigade captains were all terrified and hurriedly proclaimed their compliance. "Now announce the action plan," Lin Beiguang ordered. "Zai Bulio, speak." Zai Bulio hastily stepped forward, opened the cloth covering the large display board on the gate tower, revealing a detailed schematic diagram of the Chengxuan Street demolition operation, marked with dense data and colors. He began explaining in detail the work area and content assigned to each team. All demolition teams had been assigned sections, each team contracting one section. Within each team were specialized work groups, some for demolition, some for moving goods and tools from the sheds, some for transporting construction waste, and some specialized in preventing shop owners and assistants from obstruction or mischief. Each group performed its own function in a clear division of labor. End of this chapter. Chapter 1740. Wielding the Thunderbolt. Each team only needs to manage your own section. Leave other matters to specially assigned personnel. Zai Bulio continued. If you encounter violent confrontation, blow the whistle to summon nearby National Army reinforcements. Start the operation. At Lin Beiguang's order, a guard beside him lit the signal rocket in his hand, a green flare sword whistling into the sky. The whistle was the signal. Whistle sounds erupted all along the street. The riot squad of the National Army entered Chengxuan Street from both north and south entrances simultaneously. Precise footsteps rang out on the street, which had fallen deathly silent. The riot squad wore steel helmets and local version anti-riot suits made of kapok and rattan following anti-riot suit patterns. On their feet, iron-soled ox-hide short boots. Holding anti-riot rattan shields, standard police batons, and long forks, they marched past the common people in lockstep, eyes forward, faces expressionless. The clattering of boots amplified the terror already building in the hearts of shopkeepers and assistants. Many began secretly regretting not having demolished on their own. The riot squad left a small team every 100 meters, making arrangements along the street. Then, at the second whistle, the detective brigade entered, led by naturalized citizen police. Though dressed neatly, their marching formation was considerably worse. The demolition teams didn't hurry to begin, but arranged themselves along the street, one team every 100 meters. Each team wore armbands of different colors and numbers. Each team had a flag bearer holding a colored flag. Whenever a team arrived at its position, the flag bearer raised the flag to signal their presence. The merchants and assistants in the shops, along with the idlers watching the spectacle, had never witnessed such a display. All were terrified. Was this war? Lin Baiguang sat upright in his chair. The guard lowered his binoculars, turned back, stood at attention, and saluted. Report to Chief, all teams are in position. Begin. A red signal rocket soared whistling from the double gate tower. The detective brigade, who had been rubbing their fists and palms, pounced like hounds unleashed, roaring. When had the shopkeepers and assistants ever seen such a scene? Watching the wolf-like, tiger-like detective brigade descend upon them, those who had planned various obstructions immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The more timid simply collapsed on the ground with a cry, unable to move. They were dragged aside by specially assigned personnel long before causing any delay. The detective brigade had been eager for this moment. Everyone wanted to perform well before the chief. Once the order came, they immediately set to work according to their pre-assigned duties. For a time, moving goods, demolishing walls with big sledgehammers and hook-sickle spears, climbing ladders to remove tiles. The chaotic din of activity filled the street. Accompanying the demolition, portable audio systems dedicated to square dancing, positioned at both ends of the street, began broadcasting the pre-recorded demolition notice. Citizens of Guangzhou, hello. The Guangzhou Military Control Commission and the Guangzhou Municipal Government, in accordance with. The monotonous electronic female voice echoed above the street. After standard Mandarin with perfect pronunciation came a broadcast in Guangzhou Mandarin. As the broadcast continued, the detective brigade's demolition work reached its peak. According to prior arrangement, bricks, tiles, and stones were collected. Reed mats, bamboo poles, and timber were piled by category. The Gale and Purple Lightning handcarts borrowed by Lin Baiguang from the Joint Logistics Headquarters moved down the street from north to south, collecting as they went. Demolished building materials were loaded and transported as soon as they came down. Remarkably, nothing accumulated on the road surface at all. The tools and goods inside the sheds were also sealed one by one and transported away by cart, all taken to the East Parade Ground outside the city, along with the building materials. This wasn't because Lin Baiguang wanted to covet these things, but to impose additional costs on the shops that had built the sheds. Guangzhou's commerce was something the Senate wanted to maintain and promote. Therefore, Lü Yizhong couldn't use overly drastic punishments, arresting bosses for labor reform, suspending businesses, and so forth. Yet he couldn't let the violating shops bear no costs. For most shops, the material and labor costs of building sheds had been minimal, but the income had been considerable. Without effective deterrence, maintaining rectification results over time would be difficult. Detaining goods and tools to force fines, the time, property, and turnover costs incurred during the detention period would make many think twice before trying again. On-the-spot fines were naturally possible, but achieving effective control amid the chaos would be difficult. Dragging everything to the East Parade Ground meant each shop would inevitably come forward voluntarily to accept punishment, neither missing anyone nor overcharging. This suited their still limited law enforcement capabilities. Lin Beiguang watched the street before him in silence. The dust raised by the demolition shrouded the entire area, rendering it hazy and indistinct. Through the dust and fog came the sounds of tools striking walls, the tearing of reed mat sheds being pulled apart, the shouting and cursing of demolition personnel. Occasionally, women's crying and cursing drifted through as well. Overall, the effect was good. Lin Beiguang thought to himself that the city foxes and social rats, especially the Guangdai temple people, were all quite sensible. Not one had leaped out to serve as his chicken. He knew that tomorrow, news of this demolition would spread throughout the city. Every tea house and tea shed would vividly relate what they had witnessed today. He had staged this display precisely for that effect. He had roughly surveyed the entire city's situation. Illegal structures existed virtually everywhere on main roads and commercial areas. Some were built directly over the Six Veins Canal. The demolition work in this city had just begun. The Guangzhou municipal government couldn't mount such a grand display every time it demolished illegal structures, so the first time required sufficient momentum and spectacle. He even felt a slight regret that no one had come forward to cause trouble. Otherwise, he could have properly slaughtered a few chickens, which would have enhanced the warning effect for subsequent demolition work. Demolition began at 7 in the morning. By noon, the crowded sheds along all of Chengxuan Street had been swept away, revealing the original broad road surface of blue bricks and red sandstone slabs. Looking over it all at once, Lin Beiguang suddenly felt his heart lighten, as if the city itself could now breathe normally. Yet traces of years of road-occupying commerce remained, like a floor plan drawn in stains. Standing on the double gate tower, one could still roughly make out the original footprint of each shop's encroachment. A few families had simply built houses directly on the road's surface. Now the wall foundations were still being demolished, a few beams and pillars standing lonely in the middle of the street. The road ditches originally covered by sheds were now completely exposed. He instructed that the stone slabs and wooden boards covering them not be removed for now. Wait until after the entry ceremony. Good roads, ruined like this. Lin Beiguang remarked casually. Have the goods been transported away? The detained goods and tools have all been transported. A small amount of building materials remains undemolished, the cadre responsible for field command reported. After cleanup, tell the cleaning team to sweep the street once. Ensure no residual garbage on the ground. Lin Beiguang raised his binoculars. Anyone making trouble? No. Very cooperative. Tell the law enforcement team to erect gallows in front of the double gate tower. Finally, we have a proper place to put them. That afternoon, black gallows rose on the open ground before the double gate tower. The rope loops coated in black tar swayed in the wind, silently reminding all who was master of Guangzhou City. A new notice was pasted on the bulletin board before the gallows, stating that all shop numbers whose goods and tools had been detained must go to the East Parade Ground within 3 days to accept fine processing. Overdue items would be confiscated entirely. Herr Thief, I F your old mother. A shopkeeper couldn't help cursing in his back room. If he didn't pay the fine, his detained goods and tools would all be lost. But he was truly unwilling to part with his shining silver. His heart ached with pain, regret, and hatred. His wife advised, "Husband, if we spend some money, we can still get the things back. Under the former government, not only wouldn't you get things back, you'd still have to spend silver." The shopkeeper considered this and realized it was true. Setting aside everything else, if the former government had come to demolish, and he hadn't given enough silver on the spot, those black-hearted runners would probably have robbed his shop clean while they had the chance. In this way, the Herr Thieves were actually quite polite. Lin Beiguang had no energy to care what citizens thought. As soon as the sheds were demolished, he immediately organized teams to carry out temporary repairs on Chengxuan Street's road surface. Major repairs were impossible at the moment. The road was not only long but had gone years without proper repair. Road surface and roadbed were seriously damaged. Major repairs would require tearing up all the covering sandstone slabs and blue bricks, impossible to complete without months of effort, and they didn't even know where to source paving materials. So Lü Yizhong, who had come to oversee Guangzhou's municipal engineering, suggested using the bricks, tiles, and stones recovered from demolished sheds for temporary repairs. Simply fill the potholes and gaps to make the road surface roughly level. Such temporary repairs didn't require many skilled workers and took very little time. Lin Baiguang agreed to this plan. He said to Lü Yizhong, "Complete the repair work within 36 hours." He issued a firm order. The road must be fully open to traffic before 7 a.m. on March 5th. Turning to the Works Department clerk Jidi, he added, "From today on, you take orders from Chief Li." Jidi was surprised to see that the chief was actually a woman. Did a woman even understand road repair? Lü Yizhong moved into the double-gate tower with her own team and personally directed the road surface repair project. The construction crew consisted of county laborers gathered by Jidi. They also counted as a kind of Yamen runner. To compensate for the manpower shortage, part of the National Army was mobilized as well. As soon as the street was cleaned up, lanterns were hung on both sides and repairs began overnight. Lü Yizhong personally went to the construction site to command. The citizens of Guangzhou were shocked to see a female hair thief gesturing on the street and commanding hundreds of workers. But what shocked them even more was that this female hair thief went onto the street wearing only trousers, not even a skirt. The hair thieves corrupt public morals to this extent. A scholar wrote this sentence in his notes that night. Next, he added, "The female hair thief has a graceful figure and a romantic bearing of her own." End of this chapter. Chapter 1741. Enjoying morning tea, drinking morning tea, was the most treasured ritual of Guangzhou's leisure class. Even in these extraordinary times, when the hair thieves had entered the city, and a new flag flew from the walls, the proprietors of the city's major tea houses proudly hung out their "Open Today" signs. Before 6 in the morning, mountains of bamboo steamers already crowded the doorways, wisps of fragrant steam curling upward, while inside the rooms buzzed with activity, every table spoken for. Of course, morning tea was never merely about eating a sumptuous breakfast. It was a social institution, as essential to Guangzhou as the tea houses of the north were to Beijing. Tea guests arrived at first light, some carrying bird cages draped in blue silk, others shepherding their hua gu long, their mischievous children. They would summon 3 or 5 close friends, find a clean table, exchange greetings and blessings of "May you prosper," then settle into order. A few steamers of char siu bao, some shumai steamed dumplings, a pot of bubbling congee, and of course the indispensable pot of tea. Only after these rituals were observed did the real business begin, what locals called king kai, the art of conversation. Northerners called it shooting the breeze. In Sichuan they said chatting by the Dragon Gate. Like its cousins elsewhere, this was a clearinghouse for intelligence, current events, social gossip, the news of the day. Naturally, much of it was embellished or outright fabrication, but those who knew how to listen could still pan gold from the stream. As for the biggest news in Guangzhou lately, nothing could compare to the hair thieves openly breaking with the imperial court, smashing through the city walls, and installing a prefect surnamed Liu. Tales of grandfather Liu multiplied like fish in the Pearl River, each one scooped up before the last had lost its freshness. The sensation of one story would barely crest before another, more explosive still, arrived to claim its place. Just days ago, the tea houses had buzzed with how grandfather Liu had cut through the corrupt clerks like a sword through silk. Today, they were already onto something new. "Gentlemen, have you heard?" A jovial fat man launched into conversation after his first sip of tea. "Chengxuan Street, these past few days, the Kun leveled the whole thing. That Aju, you know him, Boss Zhang, the owner of Qingyun Rice Noodle Shop, half his house is rubble now. Poor bastard's been threatening to hang himself. What a pack of motherless dogs, may their sons be born without assholes. Everyone nodded vigorously, except for a young man in green robes, who looked around in bewilderment. Boss Zhang was a well-dressed elder with 3 strands of black beard adorning his chin, a man who believed that harmony bred wealth. He turned to address the youth in Mandarin. He's saying that the Australians demolished all of Chengxuan Street these past few days. Boss Zhu of the rice noodle shop, a young man I once mentored, had half his house torn down and is now making a great show of trying to hang himself. The young man's confusion cleared, and he nodded his understanding. Boss Zhang then addressed the fat man in Mandarin. Boss Wang, this is young Master Li, a sea merchant from southern Jili. His family are old patrons of my humble establishment, Xian. Please show him some consideration. The fat man's cheeks flushed. Rising with teacup in hand, he switched to Mandarin. My apologies, Boss Li, please don't take offense. Allow me to punish myself with this cup of tea in lieu of wine. Young Li scrambled to his feet, fumbling across the table for his own cup. I wouldn't dare accept such courtesy. This is my first time in your magnificent city, and I'll need everyone's guidance. Another day I shall host a proper banquet to thank you all. The 2 men drank to each other. A lean, sharp-featured man at the table seized on the opening. Did the Kun make off with a fortune then? All those valuables? The fat man wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Not at all. I have a sworn brother who's a runner for Nanhai County. He says the Kun piled everything in the East Parade ground. Pay the fine and you can redeem your property. And those who demolish their own buildings within the first 3 days get to keep their things without penalty. Boss Zhang stroked his beard approvingly. They mean what they say, that's rare. Clear rewards and punishments even rarer. The lean man sneered. Rare. Your sworn brother is spinning tales, surely. Who knows how much he skimmed for himself? Everyone knows these are the golden days for men like him. A few taels of silver hidden here, a few taels of gold palmed there. Eat shit, mad cow. The fat man slammed the table, making the teacups jump. Speak carelessly if you like, but not about my sworn brother. Call me Fat Shoe, whatever you want, but leave him out of it. He's a filial son. The only reason your wretched dog kennel is still standing is because his old mother taught him to be kind and keep the peace. Boss Wang. On Niu. Enough quarreling. Boss Zhang hastily intervened, placing a char siu bao in each man's bowl. Mad Cow seized the excuse to back down and began eating. Fat Shoe continued muttering under his breath. Boss Li, I'm not one to boast. Fat Shoe addressed the young merchant. If my sworn brother were scum who preyed on his neighbors like some people, he shot a glance at Mad Cow. Prefect Liu would have strung him up to swing long ago. But he's always been a good man, diligent and charitable, and that's why they kept him on. He told me the entire operation, that's the short-hair word for it, every one of those constables accounted for every brick and tile. Everything was sealed and sent to the East Parade ground. Anyone who pocketed so much as a splinter would be swinging from a rope. No hardship fees, no kickbacks. Getting rich. Getting rich my old mother's ass. These Australians do bring a fresh atmosphere, Boss Zhang mused, counting on his fingers. Eliminated the customary fees, reduced the extortion, business is just business, clear consequences for clear actions. For small merchants like us who live by our wits, trade has become much easier. That it has, young Master Li joined in, finally finding his footing in the conversation. The Australians, they seem to have the Midas touch. Business flourishes wherever they go. My father used to tell me that when he traded across the seas, we had to pay tribute to every petty lord who claimed dominion over the waters. The protection money alone ate half our profits each year. Miss a payment, and you'd lose both ship and crew. But once the Australians came, once they absorbed Lü Yizhong and broke the Zheng clan, the route from southern Jili to Guangzhou became an open highway. Our profits more than doubled. He glanced around furtively and lowered his voice. It's a shame they had to go and commit such treason. A collective sigh ran around the table. How long the red flag would fly was a question not just for these tea drinkers, but for every gentleman and commoner in Guangzhou Prefecture. The imperial court had accumulated generations of prestige, an edifice that seemed unshakable to ordinary folk. They bore no love for this dynasty that seemed only capable of taking, blocking, demanding, and devouring. But if the heavenly army came, it would grind everyone to powder without distinction between the virtuous and the wicked. The hair thieves could board their ships and sail away. The rest of them had no such wings. Indeed, and everyone knows Mad Cow here has been selling chicken congee to the short-hair soldiers. Fat Shu shook his head. I've warned him countless times, stop doing business with them. When the reckoning comes, who knows if any of us will survive, but Mad Cow here is definitely finished. What do you know? Mad Cow bristled, rapping his knuckles on the table with an air of superiority. Listen here, unless the Kun flee of their own accord, that rabble the imperial court calls an army couldn't touch them. Give them 10 soldiers for every 1 Australian and they'd still lose. Even the Guangning army can't compare. Now you're just bragging. Hey, Fat Shu, do you remember what I used to do? Sure, you were just a big-headed foot soldier. Exactly, so you admit I know what I'm talking about. Let me tell you, forget the firearms, forget the cannons. Just the killing aura those short-hair soldiers carry. The Guangning army can't come close. Those eastern barbarians who boast of being invincible with 10,000 men, they're only fit to carry nightsoul buckets. Mad Cow unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a long, centipede-like scar across his belly. Fat Shu, back in the day, I followed Commander He to fight at Lingao. You think I'm afraid of the likes of you? At the assault on Xian, we had 10,000 brothers. We met a few hundred of them in close combat and they wiped us clean, chased us for dozens of li like herding ducks. I've even sat in a short-hair prison. I'm not like you who only knows how to flap his lips. The table fell silent, each man involuntarily conjuring the image. A few hundred men pursuing 10,000 in full rout, scattering them across the countryside. They drew a collective sharp breath. So the claim that the Australians are only skilled with firearms is completely false. Young Master Li suddenly felt like a frog discovering the sky was larger than the mouth of his well. What fool said that? Even if the short-hair soldiers fought the eastern barbarians with no muskets or cannons at all, I'd bet on the Kun. If what An Yu says is true, Boss Zhang said slowly, then perhaps the Australians staying in Guangzhou for the long term isn't impossible after all. More than that, the Kun claim descent from the Song dynasty. It wouldn't surprise me if they marched all the way to Kaifeng to claim the Dragon Throne. Their discussion was interrupted by the sudden clamor of gongs from the street. Conversation died. The tea-house waiter hurried outside to investigate, returning moments later with news. The tithing head of the great Southgate suburb was passing by, beating his gong. The heavenly army is marching through again, the man had announced. Everyone stay calm. Those who want to watch may do so from behind the white line. Stay off the street itself, understood? Understood. The tithing head moved on with his gong. When the waiter relayed this to the room, excitement rippled through the crowd, a new topic to dissect. Mad Cow spoke up. So that's why someone was pushing a cart along the street brushing lime lines this morning. It's for crowd control. Troops passing through? Again, the tea-house erupted in speculation. I saw the river covered with Australian troop carriers, large and small, heading up the West River and North River. And now more soldiers marching through. They must be pushing all the way to Nanxing to seal the 5 Ridges passes. Once the gateway is closed, the imperial court's army can't come south, and the assembly can shut the door and crown their own emperor. Question is, will this Song dynasty be a southern Song or a Guangdong Song? End of this chapter. Chapter 1742. Military parade. Seeing his customers recklessly discussing state affairs and courting disaster, the tea-house proprietor hurried to intervene. Honored patrons, fresh from the oven, walnut cookies from the Zhang family bakery. The Australians are mad for them. Please, everyone try one. He gestured for the waiter to bring out a plate of golden cookies. The Zhang family's walnut cookie shop, like most establishments in Guangzhou, had closed for a single day when the Australians entered the city, reopening the following afternoon. There's nothing special about these cookies. The old tea customers had notoriously discerning palates. Special or not doesn't matter. What matters is they've received the golden seal of Australian approval, Boss Zhang replied. You have to place orders days in advance now, otherwise they're sold out. I know old Zhang's shop, tiny place though it's been around forever, mediocre business. His family used to mix in stale goods from the previous year. Only penny pinchers and tea houses that didn't know better bought from them. A knowing pause. However did they catch the discerning eye? I hear shopkeeper Zhang's son went to the great world of Yifen and became sworn brothers with some of the Australians. Expressions of sudden understanding rippled around the table. Ah, nowadays anyone connected to the Australians finds good fortune. A new emperor brings his own courtiers. Fall asleep, wake up, and the whole world has changed. Their conversation was interrupted by gongs clamoring outside. 13 consecutive beats this time, the signal for civil and military officials, soldiers and civilians all make way. The tithing head's voice followed. Everyone clear the street, the grand army is passing through. Boss Wang snapped his fan shut. Well then, let's have a look. The tea house emptied in moments. Outside, crowds already packed the sidewalks. The official runners maintaining order along the white chalk line now wore new uniforms and answered to a new name, the Detective Brigade. They stood with their backs to the street, bamboo rods in hand, shouting at anyone who drifted too close to the boundary. Military music swelled from the distance, a tune none of Guangzhou's citizens had ever heard before. The sheepskin drums were bold and stirring, the fifes bright and precise. This was the British Grenadiers, and it heralded something unprecedented. With the drumbeats came a team of standard-bearers at the far end of the street. The citizens craned their necks at the unfamiliar banners, a blue flag bearing the morning star, a red flag emblazoned with a gear and iron fist. When the South China Army's eagle standard appeared at the Great South Gate, held high by its bearer, speculation reached a fever pitch. Marching beneath the eagle came the Grenadier Company, the South China Army's elite. They wore brilliant scarlet uniforms and towering black mitre caps adorned with gold braid and gleaming brass plates. White canvas crossbelts held leather cartridge boxes, canvas grenade pouches, and polished bayonet scabbards. Their imposing height, amplified by those soaring caps, made each soldier look like a giant from legend. Yet the Grenadiers were merely the vanguard of this overwhelming demonstration of force. What followed defied belief. Starting at 7 o'clock, an endless procession of military might poured through the streets. Line infantry in blue-gray uniforms and gleaming brass bowl-shaped helmets marched in tight four-column formations, faces clean-shaven, leather boots polished to mirrors, bayonets catching the morning sun. Their discipline was absolute. Behind them came the light infantry, also in blue-gray, carrying Hall rifles that shone raven blue. Their field caps were fitted with loops for camouflage. Next marched the Mountain Company, Li and Miao tribesmen recruited from the highlands of Hainan Island. Machetes hung at their waists, Nanyang rifles and poison-tipped crossbows rode on their backs. Heavens above, the Waku have come. A commotion rippled through the crowd. The Japanese infantry of the Badotai appeared, sword-drawing mercenaries in jinbeiori surcoats and bamboo conical hats, paired katanas thrust through their belts, Nanyang rifles slung over their shoulders. They were short of stature, but radiated the brutal aura of men who had killed for pay across many years and many wars. Close behind came the Korean White Horse contingent in white garments and tall black hats. Bringing up the rear were the combat engineers in rough canvas vests layered over their uniforms, long-handled axes on their shoulders, tool bags at their hips, double-barreled shotguns across their backs. Every one of them was built like an ox. The spectacle dazzled the crowd into silence. They were accustomed to the threadbare traveling robes of the imperial court soldiers, the rusted armor and mismatched weapons, the shambling formations. Where in the empire had anyone seen troops like these, uniform in dress, synchronized in step, radiating confidence and power? A single thought echoed through hundreds of minds. No wonder the Australians are invincible. Where else in the world exists such a first-rate army? The drums thundered on. Columns flowed along Chengxuan Street like a river, each step falling in perfect unison, a sound that made it seem anything in their path would be ground to dust. The soldiers sang, the British grenadiers, as they marched, ranks following ranks, company after company, the procession seemingly without end. The watching crowd fell mute, overwhelmed by the sheer scale and magnificence of the force passing before them. But nothing astonished the onlookers more than the convoy. The scholars and commoners of Guangzhou rarely saw horses at all, let alone so many in disciplined formation. Gun carriages drawn by teams of 6 horses rolled past with their limbers. 4-horse teams pulled 2-wheeled field kitchens. Baggage wagons came in 2s and 4s, along with light carriages for officers in various configurations. Iron-shod wheels rumbled over the flagstones like continuous thunder. The massive convoy was largely for show. After passing through the city, the wagons would unload at the newly constructed joint logistics wharf by the riverside, transferring their cargo to ships, for on the actual campaign routes, watercraft remained the primary means of transport. The South China Army's columns continued for hour after hour, filling the entire morning. Not until nearly 11 o'clock did the final baggage cart roll off Chengxuan Street under escort of the rearguard. A whistle shrilled. The detective brigade withdrew from their posts. The crowds dispersed in a buzzing haze of wonder. Boss Wang, Mad Cow, and the others had been standing for half the morning. Their earlier char siu bao and congee had long since digested. With stomachs growling again and the entertainment concluded, they filed back into the tea house. No sense in troubling 2 establishments when one would suffice. I've long heard that the Australians field strong soldiers and sturdier horses, young Master Li remarked, calling for a fresh pot of pu'er. But seeing truly is believing. This is nothing, Mad Cow scoffed. The Australians haven't shown half of what they have. Those fire-wheel gunboats that can't come ashore, just one of those would scare you to death. Big as mountains, masts taller than the tallest trees. The Australian ships are solid and their cannons sharp. Everyone knows that. Young Master Li shook his head in wonderment. But I never expected their land forces to match. These are truly first-class soldiers. The government troops and the Tartars alike, they don't stand a chance against this spirit and discipline. If the government troops were any match, they wouldn't have been annihilated at Chiang Mai back then, Fat Shu added. And in those days, the Australians didn't even have that many men. I believe we're watching Guangdong become the territory of this Australian Song dynasty. The conversation wound on for another half hour before the group finally dispersed. The fat man strolled a few blocks, white paper fan flicking lazily, and entered a small shop beneath a sign reading North and South General Goods. The assistant greeted him warmly. "Boss is back." The fat man settled onto a seat behind the counter and lit his pipe. "Did today's package arrive?" "At the usual place." The fat man slid open the 4th drawer beneath the counter and withdrew an unsigned, undated letter. He opened it, counted the contents with satisfaction, then tucked the circulating notes into his robe. After the demolition of Chengxuan Street and the military parade, Lü Yizhong found the work in his hands suddenly flowing much more smoothly. Visiting cards piled on his desk in mounting stacks, all from local gentry and wealthy households seeking an audience. Those who felt themselves insufficiently important to request a meeting directly sent elaborate gift boxes, with formal cards enclosed to demonstrate the seriousness of their intent. The corridor of the former Guangzhou prefectural Yamen central courtyard had become a warehouse. Bolts of silk and satin, sacks of white rice and fine flour, dainty packages of dim sum and fresh fruit, antique curios, calligraphy scrolls, jewelry and jade, and of course, sealed parcels of silver, were all guarded by personnel from the Planning Commission and piled in towering heaps. The hallway looked exactly like a wholesale warehouse preparing to ship goods. Lü Yizhong ordered the Planning Commission staff to register everything and deposit it in storage. A portion was allocated on the books, and transferred to the Guangzhou municipal government for operational expenses. He genuinely needed the resources. The more pressing question was whom to see and whom to refuse. Lü Yizhong was stretched so thin he wished he could split himself in two, so immediate meetings were impossible. He instructed Zhang Yunmi to organize the cards into 4 categories: see immediately, see in the near future, can see, and don't see. The basis for classification was the guest book transferred from the Guangzhou station, which catalogued in meticulous detail the circumstances, relationship closeness, depth of cooperation, and contributed value of every gentry family and wealthy household that had ever dealt with Purple Key Enterprise. Additional reference materials came from Lin Beiguang's background files on Guangzhou's prominent families. Little Zhang categorized the cards according to these materials. Other staff will draft the reply cards, you don't need to worry about those. If anything confuses you, ask Sister Zhang. Understood, Zhang Yunmi agreed, but as she surveyed the mountain of crimson cards and their accompanying gift inventories, she sucked in a sharp breath. So many. Worse, she had never been good with classical Chinese or traditional characters back at Fengqiati school, and these 17th century manuscripts left her thoroughly confused. Liu Xiang could have assigned this task to Lü Yizhong, but he suspected that man would apply his own agenda when classifying the visitors. At this critical juncture, Liu Xiang didn't dare fully entrust him. Better to give it to one of their own. With little Zhang's new assignment settled, Liu Xiang turned his attention to the household census. The census was proving more difficult than anticipated. The great Ming had no system of house numbers, nor any comprehensive scheme for naming streets. The main thoroughfares and major lanes had proper designations, but countless back alleys and humble passages had none at all. Though tithing heads and local runners familiar with the neighborhood served as guides, actually entering homes and registering households still encountered endless obstacles. Liu Xiang found himself forced to serve concurrently as a one-man, place names committee. End of this chapter. Chapter 1743. 6 Veins Canal. A simple solution presented itself. Use the Guangzhou map from another timeline as a template. By comparing it with the map drawn by the City Operations Department, any streets lacking proper names could be christened after their modern equivalents from roughly corresponding locations. In this way, countless nameless alleys and back roads gradually acquired designations. However, when Lin Beiguang from the Comprehensive Governance Office began implementing the scheme, he proposed trying to follow local customs wherever possible. If surrounding residents already used customary names for their lanes and passages, there was no reason not to adopt them. Lin Beiguang and his team labored for several days before finally settling the matter of street and alley names. The road signs and house number plates would be stamped from tin plate, all bearing blue characters on white backgrounds. His plan was to nail up the signs and assign house numbers while simultaneously conducting household surveys and building the registry. But before he could even begin proper arrangements, Liu Xiang summoned him again. Old Lin, the situation with illegal structure demolition in Guangzhou is not encouraging. Just say it plainly. What new scheme are you cooking up? Lin Beiguang said. No need to be diplomatic with me. The demolition on Chengxuan Street is complete, but similar situations exist throughout the city. A campaign-style demolition would be easy enough, but we need to think about long-term management. Liu Xiang first laid out his diplomatic preamble. So I'm considering whether we should conduct a comprehensive real estate registration, taking advantage of the household census. Real estate registration, Lin Beiguang considered this. That would certainly be useful. The problem is that property rights are enormously complex. You need original documents. The original documents exist, Liu Xiang replied. The archive repositories at both the prefectural and county levels contain original house deeds and land deeds. I retrieved and examined several copies. The records are reasonably clear. According to the retained household clerks, In theory, every property-owning family keeps their own copies of these documents. We can use those to conduct a fresh registration of real estate rights. But this isn't exactly urgent, is it? Lin Beiguang felt that while demolishing illegal structures was commendable, it might not warrant such priority. Our demolition work along the main roads is already proceeding smoothly, and we're meeting little resistance. Clean up the major thoroughfares, ease the traffic flow. As for demolishing ordinary residences and shops, we can take our time. No need to try to become fat in a single bite. Old Lin, I'm being driven by necessity. Lü Yizhong released a heavy sigh. You know our plan includes not only demolition, but also cleaning the city's sewers. And you know the return south days are almost upon us. The humid season, Guangzhou wouldn't see a comprehensive sewer renovation until the 1950s in the other timeline. Before the excavation of East Lake, the city's geographical situation made it perpetually vulnerable to urban flooding. Each year, once March passed, the so-called return south days arrived, weeks of constant drizzle and thick fog. It was the first annual test of any urban drainage system before the true flood season began. Having spent several years in Guangzhou, Lin Beiguang understood the severity of those days intimately. He nodded. I've long heard people speak of Guangzhou's 6 veins canal drainage system. But these past few days I've gathered the retained clerks and runners, conducted personal inspections, and the results are deeply discouraging. Lü Yizhong pulled a map toward himself. No one can explain the actual course of the 6 veins canal. The 6 veins canal, as its name suggested, was a drainage system composed of 6 river channels. It had originated from 6 natural and artificial waterways within Guangzhou City during the Song Dynasty, utilizing the natural terrain, high in the north, sloping south toward the sea to create an integrated river channel drainage network. Beyond drainage, it had once served transportation needs. Some channels even supplied fresh water, but this system had undergone drastic changes during the Ming Dynasty. After several major expansions and reconstructions throughout the Ming period, the unification of the 3 city districts and the construction of the southern city had inflicted severe damage on the original natural water system. Natural rivers and lakes, including Winxi Stream and the ancient West Lake, had gradually silted up, devolving into nothing more than drainage channels. As their navigational function within the city essentially vanished, residents began encroaching on the waterways. Open channels gradually became hidden channels, covered culverts. If the 6 veins canal had still resembled actual river creeks in the early Ming, capable of bearing boat traffic alongside drainage, by the late Ming they had mostly become buried conduits. The historical fact that vast numbers of Guangzhou citizens hid in the 6 veins canal during the Qing army's massacre at the dynasty's end, and drowned when floodwaters swept through, demonstrated that by that era, the old river channels were already sealed underground. Open channels became hidden channels, and houses were built atop the hidden channels. The result was a mystery. By the time the Australians entered the city, the specific locations and routes of most ditches and culverts lay buried beneath swaths of buildings, their secrets lost. The most notorious puzzle was the 6th vein itself. Its exact location had been an unsolved mystery since the Ming Dynasty. Neither the dredging projects of the late Ming nor those before the mid-Qing ever found any trace of it. Tan Qinghai, a Dongyuan native writing in the early Wanli era, not far removed from the transmigrator's current time, had authored Explanation of the 6 Veins, which recorded only 5. Lü Yizhong's understanding of the system derived largely from this predecessor's records. As for the hundreds of research papers and monographs on the 6 Veins Canal stored in the Great Library, they all fundamentally relied on the same source. I've walked all over the city these past few days, Lü Yizhong said, shaking his head. I've seen quite a few open channels and glimpsed several covered ones, but when I ask the clerks and runners, not a single person knows the detailed distribution of drainage channels in the city. Although I never studied water supply and drainage, looking at the current situation, I can reasonably conclude that building houses over open channels, as happened on Chengxuan Street, is extremely common throughout Guangzhou. So, Lin Beiguang finally grasped his intent. He knew that even under Great Ming law, encroaching on river channels to build houses, or constructing buildings atop covered culverts, was prohibited. The government couldn't possibly have issued legitimate land and house deeds for such structures. They were illegal by definition. To determine the locations and routes of the city's channels, and to clean the ditches and canals, there was simply no way forward without first tearing down the illegal structures covering them. Exactly my thinking, Lü Yizhong confirmed. It isn't terribly difficult to trace the Six Veins Canal. We have historical materials from the ancients and clerks who have handled past dredging operations. But Guangzhou's drainage system isn't limited to the Six Veins Canal. There are countless other open ditches and hidden conduits. This network isn't recorded in any detail in the historical records. We have to map it ourselves, and we need to do it soon. Lü Yizhong's urgency was well-founded. Liu San, appointed head of health and medical affairs for Guangdong, had entered the city a few days prior. After a cursory inspection, he had delivered a stark warning. Unless a large-scale sanitation campaign was launched immediately, once the return south days arrived, a major outbreak of infectious disease in the city would be inevitable. Understood. I'll do my best, Lin Beiguang said with a nod. My current thinking is to proceed on two parallel tracks. First, you issue a public notice throughout the city mandating self-demolition within a fixed deadline. For illegal structures, given the current momentum, many families will probably comply voluntarily. Second, we use the household registration survey as an opportunity to investigate illegal structures house by house. Liu Yizhong saw Lin Beiguang out, then instructed little Zhang to send a telegram to Lingao inquiring when the director of the Guangzhou Police Bureau would arrive at his post. He followed this by having someone summon Jia. Jia was still yawning when he entered. Old Yamen clerks like him had never experienced such relentless work, day and night without respite. Checking in at the Yamen at dawn to handle business, not leaving until the night watch began, and they were the fortunate ones. Those fake naturalized citizens the chief had brought from Guangzhou Prefecture were often still laboring when the clerks departed. According to the retained cleaning laborers, all-night shifts were commonplace. In traditional local yamens, since the government basically assumed few social management functions, affairs moved at a leisurely pace. The key skill for clerks was conforming to precedent. Public business depended primarily on their familiarity with old rules and established procedures. A clerk of Jiaju's standing, while nowhere near as exalted as the imperious division scribes who never bothered coming to the Yamen and simply commanded their disciples from tea-houses or private residences, spent very little time at the office each day. Mostly he just signed in. Even when there was actual work, everyone dispersed by noon. The Australian work style, investigating every matter large or small, demanding answers for everything, was utterly exhausting for old clerks like Jia. Yet exhausted or not, they had to endure. The winds outside were growing fiercer by the day. Everyone who had once eaten the Yamen's rice now walked on eggshells, terrified of being reported and thrown into prison to be interrogated by their former colleagues. He had heard that Zhen Haoran, the household division scribe of this very prefecture, had died of illness in prison, though whispers among the bailiffs hinted he had actually been tortured to death. According to his confession, they had confiscated nearly 100,000 taels of silver from him. The figure made Jia suck in his breath. Who knew Zhen Haoran had been that wealthy? He didn't dare think too deeply now. Only by working himself to the bone to please the new masters could he hope to keep his family safe. These past days, Prefect Liu had been investigating the city's drainage channels. Jia had run himself ragged, finding laborers, searching archives, leading inspection tour along the major channel routes. but there was little he could actually contribute. Like many specialized functions in traditional Yamens, the Canal map of Guangzhou was privately held. Just as the fish-scale cadastral books had become the cash cows of household division clerks, the Canal map was a secret passed down through a bloodline. This map rested in the hands of a hereditary laborer chief. Whenever the time came for ditch clearing or canal repairs, by old custom, ditches were cleared annually, canals repaired every 3 years. Money had to be paid to make him produce the canal map for reference. Whichever section needed clearing, he would bring out only those pages, then take them back immediately upon completion. It amounted to a hereditary patent. So although this laborer chief bore the title of laborer, he performed no actual labor. He lived quite comfortably. In recent years, though the government rarely bothered with canal maintenance, whenever local folk needed to clear a silted ditch, they still had to consult him and pay for the privilege. A map book originally compiled by the government had ultimately devolved into a private family secret. This was but one of many absurdities Lü Yizhong had encountered since arriving in this time and place. Finding the canal map shouldn't have been difficult. Even the more valuable fish-scale books had been recovered by the Australians. Once a man was thrown into the great prison and squeezed with the 3 wooden torture instruments, any hero would talk, but the laborer chief had vanished. When Jidi took men to search for him, they found only an empty house. End of this chapter. Chapter 1744. Guangzhou Special City Police Bureau. Jidi couldn't find Wang Daniel anywhere. Big Bird Wang had originally been just a nickname, but over the years it had become his actual name. When Jidi questioned the neighbors, they said no one had been seen entering or leaving the house for days. Jidi cursed silently. The chief treated this matter of dredging ditches and opening canals with utmost seriousness. As a household division clerk, failing to locate the crucial person would surely leave an impression of incompetence. He should have kept close watch on this Wang Daniel from the moment the chief entered the city. The man had even shown up during the registration roll call. Unable to find him, Jidi had no choice but to report the truth to Lü Yizhong. In fact, Wang Daniel was still within Guangzhou's walls. After hearing how the Australians had tortured clerks into surrendering the fish-scale cadastral books, he grew terrified they would come after the canal map in his possession. That map was treasure. He hadn't committed any crimes or offenses against heaven and humanity, but the canal map was his ancestors' cash cow, the capital that kept his entire family in comfort, the rice bowl that would feed his descendants for generations. Hand it over, and what would be left? He'd have to stick his backside in the air and dig ditches himself. His family hadn't done actual labor in many generations. The demolition of Chengxuan Street convinced him the Australians would inevitably need his canal map. He was unwilling to surrender it, but the Australians had countless ways to compel cooperation. The mere thought of torture instruments sent Wang Daniel fleeing with his entire household. He owned a small estate in the countryside, but he didn't hide there. Everyone at the Yamen knew about that property, and someone would certainly report it. Fortunately, he had another connection. He was sworn brothers with a Big Bone, a gang boss among the Guangdai Temple people in the Great North Gate suburb. Many of the laborers hired for ditch digging had been recruited from beggars, and Wang Daniel knew these circles well. So he took his whole family to seek refuge with this associate, and now lay hidden in a residence outside the city gate. When the Australians reached their wits' end, they would naturally send someone to negotiate. Pulling chestnuts from the fire was dangerous, but wealth and honor were always won through risk. Without this canal map, the Australians couldn't hope to locate all the open and hidden ditches in the city. Their ships might be sturdy and their cannons sharp, but what could they do? They couldn't pry Guangzhou open. After receiving Jidi's report, Lü Yizhong immediately ordered Lin Baiguang to mobilize the police and detective brigade for a citywide search. Portraits were drawn and distributed to every city gate. Wang Daniel's countryside estate was raided, but not even a shadow was found. Without the canal map, the specific layout of ditches and canals throughout the city remained unknowable. They would have to rely entirely on manual patrolling and inspection, an enormous undertaking. Lü Yizhong felt helpless. The complexity of managing a 17th-century city far exceeded his imagination. Since the shortcut was closed, the only option was brute force. He immediately shifted municipal priorities to household surveys. Fortunately, Mu Min arrived at just this moment. There had been considerable debate within the National Police about who should serve as director of the Guangzhou Special City Police Bureau. This position was, in effect, also the chief of the Guangdong Police Department, a regional high official in the police hierarchy. Unlike being a section chief at headquarters, the power was substantial and the responsibility even greater. Success would lead to an immeasurable future. Ran Yao had originally intended to send a male senator. Guangzhou was newly occupied territory, and the person in charge of a coercive organ would face unimaginable work intensity. But the executive committee's opinion prevailed. Mu Min should go. The official rationale was that her service experience was comprehensive. She had worked public security, criminal investigation, and served a year in the political department. She was ideally suited to handle a complex new environment like Guangzhou, but rumors suggested the real reason was to promote gender equality. So Mu Min came to Guangzhou as the police department's top leader. The backbone of the Guangzhou Police Bureau consisted of naturalized citizen police officers transferred from Hainan, only 150 in total. Some were officers recruited from naturalized citizens who had almost 5 years of police service, with the most senior among them already serving as station chiefs. They possessed rich experience but relatively weak formal training. Others were cadets fresh from the police administration class who had received proper Lingao system police education but lacked field experience. Their shared problem was unfamiliarity with Guangzhou itself. Many knew nothing of Cantonese. This caused tremendous difficulties in carrying out their work. As soon as Mu Min settled into the Guangzhou City Police Bureau, housed in the former Lingao Circuit Yamen, she convened a meeting of all naturalized citizen police to assess the public security situation and current workload. In her view, the past few days' efforts had felt like treating the head when the head ached and the foot when the foot hurt, reactive rather than systematic. The police organ had essentially been used as an execution tool, while many fundamental tasks remained unstarted. Even the basic organizational structure hadn't been properly established. Of course, this wasn't Lü Yizhong's fault, nor Lin Beiguang's. The blame belonged entirely to the police organ itself. Mu Min was in no position to complain. She now had to fully cooperate with their work while simultaneously building her own institution. That said, Lü Yizhong and Lin Beiguang had accomplished at least 2 things well. First, they had stabilized the workforce during the reception of old clerks, ensuring that the former public security personnel of Guangzhou Prefecture and its 2 counties remained under the new regime's control. This prevented them from scattering to cause trouble while providing usable manpower for the nascent police organ. That Guangzhou, this super-metropolis of the 17th century, could maintain roughly stable public order owed much to Lin Beiguang's comprehensive governance office. Second, they had completely secured the archives of Guangzhou's tithing personnel, firmly grasping this most fundamental layer of social organization. Village heads, bao chiefs, tithing heads, resident group leaders. The titles varied, but the role in social management remained constant. Effective public security work required an effective Baojia system. The chaos at the end of the Ming Dynasty had ironically produced a climax in China's Baojia system construction. Guangzhou's system was quite well developed. Under the current severe shortage of police manpower, improving public security meant nothing other than mass prevention and mass governance, and this policy's success depended directly on whether the Baojia system functioned properly. Mu Min's first step was to request Lü Yizhong transfer a portion of the archives from the prefecture and county Yamen repositories. The clerk's division archives were especially valuable. The personnel records of the Ligia and Beijing systems, rural officials, and Yamen clerks and runners all passed through the clerk's division. All appointments, removals, promotions, transfers, and salary adjustments required their processing. Mastering these archives meant mastering the detailed circumstances of the most grassroots personnel. Lü Yizhong's planned household survey to clean up registration records presented an excellent opportunity to fully capture this system. A comprehensive household registration system was indeed a cornerstone of police work. Mu Min immediately set about establishing the Guangzhou Special City Police Bureau. The new Guangzhou police system would temporarily forego branch bureaus within Nanhai and Panyu counties. The municipal bureau would directly command various police stations. Other counties would establish county bureaus. She had no time to attend to county branch bureaus at present, focusing her energy on the municipal bureau first. According to the organizational ordinance, the Guangzhou City Police Bureau established 3 divisions. The Administration Division, overseeing household registration, public security, traffic, and health sections. The Justice Division, overseeing criminal investigation, interrogation, forensic, and clerical sections. And the General Affairs Division, overseeing internal service, training, discipline, and archive sections. The structure was relatively simple with few hierarchical layers. She took over the detective brigade and related clerks previously commanded by the Comprehensive Governance Office and reorganized them. Personnel were assigned to various departments according to their specialties. In this way, the police institution took shape quickly. The remaining detective brigade personnel were also restructured. One portion formed the Uniformed Patrol Squad, responsible for street patrols. The other became the Plainclothes Investigation Squad, serving as eyes and ears throughout the urban districts and 4 suburbs. As for police stations in various districts, her view aligned with Lin Beiguang's. There was no rush to establish formal stations before detailed household registration data existed. But to ensure public security, several temporary substations were set up within the city to deploy police forces, enabling rapid dispatch when emergencies arose. Simultaneously, fire and public security lookout points were established at elevated positions: the Double Gate Tower, Zhenhai Tower, the Wuxian Temple Bell Tower, and various city gate towers. Signals were transmitted using mirrors, flag semaphores, and smoke or fire. Using the National Army as the main force, a full-time riot response unit was established, stationed at major traffic nodes and city gates, ready to mobilize at any moment. The patrol squad conducted group patrols in designated sections, while the investigation squad dispersed throughout the city. Mu Min's next objective was to take control of Guangzhou's street watchmen. These watchmen were responsible for opening and closing street gates and beating the night watch during patrols. In practical terms, they performed grassroots public security work. They spent their days on the streets, knew faces and names, and possessed intimate knowledge of the lower strata of society. Even if this group couldn't be formally incorporated as police officers, they should at minimum fall under police bureau management. This too was a component of mass prevention and mass governance. However, Lin Beiguang expressed a different opinion. As director of the Comprehensive Governance Office, though parallel to Mu Min in rank, he exercised many of Lü Yizhong's practical functions. Thus, many of Mu Min's intended initiatives required his consultation. "This matter isn't urgent," Lin Beiguang said. "On the surface, street watchmen are beggars. In reality, they're gang members." He proceeded to explain the situation with the Guan Dai Temple people. The Guan Dai Temple people may be called beggars, but they're actually the largest underworld force in Guangzhou City. Our incorporation of the street watchmen would be reaching into a sphere of influence they've controlled for years. This will inevitably provoke fierce backlash, even with guns in our hands. I understand, Mu Min said, grasping his meaning immediately. We don't know enough about their organization yet. Cutting the grass without pulling the roots won't work. Lin Beiguang nodded. Speaking with intelligent people was refreshing. Exactly. And there's more. The Guandai Temple people's penetration into lower-class society runs extremely deep. The relationships are completely intertwined. They actually control many aspects of urban management and daily operations. If they turn against us now, while we're still short on manpower and our institutions remain incomplete, many of our initiatives will be thrown into chaos. End of this chapter. Chapter 1745. Household survey. The beggars were involved in nearly every aspect of daily municipal operations. Watching streets, beating the night watch, collecting corpses from the roads, firefighting and water carrying for fire brigades, opening and closing canal gates, clearing ditches and dredging silt. If the upper echelons and big bones of the Guandai Temple people weren't thoroughly overthrown, these jobs would remain nothing more than tools for exploiting citizens and the beggars themselves. If we prioritize simplicity and economy in governance, the Guandai Temple people are remarkably useful, Lin Beiguang observed. They require not a single penny of government funding, yet they perform countless tasks that should rightfully fall to the government. It's practically perfected socialized management. But there's always a price, Mu Min said. Correct, and that price is borne by the common people. Lin Beiguang nodded. The government pays a price too. The Guandai Temple people's centuries of seizing by force and trickery, their shielding of criminals and exploitation of citizens, all of it represents the government ceding taxation rights and public security authority in exchange for services. The inevitable result is damaged credibility and weakened authority. From a governance perspective, it's a poor bargain. Mu Min nodded but offered no deeper opinion on the matter. Director Lin, what do you propose? Let's not rush. First we investigate their organization thoroughly, then we catch them all in one net. The composition of beggar groups was complex, with numerous members including large numbers of disabled individuals, elderly, and children incapable of labor. Without first understanding the details and formulating proper resettlement plans, it would be easy enough to strike down the leaders and big bones at various levels, but the scattered personnel would still constitute a social problem. Agreed. Mu Min nodded. To investigate thoroughly meant starting with improved grassroots organization. She resolved to personally oversee the household census and use the survey to probe the background of the Guandai Temple people. Mu Min immediately began organizing teams. Over the past few days, she had established the basic police structure and filled the personnel slots, but these measures had focused primarily on maintaining public security. They remained far from achieving actual governance. She understood that the Senate's philosophy on police affairs and grassroots governance drew heavily from the first 30 years of the PRC, much of it inherited from the old Japanese police system. Thus, police work carried a strong tendency toward police administration. The police organ was not merely a law enforcement body, but also undertook grassroots administrative governance. Meeting this demand required enriching grassroots strength as quickly as possible. Fully trained police officers couldn't be conjured overnight, so the old Baojia system would have to serve. She summoned Meng Gongcheng and ordered him to immediately send word convening a meeting of all Bao chiefs from throughout the city and its suburban gates. Guangzhou's traditional Baojia system had been established according to methods proposed by Wang Shaoren and Hai Rui. 10 households per jia, several jia per bao. The Paijia registers preserved in prefecture and county Yamen archives recorded all residents, regardless of status or gender, who were over 15 years old and held permanent household registration. Their accuracy far exceeded the yellow registers. The system already resembled modern household registration, but the Paijia registers were imperfect. First, they recorded only men and women over 15. Second, Their tracking of population changes was inadequate. Regulations for floating population registration existed, but without police stations in the Ming Dynasty, compliance depended entirely on whether the Jia chief was diligent. These records could serve only as references. Several thousand Jia chiefs lived throughout Guangzhou. Mu Min couldn't possibly convene them all. Even summoning only Bao chiefs meant several hundred people. The Bao chiefs arrived cautiously at the Lingao circuit Yamen. By proper custom, Bao chiefs seeing officials would normally go to the prefectural or county Yamen. This time they had been summoned to the Australian Chief Constable Yamen, and the newly appointed head of the constabulary was a woman. Female bandit chiefs and female pirates were occasionally heard of, but a woman serving as chief constable was truly unprecedented. Everything the Australians did revealed novelty. Perhaps due to sheer curiosity, the Bao chiefs arrived in remarkable numbers. Except for a few missing and those genuinely too ill to move, nearly every Bao chief in the city came. So many attended that seated bodies filled not just the main hall of the Lingao Circuit Yamen, but also the courtyard and every inch beneath the eaves, a dense mass of humanity. When Mu Min appeared wearing the black uniform of a senior police officer, a commotion rippled through the crowd. The well-tailored black jacket, black skirt, and tall boots, this heroic, capable Australian attire, made eyes widen throughout the assembly. This female short hair is extraordinary. Chiefs in the back rows rose to their feet, craning their necks for a better view. The only female short hair most of them knew was Pei Lixiu, but she usually wore great Ming women's clothing or sometimes improved Hanfu styles, roughly within their cognitive range. Mu Min's completely modern uniform delivered an immediate, staggering impact. Everyone stared in stunned silence. Mu Min was accustomed to such reactions from the natives, but today's crowd of onlookers was larger than usual, somewhat embarrassing. Several runners recognized the gathering chaos and hurried forward, shouting "Mighty!" in unison, pressing the agitated Bao chiefs back into order. Meng Gongcheng served as the Cantonese translator. Mu Min wasted no time on pleasantries and immediately assigned 3 tasks. First, re-registration of all Bao and Jia chiefs. Current chiefs must report and register at the Municipal Police Bureau within a fixed deadline. Those who failed to appear would be struck from the rolls. They would also submit a personal autobiography, completed according to a provided template. Second, Bao chiefs would convey to their various pagia that the police bureau was preparing to re-register the pagia registers. All Jia were ordered to cooperate fully. Third, format templates would be distributed, and Bao chiefs would complete a report on basic situation of XX Bao on the spot. Based on these reports, naturalized citizen staff marked each Bao's jurisdiction on the Guangzhou map to arrange the order of the census. While census preparations proceeded at urgent pace, Mu Min mobilized personnel. Given the limited number of naturalized citizen cadres, most census team members would be drawn from old personnel. But Mu Min ensured that at least 3 Cantonese-speaking naturalized citizen cadres were assigned to each group for mutual supervision. Beyond the group leader, the clerk responsible for completing registration forms and household registers had to be a naturalized citizen, preventing retained clerks from playing tricks. For this purpose, not only were Cantonese-fluent cadres drafted from throughout the naturalized citizen ranks, but many Cantonese-speaking soldiers from both the National Army and regular army were seconded as well. Zhang Yu hadn't attended the community school in days. Ever since the Australians entered the city, the school had closed its doors. Word was that the teacher had fled to the countryside and hadn't yet returned. With no one to teach, the school simply declared a holiday. For most families, a closed school meant heartbreak, but the children themselves secretly rejoiced. In ancient times, whether at academies or private schools, holidays came only during New Year, just a few days all year round. Typically, unless the teacher had personal business and requested leave, there were never any breaks. Students could now skip school with complete legitimacy, each one like a monkey freed from its chain. They called friends and companions to explore Australian scenery, tossing the teachers warnings about not wandering around to the wind. Zhang Yu was not so fortunate. He could normally sneak out to play under pretense of going to school. Now that an official holiday had been declared, his family wanted him to work. After the Australians recovered Guangzhou, people from distant parts of the city came seeking this Australian favorite, walnut cookie. Perhaps they hoped to establish connections with the Australians, or wished to understand their temperament and habits. Whatever the reason, his family's cookie business had suddenly multiplied several times over, leaving the already busy shop completely overwhelmed. Zhang Yu had no choice but to help at home. He knew the work he'd learned by watching since childhood, but being chained to the shop all day, kneading dough and shelling walnuts, was torture for someone who loved movement and craved novelty. Moreover, he'd done little physical labor in his life. After working all day, when he finally crawled into bed, every bone and muscle ached unbearably. He couldn't help but groan into his pillow. Fortunately, when the family needed to deliver premium goods, they always sent him. At least that meant a chance to get out and stretch his legs. Taking advantage of these delivery runs, Zhang Yu visited quite a few places around the city. If asked what difference the Australians had made, there seemed to be little visible change from great Ming times, except that they had demolished the sheds on Chengxuan Street and cleared the road. They had also arrested and executed a batch of clerks. The city foxes and social rats, the petty criminals, had immediately become much more docile, as the tofu shop owner's wife put it, opening the door to fresh air at last. The clerks still existed, but they now wore brass basin-shaped hats provided by the Australians, with armbands on their sleeves bearing the characters I assist. They patrolled the streets politely, without the old swagger of shouting and bullying, no longer trying to squeeze petty advantages from every shop along the way. Australian soldiers were everywhere. Some wore blue-gray uniforms, others gray. Zhang Yu had read various Australian magazines for years and knew that those in gray short jackets were called the National Army. Lü Yizhong had explained that the formal title in the great song was Xian, the Brigade Army. The other type must be the so-called Forbidden Army, the Imperial Guards. These Brigade Army and Forbidden Army soldiers were stationed at city gates, major temples, and government offices. Word was that many more occupied the parade grounds outside the city walls. They stood guard and patrolled throughout the city, uniforms immaculate, weapons excellent, spirits high. Compared to the government soldiers who had always been either sluggish and impoverished or crude and violent, even a commoner's eye could see these were two completely different armies. Zhang Yu had never felt warmly toward soldiers. They only knew how to bully ordinary people. When water bandits and local gangs kidnapped, robbed, and murdered outside the city, the troops pretended to see nothing. Nor had he ever considered soldiering a glorious profession. That was work for desperate paupers with no other options. When he first read in Australian magazines that Australians considered serving as a soldier an honor, he couldn't quite grasp the concept. At most he could connect it to the military merit nobility of the Qin and Han dynasties, as Wu Ming had once explained. But now, seeing the magnificent martial bearing of the Australians, whether Brigade Army or Forbidden Army, he suddenly understood a great deal more. End of this chapter. Chapter 1746. Household Census from reading Australian Military Science, magazines like War History Research. Zhang Yu and his friends knew that Australians valued the soldier's sense of honor above almost all else. They critiqued the valuing civil over military philosophy and the practice of controlling military with civil that had prevailed since the Song dynasty, reserving particular criticism for the great Ming's extreme depreciation of military officers' status, a sentiment that even resonated with Lü Yizhong. Only soldiers with a sense of honor can form an invincible army. This sentence had impressed Zhang Yu deeply when he first read it, though he'd had no concept of what constituted a sense of honor. Now, observing these Senate soldiers, he finally understood. The posture of the Fubo army, standing like pines, sitting like bells. The way they walked in orderly lines of 2 or columns of 3. Their crisp, clean appearance and attire. All of it projected a powerful sense of deterrence, something completely different from the fear inspired by veteran soldiers who relied on ruthlessness and brute force. Despite this formidable bearing, they spoke kindly to common people and demanded nothing. Zhang Yu's family had watched half their shop eaten empty by the Kaiju braves who came to assist defense a few years ago. His parents had knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging bitterly before the petty officer finally threw down a string of inferior coins, the kind that would shatter into 8 pieces if dropped on the ground, and left with a casual pat of his buttocks. The world has truly changed. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. Taking advantage of his delivery runs, he sought out his friends. Zheng Huan's situation now mirrored his own, working at home, sometimes going out to deliver goods. But Li Ziyu's gate was firmly shut. Zhang Yu knocked for a long time without answer. Zheng Huan thought the family might have fled to the countryside. The Australians had posted notices requiring military households of the various guards to report for roll call and reorganization. Many guard officers had fled. Why run? What use are those few soldiers in the guards? Zhang Yu knew guard soldiers were useless. The Australians wouldn't go so far as to slaughter them outright, nor would they necessarily conscript them. Besides, even soldiering for the Australians wouldn't be so bad. At least they paid wages on time. Ordinary military households are basically commoners. Nothing to fear there, Zheng Huan said. But Li Ziyu's family are hereditary military officers. The Australians have been rectifying the clerks and runners at the Yamen, allowing commoners to file complaints and reports. Those with public notoriety and blood debts have all been taken down and are now being tortured in the prison to confess their ill-gotten gains. So what? They're military households, not Yamen clerks. Zhang Yu still didn't understand. My young master, how can you not see it? Military officers feast well year-round. Military households labor and serve them endlessly, beaten and cursed, eventually reduced to selling sons and daughters. Some even freeze or starve to death. With this reorganization and roll call, what do you think will happen? Ah, now I understand. Realization dawned. So that means... Exactly. I hear that surrendered troops have been concentrated at the parade ground these past days, with officers being reported by soldiers and military households alike. Many have already been arrested. Zheng Huan shook his head. Can Li Ziyu's family not run? Ziyu's family should have nothing. Zhang Yu wanted to say, nothing wrong, but then reconsidered. Li Ziyu had mentioned that his uncle was very wealthy. That money hadn't come from exploiting military households, but whether his uncle carried blood debts, that was beyond their knowledge. Thinking of this, he couldn't help sighing. I wonder where Ziyu has gone now. I don't think we'll see him again. Maybe he's already headed north. Zheng Huan sighed too. Regardless of Li Ziyu's young master heirs, they had been good friends, and he had been the financier of their little group. Everyone had benefited from his generosity. This sudden sense of loss left them both deflated. Returning from deliveries that day, Zhang Yu entered the shop to find several strangers. The leaders wore black uniform coats, Australians, flanked by assistants in brass basin-shaped hats. He had seen these men recently, checking pedestrians and patrolling streets. Word was they were the Australian constabulary. The Australian term was police. Why would the Australian constables come to his house? Zhang Yu felt his heart lurch. Looking again, he spotted someone familiar, the local Jia chief, Old Daddy He. Seeing an acquaintance calmed him somewhat. His mother noticed his return and hurried over. "You come quickly and pay respects to these gentlemen." Zhang Yu rushed forward to bow with clasped hands. The leading Australian said, "No need for formalities. Since the young man is back, let's get the forms filled out promptly. We have many more families to handle." Zhang Yu then realized these police had come for household registration. This wasn't unusual. Every year Bao chiefs and Jia chiefs inevitably accompanied runners to check the Pagia registers. In practice, they checked nothing. They spoke a few phrases of stilted Mandarin, exchanged pleasantries, and when leaving, someone inevitably had to hand over a few hundred coins of straw sandal money. His mother used to say, "One inspection and the shop works for nothing that day." But if you weren't careful and somehow offended these masters, if they accused you of harboring bandits, they'd chain you straight to the Yamen. Then it wasn't a matter of a few hundred coins. Once a person entered the detention cell, there was no hope of release without real gold and silver. Shopkeeper Cow from the small carpentry shop had learned this lesson. He'd been locked next to the urine bucket all night without food or water and was only released the next day after spending several taels of silver. "This is your son?" a police officer asked. "Yes, exactly, my worthless son," Zhang Yu's father answered hastily. "You only have this one child. There were originally more, couldn't keep them." "Name, Zhang Yu. How is it written? Can he read? Here, write it down." The officer handed over paper and brush. Zhang Yu quickly wrote his name. The police officer examined it and passed it to a clerk-like colleague. "Record it," he instructed. "Name, Zhang Yu. Relationship to householder, son." Then date of birth. "The 9th day of the 3rd month in the Wu year of Wanli." "What year is that in the Gregorian calendar?" The scribe wrote it down and asked his questioning colleague. "The Wu year of Wanli is the 46th year of Wanli." The officer consulted a book. 1618. The Zhang family had no idea what 1618 meant and didn't dare ask. "Born here, born to you and your current wife." In medieval society, maternal mortality rates were extremely high. Men with any economic means naturally remarried. Added to this were various complexities: children born to maids or concubines, wives pawned to other men. It wasn't rare for children not to be born by the household's mistress. "Yes, exactly at home," Zhang Yu's father replied. "The boy is indeed born by my humble wife." Education level. After asking, the officer seemed to feel the question was unclear and added, "Book learning." "Yes, my worthless son attends the community school." "Shopkeeper Zhang," the officer said, "let your son speak for himself." Zhang Yu thought for a moment. "I have studied at the community school for 7 years. I can read the 4 books and 5 classics, have already begun learning essay and poetry composition, and participated in the Tongzi exam last year." However, his lengthy explanation earned only private school intermediate on the form. Because traditional education levels were difficult for the Senate to measure precisely, household registration adopted a simplified system. Those with academic degrees had their level recorded according to the degree obtained. Those without degrees were divided into 3 tiers. Studying at a private school for several years without starting 8-legged essay composition counted as private school primary. Participation in the Tongzi exam counted as intermediate. Participation in the Tongzi exam twice or more counted as advanced. Since personnel lists for imperial examinations and every Tongzi exam were archived at the government Yamen, records could be cross-referenced to prevent people from over- or under-reporting. "Can you use an abacus?" This question had been added to address local needs. Those who could calculate with an abacus were considered professional talents in the 17th century, useful to the Senate. Thus, this skill also required registration. "Yes." Zhang Yu wondered privately why they had to ask about abacus skills too. "Married?" Zhang Yu felt his face flush. "No." "Done." The questioning officer nodded. "Next family." The group packed their things and rose to leave. Zhang Yu's father hurried forward with a string of coins, smiling broadly. "Gentlemen, you've worked hard. This is straw sandal money, a trifle not worthy to be called thanks." Zhang Yu noticed several of the assistants' eyes light up, but the black-coated police officers remained unmoved. The leader said, "Shopkeeper, under the Senate's rule, we don't do this. Cooperating with our work is the best help you can give. Keep your money. It's not easy earning a few coins running a small business." Zhang Yu's father tried to press the coins again, but the police had already led their people out. "Old Daddy," he said, Shopkeeper Zhang, truly no need. This is the Senate's world now. That old practice isn't welcome anymore. His father whispered, Old Daddy you're not setting us up for trouble. Old Daddy he smiled. I've accompanied them to 6 families today. None of the others handed over straw sandal money. Should your family be the exception? Shining silver moves the heart, no doubt. Better keep it and spend it yourself. Hearing the Jia chief say this, the whole family relaxed. Zhang Yu went to the door to look and saw the group had already entered the tofu shop. 2 men were banging on the shop's lintel with hammers, startling him, until he looked closer and saw they were nailing up a wooden board with fire-branded characters. One side read Huifu Street, the other displayed the Arabic numerals he'd seen in Australian magazines, with Chinese characters marked alongside. Looking up and down the street, every household they'd passed now bore one of these boards, each with a different number. His own family's door had one too. He thought privately that this Australian idea was brilliant. With every household numbered, finding addresses would become vastly easier. When he delivered goods, tea houses were simple enough, just look for the signboard. But deliveries to private residences were a nightmare. People only said XX Street, the such and such household counting from the east, or perhaps added, there's a big tree at the gate, or there's a well not far down the street as markers. End of this chapter. Chapter 1747. The Tofu Workshop. If a lane housed wealthy families, the work was easy. Just a handful of households along the entire street. But for streets of ordinary middle-class families where gates crowded close together, it was easy to miscount. Knock on the wrong door, and an earful of curses from the residents would inevitably follow. Zhang Yu noticed that the tofu shop owner's daughter wasn't at the counter today, so he returned to his own shop. Inside, he found his parents poring over several sheets of paper, the family's house deed and land title. These were the household's most precious possessions. Growing up, Zhang Yu had rarely glimpsed them. They were normally locked in an iron box, stored with the utmost care. Why had they been brought out today? Upon inquiry, he learned that the Australians had not merely come to register households. They had also inspected the house deed and land title, and even measured the property's dimensions. Look, his father said. They've stamped a verification seal. Zhang Yu leaned closer. Indeed, both the house deed and land title now bore a freshly affixed red stamp. This seal differed from Ming official seals. It was circular with a 4-pointed star at its center. Zhang Yu recognized this as the Morning Star. Encircling the star ran a line of flattened song-style characters, Guangzhou Special Municipality Real Estate Registry Verification Seal. Once this stamp is affixed, the house and land are officially secured, his mother remarked with a sigh. Every change of dynasty brought a redistribution of wealth. For petty urban bourgeoisie like themselves, generations of toil had amounted to nothing more than these bits of house and land. Naturally, they valued them above all else. How much did it cost? Zhang Yu knew that all official business came with expenses. Last year, when he'd sat for the Tongzi examination, he had paid to receive his test papers, and once inside the examination hall there were unavoidable tips to reward the proctors. It didn't cost any money. Father Zhang's joy was shadowed with concern. He lowered his voice. I'm just afraid this change of regime won't last. If government forces returned and the Australians simply walked away, the stamp on these deeds would be indelible evidence. Should the Yamen choose to make trouble over it, the consequences could range from minor to catastrophic. A ruthless clerk could use this alone to ruin an entire family. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's mother grew anxious. Then what should we do? Father Zhang had no coherent answer. Of course, when they came to re-register, one could claim to have no documents, but he had heard that the Australians had posted proclamations throughout the city declaring that any property without proper deed or title would be deemed illegal construction and ordered demolished within a set time frame. And this was no empty threat. On Chengxuan Street, whether the structure was a century-old shop or a tiny stall, anything classified as illegal had been razed clean. Zhang Yu, however, spoke up. In my view, the government won't be coming back. His voice was very low, but it still startled his parents. This might be the Australians' era now, but it had been barely a fortnight. No one dared declare that the Ming was finished and would never retake Guangzhou. Don't talk nonsense, his father hissed. Don't say such things outside, Zhang Yu nodded. I understand, but based on what I've observed these past days, the Australians maintain strict discipline, and from top to bottom they work with selfless purpose. The whole realm will surely rally to them, carrying their provisions and following like shadows. Seeing his parents struggling with his literary flourish, he added plainly, when the Australian police came into our shop to conduct business, they didn't eat a single pastry or take a single coin. On this point alone, the Ming won't be coming back. Liu San stepped from the narrow, dim shop onto the bright street and felt immediate relief. It had been suffocating inside. The shop floor, barely 10 square meters, contained not only a counter but also a massive kneading table and a sizable oven. Tools and raw materials crammed every remaining inch. Once the census team had entered, there was scarcely room to turn around. A strange odor had permeated the room, the distinctive fragrance of roasting confections, rendered fat, dried fruit and flour, the musty smell of damp equipment, the smoky scent of burning charcoal, and an indescribable human funk. He had noticed bedding stuffed carelessly beneath the large kneading table, presumably where the apprentices and shop hands slept at night. And beside the oven, someone had actually wedged a chamber pot. He glanced back at the designated supplier of Da Shiji placard hanging in the shop and couldn't help a rueful inner smile. How had Zhang Yikun managed this arrangement? A designated supplier, indeed. With sanitary conditions like these, it would be strange if the food produced here didn't cause problems. Liu San wore a police uniform to conceal his status as a senator. He had proposed to Lin Beiguang that he wanted to venture deep into streets and alleys to inspect Guangzhou's public health conditions. Lin Beiguang had arranged for him to join a different census team each day. This way, Liu San could observe discreetly while using household registration as a pretext to enter places normally closed to outsiders. He wanted to see the true sanitary conditions of Guangzhou, particularly the scope of the epidemic prevention challenges they faced. The Guangdong campaign was not expected to produce many combat casualties. The greatest pressure on the health department actually came from epidemic prevention. Guangzhou was a metropolis of 500,000 or 600,000 souls. Even in the modern era, the burden of public health and disease prevention would be considerable, let alone in the 17th century, when sanitary conditions were appalling and infectious diseases ran rampant. The sanitary conditions of ancient cities were extremely poor. In the 21st century, Liu San had read countless treatises, monographs, and documentaries about the sanitation infrastructure of ancient cities, all filled with phrases like the wisdom of ancient working people, and ahead of its time. If not for the plentiful authentic photographs and written records preserved from the living specimen of late Qing medieval society, he might well have believed them and assumed that Hengdian film studios accurately reconstructed the past. The reality was far different. Liu San understood that most medieval cities had no sanitary water supply or sewage systems, or only minimal ones. Each spring and summer, epidemic diseases raged unchecked. Sunstroke, often caused by contaminated food, was one of the most common causes of death in summer. This was precisely why the Senate kept its distance from Ming cities and preferred building new towns on vacant land. As Wen Daisy put it, ancient cities are, in essence, garbage heaps infested with rats, bedbugs, fleas, and every manner of pathogen. No amount of silk, marble, or scenic landmarks can mask the stench they emit. One of Liu San's tasks was to safeguard the city's health. In particular, he needed to stamp out every latent threat to public health and epidemic prevention. Malignant infectious diseases in the 17th century were no laughing matter. But as he followed the census team through the streets, He quickly realized this would be no simple undertaking. 17th century Guangzhou was not an overcrowded city. Like all traditional Chinese cities, the walled area contained substantial vacant land. Some plots left behind when residences and temples fell into ruin, other tracts that had never been built upon at all. These spaces held vegetable gardens, paddy fields, and even the occasional scattered cemetery. Yet residential dwellings and shops remained remarkably cramped. This strange paradox puzzled him. He asked Jia, a retained clerk from the revenue office, who explained that though urban land was plentiful and prices not particularly high, the cost of building was prohibitive. A small plot of land lay within reach of many ordinary citizens, but properly constructing a large house exceeded most people's means. Brick and tile were simply too expensive. Even middle-class families building homes had to incorporate scrap brick and salvaged tile. Only grand lineage houses, Buddhist temples, and government offices could afford to build with properly dressed bricks laid in neat, mortared joints. Traditionally crafted bricks and tiles relied entirely on manual labor, and firing them was both time-consuming and fuel-intensive, resulting in low output and correspondingly high prices. Bricks and tiles were expensive. Timber for beams and pillars was no cheaper. Guangzhou sat in the Pearl River Delta, where no building-quality timber grew nearby. All of it had to be shipped from upriver. The longer the journey, the higher the cost. Even tofu would fetch the price of meat by the time it arrived. Having spent over 10 days in Guangzhou, Lü Yizhong had gained a deeper understanding of 17th century life. Not only manufactured goods, but natural resources were extraordinarily expensive. Compared to the rock-bottom cost of labor, the only explanation was abysmal productivity. Despite available land, housing remained cramped and residential population density high. Scenes like the Zhang family's pastry shop, where apprentices and shop hands slept on makeshift beds atop the shop floor at night, were ubiquitous among the city's merchants and workshops. More alarming still, on government-owned land outside the city walls along the moat, there sprawled shanty settlements of the urban poor. These were not the shanty redevelopment areas of 21st century Chinese urban renewal, nor the slums of Brazil or India. They were something even more primitive. Almost no structure stood taller than a person, just rolling on the ground shacks, constructed from bamboo poles, straw and scrap wood on the damp, muddy banks of creeks. Often these huts rose directly beside potters' fields and mass graves. Some shanty areas were built atop charity plots, the living dwelling side by side with the dead. Crowded conditions, drainage facilities practically non-existent, no public latrines whatsoever, open dung vats everywhere, crisscrossing waterways choked with years of unscooped sludge and reeking to high heaven. Lü Yizhong thought to himself, this was the perfect breeding ground for epidemic outbreaks. How had the Guangzhou of old managed to survive? He would have to investigate when he returned. He hadn't intended to inspect the tofu workshop. Surely its conditions were no better than the walnut pastry shop. But then he reconsidered. Tofu production required large quantities of water. The shop couldn't rely on hauled water. There must be a well. He might as well check the water quality. Walking into the workshop, he saw that registration was in progress. He paid it no mind and surveyed the surroundings instead. This too was a combined shop and workshop. The floor was bare earth, quite muddy from the heavy water use in tofu making. Straw sacks had been laid over it for easier footing. The pot for boiling soy milk, the wooden buckets for holding it, and the boards for pressing tofu looked reasonably clean, covered with yellowed white cloth. But behind the soybean boiling stove lay a heap of raked-out ashes and a stack of firewood. The soybeans, stored in straw sacks, rested directly on the earthen floor atop nothing more than a tattered reed mat. End of this chapter. Chapter 1748. Epidemic prevention that wasn't all. Mingled with the fragrance of soy milk, he caught a whiff of something foul. A stench Lü Yizhong had grown quite familiar with, the kind found only in stables where large livestock were kept. Beside the shop stood a small door. He pushed it open and discovered a cramped courtyard with a shed where a little donkey was tethered, contentedly eating hay from a trough. Not far from the trough sat a stone mill, still crusted with soy pulp and skins left over from that morning's grinding. Clearly, the glistening tofu on the counter out front was made from soy milk ground right here, in this yard reeking of donkey dung. Lü Yizhong reflected that, fortunately, making tofu required boiling the soy milk first. He was becoming ever more appreciative of the administrative office's decision to arrange special provisions for the senators. He was about to leave when, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a figure tucked into the corner of the shed. Startled, he stumbled back several steps. "Who's there?" His shout brought the auxiliaries swarming in from outside. "Who is it? Come out now." This commotion flushed out a trembling young girl from behind the livestock shed. Her face was smeared black with stove ash, her tangled hair flecked with straw. One of the auxiliaries demanded loudly, "Who are you? Why are you hiding here?" These men were all former quick-class runners whose fundamental skill was intimidating commoners. The girl immediately burst into tears, and in an instant her tears had washed the ash into crisscross streaks, leaving her with a comically splotched face. The tofu shop owner and his wife came hurrying from the front counter to explain that this was their daughter. "Your daughter?" the police officer, handling registration, frowned. "You said she had gone to her uncle's house and wasn't home." "Well, perhaps. She just came back." The owner was thoroughly flustered. He hastily produced a string of coins. "A small token of our appreciation, please, officers. Take it for tea." The policeman shook his head. "We don't take money. You are to cooperate honestly with the government census. Your daughter was clearly at home, so why did you claim she wasn't? That's deceiving the government." The tofu shop owner bent low, cupping his hands repeatedly. Yes, yes, a moment of foolishness on my part." Inwardly, he groaned. When the Australians had come to register households, he hadn't known the protocol. Fearing these overseas barbarians might take liberties with his daughter, he had hidden her in the livestock shed and lied that she wasn't home. To his surprise, these Australians were thorough. They had even inspected that foul-smelling shed. Now that the officers had caught his deception, they would surely demand a substantial bribe. A few hundred yen wouldn't satisfy them. Clearly, he'd have to part with silver. With a long-suffering expression, he fished a tael of silver from his money pouch and tried again to press it into the lead policeman's hand. Again it was refused. Lü Yizhong watched with cold amusement. The auxiliary's eyes were practically blazing with frustration. Lü Yizhong asked the owner to show him the well. The man was puzzled, but noticing that the Australians' runners had repeatedly declined money and shown no intent to cause trouble, he relaxed somewhat and led the way. The well was in the kitchen behind the shop, fitted with a wooden curb, the first Lü Yizhong had ever seen. He had the owner draw a bucket of water and tested the temperature with his hand. Quite cool, characteristic of high-quality water. Having no biochemical equipment with him, he could only resort to visual inspection, holding a glass test tube of the sample up to the sunlight. Clear, transparent, with very little suspended matter. He tore a strip of litmus paper from his pouch and tested the pH, weakly alkaline. Overall, the water quality was decent. He thought, no wonder they say good tofu requires good water. In an era without running water, a fine well was indispensable. Watching this flurry of activity, the owner had no idea what Lü Yizhong was doing but dared not ask. Suddenly, the Australian runner inquired, "When was this well dug?" "It's been in my family for generations." The owner had no idea why the man was suddenly interested in the well. "This tofu shop has been in my family for 5 generations now." He seemed rather proud of that. Lü Yizhong nodded. "No wonder they could make tofu here." "Your water is good," he observed. "How do the other households on this street get their drinking water?" The owner didn't understand the question's purpose. "Some families have their own wells, those without draw water from the public wells or buy it." Public wells were sometimes dug by the government. but more often funded by community contributions or wealthy families as charitable works. The water quality varied widely. Some were good enough for brewing tea, while others were fit only for washing clothes and undrinkable otherwise. The water for sale was hauled by water carriers from the Pearl River's edge. Though river water was muddy, it was living water, unlike the heavy, stagnant quality of most well water. After clarification with alum, it was ready for use. Even households with their own wells often bought river water if their well water was poor. A tier higher were customers of spring water carted in from White Cloud Mountain or Uixiu Hill, reserved for the city's grand tea houses, pleasure houses, and the residences of officials and gentry. This was far beyond the means of ordinary folk. "Is the public well water around here any good?" Lü Yizhong asked. Traditional tofu making had exacting requirements for water quality, so the shop owner possessed considerable expertise in judging it. "The water from the public wells on Huifu Street is fine for washing and cooking, just not for brewing tea." Lü Yizhong nodded. If it wasn't suitable for tea, the mineral content was probably too high. Guangzhou lay on the banks of the Pearl River, with springs from the northern hills like Uixiu feeding into the groundwater, making subsurface water plentiful. But shallow groundwater was easily contaminated, especially in ancient cities with poor drainage, where dense populations discharged wastewater that seeped into the earth. This was an important reason why some northern cities historically had to relocate each time they were rebuilt. Guangzhou's abundant water supply made conditions somewhat better, and the Chinese custom of boiling water before drinking further reduced the risk. The water supply posed no critical hazard. Returning from the kitchen to the shop front, Lü Yizhong noticed that the young girl from earlier had washed her face and tidied her hair. She was now filling out the household registration form. He glanced over. Her features were still youthful, perhaps 14 or 15 years old. Growing up in a tofu shop, she had likely consumed more protein than most, for her skin was fair and delicate, her countenance plump and pleasing. For some reason, she reminded him of the son he had left behind in Lingao, and then of Chun. A wave of emotion stirred in his heart. After several days accompanying the census teams through the city, Lü Yizhong had formed a rough picture of Guangzhou's public health situation. A fuller understanding would require compiling the data once the census teams finished their work, so he returned to his office. The Guangzhou Special Municipality had yet to establish a Bureau of Health. He had come to Guangzhou under the title of Special Commissioner of the Livelihood and Labor Ministry's Health Administration. His office was temporarily housed in Lin Baiguang's Comprehensive Governance Office. Back at his desk, Lü Yizhong began organizing the information he had gathered, particularly his field observations. In his assessment, Guangzhou's public health was seriously deficient. Yet despite these dismal conditions, the materials assembled by the Grand Library contained no record of any great pestilence. Could it really be that people in ancient times, having grown up in such wretched environments, had developed stronger resistance? He summoned Jidi for consultation. Jidi explained that every year during the Huinan Tian, the damp, muggy, returning south season, there would be a seasonal epidemic in the city, claiming many lives. In summer, there would also be what was called fa sha heat stroke, but since the dead were mostly the poor, few people took notice. Small-scale outbreaks were so commonplace throughout the city as to be unremarkable. In other words, in this timeline, an epidemic that killed a few hundred people wouldn't even register as newsworthy. Lü Yizhong wanted to inquire more thoroughly, but Jidi was no physician and couldn't provide much detail. He suggested that if Lü Yizhong wished to learn more, he could consult the medical officials of the prefectural and county medical bureaus. The medical bureau served as both the local medical administration and the government hospital. In prefectural offices, the director was called the Diank, in counties, the Zunk, with various medical staff under them. Being a government institution, the common folk simply called them medical officials. Since the Tang and Song dynasties, China had maintained a tradition of government-run medical services at the local level. Every Ming-era county had a medical bureau, which on one hand handled medical administration and provided publicly funded care for Yamen officials and runners, and on the other treated commoners and even made house calls. When Hai Rui served as magistrate of Chunnan, he wrote a document called Articles of Reform on reorganizing government functions and improving work ethic. Under the heading Regular Practice for Medical Officials, he recorded 4 physicians. Guangzhou Prefecture was a major crossroads and the provincial capital. The prefectural and county medical bureaus together employed over a dozen medical officials. Lü Yizhong had read in the Urban Works Department's reference materials that these officials did a brisk business. Aside from the directors, the Diank and Zunk, none of the medical personnel received any salary. Their income came entirely from fees charged to commoners. Despite the lack of pay, competition for these positions was fierce, sometimes requiring bribes to secure the post. Hai Rui's Articles of Reform also noted, medical officials examine symptoms and pulses, identify drug properties, for the benefit of all who fall ill in the county. Recently, many have been paying silver to obtain the post, seeking to profit from assignments. In fact, aside from the directors, no one had a regular salary. All income came from treating patients. Because commoners generally trusted government hospitals more than itinerant quacks, the medical officials enjoyed thriving practices. But truly skilled physicians disdained the position, and thus the abilities of most medical officials required no further explanation. When Lü Yizhong first arrived in the city, he had met with the prefectural and county medical officials to assess whether they could be organized into a rudimentary Chinese medicine hospital. He had discussed some essential texts every physician was expected to know, and several had stared at him blankly, unable to utter a single response. One hadn't even read the Mai Jing, the classic of the pulse, and didn't know basic pharmacology. But immediately after the meeting, some had sent him several volumes of the Yellow Emperor's classic of the pure girl's heart and similar erotic treatises. Others had presented him with aphrodisiacs. Lü Yizhong found all this quite distasteful. Fortunately, a few among them possessed genuine knowledge. Lin Baiguang had them summoned for further discussion. End of this chapter. Chapter 1749. Infectious Diseases. Lin Baiguang's Comprehensive Governance Office was in fact located within the municipal government building. Since Wang Sangu had taken up his post as director of the General Affairs section, he had followed the regulations on General Affairs Administration for government agencies issued by the Administrative Office and brought systematic order to what had been a chaotic, bustling government building. Now, if Lü Yizhong wished to summon local natives for questioning, he couldn't simply dispatch someone to fetch them. He had to fill out a summons form first, and then the General Affairs section would send a messenger. By now dusk was falling, but this was an extraordinary period. There was no such thing as working hours. All agencies operated around the clock, with staff on duty at all times. As soon as Lü Yizhong's form reached the General Affairs section, Wang Sangu immediately issued a nighttime pass and dispatched several retained gatekeepers to find the individuals on the list. Most of the medical officials had already retired for the night. When they heard that the newly arrived senator and court physician wanted to see them, they scrambled out of bed, threw on robes and shoes, and followed the gatekeepers to the Yamen. Lü Yizhong hadn't even finished his supper when all 4 were already waiting outside in the courtyard. Peering out the window, Lü Yizhong saw them standing reverentially in the yard. By the standards of this timeline, all 4 were elderly. One sported a full head and beard of snowy white. Reluctant to keep them waiting in the cold, he asked an orderly to show them in. Because he was technically a special envoy dispatched by a ministry-level department, he had been assigned the main hall of a small courtyard. The bright central hall served as both reception room and conference room. Lü Yizhong emerged from the inner chamber carrying his mess tin. The 4 medical officials stood in unison, and made to prostrate themselves in the full kowtow of a court audience. Lü Yizhong quickly stopped them. "Please, no need for that. Everyone, please sit." The medical officials noted that this grand Song court physician not only dressed poorly but ate like a common laborer, taking his meal directly from an eating bowl that was actually a square tin container. They couldn't help but feel a trace of contempt. Yet when they had first met him a few days earlier, they had discovered that this court physician was extraordinarily learned, deeply versed in medical theory, pulse diagnosis, and pharmacology. They dared not underestimate him. Thanking him for the seats, they sat down. Their hearts, however, were uneasy. A new emperor meant a new court. A medical bureau official required no appointment from the Ministry of Personnel. Even the rank of unclassified was beyond their reach. Never mind a change of dynasty. Even a new county magistrate could dismiss them at will. Each time a magistrate or prefect was replaced, they had to scheme and bribe to keep their posts. Once unemployed, without the aura of medical official status, life as an ordinary itinerant bell-ringing physician would be utterly wretched. Though famous doctors earned decent incomes, most ordinary practitioners barely scraped by, and they knew quite well they were nowhere near the caliber of famous physicians. When Lü Yizhong had first received them, the medical officials had pooled their resources and presented a collective gift of 60 taels. But Lü Yizhong's polite refusal and his subsequent rejection of private presents left them unable to fathom this court physician's intentions. Darkness had fallen, and now he summoned them unexpectedly. What on earth was he scheming? Lü Yizhong set down his mess tin. "You are all long-time medical officials of Guangzhou City. You've seen many patients over the years, and you've managed the government's medical affairs. I've just arrived and don't know much about local conditions. I must rely on your guidance." The four hastily rose, disclaiming their worthiness, and invited Lü Yizhong to inquire as he wished. "Please, no ceremony. We're all in the medical profession. Saving lives and alleviating suffering is our vocation." Lü Yizhong spoke with evident sincerity. "Don't concern yourselves with rank and hierarchy. Now then, tell me about the epidemic situation in Guangzhou." Lü Yizhong wanted chiefly to learn about the various seasonal epidemics in spring and autumn, as well as the locally prevalent diseases encountered in medical practice. The health authorities had harbored considerable misgivings about epidemic prevention in major medieval cities. The reason was simple. This timeline lacked any preventive or immunizing measures, and pathogens of every kind spread freely. Ever-expanding long-distance trade was carrying many regional diseases to new areas. In the years the Ministry of Health had operated quarantine camps, the sheer variety and geographic range of infectious diseases encountered had shocked the physicians. They had seen nearly every disease listed in their textbooks: smallpox, measles, dysentery, typhoid, diphtheria, encephalitis, dengue fever, cholera, kala-azar, scarlet fever, hepatitis, tuberculosis. Among northern immigrants they had even detected the dreaded plague, which had forced them to burn down quarantine barracks at Guangzhou more than once. Syphilis, introduced to China only recently in Ming times, had also been detected among migrants, including cases of congenital transmission. Tuberculosis was even more widespread. Through the simple yet highly effective tool of quarantine, the Senate had largely succeeded in keeping malignant infectious diseases at bay. But in Guangzhou, matters were far more complicated. It was a continental city, open on all sides, with almost no way to control population movement. This created ideal conditions for the spread of disease. Health authorities had originally hoped to search the Grand Library's historical records for information on Guangzhou's epidemics, but whether in officially compiled gazetteers or private jottings, such matters were scarcely documented. Simple entries like epidemic or great pestilence offered only death tolls and duration, with almost no detail, not even descriptions of symptoms. Nothing specific could be gleaned from these sparse records. so Liu San had to turn to the local medical officials. In ancient society, the lower strata of the populace had essentially no access to medical care. Sick people either toughed it out with their natural resistance, or prayed and took a packet of incense ash from a temple, or at best collected free medicine when dispensaries and charitable institutions distributed it. The only people who could afford to summon a physician for a proper examination were those of some means. Thus, physicians of this era dealt with an extremely narrow slice of the patient population. Their cases held no general significance, but medical officials were personnel of public medical institutions. Whether preventing or cleaning up after local epidemics and treating wards of local charities fell under the purview of the county medical bureau. Compared to private practitioners, they possessed a broader view. Liu San was eager to understand the specific situation regarding infectious diseases in order to formulate a response as quickly as possible. The Ministry of Health's consensus was to establish a specialized infectious disease hospital as soon as possible, where all such patients could be quarantined and contained. This was the continuation of the quarantine camp model. Without medication, it remained the only viable approach. Liu San first described his impressions from surveying the city these past few days. He knew that traditional medicine in this timeline had no clear concept of hygiene or epidemic prevention. Many conditions that moderns would consider obvious disease risks were simply dismissed here, so he touched only on matters they could understand. The returning south season will soon be upon us. I know this weather is when epidemics most readily spread. Now that the Senate has entered Guangzhou, we bear the duty of protecting the people. If we pool our wisdom here to safeguard the well-being and safety of the populace, fewer illnesses, fewer deaths, that would be a boundless merit. At these words, the medical officials were taken aback. They were old hands in the profession and had endured far too many admonitions from newly arrived officials, either stern and lofty platitudes that missed the mark entirely, or pointed hints to pay respects promptly. No one had ever spoken about the actual business of treating patients and saving lives. Here was this foreign Australian who, upon entering the city, immediately addressed this very matter. Moreover, this true Kun senator had quietly traversed many corners of the city to inquire into suffering and disease, places so squalid and impoverished that they themselves had never set foot. A profound stirring awoke within them. Several had been practicing medicine for generations and held traditional physicians' ethics in high regard. Liu San's words struck a chord. The eldest among them, a man named Hu Ziming with snowy beard and hair, rose shakily to his feet and bowed. "My lord, upon assuming office you have disregarded the fatigue of travel to concern yourself with the people's afflictions. This is a blessing for all living things. This humble student shall exert mind and body to serve you." The others joined in agreement. Then and there, they recounted all they had observed and experienced over their years of practice. Liu San listened intently, taking notes in a small notebook. Though he himself had trained in traditional Chinese medicine, many ailments went by different names in different eras, so he asked the officials to describe symptoms as they spoke. From their descriptions, Liu San gathered that the most common contagious disease here was influenza. No surprise. Yet flu's mortality rate was not low. Influenza often triggered secondary infections, and in an era without antibiotics or antipyretics, death from a mere cold was commonplace. Among the virulent diseases, smallpox and cholera were the most prevalent in Guangzhou. Small-scale outbreaks occurred constantly. Large-scale epidemics erupted every few years. Cholera flared up massively every 7 or 8 years, and smallpox every 5 or 6. What shocked Liu San most was learning from the officials' descriptions that Guangzhou had already suffered multiple outbreaks of bubonic plague, some lasting a long time and highly virulent, with tens of thousands dead. The Senate dreaded plague above all else. They had assumed it mainly afflicted the north. Discovering that Guangzhou had been struck by plague was startling. Beyond these three deadliest epidemic diseases, the symptoms described by the medical officials indicated that many other infectious diseases were also common, especially intestinal infections, with dysentery particularly widespread. The fa sha that killed so many in summer was, Liu San suspected, mostly intestinal disease as well. From the officials' accounts, he pieced together a rough picture of locally prevalent ailments: scrub typhus, malaria, typhoid, pulmonary tuberculosis, dysentery, meningitis, and leprosy, which struck terror into the ancients' hearts. The officials also told him of a local illness called guzheng, drum swelling, in which the abdomen gradually distended like a drum. Though it didn't kill immediately, death was inevitable, and no physician, however renowned, could help. In Panjiu and Nanhai counties, certain villages were devastated by this disease. Men, women, and children alike succumbed, and some hamlets had been wiped out entirely. End of this chapter. Chapter 1750. Puji Hall. Liu San was startled. Judging by the symptoms, this was classic schistosomiasis. He had assumed the disease was chiefly prevalent in the Hunan-Hubei region and Jiangxi. He hadn't expected to find it right here in Guangzhou. Because schistosomiasis was caused by parasitic infection, immunization was useless. Only manual prevention could work, and prevention was enormously difficult. We in the Ministry of Health carry a heavy burden indeed, Liu San thought. In the original timeline, all these infectious diseases could be treated with specific drugs, but in this timeline, they had almost nothing at their disposal. Their domestically produced antibiotics were few in variety and low in purity. Disinfectants and epidemic prevention medicines were likewise scarce. Yet he dared not show a worried expression. He continued his conversation with the medical officials until late into the night before the gathering dispersed. Liu San instructed the General Affairs section to put them up in the Yamen overnight. They could leave in the morning. Once the officials had departed, Liu San leafed through his notebook. It was already crammed with terms that would alarm any public health and epidemic prevention worker. He sighed, careworn. How was he to proceed with sanitation work? At present, he had neither staff nor supplies. Before departure, he had received a handbook densely printed with serial numbers corresponding to crates of health ministry supplies destined for Guangzhou. By cross-referencing this handbook with the daily cargo manifests from Dashiji Harbor, he could track how much materiel had arrived and how much was still en route, a great help in planning. But even without checking, he knew the current supplies were hopelessly inadequate for the situation he faced. Moreover, the other physician assigned to join him still hadn't set out. Word was that he was busy preparing for the Provincial Port General Hospital. After much deliberation, Liu San concluded that the only immediate and necessary step was a citywide sanitation campaign, an effort to minimize breeding sites and sources of contagion, to annihilate as many intermediate hosts as possible. The rate at which infectious diseases spread was intimately linked to environmental hygiene. Since they had no capacity to cure, they could only start from the most fundamental prevention. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Liu San meant to discuss this with Lin Beiguang, but Lin Beiguang was out. His secretary explained that the senator had already gone to confer with finance and currency personnel about issuing the new currency and collecting taxes. A government's first order of business was money. Liu Xiong's entire package of urban renewal and construction projects could not proceed without funds. Anxious though he was, Liu San didn't want to interrupt, so he asked a retained Yamen clerk to escort him on a visit to Puji Hall. Since the Tang and Song dynasties, prefectures and counties had generally maintained government-run charitable institutions covering birth, old age, sickness, and death. The Siyuju for foundlings, the Yangji Yuan for destitute elderly, the Anji Fang for the ill and disabled, and the Luz Yuan for collecting and burying abandoned corpses. Guangzhou's one prefecture and 2 counties were no exception. Liu San had studied the materials on institutions slated for takeover supplied by the Comprehensive Governance Office. Guangzhou Prefecture's official charity was called Puji Hall. It was quite large, with multiple attached units, men's and women's hospices for the elderly without means of support, a Qingji Yuan for impoverished widows who had taken the vow of chastity, along with their minor children, and a Gumu Yuan to house the blind. Strictly speaking, charitable institutions had little to do with Liu San's work. This was civil affairs territory, but no one from that department had yet arrived. Lin Beiguang had temporarily delegated Liu San to inspect Puji Hall and the Lu's Yuan, and to assess their sanitary conditions. To be honest, I have no faith in the integrity of the people running these government charities, Lin Beiguang had said when handing over the materials. The directors are usually either the local officials' cronies or local gentry riddled with abuses. Have a look at the situation. I'll get around to sorting them out eventually. The director of such an institution was a minor functionary, but compared to the medical officials who were appointed without salary, he was a step lower still, neither appointed nor salaried. Yet there was no small profit to be had, which drew the covetous eyes of both local officials and gentry. Whenever a vacancy arose, a power struggle was sure to ensue. Puji Hall lay not inside the city but outside the Great North Gate, on the northern slope of Yuexiu Hill, in a temple called Huanghua Temple. This area was dense with tombs, charity graves, and mass burial grounds, mound upon mound of weathered graves, scarcely any inhabitants. Even in the Republic era, it was still bandit territory. For Liu San's visit, Wang Sangu dispatched a squad of soldiers as escort and added 5 or 6 Yamen runners familiar with the local terrain. Liu San passed through the North Gate suburb and followed the main road for a short distance before the gloom descended. The landscape was nothing but hillside tombs, graveyards, and potters' fields. Dwellings and farmland were scarce. The few hovels that did exist were dilapidated and dirt-poor. Near Liyuhua Bridge, more structures appeared, but they turned out to be coffin shops or so-called mortuary lodges, bearing signs like so-and-so Charitable Lodge, housing the caskets of outsiders who had died in Guangzhou. Some coffins had been stored for as short as half a year, others for decades. Liu San knew that such temporary coffin deposits existed not only here but within the city as well. Many temples and native place guilds maintained rear courtyards specifically for storing coffins. Some awaited filial sons to escort the coffin home, so the deceased could return to their roots. Others belonged to local gentry families waiting for an auspicious date or propitious gravesite, temporarily held in a temple. Such cases were common. As they walked, Liu San caught an intermittent whiff of foul stench. Parting the sedan curtain, he saw his escorts, both runners and soldiers, pinching their noses and grimacing. It wasn't his imagination. The crematorium of the Lu's Yuan is just ahead at Liyuhua Bridge, a runner murmured. The wind's blowing the wrong way. Liu San nodded. He took out a packet of epidemic-repelling powder from his bag, dabbed some inside his nostrils, and felt better. He distributed the powder to the others. Suddenly, he heard the barking and snarling of dogs nearby. Following the sound about 100 meters from the road, he glimpsed a pack of feral dogs fighting before an abandoned grave. A runner beside the sedan scowled. An abomination. Liu San immediately understood what the dogs were fighting over. A wave of nausea washed over him. Move on, quickly. The bearers picked up the pace. Before long, they arrived at Huanghua Temple. This Huanghua Temple had once been a grand and imposing Buddhist sanctuary. Now it had long fallen into disrepair. Liu San alighted where the original main gate had stood. That gate was now a heap of rubble, amid which the severed limbs of guardian deities' clay statues were still visible. Though the paint had flaked away, traces of fine original craftsmanship could still be discerned. Liu San sighed inwardly. Skirting the collapsed gate, he entered the temple grounds. Most of the halls and pavilions had crumbled. Those still standing were in woeful condition, walls askew, roofs leaking. The Buddha statues in each hall had vanished. Wall paintings and decorations had largely disappeared, with fewer than 1 in 10 remaining. In the surviving halls and corridors, ragged elderly folk and women huddled in 2s and 3s, disheveled, filthy, indistinguishable from beggars. They showed neither interest in nor fear of the visitors. One hall was somewhat tidier. It had been the residence and office of the director. A runner explained that the former director had been a relative brought along by Prefect Dong. "Bring him here." The runner fetched the man, a portly fellow in his 40s with a sallow complexion but neatly dressed. This humble one Mao Ziyu kowtows to the chief. The man promptly knelt and kowtowed. "You may rise," said Liu San. "Were you the manager of this place?" The manager was Master Dong. After the heavenly soldiers entered the city, he fled. Mao Ziyu rose and answered with a bow. "This humble one used to work under him. Please come inside, chief." He ushered Liu San's party indoors. The hall had once been a Buddhist sanctuary, so the ceiling was high and the interior spacious. In the bright central bay stood a judge's desk and chair, flanked by rods for punishment, cangs, shackles, and chains, the full trappings of a yamen. In the darker side chamber, presumably the director's living quarters and office, the furnishings, though not lavish, were no worse than a middling household's. "Please sit, chief." Mao Ziyu deferentially offered a seat and brought out a bowl of tea. "You've traveled far to our desolate wilderness. We have little to offer. I'm just here to have a look. No need for ceremony." Liu San glanced around. The contrast with the dereliction outside was stark. The manager certainly knows how to find pleasure amid hardship. Master Dong used to work here. After the heavenly soldiers entered the city, he fled the next day. Mao Ziyu continued. "Actually, he rarely stayed here, only coming on the days when money and grain were distributed. Otherwise, he lived in the city." "So you're really the one running things here?" Mao Ziyu quickly stooped into a little bow, smiling obsequiously. "I dare not claim to run anything. I merely perform my duties here. I don't dare to act on my own. I follow the manager's instructions in all matters." "Since you're the one on the ground, first tell me about this place's situation," Liu San said. Yes, Mao Ziyu nodded repeatedly. "The registry shows 2,165 destitute, elderly, disabled, blind, and impoverished chaste widows in this Puji hall. By regulation, each person receives 3 due of rice and 45 wen of copper cash per month. Every 3 years, each receives 1 bolt of coarse cloth." Liu San opened his notebook and jotted down the figures. "Where do the funds come from?" "Partly from the prefectural and county treasuries, partly from charitable donations by philanthropic families in the city. 3 due of rice." Liu San found this hard to believe. By Ming measurements, a due of unhusked rice weighed roughly 12 jin, so 3 due came to about 36 jin, far more than the 28 jin monthly ration most people received in the rationing era of the original timeline, even exceeding the 30+ jin allotted only to heavy labor workers. "Yes, 3 due of rice." Seeing Liu San's skepticism, Mao Ziyu smiled ingratiatingly. "That's the amount on the roster. Naturally, no one can eat that much. The surplus covers the institution's expenses. Take this Puji Hall directorship. Whoever gets it arrives in rags and leaves in silk robes riding a fine horse." End of this chapter. Chapter 1751, the Chastity Hall. "Oh, so there's considerable profit to be squeezed from this place." Liu San nodded knowingly. "I wouldn't presume to say considerable," Mao Ziyu replied, his eyes narrowing with a sly grin. "But take the most recent director Dong V. When he first arrived, he looked no different from the paupers lodged here. Within 2 or 3 years, he'd built a house and purchased land back in his home village. And right here in Guangzhou, he'd bought another property to keep a mistress." Liu San ran the figures silently. With 2,165 inmates, each entitled to 3 due of rice and 45 wen per month, the monthly outlay came to 6,495 due of unhusked rice and 97,425 when in copper cash. At Guangzhou's prevailing market prices, 650 shi of grain was worth nearly 700 taels of silver. Add the copper, and Puji Hall's monthly expenditure approached 900 taels, over 10,000 taels annually. Then he recalled the fundamental truth: full allocations were never actually dispersed. 3 parts fat on every transaction was the iron rule. How much actually reaches the hall? Truly, my lord, you understand these matters, Mao Ziyu laughed. By custom, only 3/10. A savage cut, Liu San thought. He pressed on. Tell me honestly, how much do the people lodged here actually receive each month? Though Mao Ziyu's face remained wreathed in smiles, he licked his lips nervously before answering. Well, as long as they're not too ill to walk, everyone in the institution goes out to beg on the streets. So in truth they receive nothing. I wouldn't say nothing, my lord. The old and infirm who can't get about, the hall still gives them a bowl of gruel. On rainy days when no one can go out, the hall provides meals. As for the widows in the Chastity Hall, they cannot show their faces in public. They survive by weaving and raising chickens, and the hall subsidizes them a pittance. Mao Ziyu's grin had faded. His voice dropped to a murmur. And how much do you receive each month? Liu San asked. There's a fixed quota, Mao Ziyu replied. All workers here receive 2 du of rice and 300 wen per month. No side income, Liu San smiled. Mao Ziyu shot him a nervous glance and forced a chuckle. To claim there's none, you wouldn't believe me, my lord, but it's quite limited, like floodwater spreading across flat ground, just enough to dampen the surface. How many workers are employed here? Over 100 in all. I've never seen the roster myself, so I dare not speak rashly. Where are they? The handful that Master Dong brought with him all fled when he did. The others, I myself have never laid eyes on them. 7 or 8 remain on the premises to look after things. If you work here, how could you never have seen them? Liu San was puzzled. It's as you surmise, my lord, Mao Ziyu explained. They've all been placed here by men with tall gate posts and broad thresholds. The prefect and magistrate couldn't refuse. The names were entered in the register, and each draws a bit of pay. So only 30% of the funds arrived at the hall. Over 100 phantom employees drew wages for work they never performed. And a director who bought houses, acquired land, and kept a mistress, embezzled whatever remained. Precious little reached the inmates. No wonder Puji Hall lay in such shambles, its residents indistinguishable from the city's beggars. They were beggars. Liu San had dealt with traditional society for years, procuring and trading medicines, practicing his craft across the countryside. He was long inured to its extreme corruption and darkness. He suspected the roster of 2,165 inmates was at least half inflated with phantom names. Are the hall's roster and account books still here? Well, they're in Secretary Gao's hands. Liu San wondered how yet another Secretary Gao had suddenly materialized. Who is Secretary Gao? He's the hall's bookkeeper, Gao Bohai by name. He doesn't come here often. Mao Ziyu lowered his voice cautiously. The roster and ledgers are in his keeping. Liu San deduced that this Secretary Gao must be another hidden power behind Puji Hall's operations. A few more questions revealed that Secretary Gao had been placed here by a local member of the gentry and had served as the hall's bookkeeper for over a decade. Liu San noticed that Mao Ziyu's eyes flickered and his speech faltered whenever Secretary Gao's name arose. Clearly there was more to this story. So he coaxed him with leading questions and hinted that the directorship might fall to him. Under the prevailing atmosphere of the dynastic winds have shifted, Mao Ziyu finally divulged several crucial details. In truth, Secretary Gao was the man who truly controlled Puji Hall. All administration flowed through his hands, much as a magistrate's power really resided with his revenue clerk. Directors came and went with each successive prefect, but Secretary Gao remained as though rooted to the earth. Whenever a new director took office, his first order of business was to curry favor with Secretary Gao. Otherwise, within months, enormous deficits would mysteriously appear. Should the inmates take to the streets and accost provincial officials with their grievances, even the prefect's own son couldn't survive as director. Directors are here to make their fortunes and enjoy themselves under the protection of the authorities. How many would bother squatting on this graveyard mountain doing actual work? As long as they're never short of cash, they're content. But Secretary Gao possessed no fish-scale register or similar instrument to hold the director in check. His power derived entirely from the gentry member who had recommended him, one Charitable Zhen. Charitable Zhen's true name was Zhen Geizhang. He owned vast tracts of farmland and forest north of Guangzhou, wielded both wealth and influence, and was renowned for his philanthropic works, repairing bridges and roads, burying roadside corpses, distributing gruel to the hungry. He had even donated several charity burial plots. His reputation both within and beyond the city walls was considerable, and he was hailed as a true local worthy. Lü Yizhong nodded thoughtfully, then lowered his voice. "Level with me. How many people does Puji Hall actually shelter?" Mao Ziyu stammered. Probably 400 or 500. The exact number I myself couldn't say. He explained that the Chastity Hall housed somewhat over 100 impoverished widows and several dozen children. Since they seldom ventured out, he knew the rough figures. The others came and went as they pleased. Anyone bearing a Puji Hall waste token was counted as an inmate. Over the years, many tokens no longer corresponded to any living person. Even if there were a roster, the true number would remain unknown. The register hasn't been updated in years. Lü Yizhong thought. A single institution, and already these murky depths. But untangling that was Lin Beiguang's responsibility. His own concern was the sanitary conditions here. Take me on a tour of the grounds. The place hasn't been swept in years, it's filthy beyond description. That's quite all right. Yes, yes. Mao Ziyu thought these Australians truly peculiar. What was there to see in a broken-down temple full of rubble and refuse? Were it not for the prospect of a few extra silver coins, he wouldn't have lingered here a single moment. So he led the way. From behind the great hall of the Buddha, a straight path of level flagstones extended toward a pagoda at the rear. On either side, weeds flourished unchecked. Shattered brick and smashed tile littered the ground, and tall mugwort sprouted between the cracks in the paving stones. Huangyue Temple covered a vast expanse, with hall after hall stretching into the distance. Though long neglected and now reduced to shambles, many buildings still stood, most with doors and windows gaping open, courtyards choked with grass taller than a man, utterly forsaken. Dust had accumulated in thick layers inside the shrines and upon the altars. The tracks of rats scuttling across floors and daises were plainly visible. Here and there were signs of habitation, ragged clothes, a chipped bowl, a cracked earthenware pot, a tattered straw mat worn down to its rush core. But most inhabitants were absent. Only the sick and crippled remained. According to Mao Ziyu, everyone capable of walking went out to beg. Whether they returned at night was uncertain. Some vanished for months at a time. When the monsoon season arrives and rain falls frequently, more of them come back. And in winter, when the cold turns bitter, fewer venture out. Mao Ziyu led him to the entrance of a courtyard. Lü Yizhong noticed that the gate was securely locked. Curious, he wondered why. Mao Ziyu stepped up to the gate and called out, "Fifth sister-in-law." A middle-aged woman emerged, somewhere in her 30s, with sharp, angular features. Seeing that Mao Ziyu had brought some Australian visitors, she started in surprise, then instantly rearranged her expression into one of fawning deference. Hurrying down the steps, she knelt before Lü Yizhong and kowtowed. "This servant is of the Sun Fifth household. I pay respects to the Lord." "And you are?" "This servant is a government matchmaker, tasked with overseeing the Chastity Hall." In Ming and Qing local Yamen, official matchmakers were assigned to any case involving women. They were responsible for minding and guarding female persons, in effect, the female counterpart to Yamen runners. Lü Yizhong observed her brisk manner and shrewd eyes. He recognized at once that she was a formidable and sharp-tongued woman. Upon hearing that Lü Yizhong was an Australian chief, come to conduct an inspection, fifth sister-in-law's son grew even more solicitous. She hastily fetched a key and unlocked the courtyard gate. Lü Yizhong was puzzled. "It's broad daylight, why keep the gate locked?" All who dwell here are impoverished widows preserving their chastity. Though this place is remote, men still come and go. With the gate locked, no gossip from outside enters, and none from inside escapes. It spares everyone much rumor and slander. Fifth sister-in-law's son chattered on. For a widow to uphold her virtue, the first principle is to avoid even the appearance of impropriety. She explained that men were strictly forbidden to enter under ordinary circumstances. Even visiting relatives could meet only at the gate. If a widow had brought children with her, any son reaching age 7 was required to move out. This is the strictest of places. In nearly 100 years since its founding, there has never been a single scandal, nor a single remarriage. Pride was evident in fifth sister-in-law's son's voice. Liu San observed that the Chastity Hall had been converted from a monk's dormitory. Around the perimeter stood the former cells of the Sangha, now in disrepair but patched up with salvaged brick and broken tile. Inside, the quarters were far cleaner and more orderly than elsewhere in the complex. The courtyard's paving bricks had been dug up and the ground planted with various vegetables. A few chickens strolled about at leisure. Fifth sister-in-law's son explained that the widows supported themselves primarily through weaving cloth and silk. The courtyard boasted over 30 looms. Between their vegetable gardens and their chickens, they could sustain themselves. But don't they receive any money or grain? They do. Fifth sister-in-law's son answered rapidly, though she kept glancing toward Mao Ziyu. Mao Ziyu said irritably, "Just tell him the truth, fifth sister-in-law. The dynasty has changed, no need for all those old scruples." Fifth sister-in-law's son hastened to compose her expression. "They do receive money and grain, but only 1 due per month. Those with children get an extra 3 sheng. Only 1 due," Liu San frowned. "My lord is perceptive. Even that single due doesn't always arrive on time." Fifth sister-in-law's son sighed. "We depend entirely on the charity of the madams and young mistresses from the great houses in the city, who send servants now and again to bestow alms. Otherwise, truly, there would be no way to survive." End of chapter. Chapter 1752. The Infanticide Tower. Liu San wanted to descend into the courtyard and inspect the various chambers, but fifth sister-in-law's son blocked the stairway. "I need to go inside and have a look." Fifth sister-in-law's son did not budge. With an ingratiating smile, she said, "My lord, this is the Chastity Hall. Even if it were one's own mother and son, boys over 7 are forbidden to remain in the compound. These are widows dwelling inside if your lordship were to enter." Seeing Liu San's blank expression, she had no choice but to speak plainly. It might injure their reputation for chastity. Only then did Liu San understand why she was blocking him. After a moment's thought, he realized there was no pressing need for a closer inspection. Though conditions here were somewhat better than outside, they weren't much better. Huanghua Temple itself was far too dilapidated, and Puji Hall's administration was chaotic. Putting things in order would not be accomplished overnight. There was no hurry. "Very well. Then have everyone in the courtyard, young and old alike, come out. I wish to meet them." Fifth sister-in-law's son was inclined to refuse again, but Mao Ziyu was signaling furiously with his eyes. She sensed it unwise to keep rebuffing this newly arrived Australian. "Please wait a moment, my lord. This servant will summon them at once." So saying, she picked up a wooden clapper and began to strike it beneath the eaves. At the dull, mournful sound, women emerged from the various cells. The oldest were white-haired crones with skin wrinkled like dried plums. The youngest still possessed the bloom of maidenhood. Some carried infants in their arms, others led children by the hand. All, regardless of age, wore identical dresses of indigo-dyed cloth. They wore no rouge or powder. A sprig of white in their hair coils was their sole adornment. One by one, they gathered in the courtyard with downcast eyes, silent. Not until now did Liu San feel that this place somewhat resembled a charitable institution. At least this courtyard was clean and orderly, and the women, though poor, were not dressed in rags like beggars. "This is the newly appointed court physician," fifth sister-in-law's son announced when most had assembled. "He has come to conduct an inspection." The women curtsied unevenly. "Blessings upon you, my lord." Their voices were scattered and faint. Liu San studied these women who had vowed to keep their chastity. Some were pale and bloodless, others sallow yellow, likely from years of laboring indoors with scant sunlight. Naturally, none were plump, though not quite skeletal. All looked frail. The children in the courtyard were sallow and thin, their eyes dull, their movements sluggish. Comparing them to the strapping, broad-hipped fifth sister-in-law's son, it was obvious that the food here was barely sufficient to prevent starvation. By modern nutritional standards, everyone present would be classified as suffering from chronic malnutrition. Liu San frowned. "How many meals are provided here each day?" "In reply to your lordship, 2 meals a day, one of rice, one of gruel." "And the children?" "The same for them." Fifth sister-in-law's son wondered why this Lord Liu was so interested in the children. "What a waste," Liu San sighed. Over 100 chaste widows, locked year after year in this living coffin of a courtyard, gazing up at their small square of sky, passing their days at the loom. Such cruelty and waste was simply outrageous. The whole of Hainan was full of strong, hard-working men without wives. It flew in the face of human nature. He thought of how many such chastity-keeping widows there must be throughout all of Guangzhou Prefecture. Indeed, all of Guangdong. This culture of encouraging widow chastity would need to be cracked down on hard. Fifth sister-in-law's son had no idea what he found wasteful. Inwardly, she wondered if this Australian lord had taken a fancy to one of the young widows inside. That absolutely could not be permitted. She began calculating how to dissuade him should he actually attempt such a thing. Though fifth sister-in-law's son was ruthless in exploiting the chaste widows, she held the principle of chastity-keeping higher than heaven itself. Better to starve than to lose one's virtue was scripture to her. In her ideal world, not even a male sparrow should be allowed to alight in this courtyard. Just as Liu San was pondering how to reform Puji Hall, particularly how to avoid wasting its human resources, a voice suddenly shrieked from the crowd. "Court physician, my lord, save me." Liu San started. The crowd, which had appeared as still as a stagnant pool, now rippled with motion. A woman pushed her way out and collapsed on her knees at the foot of the stone steps, kowtowing so hard that the flagstones thudded. Fifth sister-in-law's son was aghast. She leapt down from the steps, seized the woman by the hair and cursed. "What are you screaming about?" She tried to drag her away. But the woman refused to yield. She continued weeping and screaming. "Save me, my lord." Liu San sensed something was wrong. He raised a hand and barked, "Don't drag her, let her speak." To the woman he said, "What is it? Tell me everything." Fifth sister-in-law's son dared not manhandle her further and withdrew to the side. At last the woman sobbed out her story. Her child had fallen ill. Not only had no one in the compound given the child treatment, but before the child had even drawn a final breath, someone had thrown it into the Infanticide tower behind the temple. Even if there was no medicine, the child was still alive, the woman wailed. Fifth sister-in-law insisted he had smallpox and would spread the plague if left in the compound. She threw him alive into the tower. "I beg your lordship in your great mercy to save my son." When Liu San heard this, he felt his blood rise and his face flush crimson. He glared. "Fifth sister-in-law's son, is this true?" Fifth sister-in-law's son had not expected this mild-mannered Australian to transform so suddenly and terrifyingly. Throwing a seriously ill child into the infanticide tower was standard practice. No one had ever questioned it before. That this lord would fly into such a rage. She thudded to her knees, voice trembling. My lord, this is the compound's custom. Her son had smallpox. He absolutely could not remain in the compound." "Bullshit," Liu San roared. "Get up and take me to the infanticide tower." Fifth sister-in-law's son scrambled up and started to go, then tried to turn back and lock the gate. Seeing Liu San's furious expression and the cold, menacing looks of the guards, she abandoned any thought of keeping things proper and stumbled off to lead the way. The so-called Infanticide Tower stood just behind Huanghua Temple's back gate. This had once been the temple's garden. Now it was a desolate, broken waste, covered in bat droppings, cobwebs, wild wasp nests, even fox tracks. The back gate stood open. Beside it rose the Infanticide Tower. The tower resembled a miniature pagoda, less than 1 zhang in height. A small opening in the wall, so low that one had to stoop to enter, served as a door. Before the tower sat a filthy wooden basin. Mao Ziyu explained that any children who died in the hall were cremated here, their ashes placed inside the tower. Commoners whose infants died could also bring them here and leave them in that basin. The hall would cremate and inter them in the tower. Even before he reached the tower, Liu San caught the stench of decay, the reek of rotting flesh. He grimaced inwardly and fished a face mask from his pocket, donning it quickly. Glancing down, he saw, barely 5 or 6 paces away, a small naked corpse lying face down in the briar thicket, a child of no more than 4 or 5. The body was bloated, flies swarmed over it. Scattered about the surrounding thickets, wherever he looked, he could see little bones and skeletal fragments. A tiny, bone-white hand protruded from the grass, judging by its size, the remains of an infant not yet a year old. Surveying this scene from a horror film, Liu San felt his blood pounding again. He steadied himself against the tower wall and, voice trembling, pointed at the remains. "What is the meaning of this?" Fifth sister-in-law's son dared not answer. Mao Ziyu mustered his courage and explained that these were all local children who had died, as well as abandoned bodies picked up from the streets. "Most of the time we hire gravediggers to bury them, but those people have no conscience. They don't bother going to the charity cemetery, just dump the remains here and consider the job done. And you people have a conscience, so why haven't you buried these children's bones?" Liu San thundered. "You leave them exposed in the wild." "I saw the characters benevolence and righteousness hung at the entrance, yet in everything I've seen here, where is even half of either? You fed your benevolence and righteousness to the dogs." Mao Ziyu dared not speak and stood mute as a winter cicada. Liu San was still raging when he heard a faint, wavering cry, a baby wailing. He fell silent and listened intently. The sound seemed to come from inside the Infanticide Tower. He pressed his ear to the masonry wall, and now he was certain. A child was crying inside. He circled around to the tower entrance and was about to duck inside when the squad leader of his guards caught his arm. "Chief, don't go in there. I'll do it, it's too dark inside." Liu San, reminded of the danger, paused. "Get me a torch. I'm going in myself." The squad leader refused to let him go alone and in the end accompanied him. The moment they entered, a powerful stench of rot assailed them. Inside, it was not as dark as expected. Several small skylights in the top of the pagoda emitted shafts of light, enough to see by without torches. Liu San saw that the belly of the tower was piled high with row upon row of little clay urns, heaped taller than a man. Many of the lower ones had been crushed and broken. The floor was carpeted inches deep with pottery shards, ash, and bones. Numerous skeletal fragments had clearly never been cremated at all, simply tossed in. Amid this horrifying ossuary, a toddler dressed in a little indigo-blue gown was crying, voice already hoarse and nearly spent. Liu San rushed forward to pick up the child. The squad leader said, "Chief, this child is sick. He might be contagious. Let me carry him." Liu San made no reply. Cradling the child, he ducked out of the Infanticide Tower. The sunlight outside was fierce. He said to the squad leader, "Give me your cap to shade him." He used the squad leader's copper basin cap to shield the child's eyes, lest the sudden transition from darkness to bright light damage them. Looking closely, he saw it was a boy about a year old. Though thin and sallow, the child was clean. Evidently the mother had taken great care of him. Liu San saw no pox sores on the face, but there were numerous blisters on the small hands and arms and papules on the scalp. He knew at once this was not smallpox, it was chickenpox. Chickenpox was not a serious disease. With proper nursing it usually resolved on its own. But in this era children were malnourished, their resistance weak, and high fevers or secondary pneumonia were common, and in the 17th century that was often fatal. He felt the child's hands and feet, yes, feverish, the temperature quite high. But listening to the cry, it seemed the lungs were not yet infected. Treatment should not be too difficult. He commanded, "Let's go back to the Chastity Hall." Then, to fifth sister-in-law son, prepare a basin of cool water immediately, and boil some rice gruel. Fifth sister-in-law son assented repeatedly and hurried off. End of chapter. Chapter 1753, Escape. Returning to the Chastity Hall, Liu San found the women all gathered at the gate watching for them. When they saw the party approach, they scattered one by one. Only the child's mother rushed forward upon seeing her son in Liu San's arms. She snatched the infant to her breast and burst into loud sobs. "Don't cry," Liu San said. "The child is all right for now. There's still hope to save him." He instructed her to take the child inside, clean him up first, then apply cold compresses with wet cloths wrung out of cool water. Hold his hand so he doesn't scratch himself. If the blisters break, they'll get infected. Liu San turned to Mao Ziyu. "Is there writing material here?" "Yes, yes. Bring it." Mao Ziyu hurried off and returned with paper, brush, and ink. Liu San washed his hands and dashed off a prescription in one stroke. He prescribed Lingzhu San, a formula for treating infantile tonsillitis, measles rash, chickenpox, and mumps, all viral infections. The main ingredients were antelope horn, pearl, and amber. The original formula also called for cinnabar, which in traditional Chinese medicine was used to calm fright and soothe the spirit. But cinnabar could cause mercury poisoning, so Liu San omitted it. "Send someone back to the city at once to fill this prescription. The faster the better." Liu San instructed the squad leader. "Allow me to go." One of the retained Yamen runners, sharp-witted, stepped forward immediately. "I know the city well. Your soldier here may not know where the pharmacies are." "All right, you go. Go to a reputable apothecary," Liu San said. "Pay the market price. No extortion or harassment." "Yes, yes, I wouldn't dare." The runner took the prescription and the money and departed. Liu San then asked whether there was any strong liquor at Puji Hall. Mao Ziyu rummaged through the belongings Master Dong had left behind, found a bottle of Guoshi Wushwang brandy and brought it over. "Use a clean cloth dipped in the liquor to wipe the child's palms and the soles of his feet, not the body. Understand? Change the compress as soon as it warms up." Liu San exhaled. "Don't worry, he doesn't have smallpox, just chickenpox. Once the fever breaks, he'll recover on his own." "Yes, yes, many thanks for your lordship's kindness." The woman was sobbing too hard to speak clearly. She knelt and kowtowed 3 resounding times. Liu San, looking at the wailing child on the bed, thought of his own son and felt a pang of sorrow. Tears nearly welled up. "My lord, the rice gruel is here." Fifth sister-in-law son brought in a small clay pot of steaming congee. Liu San glanced at it and saw the rice was fairly white and the consistency just right. He took a bowl, carefully ladled out the thin liquid, then fished a piece of hard candy from his pocket. Unwrapping it, he broke off a small chunk, dropped it into the rice water, and stirred until it dissolved. Only then did he lift the bowl, blow on it to cool it, and feed the child spoon by spoon. The child, famished and parched, drained most of the bowl in one go, but Liu San stopped there. "Wait a little while before feeding him more," he instructed. "He's ravenous right now. He'll overeat and make himself sick." He lifted the child upright against his shoulder and patted the little back gently until a burp came, then laid him down again, rocking him softly to sleep. Everyone present was moved. This Australian chief, for a sick child who was no relation to him, had crawled into a bone-filled infanticide tower, undaunted by the risk of contagion, and carried the child out with his own hands. Then he had diagnosed the illness, sent for medicine, and fed the child rice water spoon by spoon. Even a natural father might not have done so much. Mao Ziyu sank to his knees almost involuntarily. "My lord, you are truly a bodhisattva descended to deliver the suffering." When he knelt, the women watching inside and outside followed suit. Suddenly someone began to cry, and then, as if a dam had burst, one after another, the chaste widows wept aloud. A raw, piercing lamentation filled with all the bitterness and sorrow of human life. Standing in the room, hearing their wails, Liu San's own eyes grew moist. How small is the individual's strength, how vast the world's suffering. I and the senatorial council alike are but a tiny boat drifting through this age of misery. How many can we ferry to safety? The investigative squad runner was quick. Within a little over an hour, he had returned with the medicine. Liu San examined the label. It was produced by Chen Li Jai, a house whose products he trusted. Antelope horn, pearl, and amber were all precious ingredients. Unscrupulous shops often adulterated them, and the drugs also required extremely fine grinding, which only reputable old establishments could manage. He dissolved the powder in rice water and fed it to the child, then explained the dosage and nursing instructions to the mother in detail. Liu San toured the rest of the Chastity Hall. The living conditions were wretched, and there were many children, more than one of them was ill. He felt that, at the very least, the supply standards ought to be raised. He asked about Puji Hall's grain and cash situation. This time Mao Ziyu held nothing back. There were still 10 odd of grain, but no cash at all. Master Dong had taken it all when he fled. But there is cloth in the storehouse, Mao Ziyu added. By regulation, 1 bolt per person is issued every 3 years. This year's allocation has just arrived. Master Dong hadn't had time to liquidate it yet. Take me to see it. Liu San thought that cloth would be useful. If nothing else, it could be sold for cash, or made into clothing for the poor. Mao Ziyu led him to a back hall behind the director's quarters and office. When the lock was turned and the door pushed open, a musty odor wafted out. Inside, the floor was covered with mouse droppings. Several grain bins stood against the walls. Liu San inspected them. All were years-old, stale rice that crumbled at a touch. But on one side, atop reed mats, over 1,000 bolts of cloth were neatly stacked. 2,165 bolts in all, not a single one missing. Liu San looked them over. All were cotton cloth dyed indigo. This grade of fabric fetched little on the market. Slightly disappointed, he asked, "You said only 30% arrives at the hall. How come this is the full amount? Who can use so much cloth, especially this coarse stuff?" Mao Ziyu explained. The plan was for Master Dong and Secretary Gao to sell it for cash, then divide the proceeds. Liu San nodded. He ordered his men to paste seals on the bolts. Though the grain was stale, it was still edible. Continue to dispense it for now. For any woman in the Chastity Hall with children, add 3 sheng of rice monthly. Yes, Mao Ziyu assented, but he seemed hesitant. Liu San asked, "What is it? Is there a difficulty? I have no authority over matters of the Chastity Hall. Even Master Dong couldn't really direct what went on inside." Mao Ziyu explained that 5th sister-in-law's son had been placed here by a person with a tall gate threshold, and had controlled the Chastity Hall for years. Though it was on Huanghua Temple's grounds, Puji Hall had no jurisdiction over it beyond the monthly grain allotment. Not even Master Dong or Secretary Gao knew the details of what went on inside. The Chastity Hall doesn't depend entirely on the hall's money and grain. I hear it mainly relies on charitable donations of money, grain, and cloth from the wives and daughters of great families in the city. So that's how it is, Liu San thought. If that were so, the material conditions in the Chastity Hall should have been much better than what he had just observed. Yet what he had seen was barely subsistence. Moreover, 5th sister-in-law's son had said the widows wove cloth and silk from dawn to dusk, meaning they already supported themselves by their own labor. Clearly, there was no small amount of embezzlement and abuse here as well. I have my own plans. After a moment's thought, Liu San pulled a sheet of blank paper from the desk of the director's office, picked up a brush, and wrote, "Hereby appointed, Mao Ziyu as Deputy Director of the Guangzhou Special Municipality Livelihood and Labor Office, Puji Hall Relief Station." He then took his personal seal from his belt and stamped it. Blowing the ink dry, he said, "I am now appointing you as the acting director here. Do a good job, and in 6 months I'll make it official." Mao Ziyu accepted the sheet with trembling hands. He had worked here over 20 years, forever just a laborer, subsisting on his meager pay and the table scraps of the various lords. With the Australian's arrival, he had been handed a position of authority just like that. Granted, this was a minuscule and unofficial post. But it was still a post, and henceforth everyone in Puji Hall would have to call him Sir. This humble one shall exert himself to serve, Mao Ziyu said, overcome. It's just that the grain, Liu San understood. Though those drawing phantom wages had fled, there were still several hundred paupers who needed at least a token feeding, and the 10-odd she of grain wouldn't last long. I'll find a way to get more grain. For now, carry out my instructions. Keep the cloth under watch and don't let anyone take any. In a few days, I'll send someone to conduct a proper handover. Liu San continued. As for the old workers, assign them appropriately and have them stand guard over the premises. Other matters, we will send people to handle. He had been inclined to order Mao Ziyu to clean up the sanitation, but on second thought, the man was just a common laborer. How much authority could he possibly wield? Meanwhile, the fiscal system was not yet in place, cadres had not arrived, and there was no telling whether the relief station would even remain here. Better to maintain the status quo for now. Once these matters were settled, the sun was already slanting west. The squad leader urged them to leave. The investigative squad runners warned that this area was notoriously dangerous, swarming with bandits who sometimes robbed people in broad daylight. Liu San dared not tarry and gave the order to return to the city at once. The party filed out of Huanghua Temple. Liu San's palanquin bearers carried his sedan chair as they hurried toward the city. The landscape here was nothing but deserted graves, eerie and forlorn at the best of times. Now, with the sun sinking, crows cawing in the leafless trees, surrounded by toppled tombstones and overgrown mounds, the atmosphere was more sinister than ever. The bearers quickened their pace almost involuntarily. They had not gone far when a figure suddenly leapt out from the tumbled graves beside the road and barred their way. A gust of wind blew back long hair, revealing a ghastly pale face. In a hoarse, keening voice it cried, "Save me, my lord!" The investigative squad runner in the lead shrieked and nearly collapsed. The bearers were so startled they almost dropped the sedan chair. The guards immediately raised their rifles and closed in. Liu San himself had been frightened. Then the squad leader came running to report. It was a woman, and she was asking to see court physician Liu. Liu San was puzzled. He didn't know a soul here. How did anyone know he was court physician Liu? Bring her here. The guards brought her over. A young girl, her hair in disarray and tangled with leaves and grass, her indigo blue cloth dress. That garb was very familiar. Was this not the dress the chaste widows of the Chastity Hall wore? Could she have escaped from the Chastity Hall? Liu San asked, "What is your name? Why do you wish to see me?" The girl knelt and kowtowed once. "This servant is he Zioyu. I beg your lordship to save me." End of chapter. Chapter 1754, Measures. I am neither the local magistrate nor a judge, Liu San said. If you have grievances, go to the city and find the municipal government. There will be someone there to receive you. The girl who called herself he Zioyu shook her head. It is true this servant has grievances, but unless your lordship rescues me now, I shall never escape this sea of bitterness. Liu San studied he Zioyu closely. She was very young, no more than 16 or 17. From scrambling through thorn bushes, her hair and clothes were disheveled, her dress torn in several places, her face scratched with bloody lines. He guessed she must have escaped from the Chastity Hall, otherwise how would she know he was court physician Liu? Did you run away from the Chastity Hall? Yes, he Zioyu replied. I beg your lordship's great mercy, take me back to the city. Please save me. The investigative squad runner guiding them whispered, My lord, this won't do. She's a chaste widow from the Chastity Hall. It's absolutely unthinkable for her to have sneaked out. If word gets around that your lordship carried her into the city, people will say you abducted a woman. It will stain your official reputation. Liu San considered this reasonable. He had just inspected Puji Hall on official business. If he now appeared in the city with a young widow in tow, what would people say? Certain rumors had to be avoided. He was about to decline when he Zioyu, seeing him hesitate, shuffled forward on her knees. My lord, you are a living bodhisattva who saves the suffering. Please save me. If I stay any longer, I have no way out but death. She threw herself down and wept loudly. Liu San's heart softened at her piteous crying. For this girl to have run away and hidden herself in these terrifying burial grounds, she must be nursing an enormous grievance. He asked, "Is your family in the city?" "Yes, but I cannot go home." Xiaoyu's face was bleak. "I beg your lordship to take me back to the city. Once I'm inside the walls, I can find somewhere to go. Your lordship need not concern himself further." Though the city was not far off, this region was like a lawless frontier. Bandits robbed travelers even in broad daylight. A lone woman traveling here would be a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Liu San ordered the guards to bring her along. The party returned to the city, and he directed that Xiaoyu be taken to temporary detention at the holding cells, the former Ban Fang jail, until a suitable place could be found to send her. After a full day's exertion, he was thoroughly exhausted. Wang Sangu had supper delivered. Liu San ate hurriedly, then walked over to Lin Beiguang's office. The lights were blazing inside. Just as he arrived, the door opened, and a stream of assimilated cadres filed down the steps, with Lin Beiguang seeing them off at the doorway. Apparently a meeting had just concluded. Spotting Liu San, Lin Beiguang waved him inside. Liu San noticed the puffiness around Lin's eyes. He clearly hadn't been getting much sleep. Even with all this work, you need rest. Sleep deprivation and fatigue can cause sudden death. Lin Beiguang nodded but said little more. It was Liu San's first visit to his office. A 3-bay eastern wing. The bright middle room served as a conference room. The south bay, behind a bamboo curtain, was apparently the bedroom. The north bay was his office. Lin Beiguang ushered him into the office. Kerosene lamps burned brilliantly. Piles of documents marked with labels of various colors covered both large and small desks, the bookshelves, and even the brick floor. Noting Liu San's gaze, he smiled wryly. "Right now I'm more or less acting mayor. All the miscellaneous business lands on my desk. So, tell me, after traipsing around these past few days, what are your impressions?" "The burden is heavy. There's far too much to be done." Liu San opened his notebook and summarized his observations and conclusions. First, dredge and desilt the waterways and clear the city's garbage. This was already part of the municipal government's established policy, but Liu San nonetheless listed it first because the problems he'd witnessed were simply too severe. "Based on my investigations, every major virulent infectious disease is already present here. The weather is gradually warming. We're about to enter the peak transmission season. Once an outbreak erupts, we have no countermeasures except quarantine camps. So the only thing we can do is focus on prevention, clear out the ditches and garbage, improve sanitation, eliminate intermediate hosts. Garbage heaps and drains are natural breeding grounds for mosquitoes, flies, and rats. They also contaminate groundwater, and most of the city's drinking water still comes from wells." Liu San continued, "I've made a preliminary survey. Overall, the groundwater quality is still acceptable, and even those who drink river water know to purify it with alum and boil it. But the destitute have none of those means, especially the several tens of thousands of tanka boat people living on the Pearl River just outside the walls. Even though they're not inside the city, they're very close. An epidemic among them will easily spread inward. If conditions permit, I recommend establishing public wells with assured water quality to supply the urban population." Lin Beiguang nodded but offered no comment. "Second, clear out the cemeteries and coffins both inside the city and in the nearby suburbs. Right now there are cemeteries and mortuary lodges everywhere, inside and outside the walls. Many temples store coffins awaiting burial, some just a wall or a street away from shops and residences. I've seen coffins so old and rotted that corpse fluid is seeping out. The situation in the charity graveyards is even worse. Tombs are literally piled atop one another, and in places the ground level of the cemetery has risen noticeably above the surrounding terrain. Residents nearby report that whenever it rains, not only does foul water flow everywhere, but bones are washed into the streets and waterways. The environmental contamination is severe. Moreover, many shanty areas sit right next to these cemeteries, already high-density settlements with terrible sanitation. Once an epidemic takes hold there, it will be catastrophic. Third, promulgate sanitation laws in Guangzhou as soon as possible, garbage removal, waste disposal, and food safety, laws that had been in effect on Hainan for years with excellent results. Liu San recommended that the same regulations be vigorously enforced in Guangzhou, with even greater stringency than on the island. Finally, we must establish an infectious disease hospital as soon as possible and quarantine patients with virulent contagions. At present, almost no isolation measures exist. Except for lepers who are expelled outside the walls, the only exception, every other type of infectious patient is left entirely to his own devices. Liu San added, the infectious disease hospital needs to be built quickly and it needs to be large. One more thing, he said. I visited Puji Hall today. There are serious problems there. Though charity work isn't my department, I feel we ought to take it over as soon as possible. He recounted what he had seen and heard at Puji Hall, especially the over 2,000 bolts of cloth in storage, urging that people be sent quickly to retrieve them. Puji Hall is rife with tangled relationships, a black nest of corruption. A thorough investigation should yield a significant quantity of recovered assets. That could fund the expenses of a new charitable institution. Lin Beiguang heard him out and lit a cigar. Everything you've said is right. We are, as they say, waiting for 100 things to be renewed. Lin Beiguang's expression was both excited and grave. But what we're short of right now is people who can effectively implement our policies. So the meal of renovating Guangzhou can only be eaten one bite at a time. Earlier that day, Lin Beiguang had held a coordination meeting with Liu Yizhong and Mu Min. The household survey was progressing smoothly. It would take another 2 to 3 weeks to complete. At the moment, every cadre who had entered the city, and most of the military and police manpower, whether assimilated personnel from Hainan or newly incorporated clerks and runners, was committed to this task. The Guangzhou municipal government was barely managing to maintain public order, and that only with the assistance of the Fubo army. The shortage of cadres had become their foremost problem. In fact, the Guangzhou municipal government had not only utilized its own cadre corps, but had also commandeered every cadre from the Qiangya detachment not yet dispatched. After all, some counties in Guangdong still had not been occupied and absorbed, so cadres were temporarily stranded in Guangzhou. Although some former personnel had been retained, neither in quality nor quantity did they come close to meeting the needs of the new municipal administration. Lin Beiguang therefore proposed holding a civil service recruitment examination in Guangzhou. His reasoning was simple. If they waited for headquarters to transfer sufficient cadres from the existing administrative system, they'd be waiting forever. To satisfy the cadre requirements of the Guangzhou city government, and indeed of the entire province to come, they had to cultivate talent locally. Ming-era Guangzhou might not have matched Jiangsu or Zhejiang in literary or examination culture, but it was still one of the most prosperous cities in China, and the proportion of literate inhabitants was probably higher than in most other regions. Lin Beiguang believed this segment of the population could be put to use. Through open examinations, they could obtain a basic administrative staff. Using assimilated cadres from the Qiangya detachment as backbone and mentors, guiding and training this new cohort will be far easier than trying to reform the former clerks and runners, who are steeped in the corrupt habits of the old Yamen. After all, new people start as blank slates. As long as we give them a good environment, they can grow in accordance with our needs. Lin Beiguang believed that the quality of civil servants was primarily a matter of the overall environment. The old officialdom and the corps of clerks had been a vast divat of corruption. Honest people either eventually swam with the current or drowned in it. Even incorruptible ministers like Hai Rui or peerless generals like Qi Jiguang had been forced to adopt the maxim, a loyal minister must be more cunning than a traitor, just to preserve their positions, lives, and principles, wasting enormous energy and time. The senatorial council's cadre corps was no spotless jade, but compared to the Ming bureaucracy, it was far cleaner and more efficient. Cadres cultivated in such an environment might not all become brilliant administrators, but at the very least, they would be competent functionaries who could follow regulations and get the job done. The sole problem was that the landing had taken place only recently. The majority of the populace was still watching to see how long the red flag can fly. It would take some solid accomplishments before people truly understood what a change of heaven and earth meant, and were thus attracted to work for this new regime. Whether motivated by genuine desire to serve the people or simply by personal advancement, once they embarked on this path, they would inevitably become part of the senatorial council's cadre corps. Dr. Liu, this is the consensus reached at our meeting today. Going forward, end of chapter. Chapter 1755, Fiscal Challenges in Broad Terms. The Guangzhou municipal government planned to launch a new life movement throughout the city. The name may be inauspicious, but I think it's quite apt, Lin Beiguang said with a smile. We want to introduce a new philosophy of life to the citizens of Guangzhou, changing customs, changing habits, showing them what a civilized way of living looks like. Specifically, this meant mobilizing government personnel, military forces, and the populace in a citywide cleanup, dredging waterways and clearing urban garbage. But I feel there's still so much more that needs to be done, Liu San said. What about the long-term management of street sanitation or the enforcement of food hygiene laws? This is only the first phase. Lin Beiguang replied. It's far from sufficient for transforming the city. That's why we have a second phase, but we're short-handed right now, and we don't yet understand the city in enough detail. We can only start with the easy targets. Promulgating laws is simple. What matters is that they're actually enforced. In the old timeline, there was no shortage of new regulations and statutes, all full of lofty principles but devoid of implementation guidelines, concrete methods, and enforcement that existed only on paper. Over time, the government loses credibility and you can publish as many laws as you like. The public will treat them as so much hot air. So we either say nothing, or when we do speak, we make certain it can be carried out. All right, no objections from me. I'll follow your lead. Liu San agreed. After Liu San departed, Lin Beiguang carefully reviewed the Guangzhou Special Municipality Police Bureau first phase recruitment and training plan that Mu Min had submitted. In fact, at the meeting earlier that day, the civil service examination had sparked some debate. Liu Xiang's view was that holding the exam this early risked an influx of old guard elements. He had advocated waiting 3 or 4 months, or even half a year, before taking this step. After all, the Senatorial Council's civil service exams could not be based on the 8-legged essay, nor could the 4 books and 5 classics serve as the examination syllabus. They would have to release the exam scope and sample questions first, along with various study guides and past paper compilations, so that candidates would begin thinking in the new mode. Examination preparation was highly effective at training one's thought processes, and the Chinese were the world's most pragmatic people. Once the rules were set, hordes of them would study and adapt. The new intellectual frameworks and knowledge systems would infiltrate their minds through this very process. Such a transition period would require at least 6 months, but Lin Beiguang, Mu Min, and Liu San had all reported that too many civil issues demanded attention, and that the personnel shortage had reached a critical point. Something had to be done at once, at least in part. After discussion, they decided to begin by recruiting police. Their most pressing need was for grassroots enforcement capacity. Police with coercive powers could fill the gap effectively. Beat cops didn't need deep learning. Literacy was a plus but not essential. They could draw on the large pool of urban poor. Even if some recruits proved unsuitable, they would be easy to replace. And crucially, there was no class problem of the sort Liu Xiang feared. With a police force in place, they would have the manpower foundation for the many tasks ahead. Mu Min's proposal was to recruit 1,000 for the first cohort, all assigned to patrol duty. Patrol officers represented the most basic rank in the police. Personnel requirements were low. No extensive professional training was needed. As long as they could walk set routes on schedule and respond promptly to incidents on the streets, minimal instruction would suffice. All that was required was following the rules. Min planned for these local recruits to be led by assimilated police officers from Hainan, supplemented where necessary by a small number of retained former quick class runners familiar with the neighborhoods. This 3-in-1 approach would allow them to learn on the job. After a month, recruits would be reassessed and sorted for further training based on performance. Those found unsuitable could be let go without regret. After all, little training investment had been made. This compromise won approval. With 1,000 patrol officers in place, they could relieve the National Army of its burden of routine security patrols and checkpoint duties, freeing it for major operations to come. But a new problem immediately arose. Adding personnel meant adding expenses. Setting aside everything else, uniforms alone for 1,000 policemen represented a substantial outlay. Once these officers went on duty, wages would have to be paid monthly. The Ming government had traditionally either declined to pay its low-ranking civil servants at all, or paid only a token sum. Since the senatorial council demanded unprecedented standards of work and discipline from its grassroots officials, it couldn't be that stingy. At a minimum, compensation had to match Hainan levels. A basic-level official's income should support a family of 4 at a comfortable subsistence level. When they tallied it up, the larger the cadre headcount became, the greater the unseen fiscal burden. At present, the Guangzhou Special Municipality had virtually no revenue. Economizing was impossible. The only option was to broaden sources. Lin Baiguang wasn't in charge of finance, but he knew that the municipality's current income came from only 2 sources: the Startup Fund, appropriated by the Finance Department, and the fiscal returns from war booty seized from prefectural and county treasuries, plus confiscated assets of officials and clerks. Though the latter was nominally vast, most of it was not cash but physical goods of every description. Liquidating these into usable currency was itself a headache. Lin Baiguang knew that Lü Yizhong had been on the telegraph for days, wrangling with the Enterprise Institute and Finance Department, trying to sell the various war trophies to the Enterprise Institute. His clever scheme naturally came to nothing. The Enterprise Institute declared that it never bought or sold any materials, only transferred them. The Finance Department, for its part, held that war booty was handled through Enterprise Institute transfer procedures and had nothing to do with finance. Regardless of where the goods ended up, the Finance Department had no obligation to purchase them. Looking at the expenditure columns Min had listed in the report, Lin Baiguang found himself stroking his chin. He was reminded of his early post-graduation days at the county propaganda office, wielding a pen for the leadership, before the era of land finance, when the county's 5 small industries had all collapsed. Aside from scraping a little agricultural tax from the straw-hatted masses, the county had virtually no revenue base, and scrounging together civil service salaries became the party secretary and county magistrate's monthly migraine. Lü Yizhong, at this very moment, was probably experiencing the same headache. Lin Baiguang smiled and picked up the next document. At that same moment, Lü Yizhong was pacing in circles in his office, racking his brain over fiscal matters. Government was no different from a household. The 7 essentials required for daily survival all cost money. Having served as the Qiangshan County Office Director, Lü Yizhong already understood the difficulty of managing a budget. Back then, of course, finances had been centralized. Though he felt constrained in many ways, basic administrative expenses had been borne by the central government. His efforts to broaden sources and launch development projects were icing on the cake. Successes earned him credit. Failures wouldn't sink him. Now he had to balance the books himself. And not only that, the senatorial council hadn't occupied Guangdong just to let him pad his resume. Guangzhou had to contribute new revenue streams to the great undertaking as quickly as possible. The startup fund allocated to him by the senatorial council was 1.2 million yuan, 200,000 yuan in minted coin, 1 million in banknotes. The vast majority was paper currency. Whether it would circulate smoothly remained to be seen once implementation began. After all, the shift from taels to yuan was a major campaign that could not succeed overnight. What was left to work with, then, was the so-called fiscal return. And that was precisely what gave him the worst headache. Central's decision to mint silver coins and establish a silver zone does solve one of my big problems. Lü Yizhong declaimed, hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth in the office. Now the Finance Ministry has also approved applying a portion of war booty as fiscal return, cook first, sign later, running it through the transfer ledger. I'm very grateful for that. But what do I actually have on hand? Never mind the discrepancy between the ledgers and what's actually in the warehouses. Just look at the goods themselves. Treasury silver, that's fine. Miscellaneous silver, that's fine too. Grain, no matter how stale, that's still usable. But the warehouses also hold bolts of silk and hemp accepted as tax in kind before the single whip reform, coated in a layer of limestone dust, and when you pick them up, the fabric crumbles into powder. Who knows how many years it's been sitting there, all rotted. Lü Yizhong switched to full grievance mode. And then there's the copper cash, strings that have rotted right off the coins. No need to wait for a prosperous age to witness that. The prefectural and county treasuries are full of them. And the coins themselves are a jumble. All manner of official mints and private forgeries. Never mind those. They've dug out Northern Song 10 cash and 5 cash big coins by the handful. They've even found a few hundred Han Wuzhu coins. Tell me, am I supposed to count these as government assets and put them to use, or hand them over as antiquities to the state? Meng Xian, who served as both president of Delong Bank and director of the Central Reserve Bank's Guangdong branch, offered a dutiful chuckle. The swagger of his overseas student days was long gone. In manner, he was indistinguishable from a steady, seasoned Ming-era merchant. In Guangzhou, Meng Xian was not merely a banker. He was in effect the finance bureau chief for both the provincial and municipal governments. Ensuring the new currency's release, stabilizing the financial order, and expanding tax revenue, all of that was his responsibility. The Ming Dynasty, broadly speaking, was an era that paid little attention to minting coins. Most emperors coined very little during their reigns. Coins from every historical dynasty circulated together, and private coinage was epidemic. This created enormous headaches for Lü Yizhong's fiscal administration, because he simply could not estimate how much money was actually in the prefectural and county vaults. Meanwhile, the endless variety of physical goods in storage could not be used directly. Paying official salaries with spices and precious curiosities was something the Yongle emperor had done, and it bred tremendous resentment. There's also all the in-kind tax receipts in storage. 5 or 6 meter lengths of untrimmed bamboo now count as government inventory. The ledger even specifies their purpose, for well digging and well cleaning. What use is that to us? And then there are feathers, fish glue, dyes, spices. Anything you could find on the market, the treasury's got it in stock. And once it sits there for 30 or 50 years and comes out again, it's garbage. End of chapter. Chapter 1756. Meng Xian, the confiscation ledgers compiled by the Enterprise Institute's Special Requisition Team alone, contained over 40 subcategories of items from the prefectural and county storehouses. If you added the seizure records from officials, clerks, and other private assets, the categories ran into the hundreds. Simply skimming through them was enough to exhaust Lü Yizhong. Hainan had always been a frontier backwater, a place of exile, a remote and pestilent military prefecture. Metallic currency circulated only in small quantities, and commercial activity was rudimentary. Once the various counties there had been taken over, They were simply absorbed directly into Lingao's voucher and industrial economy. Guangzhou Prefecture, by contrast, was one of the wealthiest regions in all of southern China. Its public and private reserves were immense, its systems labyrinthine, and its incompatibility with modern government and industrial economics left every senator who had come to Guangzhou utterly overwhelmed. "What really gives me a headache," Lü Yizhong said, circling back to the main point after his litany of complaints, "is how to pay the cadres." More than 2 weeks had passed since the landing, and thus far all of their incidental administrative spending had been drawn from the fiscal return of miscellaneous goods, meals from warehouse grain, clothing from warehouse cloth, office furniture from confiscated furniture. Whatever they could find in storage, they used rather than buying it. Only when something absolutely had to be purchased on the market did they dip into a modest reserve of scrap silver and copper cash. Until the new currency was issued, anything involving money had to be handled with extreme caution. Lü Yizhong knew that the Senatorial Council attached the utmost importance to the new currency launch. He had already received notice from the administrative office that several senators from the finance department would soon arrive in Guangzhou on official business. A finance delegation descending en masse on Guangzhou could have only one purpose: the introduction of the aoyang. When Lü Yizhong had grumbled himself dry and paused to drink some water, Meng finally spoke, unhurried. "The treasury silver and miscellaneous silver have nearly all been counted and recorded. They'll be shipped to the Hong Kong Mint shortly. Director Cheng has already said that coins struck from this batch will be deposited into a dedicated fiscal account, to be called the Guangdong Special Expenses Account. This money is earmarked and restricted to be used exclusively for Guangdong province-wide fiscal outlay. As for the copper cash, it can only be recycled as industrial raw material. Naturally, the Enterprise Institute can't give you any compensation." Lü Yizhong nodded. "I know, the Enterprise Institute. They'll scrape the meat off a mosquito's leg." Meng smiled and continued, "As for the other goods, the Enterprise Institute has communicated with us. The consensus is to liquidate them on the spot. The proceeds will go into the Special Expenses account, primarily to fund Guangzhou. Of course, as the most economically developed city in Guangdong, the Guangzhou municipal government will still be expected to look after the smaller cities elsewhere in the province." Lü Yizhong hastily signaled his agreement. "I have no objection to that," he added. "It's just that the on-the-spot liquidation should ideally be handled by the Enterprise Institute. There's so much junk in there. According to the ledgers, it's a mountain of gold and silver. Pull it out and it's garbage. A considerable portion will have to be written off and scrapped. If we at the municipal government do it ourselves, there'll be no end of explaining to do later. Of course, the finance department will participate as well. It will be a three-party affair. The actual work still falls to the municipality. After all, you're the local landlord. Every merchant in Guangzhou, great and small, must answer to you." Meng lifted the Venetian cut-glass goblet before him and sipped the Zhu Ziliang brand mixed-fruit brandy, a senator-only special provision. "Paying cadres' salaries. You needn't worry about that. This is a golden opportunity for rolling out the new currency. The payroll is the perfect vehicle for pushing it into circulation. My main concern is the credibility of the banknotes." At last, Lü Yizhong voiced his underlying worry. "Guangzhou is a purely silver zone. We're now issuing a new currency. In theory, banknotes and silver dollars are to coexist, circulate at par, and be freely interchangeable. I'm worried the people won't trust the paper money, and there'll be a run on silver dollars." Guangzhou was the place in all of southern China where silver was used most intensively. The volume of silver in circulation was enormous. Because copper cash was in short supply, merchants had even privately minted tiny silver pellets as fractional currency. Paper money, thanks to the Ming's bizarre monetary policy, had an abysmal reputation. Even Hainan's widely circulating food circulation vouchers were scarcely seen in the Guangzhou marketplace. They passed mainly among the bald merchants in limited transactions. Yu Yi and Meng Xian had several times tried to broaden the voucher's acceptance in Guangzhou, but the city's merchants and commoners simply wouldn't buy in. Finance has appropriated 1 million in banknotes and only 200,000 in silver coins. I can't simply hoard those 200,000 coins and refuse to release them. I have no idea how fast the silver coins will recycle. What I do know is that the public won't trust paper money at first. They'll cash it out for silver dollars or goods the moment they get it. We've promised free convertibility. What if our silver dollar reserves run short? That would deal a devastating blow to confidence in the banknotes. Meng Xian set down his glass. Old Liu, your concerns are well-founded. Currency reform is extremely difficult. The scenarios you're worried about, we in the finance department have specific financial countermeasures, and the Enterprise Institute has drawn up economic contingency plans. But market and financial operations alone cannot replace silver's monetary status with paper. That's simply impossible. His expression turned grave. Establishing a fiat currency system requires the coercive power of the state. Bayonets and cannon must be involved. At bottom, modern currency circulates on the strength of government credibility, that is, on the strength of government violence. The free convertibility we're offering is really just a placebo, a way to soften resistance to the paper money rollout. We need to keep our promises, yes, but we mustn't let ourselves be deceived by our own rhetoric. Liu Xiang was taken aback by his bluntness. He struggled to respond. You mean to say, how much money do ordinary people actually have? Meng Xian smiled. I've been in Guangzhou for years now. The vast majority of the populace under Ming rule just barely scrape by. Not a grain of rice set aside for the morrow is the most accurate description of their financial condition. A senior clerk in a large shop earns perhaps 1 or 2 taels of silver a month, and that's already among the more prosperous strata of the urban population. The so-called conversion pressure will be concentrated mainly among the merchants and the gentry landlord class who hold large quantities of silver. Bring them into line, and everything else will fall into place. What are the specific measures? Liu Xiang asked. The implementation plan isn't finalized yet, but Chen Si will be arriving in Guangzhou soon. He'll bring the complete package. One thing I can say, executing it will definitely involve the tax bureau. I don't want to meddle in your administrative work, but it would be best if the tax apparatus can be brought up to full strength as soon as possible. I have indeed been thinking about that. Taxation is, after all, the proper wellspring of fiscal revenue. We can't live forever on confiscations and appropriations. Confiscation, we will certainly make full use of that windfall. When to strike is your call, but taxation is truly urgent, Meng Xian said. Agricultural taxes involve complex issues. We might start with commercial taxes first. Upon entering the city, you abolished all manner of irregular fees. Merchants are now paying only the nominal official tax. The amounts are laughable. We need to raise the rates and introduce new tax categories quickly. If they grow accustomed to low taxes, pushing reforms later will be far less harmonious. Zheng Huan had slept late that morning. He had stayed up until the 4th watch helping his family make incense and candles. Ever since the Australians entered the city, the one-stepped candle trade had suddenly boomed. Amid the upheaval and uncertainty, the constant changing of banners overhead drove many to seek the protection of gods and Buddhas. People rushed out to buy incense and candles for prayers, and upon returning home, they inevitably lit incense before their ancestral tablets, imploring the spirits to protect their descendants. Thanks to the Australian invasion, the Zheng family had at last been able to pay off part of their debts to the spice shop and the wax and oil shop. These days, when Zheng Huan went to collect supplies, the shopkeeper's expression was noticeably less sour. Even the new cap Zheng Huan had been longing for, his mother had finally promised to buy it for him. Yet the dark clouds around the Zheng household had not entirely dispersed. Also because of the Australians' arrival, the spice shop owner claimed that foreign ships were no longer coming, aromatic resins were in short supply, and prices on all the spices and scented materials they used would have to rise. The Zhengs knew it was merely an excuse, but as a tiny workshop, they had zero bargaining power. Zheng Huan's father added and subtracted. The extra profit this month's boom had brought would be entirely swallowed next month by higher material costs, and so Zheng Huan's new cap was postponed once again. For small craftsmen like us, there's no climbing out of the pit, ever. Coming down from the loft by the rickety wooden ladder, Zheng Huan saw his father, who had stayed up even later than he had, already at the stove dipping wicks. The process involved submerging a peeled core of rush pith into melted waxend oil, pulling it out, letting it cool and repeating, over and over, until the candle reached the right thickness and length. It was grueling work, and standing all day beside a vat of molten wax was stifling. Even in winter, workers wore only a thin undershirt. In summer, the mere approach to that corner of the room brought an unbearable wave of heat. His father could endure it only by keeping his feet soaking in a pail of cold water. Beyond the heat, there was the stench. The tallow used to make cheap candles often came from beef and mutton trimmings. When it rendered, it gave off a reek that even Zheng Huan, born and raised here, could hardly stand. Gazing at his father's toiling back and the finished candles stacked beside him, Zheng Huan reflected that the man must have been at it for hours already. How have mother and father endured all these years? Zheng Huan had an older sister who had married the owner of a small tea house on the street in front. The tea house did well, and his sister, with a bit of spare cash, had paid for Zheng Huan's schooling. So Zheng Huan had been spared much hardship in his youth, but last year his sister died in childbirth, and her widowed husband soon remarried. Naturally, the money for schooling dried up. Zheng Huan knew that now it was his parents clenching their teeth to keep him in school, hoping he would make good one day, not necessarily to become a great man, but at least to live a little more decently and comfortably. Now that the Australians had come, the community school had closed. And even if it hadn't, what was the point of slaving away over 8-legged essays and polishing one's prose? He already knew that the Australians didn't hold civil service examinations. Besides, Zheng Huan was well aware that, even if the Australians had never come, his own essays, so often savaged by his teachers, stood almost no chance of earning him even a Ziyukai degree. End of chapter. Chapter 1757. The nephew was his future to be just like his father's, sitting by the stove day after day, dipping candle wicks. He had studied, and he had read many of the Australians' magazines. His horizons were far broader than most. Yet that very breadth of vision only deepened his dread. Nothing is more agonizing than to awaken from a dream with nowhere to go. And that was precisely the torment in which he now found himself mired. After eating the congee his mother had saved for him, Zheng Huan was about to review the books he had neglected these past days. The 4 books and 5 classics were the foundation of any scholar's education. One had to be able to recite them backward and forward. He had just picked up a volume when his mother came over. Huan, go to your brother-in-law's place and look in on Mingnu, Chengzi, and Huazi. These were his sister's 3 surviving children. The 4th had been stillborn when she died in childbirth. Ever since his sister's death, no one had been looking after the 3 children properly. Zheng Huan's parents, full of pity for their grandchildren, sent him every 10 days or so to check on them and bring a few things. Zheng Huan was not especially eager to go. Since his brother-in-law had remarried, every visit meant enduring the new wife's cold looks and snide remarks, but his mother insisted, "Go. If you don't, that woman will think we've washed our hands of them. What chance would your nephew and nieces have then? But brother-in-law is still there. What do you know? Where there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather." His mother had prepared a bundle of summer clothes for the children. "Take these, and put on a bit of an uncle's authority." Zheng Huan had no choice but to comply. He knew his mother was right. Without the maternal family standing behind them, the 3 children would suffer terribly. and he was fond of his nephew and nieces. He left with the bundle and headed down the street. In fact, his sister's husband's place was only 2 streets away, just a few alley turns and he'd be there. He arrived at the tea house door. Business was good. Customers filled the tables. It was a modest little establishment, typical of the neighborhood, a tiny 2-story building with no more than a dozen tables between both floors. There had once been an awning out front with 4 or 5 more tables, which also sold seasonal treats like mooncakes in their time. Now it had been dismantled completely. Ever since the illegal structure demolitions on Chengxuan Street, everyone knew the Australians meant business. A few coins slipped to the runners no longer sufficed. Most people hadn't waited for official notice before tearing things down themselves. A few who thought their backers were powerful enough had had their structures razed by the government and been hauled off to the Yamen for a flogging and fines, while their so-called backers hadn't so much as uttered a peep. Zheng Huan's brother-in-law's backer was a runner in the Panjiexin County Quick class, related by some vague familial tie. For a tea house or eatery without someone from official circles to stand behind you, you simply couldn't stay open. That backer had been retained, but even he no longer dared to stick his neck out and take on odd jobs. So Zheng Huan's brother-in-law had prudently dismantled the awning himself. Brother-in-law was at the counter doing accounts. Seeing Zheng Huan approach, his face soured. Huan, what are you doing here? It's getting hot." "My mother wanted me to bring some clothes for the children," Zheng Huan said. "Are Mingnu, Chengzi, and Huazi well?" "Fine, fine, fine." Brother-in-law took the bundle with an expression of distaste and tossed it carelessly behind the counter. "No sickness, no injury, that's well. Is there something else?" Ever since his sister's death, his brother-in-law's attitude had grown colder by the day. Had it been up to Zheng Huan's temper, he'd have turned and left on the spot, but his mother's admonition still rang in his ears. "I'd like to see the children." That kicked the hornet's nest. Brother-in-law's face darkened and he sneered. "Your family's meddling a bit too much, isn't it? They're descendants of the Cow family. What do they have to do with the Zhengs? I'm their father after all. Why must you and your mother poke your noses in every few days? If you ask me, you'd do better to study hard, pass the Ziyukai exam, and save your father from boiling stinking tallow. That would be proper." Zheng Huan swallowed his anger. "Brother-in-law, that's no way to talk. Though my sister is gone, they're still my parents' grandchildren. Bone broken, the marrow still connects. Our family may not have much money, but we have to do what we can to ease our conscience." "Bullshit," brother-in-law sneered again. "When your sister died, why didn't your parents take Mingnu home to raise? Even if girls are a bother, they could have taken one of the boys. That would have saved me trouble. Now that I've remarried, you come around every few days with a few rags. Do you think I'm short of tattered clothes? If your parents can't afford to help, they should mind their own damn business." Zheng Huan was furious at this contemptuous treatment of his parents. He was about to retort when the new wife emerged from the back kitchen, carrying a bucket of dirty water. Seeing Zheng Huan, her face fell. He called out "sister," but she ignored him, strode past, and hurled the slop water into the street, nearly splashing his face. Zheng Huan knew sister disliked him, despised him, really, but he had no choice but to keep appearing to assert his presence. "Husband, we're almost out of firewood. Don't forget to buy more. And don't forget to collect those tea bowls over there." The woman addressed her husband without so much as a glance at Zheng Huan. "There's so much work in the shop, and here you are chattering with some good-for-nothing moocher." "I'm going to cook. Those 3 worthless brats are waiting to be fed." Brother-in-law could only wear a fawning smile. All right, I'll go now." He waited until she had disappeared behind the kitchen curtain before turning back with a cold look. "You'd better be going. I won't see you out." Having been given the boot, Zheng Huan had no choice but to leave. Since his sister's death, her husband seemed like a different person. He'd always been so cheerful before. Even the new wife, his mother had mentioned, hadn't been a sharp-tongued shrew in her own family. Who'd have thought she'd turn out like this the moment she married in? He returned to the street, still uneasy, but since brother-in-law wouldn't let him into the rear quarters, there was nothing he could do. He had just started back when he suddenly spotted Mingnu limping along with a large bowl in her hands. Inside was a lump of fermented bean curd. Zheng Huan hurried over and called out, "Mingnu." At the sight of him, Mingnu's tears began to fall before she even opened her mouth. Zheng Huan quickly led her aside, set down the bowl and wiped her tears with his sleeve. "Why are you limping?" At the question, Mingnu's lips quivered as if she were about to wail. Zheng Huan hastily covered her mouth. Don't cry, tell me slowly." Through her sobs, Mingnu explained that the night before, she had broken a teacup while washing dishes, and Mother had punished her by making her kneel. She had knelt the whole night until she collapsed on the floor. Even now her knees were swollen, she could barely walk. Mingnu was only 10, and being male, Zheng Huan naturally couldn't inspect her injuries himself. But seeing how labored her steps were, he knew she wasn't lying. "What about your father? Didn't he try to intervene?" "Father did tell Mother to cool off, said a teacup wasn't worth much. But Mother flew into a rage, saying she must have sinned through 8 generations to end up running this household." Mingnu wept as she spoke. "Working herself to the bone in the shop for a pittance, and on top of that having to look after our food and clothes." She shrank into herself. She screamed like a madwoman. Father didn't dare say another word. Zheng Huan's heart ached. He crouched down and gently rubbed her knees. Mingnu bared her teeth, it clearly hurt badly. His eyes stung, he nearly wept himself. Then he asked, "And Chengxi and Huazi, are they all right? They don't even dare to speak at home now. They're terrified of making Mother angry." Zheng Huan noticed that Mingnu's clothes were still tidy, just a bit grubby, her hair hadn't been properly combed. He asked, "Are you getting enough to eat?" Mingnu nodded. "There's food, just nothing good." Huazi asked for fish and got slapped across the face. "Mother says Father's tea house doesn't make any money, can't even cover daily expenses." Suddenly she burst into tears again and threw her arms around his waist. "Uncle, please ask Grandmother to take me home. I heard Mother and Father talking. Business is bad, they're short on cash. They want to sell me to a big household as a maid-servant." Zheng Huan trembled with rage. Stepmothers abusing their predecessors' children was the way of the world. As long as no one died, no one thought much of it. No matter how indignant or sympathetic he felt, he could only swallow it. But to sell his niece into domestic bondage, that was beyond the pale. He couldn't believe his brother-in-law's family was truly so desperate. This woman was trying to purge his sister's children entirely. His sister's flesh and blood, all that remained of her in this world. He couldn't let them be ruined. He wanted to storm back immediately and demand whether his brother-in-law had any conscience left, to curse him until his ears rang, and to give that woman a few resounding slaps. But then he thought, he wasn't even a licentiate, not even a Tengsheng, and his brother-in-law and the wife simply wouldn't take him seriously. When a woman went wild, several men together might not be a match for her. Was he really going to brawl with that woman in the street and make a disgraceful scene? Even if they meekly submitted to his scolding, what then? Zheng Huan knew that after such an uproar, the dog couple would never mend their ways. On the contrary, there'd be hell to pay. His own family had no means to support his nephew and nieces, so in the end the children would suffer even more. A vast frustration churned in his chest, yet all his anger was futile. In this matter he was utterly powerless. He could only comfort her. "Don't be afraid. Uncle will go home and think of something. I won't let you become a maid-servant." He rummaged in his sleeve for a long while, then could only sigh helplessly. On the way back, Zheng Huan kept turning the problem over in his mind. How could he stop this? His family had no money, no powerful threshold to lean on for backing, and even if they had, no one dared stick their neck out these days. Lost in these chaotic thoughts, he suddenly heard someone hawking, "Fresh Australian paper, come and have a look." He stopped in his tracks. How could I have forgotten? It was the Australians' world now. Why not ask Zhang Yu, a man in favor with the Australians, for help? He'd actually met a real Australian chief. One word from an Australian and that dog couple would be scared witless. End of chapter. Chapter 1758, Police Recruitment. Li Ziyu said, "Of course I'm going. Plenty of people from the military households are planning to apply, Serving the Ming was a job. Serving the Australians is a job. At least the Australians pay on time. His enthusiasm wasn't a sudden change of heart or newfound appreciation for the Senatorial Council's progressive policies. It was sheer necessity. His father had relied on his uncle's influence to hold a position in the garrison. Beyond the official stipend, there had been some extra income, and the family had managed to get by. Now the garrison had completely disintegrated. The household was left with no livelihood at all. No longer could Lü Yizhong put on the airs of a commander's family scion. He desperately needed to find employment. "But you have to shave your head," Zheng Huan hesitated. "That's a big deal. I need to talk it over with my family. Besides, they may not even want us. Don't you have to be strong and tough to be a runner? Would they even consider bookish types like us?" "Shaving your head isn't losing it," Lü Yizhong said dismissively. "Anyway, we're literate men. How many of those are there in all of Guangzhou? We'll get in, no problem." Zheng Huan nodded, emotions tangled. The head shaving still troubled him. Hair and skin are received from one's parents, and this shaved head style was an Australian custom, unknown in Chinese tradition. To shave his head and become a police pseudo-Australian, what would his teachers, classmates, relatives, and friends think of him? Lü Yizhong was a military man by birth. He didn't care. While Zheng Huan was still wavering, he suddenly noticed a clause in the recruitment notice and exclaimed, "It won't work anyway. They only want people 18 or older. I'm not even 17 yet." "Oh, come now, young master. Who decides how old you are but yourself? Do you think the Australians are going to come to your house and check your horoscope? Say you're a year or two older. What's the difference?" When the Australians see literate men coming to join them, they'll be thrilled. They're not going to quibble over details. Lü Yizhong's words helped him make up his mind. Really, this was the only path left. He nodded. "All right, I'll give it a try." Then he asked Zhang Yu, "What about you? Being an Australian policeman surely has a brighter future than selling walnut cakes." Zhang Yu hesitated, then nodded. "Honestly, I want to go too. But I'll have to discuss it with my parents first." Looking over the qualification requirements in the newspaper, there was nothing unusual. Applicants had to hold household registration in Nanhai or Panyu district of the Guangzhou Special Municipality, be in good health with no venereal diseases or serious ailments. Gender didn't matter. Literacy wasn't required. Furthermore, no shop guarantee was needed, only a certificate of good character from one's Jia headman, attesting that the applicant was indeed a law-abiding citizen of upright conduct. The requirements were extraordinarily lenient. They noted that the registration period was listed as March 19, 1635. They knew this was the Australian calendar. Upon entering the city, the Australians had announced that the Common Era, or solar calendar, would be used throughout. This calendar differed greatly from the Ming calendar they had always used. To help the populace adapt, in addition to distributing free calendar sheets to every household during the census, they had also distributed large wall calendars to shops. These wall calendars, like the household calendar sheets, were printed on stiff paper with propaganda illustrations in the style of Huxian peasant paintings, extolling New Australia, New Life. But the wall calendars were much larger. The Jia headman had notified all shopkeepers that these calendars must be hung prominently in their establishments. To help the public grow accustomed to the new calendar, Arabic numerals were accompanied by Chinese numerals below, and day-of-the-week designations had been added. Originally, the layout was also going to include Changzhen Year 8, but that had been vetoed. In the minds of the ancients, that reign title carried legitimacy, and publishing a new calendar with the Changzhen era name would be tantamount to admitting that the Senatorial Council was not the legitimate authority. According to the Yangcheng Express, registration for the police recruitment would start the next day, March 18, 1635 by the Australian calendar. "March 18th, said Zheng Huan. "Isn't that tomorrow?" Lü Yizhong nodded. "That's right. I'm planning to go first thing in the morning to the Provincial Surveillance Commission Yamen to register. Let's meet at Granny Kyan's tea house." The former Guangdong Provincial Surveillance Commission Yamen was now the Guangzhou Special Municipality Police Bureau. Granny Kaian's tea house was barely an arrow's flight away. But Zheng Huan suddenly wavered again, shaving his head and throwing in with the Australians. It was too momentous. He stalled. This early. Registration runs until the 25th, according to this. Lü Yizhong said, true, but there's also a line that says until positions are filled. A lot of people in our area are planning to apply. If we don't move fast, what then? Lü Yizhong's former garrison had effectively dissolved. Some men had been recruited into the National Army. Those who didn't want to risk their lives in battle now had no livelihood. A police job in Guangzhou was a very attractive option. At least the whole family would eat. Better early than late. Under Lü Yizhong's vigorous urging, the three friends agreed to go register first thing the next morning. When Zheng Huan got home and mentioned his plan to take the police exam, his mother hesitated. But then wouldn't all your schooling have been for nothing? Zheng Huan's father sighed. I think it's just as well he stops. Huan isn't really cut out for the classics. Last time I went to the community school to give the teacher a holiday gift. The teacher said he didn't think Huan had a future in the examinations and that we should start looking for something else for him. The police exam is a good opportunity. At least it's better than making candles at home. But you have to shave your head. So shave it. We're poor folks. What's there to fuss about? His father scratched his head, which was grimy and oily from long unwashing. I think a shaved head would be cleaner anyway. The next day, the three of them arrived together at the Municipal Police Bureau. Lü Yizhong's boasts of a sea of people hadn't quite materialized, but there was certainly a substantial crowd. The bureau doors hadn't opened yet, but the entrance was already packed. Looking at the applicants, they were a motley lot. Zheng Huan had thought that at 16 he'd be among the youngest, but there were boys who looked no more than 13 or 14, as well as men clearly past 40. One had apparently dyed his hair with ink. His aged face and unnaturally black hair made a strange sight. The applicants were of every description. Lü Yizhong, however, knew a lot of them. Many were military household sons from the various Guangzhou garrisons or scattered soldiers from disbanded camps. Two policemen in black uniforms, holding truncheons, stood at the bureau gate, legs spread apart, fierce as guardian deities. Lü Yizhong's wide social circle included many of the old personnel. He recognized these two. They'd been black robes, Yamen runners in Nanhai County. Formerly they'd stood ceremonial guard and cleared the way for the county magistrate. Now, with a shift in the wind, they guarded the Australian gates. Just as he was musing, the bell tower began to chime, 7 strokes. Nowadays, even the Guangzhou bell and drum towers followed Australian protocol. The bureau gate swung slowly open, and a policeman in black uniform stepped out, holding a tin megaphone. Anyone applying for patrol police this way, one at a time, line up. Anyone who cuts in line or causes disorder will be expelled immediately. Once inside, the first stage was the physical examination. For this recruitment, the minimum height requirement was 1.55 meters for men and 1.5 meters for women, with corresponding weight requirements. Lü Yizhong wasn't worried about too many overweight applicants. Rather, many were underweight. Chronic malnutrition was pervasive. Being underweight was fixable, but chronic malnutrition brought many health problems, especially tuberculosis. The police bureau obviously couldn't recruit a batch of tuberculosis patients as patrol officers. As for those who were obviously too old or too young, they too were screened out. Next came the medical examination, basic vision and hearing tests, followed by a strip inspection for skin diseases, parasites, and venereal disease. Except for VD, the standards for the first two were lenient. Anything they had the capacity to treat was considered a pass. The health screening alone eliminated a quarter of the applicants. The sheer variety of diseases afflicting the lower classes far exceeded expectations. The common folk of this era were indeed hardworking and enduring, but in truth that endurance was bought at the cost of their health. Finally came the physical fitness test, Run 1,000 meters in under 5 minutes to pass, plus standing long jump, grip strength, and weightlifting tests. This stage eliminated even more people. Many who looked acceptable in height and weight had low lung capacity and poor muscle strength. Zheng Huan was eliminated at this stage. Li Ziyu and Zhang Yu passed the medical exam, but at the background check stage, Zhang Yu was disqualified for falsifying his age. The household census had already been conducted, and his birth date was clearly recorded in the household register. There was no possibility of forgery. In the end, only Li Ziyu passed all the screenings and received a preliminary approval notice. "In 1 week, bring this notice to the Bureau for secondary review," said the officer, handing it over. "If there are no problems, you'll be officially admitted." "Officer." "Don't call me officer, call me comrade." "Yes, police comrade. My 2 good brothers may be a year or 2 underage, but they're both literate. The community school says they write excellent essays." Li Ziyu was laying it on thick now. Poetry and rhetoric, they're masters of it all. If not for the heavenly troops entering the city, they'd have passed the Ziyukai exam this year for certain. Couldn't you make an exception and give them another chance? The policeman laughed. "I don't have that authority. That's for the chief to decide. We do need literate people, but patrol officers have to hit the streets and do the job immediately. What use is writing essays and poems? Our police bureau doesn't catch thieves by composing verse." Yes, you're right." Li Ziyu saw there was no special regard for scholars here and felt somewhat deflated. He was about to leave when the policeman called him back. "Since your friends can read and write, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Right now we need people everywhere. Every department is holding recruitment exams. Tell them to keep an eye on the Yangcheng Express." End of chapter. Chapter 1759. A Pan Jiexin emerging from the Provincial Surveillance Commission Yamen. The sun was already slanting westward. The 3 young friends walked down the street, each carrying a different mood in his heart. Zheng Huan's face was pale. He had never experienced anything like the 1,000-meter run. From the moment he'd entered the community school, decorum had been everything. Running about and roughhousing were strictly forbidden, subject to the teacher's reprimand. He had no concept of how long 5 minutes was, only that time had never passed so slowly. By the time he finished, he had barely stopped before his stomach heaved and he vomited up his entire breakfast. Even now, he hadn't recovered. After all that suffering, he'd still exceeded the time limit. Zheng Huan was bitterly disappointed. He had assumed that when he came to throw in with the Australians, even if he was a year or 2 underage, as a community school student who could already compose essays, well, he hadn't dared hope the Australians would rush out to greet him with sandals on the wrong feet. But surely passing an exam for what was essentially a petty constable's post would be child's play. The result was utterly unexpected. The Australians had made it quite clear, "You don't qualify." The blow to his pride was severe. Before he'd come, his inner struggle had been, should I throw in with the Australians or not? Not can I pass the exam? And now they had answered, "You're not good enough." His self-esteem was badly wounded, and his plan to use Australian influence to deal with his brother-in-law had come to nothing as well. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, felt no dejection. He hadn't been enthusiastic about joining up in the first place. Business at the shop was booming, and his parents wanted him to help out more at home. He had come along today purely out of loyalty to his friends. Being rejected actually came as a relief. Li Ziyu was elated. His uncle used to insist he practice the bow and horse, and he'd thought it a pointless chore. Who'd have guessed it would pay off? Working for the Australians, whether this counted as following the dragon or not, at least the 8 due of grain per month would keep his family fed. All his life he'd been a rice weevil, a bone-gnawing devil in his family's eyes. Who'd have thought he could actually earn money and support them now? The thought made him both happy and sad. Li Ziyu and Zhang Yu chatted animatedly. It was only after they'd walked a long way that they noticed Zheng Huan hadn't said a word. Li Ziyu consoled him. "Huan, don't be glum. You heard what that policeman said, there'll be more recruitment exams. If you don't pass this one, try the next. The Australians put such stock in running, we'll just have to train hard. With some effort, we'll get there. Zhang Yu knew the real reason for his low spirits. Huan, you may not have passed, but Ziyu did. Now there's someone on the inside. If anything comes up, just ask him to help out. Li Ziyu caught on at once. He thumped his chest. Huan, we're brothers. Your business is my business. Don't worry, your nephew and nieces are my concern too. I won't let them be mistreated. Zhang Huan hesitated. But, Li Ziyu said, listen to me. Is this even a big deal? Back in the day, even if someone died, as long as the quick classers wanted to smooth it over, nothing couldn't be settled, let alone your little matter. Give that good-for-nothing brother-in-law of yours a taste of trouble, and he'll learn his place soon enough. Zhang Yu added, actually, it's better for Ziyu to step in than if you'd passed and done it yourself. If something goes wrong, you've got room to maneuver. Otherwise, your brother-in-law could accuse you of abusing your authority for personal vendettas, and that would be hard to shake. Zheng Huan's heart warmed. Ziyu, Au, thank you both for your concern. His eyes stung and tears threatened to spill again. We're all brothers, what's there to thank? Just practice your running, Li Ziyu said. When there's a new exam, try again. With an official position to lean on, everything's easier. Lü Yizhong had originally been cautiously skeptical about whether the police recruitment would fill its quota. After all, they still wore the labels of overseas bald pirates and rebels. Guangzhou Prefecture wasn't the starving, ruined Central Plains. How many good citizens would actually throw in with the Australians? He genuinely wasn't sure, but the turnout exceeded all expectations. On the first day alone, 500 or 600 people registered. Though 2/3 were eliminated at the medical and fitness screening stages, the full quota of 1,000 patrol officers was filled within a week. Raise the recruitment banner, and men will come to eat the army's grain, Lü Yizhong murmured. No wonder the Ming fell. No wonder the Qing was beaten senseless by the British. Lü Yizhong had once read a book mentioning that in the 16th century, the Spanish in the Philippines had several times drawn up plans to conquer the Ming. These plans called for only a few thousand troops, counting mercenaries and native auxiliaries. At the time, he'd thought the Spaniards' imaginations were absurd. Now he realized those daydreams might not have been so far-fetched. After all, the Spaniards had been planning to recruit a green standard army of their own. But he had no time for such reflections. The police had been recruited, now they had to be trained. And with 1,000 new civil servants suddenly on the rolls, monthly wages had to be found, all of it money. Chief, Director Mu and Director Lin are here, Gu Zier announced. Show them in at once. Mu Min had come to discuss the configuration and deployment of the police apparatus. She produced a rolled-up large-scale map of Guangzhou. Director Lin and I discussed this arrangement together. She spread the map on the conference table. It was marked with many symbols in red and blue pencil. These are the rough locations I've marked for sub-bureaus, police stations, and security checkpoints, Mu Min explained. This is a preliminary plan, based mainly on Director Lin's briefings and the data from the household census. It's far from perfect and can be adjusted as we go. According to Mu Min's proposal, the police apparatus in Guangzhou would for the time being have only the municipal bureau, without the originally planned Nanhai and Panyu sub-bureaus. The municipal bureau would directly oversee the police stations. The police system's jurisdiction would be limited to the urban districts and adjacent suburbs. We lack middle-tier police officials capable of handling precinct-level work, and we don't have enough qualified administrative and technical personnel to staff multiple layers. So we're taking the simplest approach, concentrating resources at the municipal bureau and having it handle all specialized police functions. Mu Min elaborated. The stations will handle only household registration and grassroots governance. A total of 40 stations would be established, distributed throughout the city and surrounding suburbs. In setting up the stations, our guiding principle is to keep them relatively dense. Our roads and communications are primitive. Messages can only be conveyed by runners or visual and auditory signals. We have no vehicles, so responding to calls means going on foot. Therefore, each station's jurisdiction can't be too large. When an incident occurs, we need to be able to respond quickly. Each station would have assimilated police officers from Hainan serving as station chief and core personnel. Depending on location, jurisdiction size, and population, each station would be staffed with 10 to 30 officers, supplemented by a number of retained local runners familiar with the neighborhood. Thus, actual staffing at each station would range from 20 to 50. By headcount, every station is overstaffed compared to old timeline standards, Min said. Some of these would normally be 5-person stations by those metrics, but we're facing a very complex public security environment and personnel quality is low. We have no choice but to overstaff. If we really ran a 5-person station, I'd be terrified of something going wrong. Do we have enough people as it is? Director Lin and I ran the calculations. We do, barely. The veteran assimilated police officers are a bit stretched, though. Min sighed and tilted her head. It does feel like we're pulling at a coat that's too short. Lin Beiguang said, right now the night watch and gate crews are still operating as before. I suggest we leave them alone for the time being. Once we've dealt with the Guandi Temple gang, we can reorganize them. At least for now they're still serving a purpose. Just then, Gu Zier came in again to announce the arrival of a Director Pan. Liu Xiang's spirits lifted. At last, Officer Pan is here. This Officer Pan was Pan Jiexin, Director of the Criminal Investigation Division of the National Police. His sudden appearance in Guangzhou wasn't to handle some major criminal case. It was for a simpler but crucial project, police training. When Liu Xiang's plan to recruit and train 1,000 police officers was proposed, the National Police had pledged full support. Ran Yao then dispatched Pan Jiexin, who also held the concurrent post of Director of Education for the National Police in Lingao. Until now, police training in Lingao had been rudimentary. Although the executive committee was keen on the security apparatus, resources allocated to the police were scant, especially in personnel. Fankiati had produced very few students for them. Over 5 years, the police professional class of the Fankiati National School had graduated fewer than 100 specialized trainees, and these now formed the professional cohort of the National Police. The bulk of the police force came from short-term training courses, discharged Fubo Army veterans and recruits from the assimilated population, who after roughly 60 days of training were assigned to various police departments. In the old timeline, 60 days wasn't considered short for training even auxiliary police, but in the old timeline, even auxiliary recruits were at least high school graduates. What they faced now was a cohort of semi-illiterates. The difficulty was obvious. For years, the senator police officials had been fighting on 2 fronts, managing their regular duties while also teaching at the police training academy. After 5 hard years, they had finally managed to erect a skeletal framework for the Central and Hainan police organizations. But now they faced Guangdong province. Guangzhou alone required more personnel than Min had brought, and those personnel would also have to fill the police apparatus for the entire province. The door opened and Pan Jiexin strode in. He looked about 27 or 28 but was actually past 30. Without ceremony he greeted everyone and found himself a chair. "Here, have some tea," Liu Xiang said. "Was the journey smooth?" "Smooth enough." Pan Jiexin's answer was crisp. "Let's get down to business so I can go back and finalize preparations." End of chapter. Chapter 1760. The police training class. Liu Xiang gave a brief overview of Guangzhou's manpower shortage and the recruitment plan that had just been completed. Pan Jiexin nodded. "A shortage is inevitable, but recruiting 1,000 officers all at once does put considerable pressure on training." "We had no choice," Liu Xiang said. "Without police, we can't enforce many of our policies. Right now, just maintaining order in the urban area is consuming enormous effort. We're relying entirely on the National Army to keep the lid on." The National Army would soon be deploying to the countryside for pacification operations. It couldn't remain in the city indefinitely as a police force. After all, securing the rural districts was equally important. Even within the city, word had spread of how chaotic things were in the suburbs. At more remote gates like the North Gate, bandits and brigands operated just beyond the toll houses. On the Pearl River, pirates were rampant. The Coast Guard patrol boats could only secure the stretch from White Goose Pool downstream to Hong Kong. A bit farther, the lower reaches of the West River from Sanshui to Jiangmen was beyond their capacity to protect. "I have a general picture," said Pan Jiexin. "But since we need 1,000 officers on the streets all at once and time is tight, we'll have to run an accelerated training. I'd say we compress it to 30 days. What about facilities and logistics?" "You don't need to worry about that," Lü Yizhong said. "Except for some equipment we'll ship from Lingao, we've got everything else ready." He added, "Anything related to police work, we guarantee a green light all the way." Training police required, first of all, a venue. Ancient cities rarely had public buildings large enough to accommodate a crowd. Apart from various temples and government offices, there was little else. Lü Yizhong had chosen the Guangzhou Prefecture Wanchu Palace. The Wanchu Palace was originally a Taoist temple, but like most such temples, it enshrined a long-life plaque for the reigning emperor. On the emperor's birthday, the so-called Wanchu Festival, all officials in the city gathered here for a grand ceremony of congratulations. If an emperor died, the palace was used for mourning rites and condolences. At other times, it served as the venue for receiving imperial edicts. "This temple complex is quite large, more than enough room for the trainees," Lü Yizhong said. "I declared that it contained tablets for Ming emperors and classified it as enemy property for confiscation. The palace is now assigned to your use. Workers are currently remodeling the facilities, but conditions are still very basic, and training equipment is lacking. The recruits are all patrol officers. The skill requirements aren't high, so training can be simplified accordingly. What really needs work is breaking their petty townsfolk habits." Pan Jiexin had spent several years on police education and training in Lingao and spoke with confidence. "Borrow me a few dozen sergeants from the Fubo Army or National Army. That'll do." A new sign now hung at the gate of the Wanchu Palace. White background, black song-style characters reading People's Security Province, Guangzhou Special Municipality National Police Academy. Two black-uniformed policemen with long truncheons stood guard at the entrance. Li Ziyu climbed the steps feeling somewhat intimidated. He had been here a few times before. His uncle had brought him every year to kowtow before the long-life plaque. Of course, the actual Wanchu festival ceremony was reserved for high-ranking officials. The likes of them weren't qualified to attend. Li Ziyu had always dreaded coming here. The slightest lapse in attire or deportment and his uncle would deliver a stern lecture. In his hand was an admission notice. Li Ziyu's secondary screening had gone smoothly. Both his parents lived in Guangzhou, and he could read and write. After having his notice verified at the gate, Li Ziyu entered. On the spirit wall directly ahead, the original decorative patterns had been chiseled away and the surface plastered smooth. Carved into it was a shield-shaped emblem. Li Ziyu could only make out the two Chinese characters, police. Beneath the emblem were several lines of engraved regular script calligraphy, bold and flowing. Loyal to the senatorial council, loyal to the nation, loyal to the people, loyal to the law. The signature below read Wen Daisy. Li Ziyu knew the name, the illustrious Prime Minister Wen, now military governor of Guangdong, a tremendously powerful official. In front of the spirit wall stood 2 rows of tables with policemen in black uniforms seated behind them. A sign beside them read, Registration Desk. A queue of people waited. One at a time in order. Line up. Someone was maintaining order. Li Ziyu already knew how seriously the Australians took queuing and hurried to the end of the line. After a series of procedures, filling out forms, giving fingerprints, came purification. By the time Li Ziyu emerged from the bathhouse, the somewhat dashing scholar's air he had once cultivated was gone. He was now a shaven-headed recruit in a black uniform. Putting on the uniform for the first time felt thoroughly awkward. For someone accustomed to loose, wide-sleeved robes, this outfit was far too tight. The trousers felt constricting too. The shoes were acceptable, but the one-piece puttees wrapped around his calves felt uncomfortably snug. Take your things and go to your dormitory. Match the room number, one behind the other. No whispering. The sergeants on loan from the National Army shouted, brandishing bamboo canes. Single file. Lü Yizhong hadn't expected the Australian's quick class to operate under military discipline. He groaned inwardly, but having come this far, there was no turning back. Under the shouts and the cane's guidance, he found his dormitory and bed. Now begin organizing your bunks. Report to the assembly hall in 1 hour. Lü Yizhong surveyed the dormitory. It had probably been some sort of temple hall. Now it was empty and cavernous, seeming both tall and vast. Double-decker bunks lined the walls, more than 20 of them, over 40 men in a single room, sleeping stacked one above the other. He had never lived in a place like this, let alone shared a room with over 40 people. He checked his bed number. Lower. That was a relief. If he'd had to climb to an upper bunk, he wouldn't have known what to do. In a small courtyard several compounds away from the student dormitories, Pan Jiexin sat with a copy of Fundamentals of Public Security Theory, contemplating the next day's lesson. This wasn't his first time teaching recruits, but this session of the police training class was an ultra-accelerated affair. Neither Lü Yizhong nor Meng could wait for training to follow the induction training syllabus he had previously drafted. According to that syllabus, short-course trainees studied for 60 days plus a 2-week internship. Now he had to compress everything into 30 days, with theory and practice running simultaneously. After much deliberation, Pan Jiexin decided to train to the bare minimum standard, focus on public order management, emphasize practical skills, and hammer home discipline. His training schedule called for police skills, physical fitness, and formation drills in the mornings on the small parade ground, theory study in the afternoons, political education and remedial literacy in the evenings. The final assessment would consist of a written theory exam, a skills test, and a physical fitness standard. Since a significant proportion of trainees were illiterate, Pan Jiexin divided them into 2 tracks. Those who could read and write would receive more theoretical instruction and be groomed as future cadres. The illiterate would focus on basic education. Early the next morning, a brief opening ceremony was held in the main hall, now the assembly hall, of the Guangzhou Palace. Both Lü Yizhong and Meng attended. As Lü Yizhong gave his speech, Pan Jiexin sat on the dais surveying the crooked ranks below and allowed himself a wry smile. The disparity in basic quality was stark. On one side, the sergeants on loan stood in disciplined order. On the other, the social recruits displayed every imaginable posture, and a few in the back rows were chattering away. Meng whispered with a rueful smile, "Discipline clearly needs a lot of work. Don't worry, formation drills are up next. They'll last about 2 weeks. Let them experience what discipline means," Pan Jiexin muttered. Now, National Police Regional Commander and President of the Guangzhou Special Municipality National Police Academy, Pan Jiexin, will address the assembly. First came a burst of crisp applause, then a ragged scatter of clapping. Pan Jiexin adjusted his belt, rose, and walked to the microphone. "Comrades, welcome to the Guangzhou Special Municipality Police Academy. Welcome to becoming proud students of the National Police. I am the Academy President, Pan Jiexin." He gave a sharp salute. "From this day forward, you are members of the National Police. Though you are still only trainees, not yet formally awarded the police badge, I expect each of you, through study and testing, to prove yourselves worthy of this honored title." His stern voice and demeanor made the more lax trainees instinctively straighten up. Pan Jiexin relaxed his tone slightly. "The word police is unfamiliar to most of you. In the old Ming government, there were only so-called quick class and strong class runners. True, they performed some of the functions of police, but they were not police, not in our senatorial council sense. Why not? Because under the Senatorial Council, police exist to suppress evil and protect the good, to punish crime, to ensure stability and order in society, and to let the common people work, do business, and live in peace. That is the purpose of police and the greatest value of our existence. What did the old Yamen runners do? More often than not, they preyed on the people. To a degree, they did keep the peace. But their peacekeeping came at the cost of the people's interests, to fatten themselves. Many runners committed crimes themselves, terrorizing the populace. They bowed and scraped to the gentry and great families while framing and extorting the common folk. When bandits appeared, they either fled in terror or colluded for a share of the loot. They were nothing but scoundrels who aided tyrants and bullied the weak. I'm sure you've all witnessed such behavior. Pan Jiexin paused, gauged the reaction below, and continued. Under the Senatorial Council, there are no such corrupt officials and clerks. When the people face oppression, encounter bandits, or are in danger, that is when the police step forward. In another sense, we are the knights errant of old who upheld justice, except we rely on our own abilities, and what we proclaim is the law, the voice of the Senatorial Council and the people. End of chapter. Chapter 1761. Training. The trainees stood slack-jawed, eyes wide with astonishment. They had assumed that becoming a policeman meant becoming a constable, and even if the Australians didn't treat runners as society's dregs the way everyone else did, the profession hardly seemed worth boasting about. None of them had expected the Australians to cloak the whole endeavor in such lofty rhetoric, elevating earning a bowl of rice as a lowly runner to the level of dispensing justice like a chivalrous knight. As for why you want to become police officers, well, I'm sure the answers vary. Pan Jiexin surveyed the assembly. Most of you are here to put food on the table, support your families, live a bit more comfortably, bring home a few extra coins. Laughter rippled through the crowd before he'd even finished. Pan Jiexin smiled along with them. And there's nothing wrong with that. We're human beings. We need to eat. We have feelings and desires, families to feed. But never forget, everything we eat, everything we wear, it all comes from the Senatorial Council and the people. Yes, being a policeman means personal advancement and compensation, but more importantly, it means repaying the Senatorial Council and the people who provide for us. Wherever you came from, whatever trade you once followed, never forget this. His gaze swept the hall. Remember always, loyal to the Senatorial Council. Loyal to the nation, loyal to the people, loyal to the law. He paused, letting his eyes roam once more across the assembly. That concludes my remarks. The trainees bellowed in unison. Sir. After the ceremony, the sergeants marched the trainees to the parade ground for basic police etiquette and formation drills. Pan Jiexin strolled over to observe. He had barely reached the edge of the field when two sharp whistle blasts pierced the air, twee, twee, and the formation, which had been practicing the quick march, halted at once. The sergeant serving as drill instructor sprinted over, snapped to attention, and saluted crisply. Report. First session short course trainees of the Guangzhou Police Academy, currently conducting formation drill, awaiting your instructions. Pan Jiexin returned the salute, taking silent stock of the situation. Proceed as planned, he said. The sergeant turned on his heel, jogged back into position, and resumed calling out the cadence. Formation drill had always been delegated to the army. Pan Jiexin had never needed to concern himself with it before. He noticed that each trainee wore mismatched footwear, a cloth shoe on one foot, a straw sandal on the other. It was a time-tested trick for drilling raw recruits who couldn't tell left from right. From the ragged state of the lines, he knew this would take a long while yet. Still, nothing built discipline and obedience like formation training. Lü Yizhong stood amid the ranks, silently cursing. This wasn't joining the quick class. This was being drilled like a common foot soldier. Even regular troops didn't train this hard. As his mind wandered, his step faltered. He nearly kicked the cloth shoe off the man in front of him. Halt, the sergeant bellowed. Third rank, fifth man, you again. Earlier during attention drill it was you too. Can't you keep your arms tight? They're flopping around like wet noodles. Li Ziyu froze. I what? Say report. Li Ziyu found his voice at last. Report. Fall out 10 push-ups, count them loud. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Li Ziyu scrambled out of formation, dropped to the ground, and began the exercise he had only recently learned. Doesn't count, start over. Why is your rear sticking up like that? A heavy boot landed on his backside. Li Ziyu yelped and collapsed flat. Get up, stop acting like a woman. Elbows level, chest to the ground, that's it, legs straight. The sergeant drilled Li Ziyu one-on-one for 7 or 8 minutes. Throughout, the rest of the formation stood ramrod straight, not daring to move. Pan Jiexin surveyed the entire field. This had once been the open ground where the Guangzhou palace erected its ritual altars. It had since been leveled and converted into a parade ground, though it still felt rather cramped. Off to one side, workers were installing a horizontal bar and a balance beam. Though the recruits had passed a fitness screening and looked reasonably healthy, the grueling training load and relentless schedule would be too much for constitutions accustomed to inadequate nutrition. A 5-minute kilometer was below junior-high PE standards in the 21st century, yet here it was demanding enough to eliminate many applicants. The trainee doing push-ups before him was already drenched in cold sweat. Pan Jiexin slipped quietly into the kitchen. The newly renovated facility was warm and fragrant with steam. It was nearly mealtime, and the aroma of rice and cooking dishes hung thick in the air. His appearance caused a small stir. An assimilated cadre in charge of the mess hurried over. Chief, get me an apron. He wasted no time on pleasantries. Don't stop working, carry on as you were. Donning apron and cap, Pan Jiexin began prowling through the kitchen. This mess unit had been dispatched by the Joint Logistics Headquarters. To reduce supply chain complexity and redundant construction, all Guangdong logistics were currently handled by Joint Logistics. Director Hong had anticipated that feeding the various incoming contingents would pose a challenge, so he'd established a cooking training course in Hong Kong ahead of time, producing several dozen kitchen teams capable of meeting senatorial council standards for cuisine and hygiene. Having meals provided by Joint Logistics kitchens gave the senators peace of mind. Hygiene standards differed wildly between the two timelines. Even the cleanest natives' notions of cleanliness would be deeply problematic by old-world standards. Most importantly, assimilated cooks were far more honest than local cooks steeped in the tradition that a cook who doesn't steal is forsaken by the gods themselves. Running a mess hall might sound trivial, but mismanagement could quickly become a serious matter. Though this was only a short course session, Pan Jiexin regarded these trainees as the foundational capital of the national police in Guangdong. He took their welfare very seriously. A large bamboo steamer was lifted off the fire, revealing rows of neatly arranged galvanized iron lunch boxes. Pan Jiexin picked up a pair of tongs, extracted one box, popped it open, and poked a chopstick into the rice. He waited a few seconds, withdrew it, and examined it closely. The softness, moisture, and steam were all correct, no excess water added to inflate the yield. He tasted a bit, the slightly rough, chewy texture of brown rice, the proper aroma, no mustiness or off flavors. The grains were intact, neither broken nor powdery. Good rice. Set this box aside for me. Yes, Chief. The head cook was accustomed to spot checks and inspections of every variety, but having a chief personally inspect the kitchen still made him nervous. Everyone knew the chief's standards were exacting. The dishes were ready. The academy trainees were fed according to Joint Logistics, new recruit supply standard. Because recruits in this timeline were typically underfed, the ration standard was fairly generous, with increased protein. Large iron trays held golden fish cakes fresh from the roasting pan, fragrant and glistening. Beside them stood big pots of stew, vegetables mixed with frozen minced meat and crushed bean dregs. The so-called frozen minced meat was the daily residue scraped from the sausage and fish paste production lines, combined and frozen solid, intended specifically for mass cooking. Finally, there were greens, stir-fried in salted water. In theory, the vegetables were supposed to be locally sourced, but in practice, Everything came from Hong Kong. Director Hong had discovered that shipping produce from the Agricultural Reclamation Brigade was far cheaper and more convenient than buying from Guangzhou's suburbs. By this timeline's general standards, the meal was lavish. Pan Jiexin sampled every dish, then inspected the sanitation and the separation of raw and cooked items. Passable barely. Assimilated personnel were more reliable but not entirely so. Constant supervision remained necessary. "Good," he said. "Serve on time." The morning's training ended quickly. The trainees, led by their squad leaders, filed into the assembly hall to collect their meals. Apart from the hall, the Wanchu Palace had no room large enough. Even so, they had to eat in shifts. The hall echoed with heavy breathing. The point of formation drill was precisely to instill discipline. For natives who had never been subjected to such regimentation, the rigid exercises were pure torment. Meals were served individually, one box per person. From its founding, the Fubo army had eschewed communal eating. Communal meals were not only unsanitary but invited the phenomenon of just enough to cover the bottom of the plate, and gave sergeants and veterans opportunities to help themselves to more than their share. For most trainees, this first meal was unbelievably good. Before the food had even been fully distributed, the sound of loud swallowing could be heard from every corner. When the command, "Eat," was given, the hall erupted with the sounds of ravenous devouring. Some men wept as they ate. Lü Yizhong found the food decent enough, but hardly so remarkable as to move him to tears. Besides, on the first day there wasn't even a whole chicken, duck, or fish, rather stingy in his view. Watching the men at neighboring tables wolf down their meals like starving ghosts, he felt a touch of disdain. What a bunch of paupers! His gaze drifted and suddenly landed on the president who had addressed them that morning. He was eating here too, right at the first-row table. From where Lü Yizhong sat, he could clearly see the chief's meal. It was exactly the same as the trainees. Lü Yizhong was quietly astonished. He had read plenty of Australian magazines extolling, sharing hardship and sweetness alike, but he hadn't believed such talk was real. The classics certainly mentioned by Kai, wearing the same clothes as the lowliest soldier, eating the same food, sleeping without a mat, marching on foot, personally carrying his own rations, sharing the soldier's toil. When a soldier had a festering sore, Bai Qi would suck the pus out himself. But that was the ancients. In the Ming, at least, he had never seen a single general or officer behave that way. Officers dined on delicacies in silk robes while soldiers shivered and starved. That was the norm. Nobody thought it strange. So he had always assumed the Australian magazines were mere boasting. Who would have thought the Australians actually practice what they preach? He was startled, and a realization dawned. The reason the Australians were invincible, the reason the Kun soldiers dared to fight, wasn't merely superior firearms. End of chapter. Chapter 1762. Doing things according to law. Pan Jiexin had no idea that someone was drawing conclusions from his lunchbox. His mind wasn't on eating. He exchanged a few words with the sergeants at the table about the morning's formation drills, then turned the conversation to physical training. Since the Wanchu Palace grounds were too small to accommodate all 1,000 trainees at once for both living and learning, today's opening class consisted only of trainees with some reading and writing ability, roughly 300 men. According to Pan Jiexin's plan, the first session at the Wanchu Palace would run on a rolling admission basis, with a new class starting every 10 days. On day 10, he intended to send the trainees onto the streets, led by veteran assimilated police officers, to carry out real tasks. After 10 days of field internship, they would return for supplementary instruction, and then the second batch would roll out for their own street rotation. This approach would maximize the use of both space and personnel, but it also meant time was even tighter. Which subjects had to be taught, which could be abbreviated? This was the question constantly revolving in his mind. Time was short. Lunch was limited to 30 minutes. Immediately afterward, the entire cohort was required to follow the sergeants on a half-hour walk, compulsory, no exceptions. Lü Yizhong marched in circles around the parade ground with his squad, feeling like a fool. But if you took the grain, you obeyed the rules. Once the walk ended, afternoon classes began at once. The first session was police theory, taught by Pan Jiexin himself. I'm certain that most of you in this room have never understood what police actually means. So today's first lesson is to explain what a policeman is. Pan Jiexin spoke with easy fluency. Police are different from the constables and bailiffs you're familiar with. Fundamentally, you are police because your daily work constitutes a police function. He paused and glanced at the puzzled faces before him. For a crowd that spoke only 17th-century Cantonese-accented Mandarin, grasping these concepts was no simple matter. He continued, "The Senatorial Council, acting in accordance with the will of the Council and the people, employs armed, administrative, and criminal means to maintain the security and social order of the Great Song. This is called police activity. And you, as practitioners of this activity, are called police." Please turn to page 2. I will now explain some of these terms in detail. Fortunately, this class consisted of trainees with some literacy. Under Pan Jiexin's painstaking explanation, these future police officers of the Senatorial Council managed at least a rudimentary grasp of what the word police meant. When the police apparatus was first being established, several senators had been unenthusiastic about teaching so-called police theory. But Ran Yao had supported Pan Jiexin's position. The reasoning was simple. If a force didn't even understand its own identity, there was no hope it would develop strong combat effectiveness. Pan Jiexin was in the middle of his lecture when he noticed a trainee raising his hand. He nodded for the man to stand and ask his question. It was none other than Lü Yizhong. He spoke somewhat stiffly. "Report, Chief, Student Lü Yizhong. I have a question. My grandfather used to teach me the Book of Documents. I still remember the stories of the Sidu and Shi officials from the time of Yao and Shun. I was wondering, if those officials were transported to today's setting, would they be what you're calling police?" Pan Jiexin nodded approvingly. "You've read quite a bit. Those officials were similar to the police I'm describing, but in most respects they were not police." Lü Yizhong's question is excellent, because I was about to distinguish the constables and those ancient Sidu and Shi officials from the Senatorial Council's police. Pan Jiexin recalled that as a freshman, a professor at the People's Public Security University of China, who taught fundamentals of public security theory, had raised this very issue. He knew that the police of slave and feudal societies had wielded police powers without the name of police. The exercise of police authority in those eras was extremely lax under the law, and extralegal enforcement was commonplace. Moreover, the private punishments that modern critics so widely condemned were pervasive and even served as supplements to ancient police functions. In Ming-era local Yamens, quick-class runners not only handled public order and criminal investigation, but also served as jailers. The common expression, "sitting in the ban fang," actually referred not to a state-run prison, but to a detention facility privately operated by the quick-class chief. Because the ban fang was not part of the official penal system, it became a lawless world where the runners did as they pleased. We know that in Ming government offices, there were quick-class and strong-class runners, as well as the so-called unofficial white-robed constables attached to them. They didn't have the name police, yet they performed work similar to police duties, and their remit was extraordinarily broad, covering everything from tax collection to street sanitation. But their so-called law enforcement was highly arbitrary. Some of it was outright illegal. And its purpose was not to maintain public order but simply to extort money. That's an example of the traditional police I described earlier. Pan Jiexin paused and sipped his now-cold tea. The Senatorial Council's police, by contrast, have a dedicated police administrative organ called the Police Headquarters. Its director is your Chief Ran. That's the central-level institution. And every locality has a corresponding organization. The Guangzhou Municipal Police Bureau and the various precinct stations, all under the leadership of superior departments. Furthermore, every aspect of a policeman's daily conduct must be carried out in accordance with law. So as police, the first thing we must do is become familiar with the law. He unfurled a wall chart and pointed with a teaching baton. These laws are the foundation of our enforcement. He tapped the book images on the chart one by one. Police law, public order law, plus criminal law, criminal procedure law, and civil law. If you later transfer to a specialized police branch, there are also the sanitation law, tax law, traffic law, and so on. Seeing the blank expressions on most trainees' faces, Pan Jiexin decided not to elaborate further. These laws all feel unfamiliar to you. In the future, you'll have opportunities to study them in depth, but for now, you can simply understand them as our senatorial council's equivalent of the Ming Code. The trainees' expressions finally showed a glimmer of understanding. Pan Jiexin continued. However, these laws contain many provisions, and the relationships among them are quite complex. So to help you quickly and accurately grasp what you need for your work, you should focus on these materials. He turned to the next chart page. Procedures for handling public order cases, procedures for handling criminal cases, disciplinary code, and field handbook for basic police personnel. These 4 books will be distributed once regular classes begin. Pan Jiexin gave a brief overview of the contents, significance, and usage of these 4 books, then added, "The handbook in particular is full of practical examples from start to finish, a truly invaluable textbook. Read it carefully, commit it to memory, and when you apply it in your actual work, you'll find it becomes second nature." The afternoon session ended quickly. The famished trainees lined up for dinner, followed by another half-hour of walking in formation, and then evening tutoring. Assimilated police officers served as instructors, providing remedial cultural lessons. Since this group was literate, the content consisted of vernacular reading and writing, as well as basic science and general knowledge. At the same time, individual tutoring was available for any material the trainees hadn't understood during the day's classes. Lü Yizhong sat in the classroom looking at his newly issued textbooks and felt a touch of despair. He had always dreaded studying. He'd become a policeman partly for a livelihood, partly to have an honorable excuse not to attend community school anymore. Who would have guessed that as an Australian constable, he'd still have to study, textbooks crammed with unfamiliar vocabulary, no less. Studying was one thing, but even the way he wrote and composed had to change. This was far harder than community school. Back there, studying had been tedious, but the pace was leisurely. For someone like Lü Yizhong, who had already memorized the 4 books and 5 classics and could bluff his way through an essay absent serious examination pressure, going to school had merely been a way to kill time. The community school teacher knew Lü Yizhong held hereditary military family status and had essentially let him drift. But this course was something else entirely. There was a syllabus, a schedule, and endless key points. Understanding the meaning alone took all his effort. The case-handling procedures and case analyses, at least, were fairly straightforward. Lü Yizhong found himself absorbed in them without realizing it. And what he read astonished him. The Australian police medal in more than a busybody's dog. In his understanding, police work meant nothing more than catching thieves and keeping order on the streets. But for the Australians, keeping order was all-encompassing, and the concepts were completely different from the Ming government's. Take the simplest example, street brawls. In theory, that should be the main business of keeping order. But Lü Yizhong knew that the Yamen had always followed a policy of no complaint, no investigation. As long as a fight hadn't killed or seriously injured anyone, and no one filed a formal complaint, the authorities generally ignored it. If the parties wanted to settle accounts, they privately engaged the quick class chief or some powerful runner to preside over a lecture tea at a tea house. But for the Australians, even without death or injury, a fight had to be stopped on the spot, the parties brought in, a written record made as a formal case, and disciplinary action assigned according to responsibility. Li Ziyu thought, isn't this asking for trouble? After all, officialdom's motto had always been big matters become small, small matters vanish. Reading on, he discovered that even defecating and urinating in public, dumping slop water, or tossing garbage in the street were things police had to prohibit. He sighed inwardly. Then came cracking down on street peddlers, demolishing illegal structures. It covered everything. There was practically nothing the police didn't manage. Being an Australian policeman is really hard, Li Ziyu thought. Whether he understood it or not, he had already boarded the Australian pirate ship and had to follow their rules. Fortunately, years of traditional schooling had honed his memorization skills. He decided he might as well deploy his talent for rote learning, first commit everything to memory, then worry about the rest. End of chapter. Chapter 1763, Currency Issuance at 10 o'clock, lights out sounded on the dot. Soon the 40-man dormitory echoed with a symphony of snoring. After such an exhausting day, everyone was spent. But Li Ziyu couldn't sleep. All his life he'd had a room to himself. He'd never shared quarters with so many others. The snoring, the teeth grinding, the press of human smells, sleep was impossible. He went over the day's lessons in his mind. Raising his hand had indeed caught the real cun's attention. When Chief Pan announced that trainees could raise their hand to ask questions, he debated whether to be the first under heaven to dare. The gamble had paid off. Chief Pan clearly remembered him now. As long as the real Kun chief remembered him, benefits were bound to follow. From a neighboring bunk came voices so low they were almost inaudible, whispering. Li Ziyu listened carefully. They were talking about pay. This time, they'd been promised 8 due of rice per month as rations, but no one had mentioned how much cash. Guangzhou was a metropolis, the provincial capital, always a hard place to live. Even with fluctuations, a she of rice never fell below 1 tael of silver. A city dweller needed 11 or 12 taels a year just to keep a family fed. 8 due a month came to just under 1 tael of silver, respectable enough but nothing exceptional. And since they'd called it only rations without mentioning a salary, everyone still harbored hopes. Li Ziyu silently scoffed at his 2 classmates in experience. A quick class runner on the official roster earned only 3 due of rations per month. Unregistered runners got nothing at all. Did that mean they couldn't support families? On the contrary, they ate and drank lavishly. Since time immemorial, whoever drew a government salary never lived on that salary alone. Besides, the Australians were famous for treating their subordinates generously. Even the pay they gave common soldiers far exceeded the Ming's. They certainly wouldn't shortchange the future claws and fangs of the senatorial council. Come, come, try this. I made it myself. Sweet and sour pork ribs. In the senator-only restaurant on the top floor of Guangzhou's Shiji, 6 people sat around a table. The speaker was none other than the newly appointed Mayor Lü Yizhong, urging food upon the Director of Policy Planning at the Central Reserve Bank. The two sat across from each other as host and guest. On Lü Yizhong's left was Zhang Shangji, Director of the Guangzhou Bureau of Commerce and Trade. Beside her sat Meng Xian. The other two were Zhang Yikun, General Manager of Shiji, and Lin Beiguang. Speaking of pork, even now, Lingao couldn't offer it freely. Though the scale of animal husbandry had grown, so had the population. Protein supplies still came mainly from fish, chicken, duck, and eggs. Pork and beef remained luxuries. There was no ration coupon system, but daily slaughter was still limited. Even senators had to give advance notice if they wanted top-quality spare-rib tips or streaky belly. Otherwise, it might not be available on demand. In Guangzhou, no such restriction existed. Live hogs went to slaughter as long as they passed quarantine and showed no pork tapeworm or similar problems, and you could eat to your heart's content. Meng Xian and Zhang Shangji, having been in Guangzhou a long time, weren't especially excited. The other 3, however, rarely got to eat prime rib-tip sweet and sour pork. And since Lü Yizhong had cooked it himself, face had to be given, so they each picked up a piece and dug in. Lü Yizhong never used star anise in this dish. He followed a 1-2-3-4 ratio. 1 spoonful of sugar, 2 of cooking wine, 3 of vinegar, 4 of water. Bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to a simmer until the sauce thickens. If the meat was still too chewy, he'd put it in the steamer for another round. In the old timeline, he would have used a pressure cooker to tenderize it, and Lingao had actually produced cast-iron pressure cookers that were popular on the market. But Lü Yizhong wasn't confident in their quality and hadn't acquired one. Besides, the Lingao-made cookers were too heavy, over 20 jin, and a chore to use. The diners all tasted and dutifully complimented the dish. Most went back for seconds. Only Chen-Si turned his chopsticks toward other plates, all of them salty or spicy. Clearly, he didn't like sweets. Lü Yizhong paid no mind. He bantered about this and that, and the atmosphere grew livelier. As the banquet drew to a close, all 6 leaned back in their chairs, patting their bellies stuffed. Each sipped whatever drink they had ordered, wine for some, tea for others. Chen-Si had first inquired with the kitchen and then ordered a traditional warming, grease-cutting digestive drink favored by Ming-era officials after meals. Discussing business over a banquet was time-honored custom, but Lü Yizhong, as an avid foodie and carnivore, despised talking shop while eating. If they had to conduct business at the table, fine, but eat first, like now. The life secretaries cleared away the leftover dishes and cups, laid fresh tablecloths, and brought out the drinks each person had requested. The plan for the new currency issue is finalized, yes. I'm waiting to execute it. Lü Yizhong knew why Chen-Si had come to Guangzhou. At last they were getting down to business. Chen-Si beckoned, calling over his accompanying bodyguard, who opened an elegant little case. These are the sample coins of the new currency. The lid rose, revealing rows of glittering coins. At the very top lay a silver bar, rectangular from above, trapezoidal in cross-section. Every surface except the flat top was polished to a mirror sheen. The top face, by some unknown technique, bore several rows of gilt characters. The first read, Central Reserve Bank of the Senatorial Council. The middle row read, Vault Silver Ingot Coin Material Weight 1 kilogram. At the bottom was a string of digits, 875-02080-880-81. Along both short edges ran identical vertical inscriptions, not for circulation. Those numbers must mean something, Lü Yizhong thought. But what use was vault silver that couldn't circulate? He didn't ask, and instead examined the coins below. Beneath the silver ingot lay 3 rows of 6 round discs of varying sizes, fitted into cushion slots just like the ingot. Each rested on a small silk handkerchief. The handkerchiefs were exquisite, edged in bright yellow silk thread and embroidered with auspicious patterns radiating toward the center. With the silver coins set in the middle, the effect was like golden plates holding jade. Pinch a corner of the handkerchief, lift gently, and the coin slips from its slot, falling into your palm for examination. This coin had a brilliant luster. 35 millimeters in diameter, it felt heavy in the hand. Flicking it with the thumb as if guessing heads or tails sent it humming through the air, vibrating for a long moment. The obverse bore the song-style characters 1 yuan, encircled by a wreath of wheat, with Central Reserve Bank and the year of issue in Arabic numerals below. The reverse showed the Arabic numeral 1 beneath the morning star shining upon a globe. Around the globe ran a ribbon bearing 4 Latin letters. SPQM. The raised rim had been milled, presumably to prevent shaving. Not even a Yuan Shikai fat head or a Wen portrait. Lü Yizhong felt cheated of a chance to wisecrack. The second row held noticeably smaller coins, reduced in diameter, with half yuan on the obverse and 50 on the reverse. The reverse image was the holy ship. Could they be any lazier? That ship design is already on the cigarette packs. Would it kill them to use a different angle? Lü Yizhong scowled and swallowed his critique. Below that were the 20 fin denomination, even more simplified in design, with slightly lower silver content than the 2 above. Chen-Si, watching Lü Yizhong admire the coins, noted his shifting expressions and smiled. Actually, aside from the difference in size and weight, these 3 silver coins also have different silver content. The lower the denomination, the lower the silver content. And the highest, the 1 yuan. 87.5% silver, Chen Si said. The lowest, the 20 fen, is 60%. In terms of silver purity alone, these qualified as good money on the market. Acceptance would not be a problem. Next came banknotes mounted in glass-covered wooden frames. 7 denominations in all. Besides paper equivalents of the 3 silver coins, there were 10 fen, 5 fen, 1 fen, and half fen notes. Each bore the legend Finance Province, Central Reserve Bank, Silver Reserve Voucher, and denominations such as redeemable for 1 silver yuan, half yuan, 20 fen. The printing was exquisitely fine, even more refined than the recently printed food circulation vouchers. The paper especially had a feel very close to old timeline banknote paper. The copper-engraved base patterns were so intricate and elaborate that finding comparable engravers in this timeline would be all but impossible. And since neither Ming nor Qing possessed copperplate printing technology, this constituted the ultimate anti-counterfeiting measure. This new currency issue will proceed simultaneously everywhere to prevent anyone from exploiting exchange rate differences between regions, Chen Si explained. On Hainan, Jeju Island, and Taiwan, the food circulation vouchers will also begin to be gradually withdrawn and replaced with new currency. But in those 3 areas, we'll push banknotes primarily. Silver coins will only enter circulation in the newly liberated territories on the mainland, so you needn't worry about silver coin reserves, Mayor Lü Yizhong toyed with the coins in his hand for a long while before setting them down. These are too beautiful. I'm afraid once they go out they won't come back, Chen Si smiled faintly. I understand your concern completely, but as Director Meng has surely told you, our policy is to vigorously promote banknotes. Silver coins serve as a guarantee for the banknotes. Especially in the early phase of the issue, silver coins are meant to reassure the public, but that alone is not enough. For banknotes to circulate, on one hand they needed the backing of the state apparatus. On the other, sufficient commodities had to guarantee the currency's value. Although the new currency was nominally silver-backed, it still required ample goods to underwrite it. Simply put, the Senatorial Council's silver reserve vouchers had to be spendable, and the things they bought couldn't be Australian mirrors or South Sea spices, but the everyday necessities everyone genuinely needed. End of chapter. Chapter 1764. Methods of issuance. The Senatorial Council had originally toyed with the idea of making the silver reserve vouchers a kind of industrial goods purchasing coupon. Anyone wanting to buy Senatorial Council produced merchandise would have to use the new currency. But finance and economic officials felt this approach had limited significance, since the Council's industrial output still didn't reach a broad enough population or range of use. The Finance Department's view was that the Senatorial Council had to control Guangzhou's distribution channels for rice, salt, and cloth, the 3 basic consumer goods, to ensure the new currency could always purchase these necessities. As long as banknotes could buy basic necessities, whether they could be redeemed for silver dollars would cease to matter. Otherwise, even if every yuan of silver reserve vouchers in circulation had a silver dollar sitting in the bank as backing, it would do no good. Back then, the renminbi had managed to gain a foothold in a chaotic currency market, not only through administrative force that pushed silver dollars off the stage, but crucially because the government controlled supply channels for 2 whites and 1 black, rice, cotton yarn, and coal, thereby upholding the paper currency's fundamental credibility. The Finance Ministry now faced different circumstances from 1949, yet abolishing the tael system and replacing it with yuan, guaranteeing interconvertibility of silver and banknotes, was still a seismic event for financial markets. To ensure the new currency would be accepted and circulate freely, all the financial theory in the world couldn't match the most basic principle. You had to make money worth something. Gold and silver were not inherently valuable. In places where precious metals were abundant while commodities were scarce, they suffered massive devaluation as well. 17th century China had a living example. the Manchu Qing. Through multiple incursions across the Great Wall, the Manchus had accumulated, relative to their territory and population, an astronomical fortune. But pouring immense quantities of gold and silver onto that small, cold, barren land brought only hyperinflation. The Ming's trade embargo left the Qing with almost no one to trade with but the equally impoverished and hostile Joseon, conducting nearly coerced commerce, and the merchandise obtained from Shanxi merchants was a drop in the bucket. Reports sent back by Huang Hua, dispatched to Shenzhen for trade, were full of phrases like everything is exorbitantly expensive, and goods are scarce. Middle and lower-ranking officials struggled to make ends meet. Some had even been punished for selling imperial gifts they'd been forced to dispose of. The Qing kept demanding that the senatorial council ship in grain, offering prices as high as 40 taels of silver per shi. So the question of how many silver coins to prepare is not the crux. Although our new currency is no longer rice-backed, its value still requires these basic commodities to underwrite it. Chenxi added this quota after explaining the new currency issuance plan. Lü Yizhong said, "I'm not questioning finance ministry policy, but the common folk have absolutely no fondness for paper money. If we try to pay wages and make purchases with banknotes now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Market acceptance is low. We can't very well force trade at gunpoint. There has to be a gradual process." Chenxi replied, "Naturally. Why else would finance allocate an extra 200,000 yuan in silver coins for you, precisely to reduce resistance to circulation?" Liu Xiang thought, "That's confiscated war booty from right here in Guangzhou." The Enterprise Institute had ransacked the prefectural and county treasuries and the Guangdong Provincial Administration Commission's vaults, dredging up over 200,000 taels of silver to hand over to the National Treasury. Allocating 200,000 yuan to Guangzhou was only fair, and even factoring in impurities and wear, they'd still skimmed off a sizable margin. But he had no say in how war booty was disposed of, so he could only adopt an earnest, grateful demeanor. "We do need your support. The confiscated silver from our raids here won't be inconsiderable, but I just hope finance will give special consideration to our status as the experimental zone for the new currency." Chenxi said, "You may rest easy. The new monetary system is not just Guangzhou's affair. It concerns the great enterprise of the entire senatorial council." Since the finance ministry had set the keynote, Liu Xiang could only resolutely implement. Tonight's meeting was really about assigning tasks according to the ministry's issuance plan. Zhang Shangji spoke up, "I have a question. If the new currency still needs rice to back it, doesn't that mean we have to fix how much rice one silver dollar buys?" She hesitated. "That would amount to a de facto rice standard." "No, Director Zheng. What you're describing isn't a rice standard. It's a price control policy," Chenxi said. "Market prices for rice, salt, and cloth will be determined by the market. A certain range of rise or fall is permitted. What we must do is use market mechanisms to regulate prices and maintain price stability." Zhang Shangji suddenly grasped the magnitude of the task. "That means we'd have to control every rice shop and cloth shop in the city, or open state-run stores on a massive scale." "No, it's not that extreme," Zhang Yikun said. "We only need to control the wholesale channels." Lin Beiguang nodded. "Correct. Guangzhou's necessities all depend on inflows from elsewhere. Control the incoming wholesale channels and you effectively control the market." Chenxi asked, "Is that feasible?" Lin Beiguang smiled faintly. "Anything that touches vested interest groups is never easy. The good news is that we're a new regime, and outsiders at that, with no tangled ties to local interests." The interest group Lin Beiguang referred to was the Yehang, the licensed brokerages. Guangzhou couldn't feed itself. It needed grain imports, but Ming-era trade was not free trade. Itinerant merchants couldn't sell their goods freely in the city. They had to go through licensed brokers who held official permits. The brokerage system had begun as a middleman's role, but by issuing permits, The government had effectively granted brokerages monopolies over certain trades. Since the brokers were entrenched locals with government-granted exclusive monopoly rights, they exploited itinerant merchants to the hilt. The firms had no capital, nor did they need any. They forced visiting merchants to deliver goods on credit, then resold the merchandise wholesale. In practice, visiting merchants often couldn't collect what they were owed or suffered endless delays, and even when they did get paid on time, the amounts were heavily discounted. The 13 hongs of Canton, which the British so despised and forced the Qing to abolish after the Opium War, were essentially another form of brokerage. In Guangzhou, the grain trade was monopolized by brokers. Lin Beiguang knew this very well. How long will it take to eliminate the firms? Not long. Lin Beiguang smiled. I imagine, Mayor Liu, their calling cards have been piling up on your desk for quite a while. I'm waiting for the Legal Affairs Ministry to send judges to set up a provisional court, Lü Yizhong said. Convening military tribunals every time. First, it's irregular. Second, it makes certain people green with envy. They've got all manner of high-sounding accusations ready for me, and I can't afford to wear that hat. Zheng Shangji understood that murderous intent lurked beneath these light remarks. The bosses of the brokerages that had monopolized Guangzhou trade for centuries were about to be wiped out in an instant. She recalled that just a few days ago, a broker boss had approached her personal maid, life secretary bearing lavish gifts, humbly requesting an audience with Director Liu. He'd hinted that the brokerage would make every exertion, public and private, to serve, the meaning unmistakable, and here they sat, chatting and laughing about slaughtering the pig. A chill ran through her. These men, tall, short, fat, thin, were all fundamentally no different from her own husband, ordinary petty bourgeois in their previous lives, yet their conversation remained as bland and unremarkable as ever, carrying an undercurrent of cold cruelty. Even their smiles seemed to conceal something savage. Let's summarize, Chen Si said. To get the new currency circulating, we need police. That's covered. A large batch will be on the streets soon, Liu Xiang said. A tax bureau. That will have to wait for the General Tax Bureau to send people. I don't even know who's coming yet. Why a tax bureau? Zheng Shangji asked. She had lived in America for many years and reflexively shuddered at any mention of the IRS. Liu Xiang explained. A currency's credibility depends largely on whether the state recognizes its value. Taxation is the clearest demonstration of that. Even if you issue bamboo sticks or wooden chips, if the tax collector accepts them, the people will acknowledge their value. The Ming treasure notes collapsed precisely because the emperor's wishful thinking went too far. Spend them as if they were gold and silver, but when it came time to collect taxes, declare them worthless. Only a few customs stations in the whole country actually treated them as money. A court. On its way soon. Supplies of rice, salt, and cloth. Liu Xiang said. Our other commercial channels in Guangzhou all handle high-end luxury goods. Even Zicheng Trading, which does wholesale daily industrial goods, doesn't touch rice or salt, though it does distribute cloth. Runchi Tang is a pharmacy. Medicine is hardly a daily necessity. Salt is a bit complicated, Lin Beiguang said. That's Monopoly Bureau business. Salt isn't a problem. As long as the Monopoly Bureau sets up a wholesale outlet, it's basically solved. For grain, we need a dedicated granary to serve as Guangzhou's main grain wholesaler, Zheng Shangji said. We could have the Dacheng Guangzhou branch take that on. Dacheng hadn't originally established a Guangzhou branch for the grain trade. In essence, it was a front for the taxation authority, collecting reasonable contributions from the Pearl River Delta. The grain collected was mostly shipped to Hainan and Taiwan, rarely sold locally. But because of that history, the name, warehousing, and personnel were already made. Repurposing it as a grain wholesale enterprise wouldn't be difficult. Dacheng's local tax bureau role can be discontinued. We don't need that cover anymore. The tax functions and staff can be split off to the tax bureau. From now on, Dacheng will be a state-owned commercial enterprise. Besides Dacheng, we can also bring in the trading houses from both the mountain and sea routes to open shops. Zheng Shangji, eager to expand her own domain, had already been calculating how to grow the forces under her command. Wanyu deals in miscellaneous goods from north and south, very eclectic. It can serve as another channel for currency reflux. Chen Si said, "That should cover it. Let me explain the specific issuance procedures." He drew a sheet of paper from his briefcase and began expounding point by point. End of chapter. Chapter 1765. Stabilizing grain prices. Lü Yizhong listened carefully. The Finance and Economic Ministry's plan was quite thorough, covering every angle, point by point, and reasonably executable. It wasn't pure theory divorced from reality, which had been his main worry. After hearing the plan overview, Lü Yizhong cleared his throat. "I think finances and the Central Reserve Bank scheme is workable. But implementing it will require a great deal of groundwork. Issuing a new currency required a vast network of support, and their relevant departments in Guangzhou were all understaffed. Apart from the police apparatus, which was beginning to take shape, everything else was essentially blank. Of the agencies and enterprises called for in the plan, only DeLong Bank had begun laying groundwork 6 months earlier, adding new branch offices that roughly covered the commercial streets of the urban districts, the various toll gate suburbs, and the major market towns on the outskirts. The rest either had no framework at all or were too small to serve any purpose. They would have to be built and staffed one by one. The personnel gap was significant as well. My idea is that the state-controlled Wanyu Trading and the Women's Cooperative should open Guangzhou branches as soon as possible. Location is up to them, but the more outlets the better, to attract citizens to use the new currency," Zheng Shangji said. "Clerks and shop hands can be recruited locally. We just need to dispatch a corps of experienced managers to lead." Zhang Yikun chimed in, "We have plenty of space. Thus Shiji was designed precisely to attract the Senatorial Council's commercial enterprises, not just these firms. I think the Commerce Bureau could open additional new businesses, catering, for example, more channels for currency reflux." Lin Beiguang said, "Should Dacheng, like DeLong, set up a network of outlets in the urban area and the larger commercial towns nearby? Its importance is now on par with the banks. These outlets could do both wholesale and retail, serving as a barometer for rice prices." Chen Si jotted a few notes. "That will require coordination, but I don't foresee any major obstacles." Lü Yizhong said, "There's another thing I'm worried about, our fractional currency. Fractional coins are all paper, no metal coinage. Will ordinary people really be willing to trade their copper cash for paper? For commoners, silver dollars are rarely needed. What they mainly require is a means of small denomination payment. And right now the smallest silver coin is worth about 2 kyan of silver. That's fairly substantial." Chen Si smiled faintly. "Old Liu, have you ever heard of kyan chu?" "Not really. Chips. They're a kind of token privately issued by merchants made of bamboo. In nature, they're the same as banknotes, a form of credit currency. They were quite popular in the Jiangnan region during the mid to late Qing." Chen Si explained, "Do you know why they appeared? Because of a shortage of small change. Because the market was flooded with debased coins." Chen Si went on, "Exactly the same situation as today's Ming. Merchants and commoners suffered terribly, yet small denomination payment was indispensable. So these tokens, made of material with zero intrinsic value, emerged. Their credit was maintained by the issuing shop alone, and they could circulate throughout an entire township, sometimes across a dozen townships. You're saying the people will accept our small denomination fractional currency because there's so much bad copper around." "Exactly, and more." Chen Si glanced at Meng Xian. "Xiao Meng's financial reports have repeatedly noted the severe shortage of small denomination coinage in Guangzhou and throughout Guangdong." "That's right," Meng Xian said. "Some merchants privately cast silver pellets to serve as fractional currency. The Ming was an era that paid little attention to minting coins. Currency from every dynasty circulated together. After the collapse of the paper money system, Private coining had been permitted to address the shortage of circulating money, resulting in coins of abysmal quality. Some that flowed into Southeast Asia were dismissed by Europeans as lead discs. And during the Chongzhen reign, massive coin minting to meet fiscal emergencies had produced money that was both profuse and poor. Small denomination coinage on the market was chaotic in value. So we believe paper fractional currency can work, Chen Si concluded. The argument hadn't fully convinced Lü Yizhong, but he couldn't propose anything better. To further reduce the outflow of silver and copper from current administrative expenditures, the meeting decided that until the new currency was issued, all cadres who had traveled north would receive only supplies, no cash, and that locally recruited or retained personnel would be paid only in rice and cloth at set valuations, not in silver or copper. Except for necessary project payments and on-the-spot procurement, all silver and copper disbursements were strictly prohibited. Lü Yizhong said, "Before we issue the new currency, our other priority is stabilizing grain prices." According to the daily price reports from the Comprehensive Governance Office's market monitors, the average rice price in Guangzhou stood at about 1.3 taels per shi, roughly 1 kaian higher than when they had entered the city. This was clearly a panic surge. The turmoil of the times had sent residents scrambling to stockpile rice, driving prices up. Half a month had passed since then. The city was calm again, and in theory prices should have eased. Yet rice kept rising steadily. That indicated grain merchants weren't optimistic about future supplies. Still, it remained within normal range. Every year at this season, rice trended upward, only to fall after the summer harvest when local and imported grain came to market. No precise population count for Greater Guangzhou was available yet, but based on existing data and estimates, the permanent residents of Panyu and Nanhai counties within Guangzhou City numbered roughly 300,000. Even at a conservative 14 kilograms per person per month, monthly consumption exceeded 4,000 metric tons, an astonishing figure. Lü Yizhong didn't know how much grain private households had stockpiled, but the senators all knew one thing: Guangdong was traditionally a grain deficit region. Even in good harvest years under the late Ming, local production met only half the year's needs. Though Jiangxi and Huguang were major granaries, the 5 ridges blocked easy transport, so they couldn't effectively supply Guangdong. Bulk grain came mainly from Guangxi. Thus, urban reserves would not be large. With Guangxi shipments now suspended, the grain supply for this mega-consuming city fell squarely on the new government's shoulders. It was now March, precisely the lean season in the countryside when last year's stores ran low and the new crop wasn't yet in. The rural areas couldn't spare food for the city. Traditional external grain trade had been cut off. Captured stores were limited. If they couldn't stabilize prices effectively, never mind issuing new currency, a rice riot would leave the senatorial council's reputation in ruins. Quiet panic was already spreading. Some rice shop owners who did business with Dacheng were fretting over this year's outside grain arrivals. Guangxi rice was obviously not coming, and within Guangdong itself, only the 3 prefectures of Lei, Lian, and Gao produced significant grain surpluses. A supply crunch in the second half of the year was a foregone conclusion. The meeting decided that after the brokers were suppressed, Dacheng would take over as Guangzhou's general grain wholesaler, distributing grain to the rice shops at a guidance price to stabilize the market. The Enterprise Institute has promised to ship 5,000 metric tons of brown rice this month, and another 20,000 next month. All of this grain is earmarked for Guangzhou, with the goal of ensuring 4 to 5 months' reserves, Chen Si said. Lü Yizhong was startled. The Enterprise Institute has that much grain on hand. He recalled that grain had always been one of the senatorial council's tightly controlled, regulated commodities. Given their agricultural capacity, feeding the vast industrial workforce, administrative staff, military, police, and students was already a heavy burden. Without grain imports, the senatorial council simply couldn't support such a high proportion of non-agricultural population. Under the senatorial council, there was no unified purchase and sale system, but grain remained a first-tier controlled commodity. Of course it does, Chen Si said. I can also give you the inside story. This is the result of an all-out coordination by the State Council. Starting this month, every public canteen on Hainan, Taiwan, Jeju, and elsewhere will switch its staple to rice noodles. At the same time, the Enterprise Institute has increased its import quota for rice, so in Guangzhou, we can only succeed. Failure is not an option. The senators present understood the weight of these words. Rice noodles were made with 25% sweet potato powder, and if rice imports went up, imports of other raw materials would have to go down. In effect, the masses were sacrificing their own interests to support this monetary reform in Guangdong. Lü Yizhong said gravely, "This is the strength of the whole nation being poured into supporting us." Exactly, as long as you appreciate that. Chen Si's tone was heavy too. We've just liberated Guangzhou. Public sentiment is still unsettled, and now we're pushing monetary reform, prime conditions for speculators and profiteers to stir up trouble. This won't be smooth sailing. The Dacheng Guangzhou branch had originally been just a small storefront near the East Gate, close to the Pearl River waterway. The front was modest and unremarkable, but the warehouse compound and wharf behind it were surprisingly large. Every summer and autumn the place bustled. The rear wharf would be jammed with grain boats. Dacheng had almost nothing to do with Guangzhou's grain trade. It neither bought nor sold. It only received grain delivered from the surrounding townships and villages, and sometimes silver or miscellaneous local products. What it collected was loaded straight onto ships bound for Hong Kong. March was normally Dacheng's quietest season, yet now the wharf was packed with vessels. Barges towed by steam tugs from Hong Kong Island rode low in the water, their decks tightly covered with rush matting. Porters worked day and night hauling straw sacks into the warehouses. No question what was inside. Rice. Not far away at De Shiji's private dock, more Hong Kong barges were moored. Steam cranes chugged and puffed, hoisting cargo onto iron-wheeled carts that rolled in trains toward the storage area. Lin Baiguang stood on the observation deck atop De Shiji, gazing at the scene. Since the liberation of Guangzhou, the tugboat schedule from Hong Kong had multiplied several times over. Huge quantities of grain, cloth, salt, and sundries flowed in from Hong Kong Island. The once empty warehouses were now more than half full, and more arrived in an endless stream. End of chapter. Chapter 1766. The grain merchants' most of what arrived was rice and cloth. Salt, with its low value, was in less demand than either. Lin Baiguang knew that most of this rice came from Siam and the East Indies. Vietnam's position as a rice supplier had been overtaken by the latter. The civil war between North and South had drained too many peasants from the fields, and Vietnamese grain output had diminished considerably. The Dutch had seized the opportunity to fill the gap, shipping boatload after boatload of East Indies rice in exchange for white sugar and silk. Because the Australians were willing to import rice in almost unlimited quantities, the Dutch East India Company had for the first time escaped the chronic drain of silver in its China trade, achieving a rare trade balance. The cost was merely a great many empty return voyages. Rice was of such low value that several shiploads were needed to exchange for a single cargo of sugar and silk. But achieving trade equilibrium was a resounding success in the eyes of the Batavia Council. The Dutch were now using every means to squeeze rice out of the entire East Indies to supply the Australians, whose appetite for rice seemed infinite. Thank heavens we control East Asian international trade, Lin Baiguang thought. Otherwise, we couldn't pull off this currency reform spectacle. The sight of brown rice streaming endlessly onto the Dacheng wharf seemed to have a calming effect on public sentiment. Although Dacheng had not yet begun wholesale grain operations, rice prices in Guangzhou had stopped rising. Lin Baiguang had a good sense of the situation. The warehouses of the various rice shops and brokerages would be well stocked. Every year when the lean season arrived, it was their golden opportunity to make a killing. "Chief, the grain merchants have all arrived," his secretary murmured from behind. "I'll be right there," Lin Beiguang said. In one of Da Shiji's reception rooms, over a dozen men had gathered, their appearances and dress ranging from shabby to lavish. All had been invited by Zhu Faiyuan, the manager of Dacheng's Guangzhou branch. They were grain merchants who regularly traded between the outer provinces and Guangzhou. Seeing him enter, the group swarmed forward in a disorderly chorus of greetings. "No need for such ceremony. Please sit." Lin Beiguang waved a hand. Because of the crowd, several long benches had been set out in the office. Lin Beiguang took the central seat and motioned for everyone to sit. For these grain merchants, this was the first time any of them had been summoned by an Australian, quite unexpected. Since the change of regime, everyone in Guangzhou's commercial circles had been scheming for ways to gain access to the Australians, yet so far not one had succeeded. Even a well-connected tycoon like Gao Ju had been granted only a brief tea's worth of audience with Governor Liu, already considered a tremendous honor. To think that they, long-haul rice traders stuck at their guild halls, should be the ones summoned by an Australian. And according to manager Zhu, this one was an authentic second prefect of Guangzhou. What an honor indeed. Even more surprising, the man didn't put on airs but invited them to sit together and had tea served. That was treatment reserved for distinguished guests. Astonishment and delight mingled among the merchants. Zhu Faiyuan introduced them one by one. All were so-called itinerant traders, engaged in long-distance grain transport. Lin Beiguang said, "I've asked you here today for one purpose, to discuss Guangzhou's grain trade." He lit a cigar. "You're all grain merchants, so I needn't explain how vital grain is. This concerns the people's livelihood. I hope everyone will speak frankly, tell me everything you know." The merchants murmured assent. The eldest among them stood and said, "If your excellency has questions, we will of course answer truthfully. Only, we are itinerant merchants who deal in long-distance transport. Our knowledge of conditions inside Guangzhou itself is limited. Should there be any omissions, we beg your excellency's pardon." Lin Beiguang nodded with a smile. "Of course, rest easy. Since you are long-haul grain merchants, let's start with your business. Where does Guangzhou's grain come from and how much is shipped in every year?" The old man made to rise again, but Lin Beiguang waved him down. "Sit, sit. No need for formality. Reporting to your excellency, most of Guangzhou's grain comes from Guangxi." Guangxi had been an important grain supplier to Guangdong since Ming times. Guangdong's grain consumption was concentrated mainly in the prosperous Pearl River Delta. Not only did the delta hold most of Guangdong's population, but widespread cultivation of cash crops and the digging of fish ponds meant that grain production fell far short of demand. The shortage was especially severe there. So in a sense, the Guangdong grain trade was really the Guangxi Pearl River Delta grain trade. "Grain is shipped from Wuzhou," the old man said. "We have granaries in Wuzhou. After we purchase rice, we transport it down the West River to here. Part of the cargo was unloaded at Fashion and distributed across the delta, part went to Yamen, then out to sea to be resold in eastern Guangdong and Fujian. The rest was sold in Guangzhou. How much grain do you bring into Guangdong each year, and how much to Guangzhou specifically?" "The grain shipped out of Wuzhou is almost beyond counting, on the order of 1,000,000 shi," the old man said. "Those of us here transport roughly 200,000 shi a year from Wuzhou to Guangzhou." Lin Beiguang did a quick mental calculation. 200,000 shi was about 19,000 metric tons. By this timeline standards, that was a very respectable volume. That's no small business. "It's big, all right, otherwise who'd endure such hardship?" the old man sighed. "From Wuzhou downstream, the West River is teeming with pirates and the boatmen are crafty. You have to pay for safe passage. Even so, if a storm hits and you lose a boat, that's your whole capital gone." A merchant in his 30s chimed in. "And even if you arrive safely in Guangzhou, it's still no sure thing you'll make money. We're outsiders, itinerant traders. From the officials down to the street rats, every god has to be fed incense. And after you've burned incense for all the gods, the ordeal isn't over. You still have to suffer the brokerages. The old man coughed and the younger man fell silent. Lin Beiguang had summoned them precisely to gather information on the firms. Evidently, the brokerages were something of a colossus here. He spoke gently. Why stop? The brokers must be hard to provoke. But rest assured, our great Song, having liberated Guangzhou, intends to reform the old ways. Whatever grievances you have, speak them freely. The Guangzhou municipal government will see that justice is done. At these words, the merchants remained hesitant. Lin Beiguang added, surely you know the senatorial council's way of doing things. First, credibility. Second, we don't forget old friends. Third, we use people to their full potential. The brokers' misdeeds are well known to me. Speak freely. The senatorial council is waging a revolution of King Tang and King Wu here in Guangzhou. Even a Ming emperor's kin would be worth nothing here, let alone a bunch of Yamen holding Ming-issued permits. The young merchant had been itching to talk. Now he spoke up loudly. Manager Ding is right. However high and mighty those Yamen act, their permits come from the Ming. Guangzhou is Song territory now. What's there to fear? At that, the merchants who had been silent seemed suddenly enlightened. They grew eager to speak. Lin Beiguang smiled. Don't rush, one at a time. He looked at the young merchant. What is your honored name? The young man rose hastily and bowed. Reporting to your excellency, this humble one is He Gao. You first. Yes, pardon my presumption, He Gao said. Your excellency, the permit and broker system has brought nothing but harm to the nation and the people. As the saying goes, carters, boatmen, innkeepers, porters, and brokers, even if innocent, they deserve the blade. Truer words were never spoken. At this, the merchants' faces went pale. The system had been used by government offices since the Tang Dynasty. Though riddled with abuses, it carried many benefits, which was why every successive dynasty retained it. No one knew what the Great Song intended to do. To come out swinging with nothing but harm was extraordinarily bold. Lin Beiguang said, I've heard of the Yamen's evil reputation, but set that aside for now. Tell me your grievances. He Gao shook his head and sighed. It's not just us grain merchants. Any trader dealing in bulk long-haul goods has been preyed on by the brokerages. We put up capital and toil through innumerable hardships to transport goods here. The system was originally meant to help us outsiders. They'd act as matchmakers. We'd sell our goods and profit. We'd pay them a commission, all fair. But now buying and selling is controlled by the Y. Without going through a Y firm, you can neither buy nor sell. And those Y bosses, flaunting their government permits, not only collect fat margins, they torment us outsiders at will. Take us grain merchants. The moment our cargo arrives in Guangzhou, it has to go into the Y's warehouse. Private wholesale is forbidden. Grain always sells, everybody knows that. The Y batches it out to local rice dealers, collects the payment, and then won't pay us. Often they hold our money for months on end. If the goods have been sold, why withhold payment? Don't they just collect a commission? Your Excellency doesn't know. As long as they haven't settled accounts, the grain is still counted as theirs in the warehouse, and they continue charging us storage and brokerage fees. On top of that, with money in hand, they can turn it around for interest. Meanwhile, the cost of being stuck in Guangzhou falls entirely on our shoulders. Wait, Lin Beiguang said. How does the Y collect the payment at all? A broker is supposed to introduce buyers and sellers and collect a commission. The transaction should be between you and the local rice dealer. Your Excellency is unaware. Old-timers say that's how it used to be. Somewhere along the line, this outrageous rule took over. They're called brokers, but they don't introduce us to customers. What they actually do is take our grain and resell it wholesale to buyers. We endure countless hardships, brave storms and pirates to ship our rice here, and they sell it for us, pocketing profits from both sides. They grab the lion's share, yet we still owe them a commission. And getting our own payment back is next to impossible. End of chapter. Chapter 1767. Incriminating material, a merchant beside them interjected angrily. We grain traders have it a little easier. At least grain is needed year-round, regardless of season. We just make a bit less. Other merchants, once the Yamen warehouse their goods, are at their mercy. Not only do they help themselves to whatever they like, they deliberately hold the merchandise and refuse to find buyers. Often traders end up stuck for months, even a year, unable to sell their cargo. Your Excellency, consider, every itinerant merchant has his entire fortune riding on the rise and fall of the market. When the Yi holds goods back like that, a hot commodity turns cold. That's a death sentence. Oh, what's in it for the Yi if merchandise loses value? No benefit from that, but there's the storage fees. They can't sell it themselves, yet they refuse to let us sell privately. When prices drop, they hold on even tighter, all to collect storage and commission. We itinerant merchants live and die by capital turnover. Get stuck for half a year, and you can't turn over capital at all, yet expenses never stop. This manipulation has ruined countless families, destroyed lives, Gao said bitterly. Some fall gravely ill, some become beggars, some throw themselves in the river, some go mad. It's too terrible to describe, Lin Beiguang asked. How much do the Yi brokers currently owe you in payments? Manager Ding counted on his fingers. We dozen or so are all major traders. The biggest is owed over 10,000 Shi, the smallest 1 or 2,000, about 120,000 Shi altogether. Plus some scattered smaller operators, another 1,000 or 2. And how much do these Yamen pay you per Shi? At current rates, top-grade Guangxi brown rice should clear at 7 Caiyan 3 Fen per Shi. But after their deductions, if we actually get 6 Caiyan in hand, that's already an achievement. And what do local rice dealers pay the Yi per Shi? Market's high right now. Dealers are buying at 1 tael per Shi. Lin Beiguang recalled that the average market price was around 1.3 taels. He nodded. What master he says is true. The Yi system was meant to facilitate both buyer and seller. Instead, it's become the bane of merchants. We certainly intend to abolish it. At this, the dozen-odd grain merchants looked stunned. Abolishing the Yi system was something they had never dared imagine. At most, they'd hoped that with a change of dynasty here in Guangzhou, the Yi's arrogance might be humbled a bit, a chance to vent some resentment. Perhaps new Yamen would be appointed. A new regime always started out on better behavior, so they might catch their breath. They had seen plenty of officials in their time. Whenever commoners petitioned, the typical response was either a sharp rebuke, branding them troublemakers, or else, if the crowd was large enough, vague equivocation. His Excellency has noted the petition. You may return home. The court will decide in due course. As for what decision, only heaven knew. 9 times out of 10, nothing ever came of it. And here the Song's second prefect of Guangzhou bluntly announced he would abolish the Yi system, just like that. They could scarcely believe it. Manager Ding hesitated. Your Excellency, is this truly so? The Senatorial Council values credibility above all. Why would we deceive you? Lin Beiguang said. The Yamen have been doing evil for years. No doubt there's blood on their ledgers. We're waging a revolution of Tang and Wu here. It's only right we settle their accounts, isn't it? He smiled faintly. The meaning was unmistakable. The merchants stirred with excitement. Having suffered under the Yi's heel for years, every one of them was full of pent-up hatred. Hearing that the Australians intended to deal with the Yamen left them almost speechless with emotion. Manager Ding's beard trembled as he cried, Your Excellency, if you crush these Yamen, whatever grain payments they owe me, I'm willing to contribute every last fen to the cause. Gao followed suit. This humble one also offers all to the great Song. Once someone took the lead, the rest had no choice but to chime in, each pledging to donate their payments. Lin Beiguang shook his head. That won't do. You've suffered untold hardships bringing rice to Guangzhou. How could we take your payments? Say no more on that. He motioned for them to sit. Since we intend to settle accounts for the Yi's crimes over the years, and as outsiders, we know little of the details, we'll have to rely on you. He instructed the merchants to write up summaries of the Yi firm's situation and offenses and submit them. The senatorial council governs by law above all else. Though the Yamen's crimes are notorious, we need evidence and proof before we can punish them openly and justly. Yes, we understand. Manager Ding nodded vigorously, thinking, so the Australians are planning to slaughter some pigs. Raiding these Yamen's estates will fill their coffers. We'll take care of this properly. Director Lin, rest assured. Where are you staying? The Heian Guild Hall. Good. Go back to the hall and rest. Don't go out for now, and don't breathe a word of this to anyone. Lin Beiguang said, I'll have people keep watch over you discreetly. Manager Ding understood that he and the others didn't really need protection. It was simply to prevent them from leaking news of the crackdown. Knowing the Australians were determined, he said, we understand the gravity. Lin Beiguang saw them out, then summoned a cadre and gave low-voiced instructions. Dispatch a squad of white horse troopers to guard the hall, no one in or out. The banquet ran until very late. Zheng Shangji didn't get back to her suite at Ximing Tower until almost 10 o'clock. She went straight to the bathroom for a bath, then, with a maid's help, changed into a dressing gown before reclining on the sofa, finally at ease. The banquet that evening had been attended by Guangzhou's leading merchants, including heavyweight figures like Gao Ju. Ever since the liberation of Guangzhou, these tycoons had been on edge, frantically seeking avenues to meet with the Australians. They were worldly men. They knew the Ming was beaten and would never return. They needed to figure out the temperament of this new regime's officials as quickly as possible. Within the second week of entering the city, petitions for audiences had piled high on every desk at the Guangzhou station. Yu Yi had left, gladly escaping the fuss. Pei Lixiu, fearing she lacked policy acumen and might say the wrong thing, claimed to be ill and bowed out. Only Zheng Shangji, since she had always been in charge of commercial affairs and was confirmed to be staying, had, under Liu Xiang's instructions, met with old contacts and offered reassurance. So she'd had no choice but to receive some of the more important former clients. But for the sake of avoiding mistakes, the meetings were purely ceremonial. Beyond platitudes such as, go about your business in peace, and the senatorial council has always governed by law, the burning questions these merchants wanted answered, she avoided entirely. Her caution was well-founded. Ming urban and commercial society was extremely complex, and some aspects didn't align with the senatorial council's expectations. In the old social environment of the Ming, these merchants had cooperated well with the Guangzhou station. But now circumstances had fundamentally changed. If she made rash promises that conflicted with senatorial council policy, the consequences would be dire. Last night's welcoming banquet for Chen Si had finalized the new currency issuance plan. Currency issuance required distribution channels, and the commerce sector under her purview would certainly be involved. Only then did she host this banquet, inviting roughly 50 of the city's principal merchants as agreed upon by the leadership. Ma'am, a sobering broth is ready. Would you like some now? The speaker was Zheng Shangji's maid in Guangzhou, a girl named Han Yue, originally Cold Moon, changed because personnel said the maid name was inconvenient for registration. Naturally, within the Guangzhou station, she was still called Cold Moon. She had been born a house slave of a wealthy family in northern Guangdong. Clever and nimble, she had waited upon the young master in his chambers, pretty as well as sharp. Originally, she was slated to become a chambermaid concubine. Once the young master married, she would be legitimized. Unfortunately, the young master had known the ways of the flesh early. At 14, he had deflowered Han Yue, who was a year older. A young man newly tasting forbidden fruit, indulging to excess. Within a year, he had contracted a chilled passion, illness, and died. Han Yue was naturally blamed as the culprit. To vent his fury, the patriarch had her flogged every few days. She'd taken several hundred blows over time, beaten within an inch of her life, and was to be sold to a brothel. Someone interceded, pointing out that such treatment was bad for karma. In the end, she was thrown out of the gate to fend for herself. Her own kin, terrified of being expelled by the master, didn't dare lift a finger to help. Injured and penniless, Han Yue collapsed by the roadside on the brink of death. By sheer luck, men from the Kiwei escort agency happened by. They rescued her and sent her to Guangzhou. Because she had been trained from childhood in the full repertoire of personal service, she was promoted to Zhang Shangji's side as a maid, attending to her daily life and comforts. "No, just bring me some tea." Zhang Shangji lay back on the sofa, rubbing her temples. Han Yue had only done a 3-month crash course in Lingao, learning Mandarin along with some accounting and secretarial basics, then returned to Zhang Shangji's side. The traces of modernization on her were faint. In the early years of the Guangzhou station's covert work, that had been a good thing. Now it seemed to have held her back. Should I send her to Lingao for proper schooling sometime? Zhang Shangji watched Han Yue pouring water back and forth between 2 cups to cool it. Suddenly, she felt reluctant to part with her. After all, this sort of attentiveness trained from childhood was truly indispensable. Chengxuan Wang, though her memory of him had faded, and other modernized servants never had this kind of intuitive thoughtfulness. Any news today? Despite Guangzhou having been liberated for nearly a month, Zhang Shangji still couldn't shake the habits she'd acquired during her years at the Guangzhou station. This troubled her compared to Lü Yizhong and other senators who had lived in Hainan's modernized environment. She felt suddenly out of place, like Wang Zifeng crawling out of Dream of the Red Chamber into the 21st century. What a tangled metaphor. End of chapter. Chapter 1768, Tradition. The Political Security Bureau arrested Sister Yi. Han Yue glanced at Zhang Shangji, saw her nod. Her mistress already knew, and didn't elaborate on this old news. The arrested woman was not one of the recently retained Guangzhou Prefecture officials, but an old hand from the Guangzhou station. Zhang Shangji had already been notified. The Political Security Bureau had raided her residence, uncovering 200 taels of silver, a quantity of gold jewelry, and several thousand yuan in circulation vouchers. Someone had informed that she'd privately accepted bribes from several of Guangzhou's major merchants, leaking senators' itineraries and internal activities. Zhang Shangji shook her head, feeling helpless. Sister Yi had attended to the personal needs of Zhang Shangji, Pei Lixiu, and others inside Ximing Tower, a body servant to the senators in old parlance. Because she worked in such close proximity to senators, she had been specially dispatched from the General Affairs Office in Lingao. She, too, was a native of Guangzhou Prefecture. In her mid-30s, not beautiful but with an amiable face, the kind that pleased superior eyes. Quick-handed and diligent, skilled at managing fires and food. The late-night snacks, morning breakfasts, and afternoon refreshments for the female senators had all been prepared by her own hands. She had worked at the Guangzhou station for over 3 years and was much liked by the women. And yet, less than a month after Guangzhou's liberation, she had become a traitor. She didn't betray us in the hard times, Zhang Shangji mused, but when a bright future lay just ahead, she fell into the water. She sighed inwardly. Perhaps, in their eyes, the liberation of Guangzhou was when they could finally enjoy their reward. Did the Political Security Bureau say which tycoons were implicated? They sent a document over just now. Han Yue saw that her mistress didn't respond beyond a slight nod, and hurried to the study to fetch the memorandum from its internal mail envelope. "Ma'am." Zhang Shangji took it and looked. It was a case memorandum. Bribes collected, a small notebook recording senators' movements and snatches of conversation, her confession. She saw a long list of implicated Guangdong tycoons and let out a soft, scornful laugh. These fools. According to the confession, they were intensely curious about what the senatorial council intended to do, and eager to find out why Guo had suddenly been transferred. They were even more keenly interested in the senators' personal lives and tastes. These Ming-era tycoons simply couldn't fathom the structure of the Lingao regime. The concept of aristocratic republicanism was too remote for them, in both time and space. When she had first arrived in Guangzhou, she had been mistaken for Guo's principal wife. After all, Puji, was publicly presented as his concubine. As soon as Zheng took over management of virtually all the Traverser Group's ventures in Guangzhou outside the Delong system, every connected merchant assumed she was the Guo family's mistress of the household. Even Gao Ju had once fawned to her face, praising her for presiding over domestic affairs, assisting her husband, managing the home wisely, handling finances shrewdly. At first she hadn't grasped the stilted compliments. Guo's face had gone white. It had taken no end of explanation to make these merchants understand that his relationship with Zheng was purely that of relatives. Saying there was no blood relation only baffled the locals further. Why would Master Guo entrust an unrelated woman's wife with his own business? Zheng Shangji was married to another. She had come to Guangzhou as chief steward of all Australian commercial affairs, and that was hardly the end of it. As the fire at the Wielding escalated Australian influence in Guangzhou, new versions of her identity emerged. Somehow the Ming Dynasty rumor mills determined that she was the wife of a commanding general of the Imperial Guard's Sun-wielding army, come to oversee the Guard's trade ventures in Guangzhou. Another version had her husband as the Western Gate usher of the Song Australian Travelling Court, concurrently Grand Supervisor of the Imperial City Agency, which only confused Zheng Shangji herself. Now that Guangzhou had been liberated, similar title mapping had resumed. Mayor Liu was referred to as Prefect of Guangzhou, while she had been dubbed Commissioner of the Guangzhou Municipal Commercial Bureau. When Liu Xiang heard this bit of intelligence, he joked, "You're getting short-changed, Director Zheng, just an acting appointment, no substantive rank or titular office." Clearly still a sexist man's world. Sadly, all this turmoil had swept Sister Yi into its net. Looking at the confession, Zheng Shangji could well imagine the torment she had endured. The Political Security Bureau would never readily believe a claim of "I've told everything." Nor would there be any future for her now. The thought made her sigh with regret. A headache began to build. Guangzhou's wines were all robust, with a delayed kick. The liquor was going to her head now, her thoughts drifted. Han Yue glanced up and saw her mistress's gaze wandering, lost in thought, yet constantly rubbing her temples, a sure sign the alcohol was hitting. Without pursuing her earlier question, Han Yue stepped quietly behind her and began massaging Zheng Shangji's temples. After a long while, Zheng Shangji finally said, "Better now, go on." "Yes, ma'am." Han Yue answered, shifting her hands to Zheng Shangji's shoulders and kneading gently. Later, Chief Wang Sangu from the Municipal Office's General Affairs section came. He said he had a report for you on the restructuring of the Guangzhou station's logistics system. I told him you were out handling business, so he left a file for me to pass on. I put it in the incoming documents tray on your desk. She looked at Zheng Shangji. "Shall I bring it?" "No need." Zheng Shangji knew what it was about. A few days ago, Liu Xiang had personally discussed it with her and Pei Lixiu. Now that Guangzhou had been liberated, the Guangzhou station was to be formally dissolved. The elaborate setups used for cover and operational work would naturally have to be dismantled. According to the plan, the Guangzhou station would officially close. The three Ziji-branded trading houses, operating as state-owned enterprises, would continue independently, reporting directly to the State Assets Office under the Enterprise Institute. Other subsidiary units would be transferred to their respective departments according to function. What remained was the sprawling Guangzhou station headquarters itself. The headquarters employed a large service staff and possessed extensive facilities, all acquired as part of the cover necessary for operations. With headquarters being dissolved, personnel would have to be reassigned. This was a significant shock for the Guangzhou station senators who had grown accustomed to the amenities, for the assimilated personnel who served them, especially locally recruited staff who hadn't undergone much modernization. It was a thunderbolt, wishing to be a slave but unable. For many, Zheng Shangji reflected, that was genuinely the case. Then a lot of gift bearers came. Han Yue reported. First, around dusk, someone from Master Gao Ju's entourage, then 20-odd families in quick succession. It almost seemed coordinated. The gift registers. Following your instructions, I received and logged everything. Han Yue promptly handed over a small notebook. Zhang Shangji opened it and looked. Gaoju sending gifts was no surprise. These past days he'd been dispatching gifts every few days, seasonal fruit and local specialties, so-called water gifts. Clearly a tentative renewal of old ties. The rest were different, mostly brokers from around the city. They'd arrived together and the gifts were considerably more valuable. I said you'd gone to a banquet and weren't in tonight. Those boys with the calling cards hung around, pestering me as big sister this, big sister that, asking for guidance on how to proceed. Zhang Shangji listened without comment but thought, I'll bet they slipped you a red envelope too. Let's see how you handle this. You left in a hurry this afternoon, so you didn't give instructions. I didn't dare speak out of turn. I followed your usual orders, told them that under the senatorial council, each government office has its own responsibilities and conducts business fairly, take whatever matter to the appropriate department and deal with the case as it stands. Was that all? Hearing Han Yue pause, Zhang Shangji pressed. I also said a bit more than I should have. I scolded them a little. Han Yue grew indignant as she spoke, though her eyes and hands never stopped monitoring Zhang Shangji's reactions. I said, even under the false Ming, spying on the palace and official quarters, prying into ministers' movements, that was a capital offense. For them to commit such a blunder, however they're punished, they deserve it. Getting carried away, she added, I also advised them that if they had information to offer as witnesses, they should come forward. Don't count on getting off. The senatorial council knows everything. Then I sent them on their way. She finished and her heart began pounding. Her hands unconsciously slowed. None of these reactions escaped Zhang Shangji's notice, yet inwardly she sighed. If this girl remains stuck in this environment, she'll never get ahead in the Lingao system. I'd better send her to Fangqiati for schooling. Didn't dare speak out of turn, yet you said all that. Zhang Shangji adopted a stern tone, waving away the hand that had been rubbing her temples. From now on, don't concern yourself with these welcoming and seeing off matters. Starting tomorrow, let the new communications officer from Lingao, Xigang, handle it. Is the late-night snack ready? Ready, Han Yue stammered. The chicken broth that's been simmering since fourth watch might be done, let me check. Watching Han Yue's retreating figure, Zhang Shangji relented inwardly. Did I scare the girl? But no, I can't coddle her. That would only harm her. Replaying the scene, she felt she hardly recognized herself. Was this the same modern woman who'd clawed her way through America's cutthroat business world? After only a few years, she'd taken on airs like a feudal lord. If Caiyan Shuixi, that dead man, practically a stranger now, saw what she'd become, would he be too frightened to acknowledge her? And that dead man, she barely saw him once a year. He'd spend one night and bolt. What did he think this place was? Zhang Shangji irritatedly flipped over onto her stomach on the bed. The alcohol seemed to be hitting again. Eventually, her soft, steady snores drifted up. End of chapter. Chapter 1769. An audience master Gao. Is there still no progress in securing an audience with Prefect Liu? A middle-aged man in an old cocoon silk robe sat in the guest seat to Gao Ju's left, beads of sweat on his forehead, his tone urgent. This was He Girong, boss of the city's largest brokerage, a hereditary official broker family that had been in the trade for generations. The He clan had originally been Guangzhou military household people, locals for many generations. It was said they could trace their brokerage permits back to the Chengxuan era. In the early days, they had simply worked the docks as middlemen for grain merchants, earning a hard laborer's fee. Gradually, they rose to monopolize the rice trade in Guangzhou. Every permit holder in the city, whether or not their business touched grain, deferred to them. But right now, no one was more anxious than He Girong. The Ming brokerage permits were now worthless paper, and Song permits, not a whisper about them yet. A broker had nothing to lean on except a permit stamped with the Ministry of Revenue's Great Seal. Without that, they were nothing. House brokers and people brokers could still scrape by on their decades of old connections and familiar faces, permits or no permits. They'd always find a bowl of rice. But his kind depended entirely on that tiger skin permit to fleece both buyer and seller. Lose the tiger skin, and the Teochew men who ran grain boats up the West River, none of them easy customers, would no longer be afraid. He and they had never gotten along. Without that tiger skin, there was no telling what the Teochew Swado crowd might do. Master, when we visited Director Zheng's residence yesterday, your clerk was part of the delegation. Gaoju sounded rather impatient. Master Gu has been transferred back to a metropolitan post. In Guangzhou, the one who talks is Mayor Liu. Gaoju had no ties to the brokerages. Strictly speaking, they were rivals. Anyone dealing in foreign ship cargo was, in theory, supposed to have a permit. Whether loading exports onto foreign vessels or unloading imports, the old regulations required everything to pass through a firm. But overseas trade had always been fabulously lucrative. Major private merchants like Gaoju, backed by powerful patrons, had been involved for years. The could do nothing about them, but whenever an opportunity arose, they'd still needle Gaoju and his ilk. That master he had now sought Gaoju's door showed how desperately they were clutching at straws. As for the several thousand taels and 4 exquisite singing girls the had presented as gifts, Gaoju didn't think much of them. So the senatorial council's permits. Master he was practically ready to seize Gaoju by the collar to wring out an answer. A few days earlier, he'd heard that the female Kun director Zheng had hosted a banquet for more than 50 of Guangzhou's principal merchants, virtually every major name across every trade. Yet not a single broker was on the guest list. Merchants were sensitive creatures. Semi-official brokers, deeply entangled with the government, were more attuned to political shifts than anyone. The Australians had entered Guangzhou and changed the dynasty. Master he and his fellow brokers could smell trouble. Without new permits from the Australians, goods entering the city would bypass them entirely. The fortune they'd been eating for 100 years would be handed to others. To get Australian permits as quickly as possible, Master he had visited Gaoju's mansion more than once. Each time he raised the stakes. Yet Gaoju kept hedging, because he knew perfectly well that what Master he wanted, senatorial council permits, simply didn't exist. Though Gaoju had never been to Lingao himself, he'd sent plenty of stewards and servants there on business, errands, and intelligence gathering. The Australians prized free trade, valued commerce, and insisted on convenience for merchants. There would be no obstructionist system, at least he'd never heard of one. Gaoju softened his tone slightly, saying with deliberate vagueness, "If it's for business matters, though, I could put in a word with Director Zheng. My old face is only worth that much. But that's not what I came for today." Master he cursed inwardly. Unwilling to give up, he tried again. "I've heard that back in the day, Chairman Wen of the O's, the great song in your honor." "Ahem." Gaoju cut him off brusquely. "What happened back then was 8 generations of ancestral merit that allowed me to bask in Chairman Wen's reflected glory. We small folk should know our place." Master he continued to press, arguing for quite a while, but ultimately left empty-handed. Gaoju never gave him a chance to name his price. After the perfunctory farewell, Gaoju sipped the bag-brewed herbal tea produced by Jishi Hall, watching Master he's dejected figure depart. He spat contemptuously. "You still owe me for old debts. You think a few trinkets will wipe the slate clean. Dream on." Gaoju privately savored the satisfaction. Private merchants like him had suffered no end of petty torments from the Yamen lording it over them. His steward came to ask what should be done with Master he's gifts. "Silver goes to the accounts department," Gaoju said lazily. "Other gifts, give them to the 3rd concubine to keep." The 4 singing girls, strip off their jewelry and fine clothes, dress them in coarse cotton, and hand them to the stewardess at the central gate for strict supervision. "Tell them I've ordered each to receive 40 strokes first. Then set them to washing clothes and tending the fires." These last instructions left the steward momentarily stunned, but the master's word was law in this house. He acknowledged and withdrew. Though Gaoju didn't know what game the newly arrived Mayor Liu was playing, it was clear that under Australian rule he would at worst preserve his family fortune. He knew the Australians' ways intimately. First, they kept their word. Second, they didn't forget old friends. Third, they used people to their full potential. With those 3 points, he had nothing to worry about. He was still savoring this comfortable thought when Yan Xiaomao came scurrying in, a surprising flurry of speed for his age. Gaoju was puzzled, but Yan Xiaomao was already beside him, face beaming. "Master, good news. Director Zheng invites you over. She has important matters to discuss." "What?" Gaoju shot to his feet. A personal invitation from a senator. This was the first since the city fell. He snapped his fan shut. "Prepare my clothes and sedan chair," Yan Xiaomao answered in a flurry of assent and was about to dash off when Gaoju called him back. "This errand, let little Four come with me. I think that boy is sharp enough." Yan Xiaomao was overjoyed. Yan Xiaosi was his grandson, just 12, already learning to run errands for the master. Since ancient times, to be a favored body servant was the only path to real prospects for one in service. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed. "Thank you, master, for your patronage." When Yan Xiaosi reached the entrance hall, the person who came out to greet him was not the familiar anti-cold moon, but a sharp-looking young man. One glance told Yan Xiaosi this was one of the Australian so-called cotters, something like a clerk or petty official. Looking at the cloth badge on the soldier's chest, he saw Communications. Apparently, the Australian equivalent of a courier or relay runner. Though Yan Xiaosi had accompanied his grandfather and father to Lingao a few times, he had little direct contact with cadres. Apart from hearing rumors that gatekeepers didn't accept bribes, the famous clean and honest reputation, he had no practical experience. Anti-Cold Moon had always handled things the old Ming way. Now with a cadre blocking the door, Yan Xiaosi didn't know what to do. Hearing his master clear his throat disapprovingly behind him, Yan Xiaosi had no choice but to proffer the visiting card in both hands and address the man according to old etiquette. "Good gatekeeper, my master is, comrade, visitor registration. Do you have an appointment?" Before he could finish, the cadre at the door cut him off and thrust a ledger at him. Yan Xiaosi had been holding the card with both hands. Now he could only awkwardly clamp the ledger against his chest with his arm. What am I supposed to do? Why won't he follow the script? And wait, visitor registration. Doesn't that only happen at Mayor Liu's office? Why is Director Zheng's place the same now? Where's Anti-Cold Moon? Yan Xiaosi was in a muddle. He couldn't help asking, "Where is Anti-Cold Moon?" "I'm new here, I don't know. Comrade, can you read? I'll ask, you answer, I'll write." Before Yan Xiaosi could react, the soldier took back the ledger, set it on a side table by the door, glanced at the clock in the reception hall, and began to write, starting with the time. "Name, what's the visitor called? Oh, my master. No, officer, I can write. I'll fill it in. My master was invited here by Director Zheng." Gaoju sat on a sofa in the reception hall, watching this scene with mixed emotions. In the early days, he'd practically had to beg before Master Guo would even accept his calling card. Later, as they became regular acquaintances, visits required exchanging cards, setting a time and place, then bringing the customary small gifts for polite chit-chat. Still later came the bombardment of Guangzhou. After that, whenever Guo came to the city, aside from paying a courtesy call to thank Gaoju at the start, Guo's official demeanor grew weightier. Gradually, Gaoju had to prepare formal water gifts and request a proper audience, though Guo never accepted them and usually scolded him for it. Now that Guangzhou had changed masters, he, the great merchant Gaoju, was reduced to being summoned. Counting up, he'd met Mayor Liu a few times, but always to be questioned about various affairs of Guangzhou Prefecture and the commercial world. Privately, there'd been no progress whatsoever. Several times he'd come to pay his respects, only to be made to register and state his business. If it was official, he'd be scheduled. If not, he was politely turned away. Gaoju naturally had no urgent business. so Mayor Liu declined to receive him. Fortunately, Director Zheng had some friendly history from previous years, and Guo Yi had personally entrusted certain matters to her, so she was still approachable on personal matters outside office hours. But compared to when Guo Yi was here, his status had clearly plummeted. End of chapter. Chapter 1770. The Federation of Industry and Commerce in the old days. At least he'd been on equal footing with the Australian top man in Guangzhou, calling each other brother. Now he had to go through a woman, relying on old personal favors just to get a word to the leadership. Perhaps that scholar Zhao had been right. Maybe Guo Yi was really just the head of some Secret Service bureau or palace security agency. His great merit in Guangzhou earned him only a promotion to some mid-level rank back in Lingao, whereas this Senator Liu was a pacification commissioner dispatched by the O's Song, a commissioner prime minister. Thinking of that, scholar Zhao only put Gao Ju in a sour mood. The phrase, "You don't even deserve the surname Zhao," had already swept through Guangzhou's commercial circles and literati world. This scholar Zhao was an old Tengsheng from Nanhai County. Guangzhou was a prosperous region with many scholars. Though its performance in the metropolitan examinations couldn't match Jiangnan's, it still boasted a refined culture. Yet in Guangzhou Prefecture, never mind passing the provincial examination, even becoming a Chengxuan was difficult. This old scholar Zhao was already past 40 and still hadn't gained admission. He had always hinted that he was a descendant of the Song imperial house, and he had studied Song history quite extensively. When the Australians unfurled the banner, "Traveling Court of the Great Song in Australia," scholar Zhao grew wildly excited. Every Australian true Kun who appeared in Guangzhou became the subject of his inquiries. He'd then assign them official titles from Song bureaucracy and expound theories about their significance. Occasionally he hit the mark, gaining some reputation in literati and commercial circles. Unfortunately, he'd come to grief several times trying to analyze Director Zheng, finally throwing up his hands and exclaiming, "A woman in charge, this is intolerable." Just before and after Guangzhou changed banners, this scholar Zhao had loudly declared that Senator Hong must be the Guangnan East Circuit Transport Commissioner, the O's Song Commissioner Prime Minister, or even Transport Councillor. This sent the merchants flocking to flatter the councillor, only to blunder into an Australian taboo, making everyone in commercial circles despise him. Then, after the Great Song's army liberated Guangzhou, scholar Zhao appeared at the municipal government gates bearing his genealogy, demanding that the prefect come out to receive him as a Zhao clan kinsman of the realm, and that his imperial lineage be formally recognized. In the end, the Japanese guards at the door, who couldn't understand a word he said, beat him away with sticks. The phrase, "You don't even deserve the surname Zhao," reportedly an offhand comment by some senator, circulated throughout the city. Of course, the sister Yi who had spread that remark was now locked up. Gao Ju's thoughts drifted, and he entirely missed what was happening at the registration desk. Only when the familiar voice of Cold Moon reached his ears did he snap out of it. "Master Gao, so sorry to keep you waiting." "Ah, Miss Cold Moon." Gao Ju nodded with a smile. "Gang, this is Master Gao, an important contact of the chief. In future when he comes there's no need to register, just announce him directly." Han Yue turned to the communications officer. The fellow named Gang frowned and asked firmly, "Are those the chief's orders?" Han Yue was left momentarily speechless, and she shot Gang a sharp glare. "Must I ask Director Zheng to write you a personal directive?" Then, turning back to Gao Ju, "Master Gao, this is the new communications officer from Central, only recently assigned to the chief. He doesn't know the situation yet. Everything's done here by Lingao rules. Please bear with us." Gao Ju rolled the little scene over in his mind, wondering whether this signaled a change in the wind at Director Zheng's, or merely a clash between Miss Cold Moon and the new gatekeeper. His thoughts spun, but his tongue didn't falter. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Now that Guangzhou is liberated, we follow Osong rules. Always swap new peachwood charms for the old. Please, Miss Cold Moon, lead the way. New Peachwood charms for the old, ostensibly about the change of dynasty over Guangzhou, but in context it hinted that Miss Cold Moon had been displaced from her duties. Han Yue was in a sensitive mood. Hearing this, her face darkened momentarily, and she fixed Gaoju with a look. Yet his expression remained all smiles, just as always. She decided she was overthinking it and led him inside. She had no idea that the instant her face changed, Gaoju had confirmed his suspicions and set his heart largely at ease. Australian room layouts were compact. Though the suite had inner and outer chambers, only a few steps separated them. Gaoju didn't bother asking questions. Han Yue knocked, announced herself, opened the door, and ushered Gaoju in. The moment the door opened, Gaoju noticed today's meeting would be different from before. Unlike Ming officials who left the drudgery to clerks, Australian officials, big and small, handled minutiae themselves. Normally, even with an appointment, Director Zheng would be at her desk in the reception room processing documents. Though this might partly be for show, making a display of favor, the busyness was genuine, not some pretense of reading papers and nodding sagely. But today, her desk was bare and tidy. A few ochre document boxes held neatly stacked files arranged in a small square. Gaoju had never been comfortable with the Australian reception room layout. He was accustomed to grand halls where host and guest sat apart, ranked left and right, with rights defining hierarchy. But since Guangzhou had changed hands, every visit brought him to this study-like arrangement. A large desk in the center, the host seated with back to the window facing the door, and on the other side a single chair for the visitor. Along the walls stood iron and glass filing cabinets and a tea service counter, plus a few potted plants for decoration. The walls bore a true Thofus corrected distorted world map and a map of China. In one corner sat some round stools stacked for attendance. That last detail was hardest to accept. In his world, an attendant who could stand behind his master during an audience already enjoyed tremendous favor. The Australians did things differently. Either you fetched a stool and sat by the wall, or you waited outside. Even the chief sit to talk. How dare a mere attendant stand there and look down on the chief? A certain Sister Yi, recently arrested, had once explained it to him this way. It was a pity about Sister Yi. Still, Gaoju had extricated himself cleanly. He'd enjoyed the benefits without a speck of implication. That was the reward for years of familiarizing himself with Kun customs. After a few vapid pleasantries, Han Yue brought Limushan oolong tea. The Australians had no tradition of signaling the end of a visit by serving the soup. Gaoju accepted the cup, made a show of sniffing, took a few sips, and continued with the meaningless compliment that only Director Zheng's place had authentic Limushan oolong, its flavor unlike anywhere else. But Zheng Shangji had no wish to continue this pointless back and forth. Rather than responding with the expected platitudes, she simply gave a charming smile, took a slow sip of her own, and said unhurriedly, "Master Gao, I invited you here because I do have an important matter to discuss, and I'll need your advice." Gaoju's spirits rose at once. He responded hastily, "I dare not, I dare not. Whatever the senatorial council commands, this humble citizen will do his utmost to serve." What Director Zheng had in mind was for him to take the lead in organizing a federation of industry and commerce. Private industry and commerce in Guangzhou numbered in the thousands, covering a bewildering array of categories and employing a vast workforce. It touched every aspect of urban life and involved extensive domestic and international trade. The senatorial council had no intention of controlling everything through a planned economy. That was neither consistent with their economic theory nor feasible in practice. But such a large-scale commercial sector still needed effective organization. The coming tax reforms, currency reforms, and promotion of new equipment would all require a local organization of industry and commerce to assist. Controlling such an organization would also enable the municipal government to mobilize Guangzhou's commercial resources effectively, regulate prices, and channel the flow of goods. At the same time, it would provide business people with a dedicated upward channel for feedback. The merchants already had organizations of sorts, trade guilds such as Rice and Grain Hall, Silk and Satin Guangzhou, Money Trade Guangzhou, and so on. There were also regionally based guild halls. Guild halls were more complex. Some were trade-specific, others cross-trade. Take the big grain merchants who shipped rice to Guangzhou. They participated in the Heian Guild Hall, but were also members of the broader Tiachusuado Guild Hall and simultaneously belonged to the Rice and Grain Hall. Someone like Guangzhou, for instance, was not a member of the Foreign Goods Hall, yet he was one of the directors of the Ziyuning Guild Hall. All these miscellaneous guilds and halls had to be brought together into a unified organization. Only then could they be effectively managed and utilized. At the same time, their excessive influence in social life had to be curbed. When in trouble, go to the guild hall. For merchants and scholars living away from home, the guild hall was their only recourse. Guangzhou had no idea how many ulterior motives lay behind the senatorial council's Federation of Industry and Commerce. But instinctively, he sensed it had deeper meanings. From what he knew of the Australians' consistent approach, they valued commerce as a tradition. Lingao, a place that had once possessed virtually no commerce, had been transformed by them into a thriving hub where merchants gather from all sides. Now that they'd come to Guangzhou, naturally a place where trade and travelers had always converged, how could they not display their prowess? Yet from years of a merchant's experience dealing with officialdom, Guangzhou knew that any venture led by the government, however lofty the stated reasons, ultimately aimed at revenue extraction. If he became the chairman of the Federation of Industry and Commerce, he would be entirely aboard the Australian pirate ship. Troubles and headaches were sure to follow, and he'd probably attract a fair amount of blame. On the other hand, the Australians prized industry and commerce above all. Becoming chairman would make him the spokesman for Guangzhou's commercial world. Communication between the Australians and the local merchants would all funnel through him. Many decisions would necessarily involve his consultation. Such authority was unmatched anywhere in Guangzhou's merchant community. Guangzhou's mood swung between exhilaration and trepidation. The two emotions roiled within him, and his face shifted unpredictably. End of chapter. Chapter 1771. Half a cigar. Guangzhou understood that the moment he nodded, he would ascend to become the foremost figure in Guangzhou's commercial world. The mighty Tiachusuado merchants, the Cantonese trading houses, and all the rest would have to look up to him. But that consideration was secondary. The crucial point was that henceforth, he would be a man with official standing in the great song. When a merchant's wealth reached a certain threshold, his ambitions inevitably turned toward political power. Without political protection, wealth could neither endure nor grow. Guangzhou's rise had depended on eunuch Yang as his patron. Step by step, that backing had elevated him to his present position. Now the Ming was crumbling, clearly in its death throes, and at this precise moment, the Australians had come to recruit him. If he could attach himself to such a lofty branch, he would become a true follower of the dragon vassal, and the Gao clan's future would be beyond measure. Yet once he accepted this post, he would be lashed irrevocably to the senatorial council's ship. For a man who had spent most of his life as a Ming subject, that thought brought an inescapable uneasiness. Well, Zheng Shangji studied his expression, eager to taste the forbidden fruit yet afraid of arousing suspicion, and smiled. What does Master Gao say? Well, Guangzhou fished a handkerchief from his sleeve and mopped the sweat beading on his forehead. I thank the senatorial council and the chiefs for this honor, but this is a momentous matter. Allow me to think it over. Zheng Shangji's smile remained charming. Very well. I know Master Gao must be prudent. I won't press for your answer today. Thank you, Director Zheng, for your understanding. Unconsciously, Guangzhou had adopted a deferential tone. Don't mention it. I've asked you here today on another matter as well. Guangzhou relaxed slightly. Please give me any instructions. I'll serve to the best of my ability. An old friend wishes to see you. Zheng Shangji smiled. A shiver ran through Guangzhou. Oh. Who might that be? Among the senators, he had old friends in only three, Wen, Wang, and Zhao. But he'd heard all three held high positions in the senatorial council. Even ordinary senators rarely met with them. He himself didn't dare dream of such an audience. "You'll see soon enough." Zhang Shangji rose. "Come this way." Gao Ju stood and followed her to a door bearing the words "conference room." Zhang Shangji pushed it open. Behind the long table, someone was seated. Seeing him enter, the figure rose to greet him. Short hair, a tall frame exceeding 6 kai, clad in an Australian robe that fell to the knees with a soft hood at the back and a belt at the waist, exactly like the mysterious man who had appeared in his back courtyard 7 years ago. Even the face seemed unchanged. "Master Wen," Gao Ju couldn't help exclaiming. Wen Daisy nodded with a smile and raised a hand in greeting. "Master Gao, how have you been?" "Master Wen." For a moment, Gao Ju was too overcome to speak. 7 years ago, the three of them, Wen, Wang, and Zhao, had appeared together in his back courtyard, setting his life on an entirely new course. Without the Australian goods they brought, Gao Ju would have remained just one of countless foreign goods merchants on Heipan Street. How could he have become the leader of Guangzhou's overseas trade community? They were, in no small measure, the lucky stars of his destiny. Although in recent years Gao Ju had maintained intimate dealings with Gu Yi and the others, serving as the Australians' foremost agent in Guangzhou, he had never presumed to seek out Wen Daisy himself. The Guangzhou station people had told him that Wen, Wang, and Zhao all held critical positions in the senatorial council. Even fellow senators found it difficult to arrange meetings. A mere merchant like himself had even less hope. Now that the senatorial council had swept through Guangdong in an unstoppable tide, poised to contend for the Central Plains, the gap between them was vaster than ever. Although in his own mansion Gao Ju occasionally boasted about, "When Senator Wen was in trouble, how I helped him," or "Senator Wang took a fancy to my house slave girl Bright at a single glance," he had never imagined these three senators would still remember those early days when they had done business together. Great men have short memories. For Gao Ju, shrewd about the ways of the world, that was only to be expected. So even though rumor had it that Wen Daisy was coming to Guangzhou as military governor of Guangdong, Gao Ju hadn't rushed to find a way to meet him. The man was now a regional overlord, overseeing an entire province's affairs, far too busy to receive visitors casually. Never mind Guangdong. In Guangzhou alone, countless people must be clamoring for an audience. To seek one uninvited might suggest a desire to renew old ties, but would a great man want to acknowledge his humble friends from former days? That was a considerable question mark. Without first sounding out the other side's attitude, a hasty visit could end not in renewed friendship but in the host's displeasure. Better to invest effort in people like Lü Yizhong and Zhang Shangji, both county officials and hands-on managers. And yet Master Wen, no, Senator Wen, had summoned him in private. Gao Ju was deeply moved. The fact that Chairman Wen was dressed this way for their meeting was clearly a signal. "I have not forgotten our former connection. I cherish our old bond." To think that this senator, called Prime Minister Wen by some, the foremost figure in the senatorial council, would condescend to a mere merchant like himself. Before he knew it, tears were streaming down Gao Ju's face. In over 50 years of life, this was the first time Gao Ju had wept in front of another person. Over the years, he had navigated commerce and officialdom, mingling with governors and provincial administrators, prefects and county magistrates. Thanks to his vast fortune and eunuch Yang's backing, he'd always been treated politely enough. At banquets they'd call each other brother. But had any of them ever truly respected him? They all saw him as a fat sheep ready for shearing at any moment. Just as he was too overcome to find words when Daisy came forward and extended a hand. "What's this? Don't you recognize an old friend?" I dare not, I dare not." Gao Ju hastily wiped his tears. "Master Wen, Chief Wen, I simply don't know what to say. Please sit." When Daisy motioned him to a chair and sat down himself, sighing, "It's been 7 years since we parted." The day we came to your back courtyard to do business with you, it seems like just yesterday. Gao Ju hurried to reply. Back then, this humble man was blind and failed to recognize the majesty of the senatorial council. I actually haggled over every penny. I deserve death 1,000 times. When Daisy waved his hand, please, we were doing business. In commerce, talk commerce. Besides, we ourselves weren't in any better shape then, sneaking into your courtyard in the dead of night. That you didn't seize us as robbers was remarkable. He laughed heartily and handed Gao Ju a cigar. Hearing that Wen Daisy held no grudge about the past, Gao Ju felt even more at ease. He accepted the cigar respectfully and said, "Without the Australian goods the chiefs brought, how could this humble man have built such a foundation? It is all thanks to the grace of Chief Wen, Chief Wang, Chief Zio, and the Senatorial Council." Wen Daisy nodded with a smile. "Don't be too modest." He produced a match, struck it, and made to light Gao Ju's cigar himself. Gao Ju was startled. Before he could think, he leaned in to accept the light. Only after exhaling the first puff of smoke did he realize how presumptuous he'd been. Lighting pipes and pouring water was servant's work. How could he have been so thoughtless? He said in alarm, I dare not, you are too kind." When Daisy shook out the match and dropped it in the ashtray. "You have rendered meritorious service to the Senatorial Council to the Great Song." He stressed the words meritorious service. "Without you, we might have wasted years and encountered setbacks beyond count. This, the Senatorial Council will never forget." These words made Gao Ju's ears ring. He had never dreamed Wen Daisy would say such things to him. A jumble of emotions churned in his breast, elation and anxiety alike. He hurried to respond, "Chief Wen, you flatter me. I'm only a merchant. Although I've done a great deal of business with the Senatorial Council, it was all for profit. How dare I speak of meritorious service? Doing business is also meritorious. Who says seeking profit isn't a service? I'd say that Guangzhou's prosperity is half the credit of its merchants." When Daisy lit a cigar for himself. "Without merchants, would Guangzhou have its reputation as the most splendid city south of the sky?" Yes, Chief, you are absolutely right." Gao Ju nodded excitedly. He had never heard anyone in the Ming speak so explicitly of valuing commerce. He felt he had found a kindred spirit. When Daisy continued, "Guangzhou has only recently been liberated. Trade has resumed, but activity remains sluggish. There are also many abuses that urgently need elimination. The trouble is, we don't know enough about Guangzhou's commercial world. We'll need the business community's support. You're our old partner here, don't fall behind the times." Gao Ju hastened to reply, "Wherever I can be of use, I am at your service." When Daisy nodded. The two chatted a while longer before Gao Ju rose to take his leave. As he departed, Wen Daisy said, "Guangzhou's commercial affairs, I'm counting on you." Moved, Gao Ju answered, "Thank you, Chief Wen, for your trust. I will go through fire and water and never flinch." It was past noon when he arrived home. The third concubine was watching over a table of food, her face anxious. Gao Ju's principal wife remained at the old home in Ziyuning. In Guangzhou, the third concubine managed the household. Seeing him return looking well, she breathed a sigh of relief and grumbled, "You said you'd be back before noon. If you were going to be late, why not send a boy ahead to let us know? You had everyone worried." "I never expected to have such a remarkable encounter today." Gao Ju smiled. "What encounter?" The third concubine helped him change clothes while dispatching a maid to bring water for washing and had the servants reheat the dishes. "I met an old friend." Gao Ju withdrew from his sleeve the half-smoked cigar. "Fetch my 100 treasure-inlaid rosewood calling card box." The box was brought. Gao Ju had the third concubine wrap the cigar butt carefully in soft tissue, wind red thread around it, and only then place it inside the box. End of chapter. Chapter 1772, Joy and Sorrow. "What are you doing, master?" The third concubine was bewildered. She knew what this thing was, an Australian product called a cigar, just strong tobacco, nothing particularly rare. After smoking, clothes and hands reeked of it. She had no idea why her husband was suddenly treating it so solemnly, a half-smoked one at that. "It's not worth anything and it's rather filthy." "What do you know?" Gao Ju smiled. This is the Gao family's prosperity for generations to come. His spirits high, he ordered. Open a jar of that Lanling wine they sent from Jiangnan. Seeing him so pleased, the third concubine bustled the maids off to prepare. She added a cup and chopsticks for herself and sat beside him to pour wine and keep him company. Gao Ju rarely discussed business with women. But today, unable to contain his excitement, he told her about his reunion with Chairman Wen. Who'd have thought life's turns could be so dramatic, Gao Ju sighed. Back then, when the three of them stood in my courtyard, I could have finished them with a flick of my finger. Now look at them, great men. The third concubine said, this matter, shouldn't we be cautious? The Ming hasn't fallen yet. What if the court takes back the city? And look at Master Li, he still hasn't been released. Gao Ju laughed. Take it back. If they could, would they have needed me to organize the ransom money? Back when the Australians held only a single county and numbered but a small force, they still managed to annihilate General He's entire army and compelled Governor Li to pay tribute. Now they're even stronger. They took a famous city like Guangzhou without so much as a cannon shot. The Ming's mandate is exhausted, I tell you. A change of dynasty is less than 10 years away. As for Li Loyu, I gave my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. He still nurses a hopeless devotion to the court. Would the Australians want him? Besides, his family has properties up north. He wouldn't dare take up this post. The third concubine remained uneasy. She could only clasp her hands and murmur, Amitabha. If you say so, then all your handmaid can do is pray the Australians march into the capital and become emperors as soon as possible. The next day, Gao Ju went to Zhang and declared himself willing to serve as chairman of the Federation of Industry and Commerce. Zhang commended him and issued on the spot a letter of appointment along with a special pass. With this pass, he could see her at any time. Master Gao, now that you've accepted this appointment, the Federation of Industry and Commerce is officially established. But for now, you're a general without an army. You must organize all the shops and businesses in the city as quickly as possible. Zhang began assigning tasks. I know Guangzhou's merchants are a motley lot with many factions. The Tiachusuado group and the Cantonese group alone have plenty of bad blood between them. Incidents of underhanded dealing are hardly rare. Getting them to sit down together won't be easy. Gao Ju said, Thank you for your concern, Director Zhang. Such things have certainly occurred, but that was in the past. Now that the Senatorial Council has overturned heaven and earth, with heavy laws for chaotic times, they're all tucking their tails between their legs. Who dare stir up trouble now? As long as Mayor Liu and Director Zhang hold the fort, none of this is a problem. Zhang nodded. This Gao Ju was no simple man. His words were plainly a demand for the Senatorial Council's unwavering support, clearly someone who, once power was in hand, would wield it boldly. That was fine. Whatever his actual abilities, at least he dared to think and act. That was precisely what they needed for opening up a new work front. The reason they had chosen Gao Ju as chairman was not only his old connections to the Senatorial Council, but also because he was a complete outsider, not a member of the two largest merchant groups in the city, Tiachusuado and Cantonese. This avoided any appearance of favoritism. An outsider in charge would have no qualms about breaking up local merchant cliques and dismantling monopolies. Zhang said, Master Gao, rest assured on that score. The Senatorial Council will use every means to support you fully. You need have no reservations. Organizing the Federation by having Gao Ju issue a rallying cry alone was far from sufficient. Besides, he wasn't the city's top merchant. His influence was limited. They would still have to rely on administrative orders. Zhang assumed the post of Federation Secretary General, and a public notice was issued requiring all commercial establishments in the city to obtain a business license. Traders without storefronts likewise had to obtain one. The licensing office was set up at the former Salt Tax Bureau Yamen, now the site of the new Guangzhou Municipal Tax Bureau and Monopoly Bureau. Through the licensing process, the municipal government could roughly ascertain the number, types, and approximate scale of all shops in Guangzhou. Self-reported data naturally had issues: concealment, exaggeration, understatement. But these could be adjusted through later inspections. It was far better than their current state of near-total ignorance, knowing only a handful of major industries and merchants. After obtaining a license, each shop simultaneously joined the Guangzhou Municipal Federation of Industry and Commerce and received a membership card. Once both documents were in hand, shops also received 2 tinplate plaques to be hung prominently at their premises. Lü Yizhong had been pacing in the courtyard of his main hall for what seemed like an eternity. Today was the 3rd day since the Australians had announced business registration, and once again he'd sent a colleague bearing the old permit to try his luck, though he himself knew this was purely wishful thinking, hoping heaven would take pity. On the very first day of registration, he had sent his clerk with the permit. The scene outside the Salt Tax Bureau had been a sea of people. The clerk had queued for half the day before reaching the desk. At first everything went smoothly, questions, registration, all passed. But when it came time to issue the license, he was flatly refused. "We don't do your permits here. Take that back." The cadre who spoke was polite enough, but no matter how the clerk pleaded, the business license simply wasn't issued. The clerk hurried back to report. Lü Yizhong, already on edge, sent people to ask the others. The news was grim. Not one of them had obtained a license. All had been turned away with the same words: "We don't issue you firm licenses." This struck Lü Yizhong's already taut nerves like a bolt of lightning. Ever since the Australians arrived, he had tried every avenue to gain an audience, with no success. In desperation, the brokers had been prepared to offer, public and private together, 100,000 taels in tribute to the Australians, just to exchange their Ming permits for Song ones. Who'd have thought there was simply no way in? Lü Yizhong could not fathom why the Australians were so cold to them. Director Zheng had even received the owner of a blacksmith shop, yet she refused to see the Yamen. Since ancient times there had been brokerages. It was a mutually beneficial relationship with the government, nothing but advantages for public and private alike. Why reject such an obvious boon? What game were the Australians playing? Could it be that their tribute wasn't generous enough? Yet they hadn't even sent word. At this point, if the Australians so much as opened their mouths, he'd bankrupt himself willingly. Just as he was at his wit's end, his personal attendant ran in to report that the broker who had just gone to get a license had returned, again without one. "Master Su says to tell you the Australians have posted a notice. As of May 1st, anyone operating without a license will be classified as unlicensed business and shut down. Please find a way at once." "Enough. You may leave." Lü Yizhong's face was like frost. But the attendant didn't withdraw. He added, "Master Su also says the Australians' refusal to issue your firm licenses may be connected to those Tiachusuado grain merchants from the Heian Guild Hall. They lodged a complaint." "What?" Lü Yizhong's brows and eyes twisted together. "Explain." "Yes. Master Su says he's learned that the grain merchants went to Shiji more than 10 days ago and met with a senator. He doesn't know how much silver they spent, but they bought off the Australians not to exchange your permits." "Is this true?" Lü Yizhong glared. The attendant shrank back. "That's what Master Su said. Go at once and invite Master Su and the other masters here. Tell them I have urgent matters to discuss." The masters he spoke of were all leading figures in the trade. Without being named, the attendant knew exactly who they were and immediately left. Lü Yizhong thought to himself that he'd been careless indeed. Through all his scheming, it had never occurred to him that the Tiachusuado crowd would steal a march and meet the Australians first, dazzling a senator with silver. In terms of financial muscle, the Heian grain merchants far outstripped the brokers. Who'd have thought these foreign strongmen would seize this opportunity to challenge the local snakes? The assembled brokers all understood the gravity of the situation. They had no intention of giving up the windfall of buying and selling thin air and making money without lifting a finger. "If it comes to spending money, we can't outspend them," said the broker the attendant had called Master Su, with evident worry. They're rich and powerful, and they've got a head start. Everyone felt the prospects were bleak. HMPH, the deer hasn't fallen yet, came a sinister voice. He Yizhong, racking his brains for a solution, looked up. The speaker was his own clerk advisor. Master Shi, what do you have in mind? We can't outbid them in silver, but they're outsiders after all. Even if their corpses litter the streets, no one will cry out on their behalf. Dead men have no silver to spend, and I don't think the Australians are fools. What if the silver's already been delivered? Someone asked. If you've taken someone's money, there has to be some accounting. Wouldn't that be even better for the Australians? Money received, but the givers are dead. That's called dead men tell no tales. Any promise can be denied. Then they can turn around and take the silver too. What's not to like? All officials are man-eaters who don't spit out the bones. I don't believe the Australians are any exception. Master, she gave a grim chuckle. At these words, the brokers felt as if a fog had lifted. Master Su couldn't help sticking up a thumb. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The others chimed in, chattering their approval. The Yamen were no gentle souls. This wasn't the first time they'd done such things. To discipline uncouth out-of-town merchants, they'd hired outlaws to murder, set fires to boats and warehouses. Nothing new for them. End of chapter. Chapter 1773, the Jidi brothers only. This could cost us a fortune. He Yizhong harbored a nagging worry. The Australians aren't the Ming. Smoothing this over won't be so easy. Since the Australians had entered the city, they'd been extremely strict about public order. Even trivial cases were handled harshly. For major crimes like murder, arson, and robbery, they showed no mercy. Hiring thugs to commit violence, the Australians would certainly investigate. Once implicated, it would become an enormous lawsuit. It wouldn't be as easy to hush up as under the Ming. Master, she spoke confidently. At a time like this, are we still worried about spending silver? Listen, all of you. What the rice merchants are doing is pulling the rug out from under us. It's vicious beyond measure. Without your permits, gentlemen, how will you make a living? In a few years, you'll all be signing up with the Guangdi Temple. These words struck a nerve. One of them gritted his teeth. Master, she is right. Without the permits, we're left drinking the northwest wind. A lawsuit, so be it. Even if we have to sell the house, sell the land, sell the wife, we'll get rid of these Tiachusuado bastards and buy back our permits. He Yizhong was moved. The counselor is right. This is a matter of life and death for us. Are we going to worry about spending silver? Let's do it. His word was final. They resolved on the spot to hire Guangdi Temple muscle to attack the Heian Guild Hall without delay. Beggars affiliated with Guangdi Temple were everywhere on the streets, but since this was something that flouted the law, the employers couldn't negotiate directly. By custom, there had to be a go-between. The go-between master she found was convenient indeed. His own brother, Chastity, the chief clerk at the Wielding Academy. He himself was called Chastity. Though their names were inauspicious, the Jidi brothers had had no luck whatsoever in the examinations. They hadn't even passed the Ziyukai level. Their skills lay in crooked dealings, and both had ended up as clerks for hire. Naturally, their kind of clerks weren't respectable. Their employers were not proper merchants or gentry. Because of his master's connections, Chastity was closely linked to the Guangdi Temple network. From the temple down to the various dens and their big bones, he knew almost everyone. He could speak with them. Whenever Chastity needed Guangdi Temple muscle for dirty work, his brother made the introductions. He came to the Wielding Academy and found Chastity. They shut the door and whispered, "This is a golden opportunity. My master says money is no object." Chastity's eyes glittered with greed. "Brother," quote boldly. Chastity had been nursing a grudge ever since the academy's shop side sheds had been demolished, costing him a nice stream of bribes from the shop managers. He hated the Australians. Now, hearing of this scheme, his spirits rose. It was easy and low risk. Beating up or even killing a few out-of-town merchants in Guangzhou, that was nothing. Easy, Chastity agreed at once. But there are quite a few Tiachusuado men at the Guildhall right now. We'll need more people. That's no problem. However many you need, my master won't stint on the cost, Chastity smiled. The actual grain merchants number only 12 or 13. At most there are 20 or 30 others in the hall. We'd need at least 100 to hold the scene. Tiachusuado men are tough fighters. Chastity thought it over. 2 taels per head is standard. His price was calculated on 100 men at 2 taels each, 200 taels plus a gift of 10 taels for the big bone gang leaders. The big bone's gratuity can't be skimped. As for the 200 taels, you don't need to pay in full. Give 120 to the Du Den. How the big bones divided is their affair. The remaining 80 taels are our take, brother, Chastity said. Chasiti's eyes lit up. 40 taels apiece, that's a handsome haul. As clerks, their legitimate annual income was only 70 or 80 taels. Throw in gray income, perhaps 100. To pocket 40 taels at a stroke was a windfall indeed. Heh, that's small change. The big money comes later. Chastity drawled. Since your master wants blood, a few merchants will die. The case will go to court. But now it's not the Ming. Do you know the Australian rules? Chastity hesitated. Under the old regime, once a killing occurred, the government would prosecute. The employer had to prepare for a lawsuit. The perpetrators were supplied by the Du Den, seasoned toughs who could endure interrogation. By custom, those men would turn themselves in, then go through the formality of trial. They'd never confess the truth, and the presiding magistrate wouldn't truly investigate. Yet the full apparatus, hearings, questioning, torture, ran its course. Before the trial, the employer greased palms up and down the chain. The criminals submitted to some beatings, but nothing crippling. Confessions followed a prepared script. Finally, seals were stamped and the case closed. If lives had to be paid, substitute convicts were ready and waiting. All this cost a great deal. From officials to legal clerks, from punishment room scribes to runner chiefs and foot soldiers, down to local headmen, everyone had to be paid off. Miss anyone, and the hearing could go very wrong for the employer. Now Guangzhou was no longer Ming territory. The Australians ran court cases differently. How exactly, no one knew. The key figures from the old 3 classes and 6 bureaus who had handled such matters were either arrested or dead, and the surviving clerks kept their heads down for the Australians. Organizing this sort of thing suddenly seemed much harder. Whatever rules the Australians follow, since ancient times, a life for a life has been heaven's law, Chastity spoke up. I don't think the Australians are any different. After the deed, we'll prepare a few fall guys to turn themselves in. That should work. My only worry is that the Australians won't trust a voluntary confession and will torture them. That could be disastrous. Right now, we've got no one inside to look after things, Chastity nodded. Brother's words are true. But I've heard from people who have been to Guangzhou, the Australians never use torture in trials. As long as the fall guys stick to their story, it should be fine. At bottom, courts want to clear cases for their performance reviews and to satisfy the aggrieved. As long as someone pays with his life, the case closes. They probably won't dig too deep. The brothers discussed. An assault on the Heian Guild Hall should plan for at least 2 fatalities. Let's estimate high, say 3 dead, Chastity said. 3 lives, 60 taels per life, that's 180. We'll tack on 20 taels profit for ourselves. Your arithmetic is off. Chastity shook his head. Since the Australians arrived, law enforcement's been fierce. Look how many people dangle from the gallows around the city. 100-odd men mobbing the Heian Guild Hall, the Australians will call it a major case. 3 lives won't cover it. How many then? I'd say 12, Chastity gasped. 12 lives, enough to settle a rural clan brawl. Don't think it's too many. The Australians follow legalist politics, swift and decisive. They've just entered the city. Their desire to kill for deterrence is at its height. If you don't prepare enough heads, you won't get through. Brother, that's over 1,000 taels of silver. Your master's about to lose everything. What's a few thousand taels? Chastity sneered. Tell him, set aside 1,000 taels for buying lives. I'll procure 12 for him, guaranteed no slip-ups. We brothers will skim a bit for ourselves too. Chastity considered, then clenched his teeth. Fine, I can make that call. We'll do it your way. At the Heian Guild Hall, the mood was jubilant. The Teochew grain merchants had already heard that the Australians had refused to issue firm licenses. They had known the Australians prided themselves on keeping their word, but they hadn't expected such swift action. The promise made to them was fulfilled at once. Without licenses, the firm privileges were effectively abolished. Armed only with Ming Ministry of Revenue permits, worthless paper in Guangzhou now, they could no longer lord it over anyone. We've suffered years under those bastards. Today, at last, we hold our heads high. Manager Ding, overjoyed at the news, ordered several tables of food and drink, inviting colleagues and fellow provincials from the guild hall to celebrate together. Though the guild hall administrators weren't grain merchants, they were all Heian compatriots. Teochew folk prized regional solidarity. When a fellow provincial succeeded, the leaders were naturally pleased. They joined the banquet and drank a few cups. The steward was a middle-aged man who had once been an itinerant merchant himself, well acquainted with their sorrows. After a few drinks, he sighed, "The Australians really are different. In the old days, without thousands of tales laid out beforehand, you couldn't get a firm word from an official. But Director Lin met you once, and the matter's settled like a dream." Gao added, "We'd calculated that if it could be done, we dozen grain merchants would willingly pool 5,000 taels. Who'd have thought it cost not a single fen? Tell that to anyone, they'd think we were talking nonsense." He couldn't help laughing. The steward said, "Even so, I think some gesture of thanks is in order." Manager Ding nodded vigorously. "Of course, we can't let them do it for nothing. Besides, Director Lin is the second prefect of Guangzhou. We should cultivate the relationship. With that connection, everything will be easier down the line." Gao said, "That's the tricky part. Gifts of treasure. The Australians are famously wealthy. What rare marvel from overseas haven't they seen? How could we catch their eye? I say silver is best. No one rich ever mines more silver," said one merchant. While they talked, a sudden commotion arose from the front of the hall. End of chapter. Chapter 1774. The battle at the guild hall. The steward was about to ask what was happening when a sudden uproar erupted outside. Two gatekeepers came stumbling in, one already streaming blood from his head, screaming, "Disaster! They've broken in!" Everyone at the banquet stiffened. An assault on a guild hall in broad daylight. These thugs were brazen beyond belief. The steward hurried to ask, "Who are they?" "Guandi Temple Muscle." The gatekeeper clutched a rag to his head, terrified. "I don't know how it happened. 100 or more came swarming in all at once. They didn't ask for money or food, didn't say a word, just started throwing bricks and rushed in swinging clubs." Before he finished, the sound of smashing and crashing erupted outside, and dozens of voices howled, "Flatten them! Kill these Teochew bastards! How dare you act up on Cantonese turf?" The Guildhall people were not unaccustomed to such things. The late Ming was the heyday of fighting gangs. Though Guangzhou had no formal fighting gangs, hiring thugs for brawls was common. Many of the merchants here had done the same. Though alarmed, no one panicked. The steward kept his composure. Frowning, he snapped, "Close the inner gate." Then he charged forward and, together with the servants, heaved the heavy inner gate shut. Just as they slammed the bolt home, the attackers were already pounding on the panels. Thud, thud, thud. Manager Ding ground his teeth. "It's the Yamen who arranged this," the steward shouted. "Sound the gong. Everyone grab whatever you can." Teochew folk were renowned for their regional loyalty, and the region itself was known for its fierce customs. At the gong's clang, other guests staying in the hall heard the commotion and came running from every corner, some clutching shoulder poles and clubs they'd grabbed on the fly. Dozens of people quickly gathered in the main hall. When they learned what had happened, faces showed shock and fury. Several young men broke into a torrent of curses. While they were still arguing, the gate panels shuddered violently. The attackers must have brought a battering ram and were ramming from outside. Everyone started and hastily dragged the rosewood tables and chairs over to brace the door. The steward signaled for quiet, then bellowed, "Hey, outside, hold it, we want to talk." He shouted several times, but there was no reply. On the contrary, the ramming and cursing grew more frenzied. Outside, the smashing and destruction raged on. Gao slammed his fist against the door frame and roared, "You dog bastards, this is too much. If we let them off this time, we Tiachuaswato men can never show our faces here again. I'll lead, let's go out and finish them." He snatched up a club and strode over to the steward, glaring at the crowd. "This is our grain merchant's affair. Anyone who doesn't want to be here, leave now." No one hesitated any longer. They grabbed clubs and poles, others picked up armfuls of bricks. The steward bellowed, "Don't be afraid, brothers, fight to kill. If anyone dies, the Guildhall pays the blood money." By then, the Guandi temple mob had smashed through the inner gate with their log. Beggars poured in, yelling and cursing, shoving aside the tables and chairs, ready to charge. The merchants inside had been waiting, weapons ready. The moment the gate gave way, the steward shouted, "Throw!" Bricks, benches, and chairs hailed down on the attackers. The first wave of beggars went down, heads split, blood streaming. Some screamed and tried to retreat, only to be shoved forward again by those behind, trampled underfoot, howling in agony. The steward raised his pole and roared, "All together now, brothers." Several dozen merchants charged forward with a battle cry, weapons swinging. Beggars and merchants clashed at the inner gate. On the steps, inside and outside the threshold, wounded men littered the ground, kicked and stamped on by both sides, emitting bone-chilling shrieks. Curses, screams, and shouts echoed without end. The space was narrow, and the merchants fought as one. The Guandi temple forces couldn't gain the upper hand. But their numbers were overwhelming, and they pressed forward relentlessly, step by step forcing the merchants back, until the inner gate was surrendered. More and more beggars flooded into the courtyard, hemming the merchants in. One merchant was cut off. In an instant he was beaten bloody and lay motionless on the ground. Yet the Tiachuaswato reputation for loving a fight was not unearned. Though many here were silk-clad, prosperous merchants, once the brawl began they fought with abandon. Gao, young and strong, wielded a rosewood bench like a flail, the wind whistling with each swing. Whoever was struck ended up with a cracked skull or shattered bones. Manager Ding, old and weak, compensated by jabbing with his stick at faces and groins. Each thrust brought a scream. Just as the merchants were losing ground, a sharp gunshot rang out from the street, followed by the shrill blast of a whistle, the emergency muster signal for the National Army and police. The beggars dropped their weapons and fled. The Guandi temple mob, which had been ransacking the hall, receded like a tide. The man who had fired was Corporal Zhang Jingshuo of the White Horse Squad, stationed outside to guard the Heian Guild Hall. He led a squad originally assigned, on Lin Beiguang's orders, to be stationed inside the hall. But Mu Min had objected. Tiachuaswato people have always had a bad reputation in Guangzhou. Regional resentment runs deep. As a new regime, we can't just station troops inside to protect them. People will see it as taking sides. That would hurt our future public order work. Because of her objection, the squad ended up in a ruined temple half a street away from the hall. Since the squad couldn't even speak standard Mandarin, let alone Cantonese, Mu Min had also assigned a retained Yamen runner to watch the hall entrance and report any trouble to the White Horse Squad. The runner saw the Guandi temple mob charge into the hall and sprinted to sound the alarm. Though they couldn't understand each other, his frantic gestures made Zhang Jingshuo understand. He blew his whistle, mustered his men, and double-timed toward the hall. Arriving at the entrance, Zhang Jingshuo was startled. He'd expected a few dozen attackers. Instead, the gateway was a sea of people, ragged, filthy figures clutching clubs and poles, a menacing mob. "Fix bayonets," Zhang Jingshuo shouted. His Korean immediately drew the attention of the bystanders. "You, disperse, stop, shout at them." Zhang Jingshuo pointed at the beggars, then at the retained runner. The runner cupped his hands and yelled, "Ladies and gentlemen, officers are here. Any complaints, take them to the Yamen." By his experience, once he shouted that, signaling the arrival of the authorities, both sides would generally stop and scatter. The runners wouldn't make arrests. After everyone dispersed, the magistrate would inspect the scene, examine the wounded, and if anyone had died, conduct an inquest. Then things would go back to normal. In due course, someone would turn themselves in. But Zhang Jingshuo gave another order. "You sit down, hands on head," he mimed, clasping his head. "Shout at them." This was standard senatorial council riot control procedure. But when the runner relayed it, the beggar bosses realized the Australians meant to arrest people on the spot. Fear gripped them. Australian law was harsh. What they'd done today could be called seditious assembly. The Australians would certainly make an example. If caught now, they'd be hanged before anyone could turn themselves in. "Run for it, brothers." The bosses gave the word, and the beggars scattered wildly. The scene outside the Haiyang Guild Hall dissolved into chaos. Bystanders and peddlers were knocked down, robbed, had carts overturned. Shrieks and curses mingled in a deafening roar. Zhang Jingshuo saw the beggars utterly ignoring the senatorial council's authority and flew into a rage. He cocked his hammer, aimed at the fleeing mob, and fired. "Open fire!" he roared. When Lin Baiguang received the emergency report, he was stunned. He had anticipated that the Yamen, pushed to the wall, might resort to violence. He hadn't expected them to mobilize over 100 people to assault the Haiyang Guild Hall in an instant. The Guardian White Horse Squad stationed outside the hall had only one squad. If not for their Nanyang rifles and their corporal's snap decision to open fire, they might never have controlled the scene. Even so, it was ugly. According to police reports, in the chaos more than 40 bystanders had been injured in stampedes. Over a dozen shops were damaged to varying degrees. 7 itinerant peddlers lost their entire stock. 3 police and National Army personnel were lightly wounded. 40-odd people were arrested on the spot. 6 were shot dead. As for the Haiyang Guild Hall, Mu Min, who inspected the scene, described it as a shambles, blood everywhere. 1 attacker had been killed, over 20 arrested were wounded. On the merchant's side, 1 dead, almost everyone injured. It looks like an alley battle was fought inside. Wounded everywhere, blood all over, every table and chair smashed. Mu Min said, "I've worked public order and seen plenty of brawls, but never anything this vicious." Though both sides had observed the Ming legal principle that showing a blade is a felony, and used only blunt weapons, the injuries were hardly less severe. Fractures, concussions, internal bleeding. Liu San had taken a quick look and said several wounded wouldn't last till morning. "Our public order environment is really not looking good." Mu Min shook her head, furious inside. Who'd have thought the Yamen were this bold, and the Guandi Temple gang this rampant, openly mobilizing a mob to storm a guild hall in broad daylight? It was practically rebellion. End of chapter. Chapter 1775. Commotion. We can use this opportunity to completely shut down the Guandi Temple network. Mu Min was in charge of public order. By her standards, this already qualified as a major case, one that would ordinarily involve the provincial-level bureau. Though our police strength is insufficient, we can call in the National Army, round up and detain all the various du dens inside and outside the city. No. Our current task is not to eliminate the Guandi Temple network. Lin Baiguang had initially felt the urge as well, but by now he had cooled down. The Guandi Temple outfit looks formidable, but they have no economic agenda and no political ambitions. They're just a gang of lumpen proletariat thugs for hire. Letting them hop around a few more days won't affect the bigger picture. If we round them up now, we inherit the burden of tens of thousands of people. The able-bodied beggars can be sent to labor reform, sure, but there are also masses of elderly, sick, and disabled who will need to be settled. Settling those unfortunates meant not only feeding and clothing them for a long time, but also, if they were ever to become self-supporting, establishing pauper workshops, rehabilitation farms, and the like, staffed with managers and caretakers. For the brand new, cash-strapped, personnel-short Guangzhou municipal government, that was a crushing burden. But if we don't clean them out, Guangzhou's public order will never fundamentally improve, Mu Min said. Among all public order violations and petty criminal cases in the city, the Guandi Temple network is implicated more often than anyone else. Pickpocketing, fencing stolen goods, human trafficking, grave robbing. Almost everything traces back to them. So we'll crack down hard this time. Give the Guandi temple people a warning. Tell them to behave, Lin Beiguang said. First, we deal with the brokers. When it came down to it, a few dead grain merchants didn't hurt the senatorial council's rule. On the contrary, it handed them a perfect pretext to discipline the firms. Notorious as the firms were, for the moment there was no hard evidence of crimes that could be used against them. Now they had obligingly delivered a legitimate charge. A severe crackdown on the Yi served multiple purposes. Not only did they monopolize the grain trade, posing a potential threat to the upcoming currency issue, but it would also send a warning to every faction in the city: don't overstep, and don't resort to violence. Assaults on guild halls and merchant brawls like this were nothing new in Guangzhou. Even the Tiachusuado merchants now victimized had done similar things themselves. In medieval society, with a weak state apparatus and poor governance, violence was routinely abused. In a major commercial hub like Guangzhou, merchants fought over turf and trade. Gentry and wealthy citizens hired thugs for personal feuds or lawsuits. Besides the Guandi Temple network, the boat people on the Pearl River and the Tiachusuado and Hakka factions in the city all participated extensively in such violence, just like the rampant fighting gangs of Jiangnan. And because these local brawls were tangled up with regional rivalries unique to Guangdong, they tended to be especially fierce. This time we go heavy and harsh. Heads will roll. Let them understand what it means to live under rule of law, Lin Beiguang said. Mu Min was about to speak when a messenger arrived. Director Lin, Chief Mu, someone has come to the municipal government to turn himself in. He claims to be the mastermind behind today's attack on the Heiyang Guild Hall. Turn himself in, Mu Min was taken aback. Lin Beiguang nodded. I see. Transfer the man to the Municipal Police Bureau. Old Lin, what's going on? This is the fall guy. Lin Beiguang smiled dryly. I'd say you needn't even bother interrogating him. He's bought and paid for. You can beat him or kill him, your call. You won't get a word of truth. He doesn't know anything anyway. Mu Min understood. She returned to the Municipal Police Bureau, where the retained jail chief immediately came to complain. We've arrested so many people the cells can't hold them all. They're banging on the doors demanding food. If they don't get it, they defecate and urinate everywhere. I don't know what to do. The Municipal Police Bureau had formerly been the Lingnan Circuit Yamen. Unlike prefectural or county offices, it had no prison. They'd improvised a temporary holding area in an empty courtyard. Because they couldn't recruit anyone willing to work as jailers, and Lingao itself lacked professional detention staff, they'd kept a few old jailheads and turnkeys on, with White Horse Squad soldiers guarding the perimeter. These beggars own nothing at all. Once they're in jail, at least they get watery gruel for free. Arresting them is a waste. The jail chief prattled on, glancing at Mu Min's expression. With so many crammed in there in the heat, disease will spread. Please, chief, decide what to do with them quickly. Mu Min smiled. The senatorial council owns the 4 Cs. A few bowls of gruel, what's that? As for defecating and urinating, whatever mess they make, they clean up. I've heard you used to be called Living Yama. Your Nanhai County jail was the 18 hells. What, you can't handle a few imps? In the past, officials rarely arrested beggars. Jailkeepers couldn't squeeze any oil from them, and it was nothing but trouble. Now over 40 beggars in a single hall. The jail chief thought the Australians were meddling. He'd hoped to talk Mu Min into releasing them quickly. Instead, at his first words, he hit a wall. Her tone implied, if you can't control them, don't expect to keep your job. He hastily said with a smile, Chief, you jest, I don't deserve such praise. I'll go put them in order right away. But Mu Min didn't dismiss him. She called a corporal. Take a few men and go with the jailer to restore order. Use any means necessary. Make the prisoners keep quiet and clean up the mess. The jail chief returned to the holding area. Originally a courtyard of the Yamen, the central hall had been repurposed as an office. The side rooms were fitted with bars as makeshift cells. Naturally, they couldn't hold over 40 people, so the prisoners were scattered in the open yard. By regulation, they should all have been squatting with hands on heads. Instead, they stood and cursed, while the ground was a river of filth. A few turnkeys on the porch waved iron rulers and shouted threats. The jail chief mounted the porch, hands on hips, and bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Guangzhou Prefecture jail. As they say, the law is a furnace." Before he could finish, a roar of jeers drowned him out, a hail of obscenities flying his way. The jail chief might be called Living Yama, but that was for ordinary prisoners. He didn't have the nerve to tangle with the Guandi temple crowd. Short on confidence, his voice lacked authority. Terrified of losing his job, he yelled at the top of his lungs, face red and veins bulging, when suddenly a dark mass flew out of the crowd. The jail chief saw it clearly and leaped aside. The thing smashed on the ground and splattered, reeking, a lump of feces. Filth sprayed the jail chief and turnkeys alike. Laughter erupted from the yard. Humiliated and furious, the jail chief watched as the corporal leaped off the porch, raised his rifle, and drove the bayonet straight into the nearest beggar, the one laughing loudest. The blade slid in like a knife through Tofu. The beggar didn't even grunt before he collapsed. Before the rest could react, the soldiers behind the corporal also jumped down, bayonets gleaming in the sunlight. The yard exploded into chaos as prisoners scattered like a startled flock. "Squat, hands on heads!" At the corporal's shout, the raucous yard fell deathly silent. The beggars who, moments before, had sneered at having heaven as their blanket, earth as their bed, and not even the emperor to fear, now crouched obediently, hands clasped over their skulls, not daring to move. The jail chief watched, heart pounding. The Australians killed as casually as butchering chickens and ducks, swift, decisive, and the situation was under control in an instant. Fear and respect surged through him. Afraid the corporal would report back and get him fired for incompetence, he hastily shouted, "Which son of a bitch just threw shit at me? Get out here!" The prisoners scrambled aside, leaving one man alone in the center, kneeling nervously, rags smeared with filth. The jail chief cursed, "You bastard, I'll make you eat that shit right back." He was still cursing when the corporal pushed through the crowd, kicked the prisoner flat, raised his rifle, and finished him with a thrust of the bayonet. "Report, chief, order restored," the corporal reported. "2 rioters killed during the action, no casualties on our side." "At ease," Min nodded. "Well done, dismissed." She turned to the pale, slightly dizzy jail chief. "Have the kitchen prepare gruel, mostly water, just enough rice to keep them alive. Supervise the distribution, 1 bowl per prisoner." The jail chief acknowledged and hurried off. Min ordered the self-confessed men brought to the interrogation room. She would question them personally. That people had turned themselves in so quickly after the incident, though obviously fall guys, puzzled her. Why were the masterminds in such a rush to send proxies? She still had limited understanding of the devious tricks endemic to this great medieval commercial city, and limited insight into the mores of this era. The interrogation room had been set up in the former reception hall, partitioned and refurbished to old timeline standards. Min had already reviewed the preliminary records. 6 people had turned themselves in. The ringleader claimed to be a rice merchant. "Bring this rice merchant first," Min said. The prisoner was soon led in, an old man, hair already gray, dressed in a brand-new Taoist-style robe. He was about to kneel but was guided to a chair and shackled hand and foot. His face showed a strange, uneasy expression. Then, seeing that the official before him was a woman, he looked openly astonished. "What's your name?" "Our reporting, Your Honor, Qiu Kesheng." "How old?" 55. Min thought he looked older. She asked, "Why have you turned yourself in?" End of chapter. Chapter 1776. The Scapegoats, the attack on the Heian Guildhall today. "It was entirely my doing. I heard someone was beaten to death. My conscience is uneasy, and I fear the law, so I have come to turn myself in." "Why did you hire thugs to attack the Heian Guildhall?" "The rice merchants in the Heian Guildhall are my sworn enemies. We cannot live under the same sky." Min knew he was a scapegoat and didn't take it seriously. She asked casually, "Oh, what happened?" Qiu Kesheng's face suddenly turned bright red and he gritted his teeth. "That Igao destroyed my family. I wish I could eat his flesh and sleep on his hide." Qu Kesheng claimed he was originally a rice shop owner in Guangzhou City. He had always bought stock wholesale from the Tiachusuado rice merchants. The year before last, his house suffered a fire, resulting in heavy losses. To keep his business going, he borrowed 100 taels of silver from He Gao, a rice merchant he had long dealt with. The agreed annual interest was 30%. He mortgaged his 8 mu of mulberry fish ponds outside the city as collateral. At the beginning of last year, business was bad and cash flow was tight. I had to discuss with him, asking for a 1-year extension. I'd pay back principal and interest together when the time came. He Gao agreed but insisted on raising the interest by another 10%. I had no choice but to agree. However, the market had been poor in recent years. When he balanced his books at year's end, let alone repay the debt, he had lost dozens of taels of his principal. At the beginning of this year, He Gao demanded repayment. I couldn't pay, so I proposed selling the mortgaged ponds. With the silver from the sale, I could pay off the principal and interest and still have over 100 taels left to restart my business. Who knew he would refuse? He claimed my debt, principal and interest, had grown to over 600 taels. I argued with him, but he ordered his men to beat me. Then he hired thugs to forcibly seize my 8 mu of ponds. They beat my son so badly on his bed that after lying there for a few months, he died. When it rains, it pours. My grandson fell ill and passed away not long after. At this point, Qu Kesheng's eyes reddened. My daughter-in-law, seeing no future and having no children left, remarried and left. My once happy family was destroyed by this gang of Tiachusuado men. As he spoke, grief overcame him, and he wailed aloud. Mu Min had originally thought this old man was just a paid stand-in, assuming his talk of deep hatred would be nonsense. Yet looking at his words and expression, it didn't seem fake at all. She had received professional training in body language and had dealt with all sorts of criminals. She knew when someone was telling the truth. This made things confusing. Mu Min thought for a moment and asked, "Since you ordered it, where did the silver come from?" This question stumped Qu Kesheng instantly. He stammered, It was from selling my house." "Your house is worth enough to hire so many people. I hear hiring the Guandi temple crowd isn't cheap." An uneasy look appeared on Qu Kesheng's face, but he insisted, "It was from selling my house." Mu Min nodded, knowing there was no need to continue the interrogation. Undoubtedly, this small rice merchant had neither the channels nor the financial strength to hire the Guandi temple network for such a massive operation. Besides, his feud was with He Gao. Even if he bankrupted himself for revenge, he should have targeted He Gao alone, not destroyed the entire Heiyang Guild Hall and attacked all the Tiachusuado rice merchants. However, He Gao, the apparent victim, had such a history. It gave Mu Min a solid lesson in understanding this society. This really was a Darwinian jungle. The strong preyed on the weak as a matter of course. Where was the simple, honest kindness of traditional society? Mu Min interrogated several other scapegoats. All claimed they were the ones who led the charge into the guild hall and killed the Tiachusuado merchant. As for the reason, all claimed grudges against the Tiachusuado merchants. The specifics were identical, either wife stealing or daughter raping. As for the one who insisted he had beaten the man to death, he was over 60, his body bent with age. Seeing him trembling, Mu Min thought this scapegoating was really sloppy, not even a shred of sincerity. She didn't know that judicial practice in this timeline was often pure formalism. If someone died, a life had to be paid. Whether the person paying with their life was the actual murderer or not, the government didn't actually care. Every dynasty forbade substitution of criminals, yet no dynasty could eliminate it. In Guangdong during the Ming and Qing, where armed feuds were rampant, allowing scapegoats to die in place of the real culprits in handling mass disturbances had become a judicial, hidden rule. The confessions were all prepared. The scapegoat just had to recite them in court. No one would pick at the irrationalities within. These formulaic confessions were worthless. No wonder Lin Beiguang had advised her no need to ask. It seemed the confessions of the 40-plus beggars caught at the scene would be more valuable. Mu Min ordered, "Send Team B of the interrogation section to the detention center. Interrogate on site." Team A of the interrogation section consisted of naturalized police brought from Lingao. Team B consisted of retained Yamen runners from the soap band, specifically used for torture. Interrogating captured beggars didn't require subtle questioning, so she handed it to Team B. The retained runners of Team B were all eager to curry favor with their new masters. Rubbing their fists and sticking out their chests, they took their torture instruments to the detention center and set up shop in the main office hall. "Folks," the leader of Team B sneered, "we brothers are on official business today. We can't help ourselves. You'd all better be smart. Australian prison meals aren't easy to digest." With a shout, his subordinates threw the torture instruments onto the courtyard floor with a clatter: boards, twisted whips, cudgels, cheek slappers, finger presses, and finally a leg crusher. Once that thing was pulled tight, even the toughest bandit couldn't withstand it. Confronted with this array, the beggars, already terrified by the bayonets earlier, were scared witless. Brought up to the hall, they answered whatever was asked. Most of those arrested had just been sent by the big bones of their local dens to do a job. Reportedly, the pay was just a feast before and after, plus 300 cash per person. The leaders got slightly better treatment, 1 tael of silver. However, they had no useful information. These people were just foot soldiers acting on orders. They said the big bones had instructed them to hit the Heian Guild Hall, and that if anyone died it didn't matter, someone would take the fall. Every arrested man claimed to be an ordinary beggar acting on orders. Mu Min didn't believe it. She ordered them separated and questioned. Soon, the leaders were plucked out, including one big bone. A big bone was not only a leader of beggars but had his own territory or den. In the Guandi temple hierarchy, he was equivalent to a feudal lord, knowing far more than ordinary beggars. Mu Min ordered the big bone interrogated first. He had stood trial for others several times in the past and could reportedly withstand any torture, boasting he was fearless of beating or killing. But that was when Yamen runners went easy on him. Now, with no one holding back, he couldn't last past the second turn of the leg crusher and confessed. He admitted the attack on the Heian Guild Hall was organized by Jidi, the steward clerk of the Wielding Academy. "Master," she came to Master Gao, and Master Gao ordered this humble one to send men. "I dare not lie." Pale with pain, the big bone lay on the ground, confessing haltingly. "Who is Jidi?" "He's an academy steward. Why attack the Heian Guild Hall?" That I don't know," the big bone pleaded. "I just followed Master Gao's orders." Mu Min questioned him repeatedly but got nothing more. Still, having a suspect meant having a direction. She immediately ordered an arrest. Jidi was still working at the Wielding Academy when the police suddenly appeared and arrested him, leaving him bewildered. How had it come back to him? Hadn't they prepared people to turn themselves in? Mu Min wasted no words. She had him put straight into the leg crusher. Before the first turn was finished, Jidi confessed with tears and snot running down his face. It was business introduced by Jidi. "I was just the middleman. This has nothing to do with me." "Ah. Who is Jidi? Why attack the Heian Guild Hall?" "He's my brother," Jidi wailed, as the crusher hadn't been loosened. "Spare me the torture, Your Honor. He is Master Zhu's clerk." Further questioning revealed that Master Zhu was the head of the brokerage guild. With that, the chain of evidence for the attack on the Heian Guild Hall was complete. After Mu Min reported to Lin Baiguang, she immediately asked Lü Yizhong to sign arrest warrants. The entire police force and detective squad mobilized to arrest the implicated brokers. Zhang Yu was already in bed. Business was good, but the work left him exhausted. Once dark fell, the streets were under curfew and the street gates closed. Ordinary folk like him could only go to sleep. His eyes hadn't yet closed when he heard a distant police whistle, followed by shouting for the watchman to open the street gate. "It's pitch dark. Who's opening the gate?" Once the gate was shut, even gentry and rich men wouldn't easily call for it to be opened. Curious, Zhang Yu quietly got up and peered through the crack in the window. He saw a squad of black-clad police carrying lanterns running from the direction of the gate. Their faces were tense. Clearly, they were on a mission. As he watched, he almost cried out. At the end of the file, carrying a lantern, was none other than Lü Yizhong. He wore a black police uniform and a copper basin hat, with a red-end white baton hanging at his waist. The clothes were a bit strange, but he looked spirited. He too kept a straight face, marching silently with the squad. The police squad passed the walnut cookie shop and stopped not far away, at Master Zhu's door. He knew Master Zhu, a merchant of the brokerage guild, very wealthy. His wife and daughters loved the walnut cookies and dry pastries from Zhang Yu's shop. Zhang Yu often delivered goods there. He had met the master and mistress several times. They were kindly people who paid their monthly bills promptly. Once, when Zhang Yu delivered goods, Mrs. Zhu had been so pleased she tipped him several hanging green lychees, precious things indeed. A perfectly good family, how had they offended the Australians? Zhang Yu felt both nervous and pitying. End of chapter. Chapter 1777. The Zhu family couldn't be called philanthropists in the neighborhood, but they had no enemies either. They were richer than most families on the lane and were rumored to have dealings with the government. Yet the Zhus didn't bully others with their power. Masters and servants alike were quite amiable. Zhang Yu watched the police nervously. Someone went up and banged on the door, shouting loudly, "Police, open up." Then came the sound of the door opening, scolding, shouting, and women crying, all mixing together in the night. Before long, Master Zhu, clothes disheveled, was dragged out the main gate. A chain was already around his neck. Though he looked relatively calm, his face was a terrifying shade of gray. Behind him, his wives and children wept. Zhang Yu couldn't bear to watch any more and slipped back into bed, wondering secretly, what happened? What law did Master Zhu break for the Australians to arrest him so suddenly? Zhu Girong was taken to the municipal bureau for immediate interrogation. He confessed everything before midnight. He had never expected to be arrested. Before the interrogation began, he even tried to negotiate terms with Mu Min. Holding to old notions, he thought the large police turnout was simply because the Australians felt his tribute was insufficient and were using this as a pretext to extort money. But a few words from Mu Min showed him he was completely wrong. "I know hiring thugs is a common practice for you people. You hire them, your opponents hire them. If someone is beaten to death, you buy a life to take the fall. That's been the old rule for years." "The government doesn't care," Mu Min said. "But now, this is the Senatorial Council's world. We don't play by those old rules." Mu Min paced slowly in the interrogation room. "The Senatorial Council will not pursue past deeds, but if such things happen now, you can't just buy a few lives to take the blame and muddle through. Take your hiring of thugs to commit violence in a busy market and attacking public and private institutions. In the Great Song, that matches the definition of mob violence, which is equivalent to rebellion." The words "equivalent to rebellion" scared the soul out of Zhu Girong. Rebellion was a heinous crime that implicated 9 generations of one's family. If his hands and feet weren't shackled to the chair, he would have been kowtowing on the floor like a pounding pestle. If this were still the Ming's world, he wouldn't be so nervous. Ming officials were experts at talking big to extort small change. When blackmailing commoners, they'd threaten them with death over trivial matters. A single terrifying intimidation tactic could make honest folk piss themselves and bankrupt their families. But the brokerage firms were a special industry closely attached to the government, so that trick didn't work on them. The harsher the official spoke, the more they knew he had no good cards to play. After some bargaining, they could always compromise at a price acceptable to both. Officials traveled thousands of miles only for money. As long as the demands weren't excessive, the brokers would naturally satisfy them. After all, the two sides mostly used each other. If the Australians were playing the Ming officials' game, they would follow the old script: jail the criminals who turned themselves in, release the captured beggars, and send someone to negotiate terms with him. How much for public fees? How much for private bribes? Were 12 lives enough? but arresting him directly meant entering judicial procedure. Though ancients didn't use that term, they knew that once a character enters the public gate, 9 oxen can't pull it back. Once a person was in the Yamen, negotiating terms and pulling private strings became a matter of spending enormous sums. Zhu Girong knew Mu Min wasn't bluffing. Terrified out of his wits, he begged for mercy repeatedly and spilled the entire plot of the brokerage guild, giving the rice merchants a little color. Mu Min had already received instructions from Lin Beiguang to gather as much information on the brokerages from Zhu Girong as possible, so she questioned him in detail. The Guangzhou brokerages were massive, covering many industries. In theory, any goods entering the city had to pass through brokers' hands, but in practice, their control varied considerably. For salt, a major necessity, the brokers had almost no influence. This was not only because official salt was in decline and private salt rampant, but because private salt traffickers were evil owls who feared not death. Let alone hired thugs, even government troops and runners would face drawn blades at a wrong word. Moreover, salt consumption was limited and the absolute value not high, so brokers lacked interest in expending great effort to monopolize it. Greens, indispensable to the people daily, were another matter. Wholesale vegetables in the city were monopolized by the Guandi Temple network. Any farmer entering the city to sell had to go through them. The Guandi Temple gang had no government-issued license. They were wild brokers. They relied on violence to make farmers submit. Naturally, the licensed brokers dared not compete. As for the lucrative overseas trade, because so many officials and gentry were involved, almost every maritime merchant had a big threshold as a backer. The brokers held Ministry of Revenue licenses in vain. They could only eat leftovers. Mu Min learned from the interrogation that the brokerages generally bullied the weak and feared the strong. Wherever an industry had heavy gentry involvement or fierce gangs like the salt smugglers, the brokers often couldn't effectively exercise their government-granted monopoly rights. Overall, it was a standard parasitic industry. As for human brokers and house brokers, these, though part of the brokerage world, were effectively a different trade due to their lowly status and trade secrets. There was a deep divide between them and the upper-layer merchants. Zhu Girong knew little about them and could provide no useful information. After jailing Zhu Girong, the entire police force mobilized to hunt down relevant personnel. By daybreak, every suspect connected to the brokerages had been dragged from their beds to the detention center. Mu Min assigned people to interrogate them separately. Simultaneously, she ordered the seizure of their assets. The suspects' families and slaves are all to be detained temporarily at the examination hall. Send men to seal their houses, properties, shops, and warehouses. Strictly prevent looting. Guard the families, key servants, and head clerks carefully. Prevent escape or suicide. Although the senatorial council's legal system did not practice collective punishment, in a case like this, family and slaves were inevitably involved. After all, this was an era of family rule. From the emperor down to the commoner, none were exempt. Where illicit money and goods were concerned, it was almost impossible for family and servants to be uninvolved. The destruction of the brokerage guild's leadership overnight caused huge waves in Guangzhou. Following immediately was the Guangzhou Special Municipal Government's proclamation abolishing the brokerages. The proclamation announced, effective immediately, except for life service intermediaries like house and human brokers, who could continue operating after obtaining a business license. All brokerages in the counties under Guangzhou Prefecture involving commodity circulation were abolished. Brokerage licenses issued by the Ming Ministry of Revenue, Guangzhou Prefecture, and county yamens were null and void. Goods could circulate freely after paying taxes according to regulations. No merchant or individual was allowed to obstruct this. Once the proclamation was out, the oppressed itinerant merchants instantly held their heads high. Crowds of out-of-town merchants squeezed in front of broker merchants' doors to demand payment and stock. Incidents of brokers being beaten and goods seized were reported everywhere. Fortunately, Mu Min was somewhat prepared and had increased patrols in streets dense with broker shops and homes, stopping the disturbances in time. Immediately after, a notice regarding the brokerage cleanup appeared on the government bulletin boards and in the Yangcheng Express. The notice was posted by the brokerage aftermath office. Since the brokerages involved many types of goods and numerous merchants, and Lin Beiguang knew from interrogations that because brokerage was a white wolf from empty hands business, making profit without capital, misappropriation of merchants' funds and goods was widespread. Some brokers lived extravagantly, creating huge deficits. The cleanup would inevitably involve massive legal issues. Thus, Lü Yizhong decided the legal department's Guangzhou Circuit Court would take the lead, with the Commerce Bureau and Delong Bank coordinating. Mu Min just handles the arrests. The cleanup is yours, Lü Yizhong told Liang Xinhu. We have to do this well. Understood. Liang Xinhu nodded gravely. Since I volunteered to come to Guangzhou, naturally I want to show results. I've spoken to the Cheka to assign some auditors to you. Also, you can freely use the retained old clerks from the revenue section. They're more familiar with these old-style accounts and the tricks within. Lü Yizhong said, the brokerage guild is a small power group. We'll practice on them. There are plenty more things waiting for you to process according to law later. Liang Xinhu understood perfectly. Once the proclamation was published, he arrived at the Municipal Police Bureau. Subsequently, the police mobilized fully again, sealing all brokerage shops and warehouses in the city. A notice was issued. Brokers must report to the aftermath office within 3 days, surrendering old licenses and account books. Brokers, their families, slaves, and clerks were forbidden to leave the city pending processing. Those who refused to report, fled, or transferred assets would have all property confiscated. This thunderous strike was clean and decisive. The brokers in the city were thrown into chaos. By the time they reacted, they were all under control. Some, knowing Zhu Girong's clique had plotted against the rice merchants, cursed them for failing to succeed but succeeding in failure. Others, having heard the Australians were harsh in law, worried their own large deficits wouldn't be spared, thinking of the legendary, cruel Australian tortures and fearing they couldn't withstand them. Some actually hanged themselves. The itinerant merchants everywhere congratulated each other. They had put up with the brokers' bullying and embezzlement for years. Now the Australians had not only vented their anger and abolished the system, but were also clearing up the brokers' debts. How could they not be happy? For a time, Guangzhou's major restaurants were filled with toasting guests and singing courtesans. Laughter was everywhere. In just one day and night, Guangzhou City had seen some rejoice while others grieved. End of chapter. Chapter 1778. Aftermath and taxation. Liang Xinhu had been an obscure, ordinary senator before coming to Guangzhou. Aside from the General Affairs section staff who handled senators' daily needs and security, almost no naturalized citizens knew him. For years, he had been responsible for the circuit court, traveling systematically across Hainan, holding court in county towns or market towns. The cases varied in size, from civil disputes over children peeing on firewood stacks to criminal cases of robbery and murder. The plots weren't overly complex, and for a law graduate like him, they weren't hard to handle. However, now that he was in Guangzhou, the complexity of cases grew geometrically. The Ministry of Justice and Lü Yizhong shared the same requirement: propagate the senatorial council's spirit of rule of law through case trials, especially civil and commercial law. Ancient Chinese law is very backward in civil and commercial aspects, Lü Yizhong said. That's why we have so many myths about merchant integrity, alongside sayings like, no merchant is not treacherous. From our social practice, merchants in this timeline are a complex group, neither too good nor too bad. But overall, they follow rules and have a certain legal consciousness. They are the group in society with the strongest concept of law. But given the government's years of suppression and plunder, its indifference to merchant interests and the treacherous social environment, this so-called concept of law must be taken with a grain of salt. So we need to educate them legally. Exactly. Lü Yizhong nodded. Cleaning up the brokerages, it's a medium-sized task. But it fits perfectly for advertising our spirit of ruling by law and showing off our precise, effective governance techniques, things the traditional feudal government of the past couldn't do. Good. But I have worries. First, the brokerages have too many bad debts. I fear confiscating their homes won't cover the deficits. Second, itinerant merchants might seize the chance for revenge or profit by fabricating facts. Brokers aren't good people, but merchants aren't saints either. We can't give the citizens the impression that we're punishing just for the sake of punishing. I agree completely, Liang Xinhu said. Actually, it's not hard. I intend to implement 3 principles in the cleanup. First, whoever claims must prove. Those claiming brokers owe payment or need to return goods must provide sufficient evidence. No evidence, no count. Second, the statute of limitations is 2 years, calculated from our entry into the city. Anything older is ignored to avoid entanglement in ancient history. Third, insist this is civil and commercial economic behavior. No blue sky magistrate-style debt recovery or redressing of grievances. Actual criminal cases will be transferred to the police. The aftermath office won't handle them. Very good, Lü Yizhong nodded. But what if the assets don't cover the debts after cleanup? His words implied another layer. If the deficit is too big, we won't get anything out of it ourselves. Guangzhou's fiscal expenditure was counting on this windfall from confiscations. But this fortune had to be made subtly. The masses had to be satisfied. They couldn't just lie with their eyes open. That would look too ugly. Liang Xinhu naturally understood. He laughed. Come on, you're conducting a civil service interview. Since that's the case, I'll be more detailed. The specific measures were, stick to 1 case per household, no pooled accounts. Zhang San's debts are paid with Zhang San's assets. Don't touch Li Si's assets. For those with severe deficits and insolvency, use proportional repayment. Finally, adopt a system of unlimited liability recovery. The Ming has no concept of limited liability, so using unlimited liability recovery fits customary law. And from judicial practice, merchants in this timeline mostly don't separate family and business. Distinguishing family assets from enterprise assets is nearly impossible. Besides, they keep little cash. Most assets are converted into private real estate like land and houses. Limited liability would let them off too easy. Although limited liability companies are the future trend, we can't do it now, nor is it necessary. Liang Xinhu finished, then added, I've been looking at the situation these days and feel our legal propaganda isn't enough. The greatest fear of the Guangdong natives, especially the gentry and merchants, was their total ignorance of the senatorial council's laws and modus operandi. They didn't know what the council wanted or why it did things. Even if they knew the Australians valued trust and law, the manner of doing so baffled them. They didn't know if they would violate taboos, leading to easy misunderstandings. If the police arrested someone from a certain faction during duty, simply because that person broke the law and not targeting the faction group or ethnicity, the locals, lacking the concept of equality before the law or understanding why trivial matters in Ming terms were punished, would imagine, is the council making an example of me? Or did I inadvertently offend a senator? Eventually, this could evolve into flight or resistance. A few days ago, we abolished the brokerages and arrested the ringleaders of the attack on the Heian Guild Hall. Director Lin and Chief Mu told me, the Teochew merchants in the city are arrogant now. In transactions with Cantonese and Hakka merchants, they're bullying others. Clearly, they misunderstood, thinking we're playing the old game of supporting one faction to hit another. My view is, to explain the council's laws to the natives, the best way is to print a batch of pamphlets similar to the basic law, distributing them cheaply or for free. Use simple words to explain the council's most basic laws, rights, freedoms, welfare of a citizen. What is forbidden, insulting others, enslaving others, illegal imprisonment. Also, the concept and function of police enforcement methods, how the council operates as a polity. This way natives can roughly understand the difference between the council and the Ming and our methods. Even if they don't understand the law itself, they'll know what to expect. This plays a major role in stabilizing hearts and implementing national policy. You make a lot of sense. I remember we compiled similar pamphlets in Hainan. Our law club compiled them, but they were too simple. Guangzhou is a big city with complex conditions. I think they should be revised and supplemented. If you agree, I'll start on this in a few days. Good. Once you've compiled it, I'll arrange for mass printing and distribution. Lü Yizhong discussed some specific details with Liang Xinhu before adjourning. Then, without stopping, he held a small meeting with Lin Beiguang, Zheng Shengji, and others to discuss holding the first plenary representative assembly of the Guangzhou Federation of Industry and Commerce. Lü Yizhong was in a hurry to hold the meeting not only to ascertain Guangzhou's economic baseline, but also to collect taxes. They hadn't been in the city long, and everything needed doing. Administrative costs and personnel expenses were climbing. Currently, the municipal government was supported by startup funds and fiscal returns. As projects unfolded and local public servants were recruited, solving the fiscal burden quickly became Lü Yizhong's top priority. Making a fortune from confiscation by striking at old forces in the city was a temporary measure, not sustainable, but taxation was a systematic project. Modern society's efficient tax extraction mechanism relied on a modern social management system and ample statistical data. Some commented that modern statistics originated precisely from the government's thirst for revenue. But now, what the Ming left them was fuzzy, chaotic data. Statistical items were unscientific, and the data contained many errors. Lü Yizhong dared not use it as a tax basis. As for Guangzhou's existing tax system, it was mainly agricultural tax. For a commercial city, commercial tax should have been the heavyweight revenue source, but tax types, rates, and collection methods were all backward. Burdens were uneven. Overall, government management of commercial tax was poor. Tax types were chaotic, rates arbitrary. Ruthless collection caused public resentment and stifled trade. Individuals got rich, but the public coffers got little. The only source of large, reliable income was maritime customs duties. Now, to scrape up local revenue quickly, Lü Yizhong had to restore taxation. Business registration was step one. Through issuing licenses, they now roughly knew how many businesses were in Guangzhou. Based on registered industries, items, personnel, and shop size, they had a preliminary grasp of the scale of industry and commerce. But this wasn't enough to build a modern tax system. These were just raw data,